Chapter 51. What? There's water on the 17th floor. And it can be traded for supplies? Is that true? I heard the price on the 17th floor is high, requiring gold and jade. TSK, what a mess this world is. That's easy to say, but you're still thirsty. It's getting so hot again, and the electricity isn't working. We're getting lots of food, but no water. I'm dying of thirst. No, I go get it no matter how much you offer. I remember the 17th floor wanted gold and jade last time. Why are they so interested in this? After obtaining the water, Chiu Hongwei took action. He and a few others split up and distributed flyers wherever they met. It wasn't long before the remaining two buildings knew that the 17th floor of Building 15 was willing to trade water for valuables. Whispers circulated among the residents, but some had actually seen Chiu Hongwei's 2 bottles of water. They were cleaner than the water they filtered themselves, and no one knew where they found them. No wonder the 17th floor has remained standing. Water, precious to humanity, alone would have allowed it to survive for a long time, especially in this scorching heat. This time, Chiu Hongwei wasn't begging every household. Instead, someone offered to bring their valuables to the door in exchange. Of course, some people were reluctant to give away their life savings, struggling with their conscience. But the price Tang Tian posted was steep: 10 grams of gold for a 500 milliliters bottle of water. 20 g of jade would only get half, and 30 g of jewelry would get another half. As for cash, Tang Tian figured no one would have cash around these days, so it wasn't an option. Upon hearing the price, the residents began to grumble, but eventually, they all agreed. If someone were to take their gold and jade outside to trade for it, others might not even agree. At least the 17th floor was genuine. Seeing this, Xian Peng felt incredibly distressed. If he had known the extreme heat would come, he would have kept the gold at home to exchange for water, instead of using it all for food. Gao Lan, having lost a child, and then suffered this, directed her grief and hatred directly at the Tang family, angrily saying, only her family has food and water, living comfortably. People like us deserve to die. Qian Peng frowned and said nothing. His wife was becoming increasingly unpredictable. To exchange for water, Li Feiyang, Chen Yulin, and Qi Chong also confiscated some valuable items from their home and offered them in exchange. And Choi Su-young, always the most accurate intel, was well aware of this news. Originally, she hadn't wanted to go, but her grandson was so thirsty that he cried every day. She cried until she was exhausted, and frightened, she quickly took out her gold bracelet and planned to exchange it for a few more bottles of water. They reached the 17th floor. The entrance to the hallway was open, but it was packed with people. The line stretched out, and they could faintly hear a commotion from inside. Why can't I exchange my bag? Do you know how much these are worth? They'd be worth dozens of grams of gold. I just bought this watch. It's at least 99% new. Why can't I exchange it? Tang Tian simply closed the door and windows and went on strike, leaving the sages behind to defend her. As expected, upon seeing Tang Tian leave, the people behind her became anxious and yelled at the people in front. If they say they won't exchange it, then they won't. Why are you still hanging around? We need to exchange it. Get out. If you keep us from getting water, I kill you before I die of thirst. Faced with such threatening words, the people at the front had no choice but to give up and leave in disgrace, carrying their belongings. Tang Tian then reopened the window and shouted through a loudspeaker to the group behind her. I say this one last time. We only accept gold, jade, and jadeite jewelry. Nothing else. Those without can go home. Li Feiyang and the others could only continue to queue. The temperature in the corridor was also very high, like a preheated oven. And there was a pungent odor emanating from everyone. Behind the door lay the Tang family, constantly melting snow and filling it with water. After confirming that all the items she had collected could be used for real money, Tang Tian was overjoyed. She said that what Chiu Hongwei had brought last time couldn't have been all of it, he was hiding it all. Now, her water supply had been fully exploited and was being delivered to her door. She was rich, but just in case, the air conditioning wasn't on at home. Tang Tian wiped her sweat and smiled. Li Feiyang and the others received bottles of water, both large and small, from the Tang family. It might not seem like much, but these days, people don't just drink water, they wet their lips with it, or hold a sip for a long time, to quench their thirst. So, even a 500 milliliters bottle of water can be conserved and last a long time. Shui Xiaoying reluctantly handed over a gold bracelet. It was bought by her son for his birthday. It was quite heavy, and if it weren't for her grandson, she wouldn't have given it away. Tang Tian took it. It was genuine. She held the corner of her mouth. Chui Xiuying's eyes lit up at the sight of the clear water, but she still asked skeptically, "Are you sure this water is drinkable? Don't let my little grandson get sick from it, or I come after you." Tang Tian snorted, "Everyone in the building drinks this anyway. If you don't want to, don't drink. I won't be the one dying of thirst anyway." Chui Xiuying choked. People's valuables were gone after they were exchanged, they wouldn't be replaced. And valuables. The Tang family's entrance gradually quieted down, save for a few people still kneeling and begging, but she ignored them. But soon, she heard a familiar voice, "Cousin, we don't have those valuables at home. Please give me a bottle of water." Wei Qian not only knelt with the others, but also banged on the door, pleading. Tang Tian paused and asked, "How's my uncle?" Wei Qian was stunned, his eyes reddened. He understood what had happened without needing to be told. And when Wei Mingyang's wife packed up and fled, she had probably taken all the valuables from the family. If it weren't for the government's distribution of supplies, the Wei family would have been wiped out. "Wei Qian, I have this exchange rule. If I break it for you, what will happen to the others?" But Wei Qian grew increasingly desperate as he listened, even contemplating leaping from the 17th floor. But with that twist, hope rekindled. Tang Tian cleared her throat. "I can give you a bottle of water, but you have to leave Hexinyuan." "Okay." Relatives are like ticking time bombs. Although Wei Qian never broke up with them, if he stayed, who knows what would happen in the future. Wei Qian had originally intended to go to the official shelter. If Wei Yu hadn't been making such a fuss, he probably wouldn't have come to Hexinyuan. Hearing Tang Tian's words, he didn't get angry. There's a shelter in District S too. This life-saving bottle of water should be enough to get him there. Wei Mingyang is dead, and Wei Qian has found a place to bury him. Now he's the only one left at home. After a moment's thought, he gritted his teeth and agreed. Tang Tian then gave him a bottle of water. He clutched the bottle and left without looking back. "Brother, do we still have those valuables at home? Why don't we go and exchange them for some water?" Qin Yao suggested, feeling a surge of envy. Their family went out quite often, but they didn't bring much in the way of supplies. How on earth did Tang Tian find so many sources of drinkable water? It was so hot, making it easy to get a heat stroke. Although the supplies included medicine and heat stroke kits, having no water was still a serious problem. Yan Chuanhua's cheeks flushed slightly. She wiped the sweat off her face, took out a jade bracelet, and said, "The other neighbors drank the water without incident, which proves Tang Tian's water is safe. These are just material possessions now. Why not go and exchange them for water?" Qin Boyu nodded and left the house, carrying the jewelry. He saw a group of people kneeling at the door of 1701, each banging on the door and begging, interspersed with moral blackmail. Tang Tian's strategy certainly had its pros and cons. While it could yield more gold and jade, it also brought with it more harassment. But she was counting her gold coins, ignoring the noise outside. It wasn't until she heard a loud shout from outside the door, and the noise gradually faded, that she went to the entrance. "Tang Tian, it's me." Qin Boyun cleared his throat, then handed over the jade bracelet and said, "I'd like to change the water too. Is this okay?" Tang Tian took it and weighed it. The jade bracelet was probably about the same weight as Choi Soo-young's gold bracelet, also 40 grams. She took out 2 bottles of water and handed them to him. After returning home, she continued to spend gold. By the end of the day, she had spent over 300,000 gold coins on various gold, jade pendants, jade bracelets, and jadeite jewelry. Compared to gold, they had more jade and emerald around them, but unfortunately, it was only in the second tier and not as valuable as gold. However, for certain upgrades, 300,000 gold coins wasn't much. Tang Tian thought about it, and decided to open a new ability slot for each person. The remaining gold coins were earned at the food store, and Tang Tian used them all to upgrade the popcorn machine, which was equivalent to upgrading air bullets. "No! You're not allowed to go." Sun Gaohan crossed his arms angrily, glaring at the people around him. "Did I give you too little food and drink? And you're going to 1701? Aren't you afraid their water might be contaminated?" The others stared at each other in silence, their minds abuzz with grumbling. Everyone in the entire building had gone there to get their water changed, and now the news had spread to the neighboring building, and they were rumored to be coming too. So what was wrong with the water? And Sun Gaohan, because he disliked 1701, was actually trying to cut them off? What kind of leader is that? A man of insight is a true hero. 1701 has so many water sources, and certainly plenty of supplies. Why would they continue to serve under Sun Gaohan? Even if they went to Chiu Hongwei, they'd be closer to the water and get the moon first. Thinking this way, some people secretly took their supplies to the Tang residence to get their water changed while Sun Gaohan wasn't looking. People from neighboring Building 14 also came to get their water changed. Some even defected, hoping that Tang Tian would overthrow Sun Gaohan and take over management of the entire building, exaggerating the benefits and their loyalty. Tang Tian, however, had no such a care in the world. She simply rubbed her chin and asked, "Does Sun Gaohan have anything interesting?" As it happened, the young man was also a bright young man, and he had just come to Sun Gaohan for support. He immediately understood what Tang Tian meant and nodded, whispering yes, yes. Director Sun's wife and children are all dead, so he's been moving around like the rest of us, and he brought the things in his bedding with him. Some people have already thrown away valuable items like that, but he's still reluctant to part with them. It must be with him. Tang Tian curled her lips. Okay, then find a way to give it to me. I won't treat you unfairly, just make sure Sun Gaohan doesn't find out. Unexpectedly, the young man actually went and stole it, finally returning with a bag filled with glittering golden yellow croaker and other jade. That alone would be worth almost the entire building supplies, plus another 200,000 gold coins. A mere neighborhood committee director could make so much money, maybe even use it later. No wonder he couldn't bear to throw it away. Tang Tian generously took out 4 bottles of water and gave them to the young man. The young man was thrilled, but he knew he'd be discovered, so he quickly packed up and moved elsewhere. When Sun Gaohan discovered his lifelong fortune had been stolen, he was furious. He also knew it was someone close to him. Someone stole it, but no one agreed after asking around. Someone must have surrendered. Who in the entire building wanted the gold and jade the most right now? Who had the ability to seduce people? 1701. Taking advantage of the fact that the door to the nearest hallway was open, unlike usual, Sun Gaohan immediately rushed to that floor with his men and weapons, scaring the beggars outside the Tang residence into fleeing. Tang Tian. Come out! Give me back my things. Tang Tian, however, was enjoying her meal at the moment. She frowned at Sun Gaohan's voice. Being interrupted while eating is the most annoying thing. She wiped her mouth and whistled, and Tan Tan poked his head out of his food bowl and followed her. Tang Tian was more decisive this time. Following Sun Gaohan's loud shout, she opened the door. She raised her leg and delivered a crushing kick to the person in front. The man screamed and flew straight from the doorway to the window at the end, groaning and unable to get up. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. Even Sun Gaohan's throat felt as if it had been strangled, unable to utter a single sound. In that instant, the minions' weapons clattered to the ground, and they all knelt, shouting, "We are willing to follow you, big sister." Tang Tian, ? Sun Gaohan, ? Tan Tan, woof? Should I bite or not? You are rebellious? She is our enemy. Sun Gaohan stamped his feet, truly confused as to why these people would betray him in front of him. But Tang Tian didn't give him time to think. She kicked Sun Gaohan in the stomach again, sending him flying again. She didn't actually have that much strength, but unfortunately, she had just finished showing off a whole plate of braised pork. If double skin milk was only a strength enhancement level 1, then the braised pork was a full level 5, completely different. The remaining minions came up on their knees, calling each other big sister attentively, but Tang Tian was still savoring the braised pork in her mouth. It was her favorite rich, red sauce, bright red, rich but not greasy. She even mixed the sauce with her rice, coating every grain with the delicious juices. It was such a delight to devour it with such a savory mouthful. She hadn't expected to be interrupted by Sun Gaohan, so she just wanted to get back to enjoying her meal. Tang Tian waved her hand and went back on her own. The remaining people looked at each other, bewildered. They went over to see that the first person kicked out and Sun Gaohan were practically on their last legs. They had betrayed her so publicly, and given Sun Gaohan's character, how could he let them go and tolerate them again? So they simply ran away, without even a second's help, either moving or leaving Hexinuen completely. Over the past few days, Tang Tian had amassed a wealth of gold and silver treasures, racking up a total of 500,000 gold coins, which was probably the limit for the 2 buildings. She upgraded her level 1 medicinal field to level 2, and her level 2 ranch and workshop to level 3. Tang Tian also bought a few more recipes, as well as a few more canning jars, a brewing barrel, a juicer, and so on. As she clicked on them, she suddenly saw her stamp collection again. Unexpectedly, she had collected hundreds of stamps without realizing it, indicating that she had once again lived so long. It had already been almost a year. Others might feel that each day felt like a year, or even that reaching heaven early would be preferable. Tang Tian, however, felt as if time had passed by in a flash, something she had never experienced in her previous life. After all, she had never lived that long in her previous life. The number of stamps required to exchange for equipment was higher than the number required to exchange for recipes. She chose for a long time before deciding on a specific item. Ding. You have obtained Soda Machine X1. Host, the soda machine will randomly produce a different flavor of soda each day, depending on the ingredients you have currently unlocked. Drinking the soda each day will restore a random amount of mental power. Tang Tian actually already has quite a few items that can restore mental power. But on a hot day, who wouldn't want a glass of iced soda? Tang Tian immediately clicked on the soda machine. With a ding-dong sound, a bottle of green soda appeared in her hand. Ding. You have obtained Melon Soda X1. Restores 30% of your mental power. Tang Tian slowly took out the cup again, grabbed a handful of ice cubes, and placed them down. With a pop, she opened the cap and poured the soda in, the ice clinking softly. Taking a sip, the ice-cold soda blended with the refreshing sweetness of melon, the intense, tiny bubbles stimulating every part of the tongue, was incredibly refreshing. And the soda produced each day didn't have to be consumed on the same day, it could be stored and enjoyed whenever you wanted. Tang Tian had already used the water source to plunder the building for valuables, and she probably had them all. Otherwise, she could have traded them for something else. Tian, this is for you. Tangy came over and handed over a dark object. Tan followed at her feet, his mouth drooling, presumably food. Tang Tian took it, took a bite, and her eyes widened slightly. It actually smells like pork jerky. Tangy smiled and said, the sun's bright now, so drying things is easy. Mom's been busy with that lately. Besides using canning jars to pickle vegetables, she's also started drying all sorts of vegetables. For example, dried bamboo shoots, dried radishes, and pickled mustard greens. They're even easier to use than an oven, and you can even make meat into jerky. And with that smoker and fish smoker you bought, you can make even more things. Mom's still experimenting. Of course, they also made a separate batch of unseasoned jerky, just for Tan. It's both a snack and a good way to sharpen his teeth. Tell Mom to close the shades after drying to keep the sun out. Tang Tian nodded and gave another instruction. Wei Mingxiao was right to do this. These dried vegetables and meats have a long shelf life. If someone saw them, they'd just be envious, not overly suspicious. They'd be suspicious if they saw fresh vegetables and meat. Besides, she loved this kind of logistical work before the apocalypse, and it was a great way to pass the time. Only when people are busy in the apocalypse can time seem to fly by, otherwise, they might feel like they're living a life worse than death. Tang Tian glanced at the thermometer. The temperature outside had already reached around 45 degrees. It might seem like a mere rise of a few degrees, but for Spring City, it was already a record-breaking high that hadn't been seen in a century. Thankfully, the air conditioner and electric cooker were still running at home, but to reduce the pressure, Tang Tian stopped using the ice maker. The radio tuned into the national station, which also had some new news. The government was moving quickly. They had already rearranged the air raid shelters, and were also expanding the above-ground ones. Tang Tian thought that if natural disasters continued, these shelters might be clustered together, and then the term shelter might no longer be enough. Having been away from home for a while, Tang Tian stayed at home. Besides her usual exercise, weapons training, and professional skill e-books, she occasionally watched movies and novels. Despite having no electricity and no internet, Tang Tian did manage to find a few apocalyptic novels. One word caught her eye: base. A type of shelter capable of accommodating hundreds of thousands, even millions. Like a government-run town, Spring City has always been at the forefront of the nation, so perhaps it will build a base before other places. Of course, if there are official bases, there are bound to be unofficial ones emerging as well. Tang Tian fell into deep thought. Our family's current situation is relatively good, but what if the authorities force everyone to go to a base? The shelter is already a mess. She couldn't imagine a base with even more people. Please, have mercy on us and lend us some water. The child is dying of thirst. I count out to you. The noise outside the door interrupted Tang Tian's thoughts, and she curled her lips. The door was new, reinforced with supernatural powers. The fact that they could still hear this meant they still had strength. They weren't as miserable as they said they were. They were just playing the victim. The residents of both buildings had almost all exchanged their valuables for water. The Tang family didn't accept luxury goods, so those who came were basically trying to get something for free, but Tang Tian usually chose to ignore them. She adjusted the radio again and turned up the volume. The authorities were already doing their utmost to find groundwater and other sources, and there was news of a new water plant being built. This water plant wouldn't necessarily be tap water, but rather a plant specifically designed to purify water. Some coastal areas were even turning their attention to the vast ocean, attempting to use water conversion technology to provide water for the people. Beyond water, food was also needed. Officials had just developed cold-resistant crops, but who could have imagined that the extreme cold wouldn't last long before extreme heat returned? Fearing the temperature would continue to rise, officials immediately began researching heat-resistant crops. However, the floods destroyed a significant amount of arable land, and better plans for planting crops were needed, so implementation would have to wait. It's true that the authorities weren't against using artificial rainfall to cool the air, but that required certain conditions. The current weather simply didn't allow for this, so it was better not to waste the opportunity. Tang Tian installed blackout curtains on all the windows in her house, keeping them closed during the day and only opening them after sunset, even to let in some fresh air. When the temperature rises, there might not even be a chance to breathe. Sun Gaohan, injured internally by Tang Tian's sharp kick, finally forcibly moved to his own quarters. He used to be surrounded by subordinates, but now none were there. He felt like a piece of trash left behind. Sun Gaohan gave a wry smile, and the half-closed door was opened by an outsider. Who was that? Chapter 52. Sun Gaohan's blurry vision gradually cleared, and he encountered the person he least wanted to see. It was Qiu Hongwei. Qiu Hongwei lived in 2002. After Sun Gaohan and his men moved into Building 15, he moved directly into 2001, seemingly intending to disgust him. Who could have imagined that, while he was seriously injured and helpless, Qiu Hongwei looked fine, even his complexion had brightened. Sun Gaohan, you knew that person was not to be trifled with, yet you still went ahead and provoked him. You lost because you refused to let go. Qiu Hongwei was indeed feeling rather proud. He was proud of his own cleverness in not confronting Tang Tian head-on. Otherwise, he might be the one lying here now. Sun Gaohan, his face gloomy, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and spat. You're so arrogant. You're so great. Since that family on the 17th floor is so powerful, when I die, they'd probably go after everyone else too. You won't be able to escape. Qiu Hongwei narrowed his eyes. This Sun Gaohan, even in death, really wants to throw some dirty water. Don't worry, I don't want to organize a team anymore, lest I end up like you. At most, it was a team organized from the beginning. Qiu Hongwei had witnessed Tang Tian's strength, and it was truly like hitting a rock with an egg. He didn't dare take any more risks. Thinking of this, he stopped paying attention to Sun Gaohan, thinking it was just the last time he saw him, and left the room. Sun Gaohan looked out the window at the bright sunlight streaming in, and could only reluctantly close his eyes. The temperature finally reached a terrifying 50 degrees. Before the apocalypse, this temperature could only be seen in the neighboring Zhu Kingdom. Unexpectedly, Yin Kingdom had also experienced this day. Fortunately, the floods receded, and the plague was stopped from spreading further, allowing authorities to finally have the time and manpower to repair the power supply. For the past few days, the Tang family could still hear the sound of helicopter rotors. A few days later, the official radio station announced, power had been largely restored in the center of Spring City, while other areas would have to wait a while longer. Besides those who cursed and complained, many others felt a sense of relief, believing that this day had finally come. Otherwise, with such high temperatures, people wouldn't even be able to breathe, and they wouldn't have survived with just supplies. Power was restored to District S 3 days later. Tang Tian, figuring she'd take advantage of the free electricity while she could, temporarily disconnected the solar power. However, this power wasn't available 24 hours a day. To prevent a rapid increase in the city's power load, authorities implemented time-limited electricity use. For example, the hours from 12 p.m. to 3 p.m., and from midnight to 3 a.m. were the hottest and most unbearable. Many people were naturally dissatisfied after hearing this, but as soon as the time came, they immediately turned on all the cooling equipment, and even the beggars at the Tang family's door disappeared. Tang Tian, observing this, temporarily locked the main door to the hallway. The heat dissipated, and the entire building calmed down. Even the hostility subsided considerably. The Shen family, having been given a lifeline at their critical juncture, recovered. Remembering that Tang Tian wanted to learn martial arts, Shen Boyin arranged a time via intercom. The next day, after turning on the air conditioner, he went across the street and knocked on the door. Tang Tian, wearing comfortable sportswear, responded. The two were already familiar with each other, and after a few pleasantries, they began teaching each other. After practicing a few more moves, 2 hours passed unnoticed. Tang Tian handed over a plastic bag she had prepared long ago, containing some items, and said with a smile, "This is tuition." Shen Buiyun took it and unfolded it, discovering a bottle of water and a dark object. Taking it out and smelling it, he raised an eyebrow and asked, "Is this dried meat?" Tang Tian nodded. "You know, I used to be a food blogger. Among other things, I ate the most at home. But I couldn't keep it in the refrigerator before, and I was afraid it would go bad, so I dried it all in the sun. That way it would last longer." These words had many implications, explaining why she had so much food and alleviating Shen Buiyun's anxiety. As for directly saying, she had so much at home. Firstly, she was capable of keeping it, and secondly, she trusted him more. Shen Buiyun seemed to have understood Tang Tian's thoughts, and this time, he didn't say much, just smiled and put it away. But just as she was about to speak again, someone knocked at the door and asked, "Miss Tang, are you there?" Tang Tian recognized Qiu Hongwei's voice, and asked through the door. Qiu Hongwei quickly replied, "Well, Miss Tang, the temperature has been rising lately, and we don't know if it will get even hotter. The people in both buildings have discussed cleaning up that underground garage, like those bomb shelters, so we can escape the heat when the power goes out. But there's still a lot of silt in there that hasn't been cleared. So, to escape the heat, the residents have agreed that every household will send someone to clear the silt. You see, I'm not going there to escape the heat, you ask? Besides, this is official work, and the government pays for it. This kind of work not only doesn't pay, but after the work is done, the most you get is no sun exposure. No, that's all. We stick to Miss Tang's wishes." Then, Tang Tian and Shen Buiyun exchanged glances. The latter shrugged. "Looks like I have to do some hard labor. It's still very hot when the power's off." So Shen Buiyun and Cheng Jing went to the underground garage to clear the silt. The garage was not only filled with a large amount of silt, but also with some scattered car frames, also buried in the mud. Feeling that things were starting to move in a positive direction, the residents of Xinyuan didn't complain much about the silt removal and finally began their work with all their heart and soul. Dozens of residents stayed home during the day, then went to the garage to clear the silt after sunset and nightfall, gradually emptying it. Without extra water for cleaning, they could only try to remove the silt as much as possible, but the garage still stank of dampness. The only good thing was that the underground garage was dark and shaded, and the temperature, measured by a thermometer, was around 30 degrees. Although it was still hot and humid, it was better than outside. 50 degrees is much better. By the way, does anyone have something that can generate electricity at home? If we move a few air conditioners here and plug them into electricity, wouldn't it be even cooler? That's easy for you to say. How could ordinary people afford a generator? I saw there's a solar panel on the wall outside 1701, but they definitely wouldn't want to use it. Cui Xiuying was home with her grandson. She couldn't possibly let him go dredging, but she usually just slacked off when she went. Luckily, no one noticed her this time. Now that the basement garage had been cleared, she immediately took her grandson there to escape the heat. She fanned herself with a large palm leaf fan as she scanned the area with her triangular eyes. She spotted Shen Buiyun and Cheng Jing. Cui Xiuying pouted and said nonchalantly, "Oh, I advise you not to go after 1701. How powerful are the people there? They don't even bother to share our hardships. They're so comfortable at home." After saying this, she gave Shen Buiyun a sidelong glance, intentionally or not. "Look, even the neighbors across the street are coming down to help us clean up, and they're unwilling to help. How can we be any less?" Shen Buiyun glared at Cui Xiuying directly, a glare that would have forced any suspect who had previously been in the chair of regret to confess. Cui Xiuying felt a chill down her spine and shut up. "We heard that these two were close. Could they really be lovers?" But Cui Xiuying's words still irritated everyone. Why should that family be so comfortable while we have to work ourselves to death in such a sweltering heat? It's unfair. Who told that family to install solar panels? And they did it just before the weather turned bad. How lucky are they? No one in Hexinuan seems to have installed them, so why did that family do it? And how did the property management agree to it? Haha, you don't know, the person living there is a former big streamer. He's got tons of money, maybe even the property management can get his way. Shen Buiyun listened to everything, but he didn't hear of anyone trying to seize resources. The total number of people in Hexinuan was already small, and each one died. And no matter how many people attacked the Tang family before, they couldn't gain anything. Even if they wanted it, they had no choice but to give up and pretend that family didn't exist. If Tang Tian could practice standard martial arts again, I'm afraid she would be even more powerful. Shen Buiyun couldn't help but smile at the thought. Fortunately, The underground garage was vacated. Whenever there was a power outage, residents would come here to escape the sun, cool down, and chat. We're running low on food again. When will the next batch of 8 arrive? There's no word on the radio. Yeah, the radio only said to leave after sunset. I think the authorities still want us to find supplies on our own, or go to a nearby shelter. They don't care about us scattered people. How can that be? The temperature is over 40 degrees Celsius at night, and we have no food or water. The nearest official shelter is over 10 kilometers away. How can we possibly survive? I see some people have built their own shelters. How can that compare to the official ones? And do you really have the guts to go? You're lucky you didn't rob people. The humid garage was filled with complaints. Many men chose to go shirtless, but their pores seemed sealed, preventing the heat from escaping. The Shen family had also come to escape the summer heat. Chen Yaowe Fan Yin Chunhua. Shen Boyun and Cheng Jing, both wearing black sleeveless vests, listened quietly, trying to gather useful information. Chen Boyun hadn't spent all of Tang Tian's tuition money recently, but had saved a good amount. He figured he could try to get into the official shelter. Presumably, there would be better conditions there, like electricity, food, and medication. He looked at Yin Chunhua, whose face flushed red as she closed her eyes, and frowned even more. They, the young people, could hold out, but if the temperature continued to rise, I'm afraid the latter wouldn't be able to. After the temperature reached 55 degrees, good news came from the garage. Some people still chose to obey the authorities, and wait until nightfall before going out. To their surprise, they actually found a generator. It was brought back overnight, and there was even some unused fuel inside. This was fantastic news, and someone quickly went to other houses, gathered a few cooling units, and placed them in the garage, trying to connect it to electricity. With 2 beeps, the floor-standing air conditioner turned on, and everyone calmed down, as if they had never felt so harmonious. Great! This is like a shelter. We're saved. The crowd rejoiced, but some tactlessly poured cold water on the situation. There's only so much fuel in there. Once it's used up, it's gone. How can we even use the air conditioner? And the garage is so big, even if we found fuel, it probably wouldn't be enough. The harmony seemed fleeting, and then the atmosphere quickly became tense again, almost threatening to break out. All right, stop arguing. Chiu Hongwei, having been a building manager for a while, couldn't help but speak up and offer another suggestion. If all else fails, we have to go out and find fuel again. This is all to beat the heat. Those who don't want to stay here can gather supplies and go to the shelter. The conditions there are definitely better. The people fell silent after hearing this. These might indeed be the only 2 options at the moment, but neither is easy. But to survive, they had no choice. Although the Tang family had been running their cooling system, as the sun grew more intense, the air conditioner gradually began to make a subtle wheezing sound, as if every second counted. So Tang Tian reset the air conditioner and took out several buckets filled with hailstones collected during the hailstorm. He then set up a few cooling fans, blowing out a refreshing cool breeze. The melted hailstones could also be used as domestic water, eliminating any waste. Although they still slept on the floor, they had brought out a brand new mat, washed and air-dried. Before bed, Tang Tian would spray all over with floral water, which was incredibly cool. At this moment, Tan Tan was also sleeping in his own nest, even with his limbs raised and his belly exposed, equally comfortable. But most importantly, Tang Tian had refined her ice attribute abilities. The level 3 Loquat Dew was refreshing and cool, and Wei Mingxiao loved the taste. But Tang Tian had also unlocked a new, even more advanced, ice attribute level 5 dish, Mango Sago. The orange-yellow color looked refreshing and alluring, and it was filled with a rich, sweet, delicate, and refreshing ingredient. After Tang Tian finished a bowl, she spread her palms and released her supernatural power, revealing a sliver of icy blue, like a small storm in a crystal ball. With a flick of her hand, the blue gradually gathered, forming a sharp arrow. Diffused again, it transformed into a circular shield. This must be a supernatural attack method. Perhaps other elemental powers could do the same. Tang Tian had an idea and imprinted the blue on the room's wall. The area then emanated a faint glow, as if it had become a small piece of the far north, icy to the touch. I thought of the ancient pepper rooms used for heating. If I covered the entire room with ice, wouldn't it become an ice house, eliminating the need for air conditioning? While the idea was great, it would probably take a considerable amount of mental energy to pull it off. As the temperature began to approach 60 degrees, people's supplies began to run low. Once again, the issue became less about avoiding the heat and more about filling their stomachs and quenching their thirst. Furthermore, Residents actually organized teams to search for fuel, but they always returned empty-handed. The generator fuel had long since run out, and the garage air conditioner could no longer be turned on. With the scorching heat, the garage grew increasingly humid and stuffy, and the lingering odor prompted renewed complaints from those seeking refuge inside. It's at least 40 degrees in this garage. It's scorching hot. Isn't it? Today I asked my neighbor across the street to come over for some cool-off, but I called out several times, and no one responded. Later I learned he was dying of the heat. The heat stroke was so severe, it was impossible to save him. I think we die of thirst, not heat. Thirst will kill us faster than heat. Where can we find fuel? That team is so useless. Until the power came back on, people rushed home to turn on the air conditioner. Soon, faint cries could be heard from inside the building. Damn it! Who's so shameless as to break down my door? And steal things from inside? Oh my God! My house was robbed too. Don't let me find them, or I kill them. Someone was robbing again, desperate for supplies. Chiu Hongwei no longer wanted to manage the building, so there was no one in charge, and chaos soon descended. Especially now that people were active at night and dormant during the day, many who usually went out to forage for supplies chose to go out after sunset. But the dangers at night were even greater. There were robbers mid-route, lurking nearby, and ambushes of all kinds, undoubtedly making the journey even more dangerous. The door to the 17th floor suddenly opened, and Shin Boyun and Chung Jing rushed in breathlessly. The former turned and immediately locked the door, then asked, Chung Jing, are you okay? It's okay, Brother Yun. Our shields aren't broken yet. It blocked that blow. Even though they said that, a wave of fear welled up in their hearts. After nightfall, they prepared to go out, but in the darkness, they needed lights, which would reveal their whereabouts. They had managed to find some supplies, but when they returned, they were attacked by a small group. From their words, it sounded like the same bandits they had encountered earlier. Since they had no water, these bandits must have been robbing passers-by for their supplies. Not wanting to fight any longer, Chen Boyun retreated and fled the area, returning to Hexinuen with Chung Jing, thus escaping the disaster. But even after encountering those bandits, he still felt a lingering fear, a deep sense of apprehension. He was deeply worried that the bandits would expand their circle and raid Hexinuen, leaving them without a chance to defend their two buildings. The Tang family might have a solution, but Shin Boyun also understood that Tang Tian wouldn't fight for the entire building. If she could repel the bandits, it would only be for the household in 1701. What's wrong with you? At this thought, the door to 1701 suddenly opened, and Tang Tian peeked through the crack. To be like everyone else, the Tang family had changed their routine, and she was packing her backpack for her next outing. But the two of them were making too much noise, and she saw what was happening on the surveillance camera and opened the door to inquire. Chung Jing went back with the supplies first. Shin Boyun stood up, dusted himself off, and told her about the bandits. Tang Tian remained silent. Judging from the flood bandits, there would definitely be more of these bandits in the future. It all depended on whether the authorities would take action again to suppress them. Tang Tian. Shin Boyun seemed hesitant to speak, then took a deep breath and slowly said, I want to take my family to the official shelter. Tang Tian paused, then instinctively replied, okay, it's your choice, and it's definitely safer there. Staying here, I have to worry about food and safety every day, and now there's the added priority of avoiding the heat. Going to the official shelter, while not necessarily cooler, would guarantee food, and the authorities would have better weapons to defend against foreign enemies. Most importantly, the authorities never gave up on the people. There were only those who were reluctant to leave, or those who despised the poor conditions. A slight hint of disappointment crossed Shin Boyun's face, and he pulled something out of his pocket and asked, in this weather, even hiking to the shelter is difficult. Tang Tian, this is what I found outside this time. Can we trade it for some extra supplies? Tang Tian looked down and saw some scattered gold and jade jewelry. She was now well known in both buildings for her desires. It wasn't like no one had their doubts, but once they received the supplies, they completely forgot those doubts and even expressed their gratitude. Of course, what do you want? Tang Tian accepted the items and readily agreed. After a few words, she went home to sort out the supplies for the exchange. Water was essential, but since it was scarce, it was best to have food that could be eaten directly. The Shin family should have some compressed biscuits, so Tang Tian added dried meat, protein bars, and other foods. She also added a box of summer heat medicine and even a few cigarettes, which might be useful when they reached the shelter. After looking at it, Shin Boyun frowned slightly and asked, isn't this too much? Based on the previous exchange of gold and jade for water, these supplies are considered excessive, right? And each of them is very useful. Tang Tian paused, her face calm. And Yen isn't feeling well, so you can keep them. If we have a chance to meet again in the future, you can return them to me. Yin Chunhua and Wei Mingxiao are about the same age. If it weren't for his golden finger, Wei Mingxiao would probably have been in the same situation as Yin Chunhua. However, she didn't say it explicitly. Separated in the apocalypse, they didn't know if they would be dead or alive again, nor when they would meet again. Shen Buiyun was silent for a moment, as if mustering courage, before whispering, Are you sure you don't want to go to the shelter? I know you have the conditions, but it should be better now than it was when it was first built. In the dead of night, the window was almost pitch black. In the sky, however, the moon and starlight, brighter than usual, seeped into the corridor like a veil. At least Hexinuen was peaceful at this moment, the power was on. But the radio was also announcing further changes, which contributed to the chaos in the building. But everything was fine with Tang Tian, and she didn't want to move for the time being. Of course, she couldn't reveal the reason. Tang Tian pondered for a moment, then smiled faintly, saying, There are fewer and fewer people in the building now, and I established myself here, so there aren't many people harassing me anymore. Why not wait until later? We don't know the exact intentions of the authorities yet. Shen Buiyun thought about it, and it made sense. Going to the shelter would mean starting all over again, and her situation would definitely not be as good as Tang Tian's current one, and she wasn't short of supplies. It seemed he had been a little impatient. Maybe it was because he was just a little reluctant to leave. The temperature was still around 40 degrees Celsius after nightfall. Seeing Shen Buiyun's face growing redder, Tang Tian glanced at the time and said, Go back and use the air conditioning, or you get heat stroke. People are most susceptible to heat stroke right now, but mild cases might be okay. The biggest worry is if it turns into a severe case, and then it's too late. Shen Buiyun nodded, thanked him, and returned to 1702. He told his family about his plan, and no one objected. For ordinary people, official sources have always been the most authoritative. The shelters under construction are truly safe havens. Shen Buiyun adjusted the radio again. Official news played on a daily loop, occasionally interspersed with new information. Hearing that the shelters were nearing capacity, he became even more determined to take his family there first. Chapter 53. Tang Tian opened the window shade slightly and looked outside. The setting sun cast a golden glow, and the sky took on a rose-gold hue, tinting the entire view red. The sun was about to set. The radio blared with new news, officially announcing that the country would enter a period of nocturnal activity. The original power outage and power on schedule had also been changed, with 2 periods during the day and 1 during the night. Each period lasted only 2 hours, which together only accounted for a quarter of a day, leaving people in a state of near death. The air raid shelters and above-ground shelters were nearing capacity for refugees. Officials issued a final notice, urging those in need to arrive as soon as possible. You have to remember that Spring City had a population of tens of millions before the apocalypse, and transportation had been difficult since the extreme cold. There was no way out of the city, and people from other cities couldn't get in. Even if the natural disaster had destroyed more than half of the population, the basic shelters couldn't accommodate all the victims. People in the building began to grow anxious. Although the underground garage had shade, it lacked cooling, and the temperature inside was gradually approaching that outside. It was impossible to stay inside for long, let alone escape the heat. Adding to the shortage of supplies, more and more people were planning to form teams and head to the shelter. Rather than waiting to die, why not try their luck? What if they could make it to the shelter? Wouldn't that give them a chance of survival? So, over the past few days, people in the building have been recruiting teams from house to house, preparing to pack up and head to the nearest shelter under cover of darkness. The Shen family was also packing, and it looked like they were leaving tonight. Tang Tian was also planning to leave tonight, but of course, she wasn't going to the shelter. But to start another round of free shopping, Tangy gave both backpacks a final check. Turning back, she saw Tantan biting his trouser leg, blinking his dark eyes, with an expression of grievance and an inexplicable resentment. Tang Tian had no choice but to ask, Tian, Tantan has barely left the house since we came home. There's nothing outside right now. Do you want to take him out? Dogs love being outdoors, and although Tantan is still young, he's growing fast. Standing up, he now reaches Tang Tian's waist. Even large dogs aren't that long. At first glance, it's hard to tell he's still a puppy. Tang Tian squatted down and pried open his mouth. All his teeth were almost fully grown. She had never owned a dog before, so she wasn't sure if this was normal. But after experiencing the mutant piranhas, she felt a connection. But she's still worried. Dogs are afraid of heat. It's still over 40 degrees Celsius after dark. Can Tantan survive it? How about feeding him some ice-attributed supernatural food? We need to eat before we leave anyway, Tang Yi suggested. At the key words, Tantan loosened Tang Yi's trouser legs and began to stick out his tongue. Is his master about to give him something delicious again? Tang Tian had only ever fed Tantan with passive supernatural food, and it was usually just staple food. She either made dog food with real-life ingredients or soaked some dog food for him, but she never tried feeding him food with active supernatural powers. Woo! Tantan started to act coquettish, and Tang Tian softened her heart. Besides, how could supernatural food be the same as regular food? So, in the end, both the dog and the person got a bowl of mango pudding. But Tang Tian heated up Tantan's portion, and mixed it with some dog food before letting him eat it. Even after finishing his meal, Tantan was still lively and unhurried, showing no signs of discomfort. Night had already fallen outside. After Wei Mingxiao's instructions, Tang Tian and Tang Yi donned hats and seamless masks, eye sleeves, and a hanging fan around their necks. They shouldered their backpacks and set off with Tantan. Coincidentally, the people next door also opened their doors, and the two groups met. Everyone in the Shin family was carrying large and small bags, but Shin Boyun and Cheng Jing's backpacks were particularly large, carrying the most belongings. Tang Tian and him met eyes, but for some reason, neither spoke. Instead, it was Yan Chunhua who spoke first. We're leaving tonight for the shelter. Thank you so much for your help. In fact, even before this, she was even more reluctant to leave this home, where so many memories were held, for a completely unfamiliar place. But she also understood that without the Tang family's help, Shin Boyun might not have been able to gather the supplies for his family to go to the shelter. A thank you was necessary. It's okay, Aunt Yin. We're neighbors, we help each other. Tang Yi replied with a smile. Have a safe trip. Maybe we meet again someday. Tang Tian and Shin Boyun were stunned for a moment, then relaxed. Yes, it's impressive that they survived until now, and the future isn't necessarily the worst. Qin Yaowa also said sincerely, Tang Tian, Tang Yi, I admit I used to have a bad temper, but now you helped us so much. I definitely remember that. You must survive. Tang Tian smiled and said, I understand. Take care. I'm waiting for you to repay me. Qin Yaowa curled her lips at this, and the atmosphere finally lightened, a hint of laughter. In the apocalypse, life is so precious that greetings have changed from have you eaten? To are you still alive? It was getting late, and the Shin family went downstairs. Until it was light downstairs, the air was clear and cold, yet strangely eerie. The velvety night sky even reflected faint lines of the Milky Way. Every moment out was dangerous, and time was running out. After saying goodbye to Tang Tian and Tang Yi, the Shin family hurried away, their figures disappearing into the darkness. Thanks to the mango sago, the temperature felt by the two people and the dog was between 25 and 30 degrees Celsius, a comfortable temperature for humans. Tan Tan, are you feeling hot? Woof. Tan Tan responded. He had rarely been outside, and the moment his forepaws touched the ground, he eagerly sniffed everywhere, marking the spot. Seeing how relaxed it was probably really the effect of its ice attributability. It just wasn't likely that it could form ice balls with its hands like a human. Reassured, Tang Tian and Tang Yi left Hexin Garden. The near-total darkness made it easier to hide. After looking around, Tang Tian retrieved 2 off-road bikes from the warehouse. She had considered using an electric scooter, a motorcycle, or even a car, but the temperature was so high that it could easily catch fire, so she ultimately opted for this. Putting on a helmet, Tang Tian mounted her bike and whistled at Tan Tan, who followed her happily and ran off. Of course, she wouldn't let Tan Tan run the entire way. She would reluctantly stuff some into her backpack to let him rest. Tang Tian's target this time was still shops like goldsmiths, primarily looking for gold, jade, and emeralds. However, if she could find any useful supplies along the way that hadn't been damaged by the flood, she would still accept them. With such high levels of flooding, unless containment measures were extremely effective, everything would be soaked and unusable. The moonlight tonight was incredibly bright, barely illuminating the road ahead without a lamp. And the further they got, the more Tang Tian realized that not every area had been cleared of mud. And the mud that hadn't been cleared had long since hardened from the sun, making the ground bumpy and slowing down their speed considerably. Occasionally, they could hear what sounded like voices or other noises nearby, and Tang Tian and Tang Yi would quickly pass by. After riding for only 10 minutes, a gas station came into view. Although Tang Tian and Tang Yi had already been at the gas station before the apocalypse, and even before that, they had also collected a batch of fuel from the garage, the total amount wasn't significant. But floods can easily cause gas stations to flood, and they weren't sure if they could still be cleared here. Thinking the gas stations always activate emergency plans during floods, Tang Tian decided to try her luck. They stopped and got out of the car. Tang Yi kept watch while feeding Tan Tan snacks, while Tang Tian sneaked inside to investigate. There was no need to look at the small convenience store that was always present at the gas station. It was definitely empty. Tang Tian simply took out the gas nozzle and pulled the trigger, but aside from a strange noise coming from inside, no fuel came out. Tang Tian waited patiently for a moment, before a few drops of fuel dripped out of the nozzle. She quickly reached for it. However, the fuel disappeared mid-air, having been stored directly in the system storage. A few more hisses, and a thin stream of fuel flowed out. Tang Tian didn't care whether the oil was usable or not. After collecting it all, she and Tang Yi left for the moment. There weren't just gas stations, there were also many in the community, especially the hardware store near the gate. Tang Tian, reflecting on her gold properties and smelting skills, checked every one, finding anything useful, and storing it in her system. Perhaps they were lucky this time. After riding for over half an hour, they didn't encounter any bandits. Those small shops, for example, had probably been bought up for nothing before the flood, leaving them completely clogged with mud. Searching large supermarkets would take even longer, so the two of them decided not to go in for the time being. The delivery stations were also empty. Tang Tian considered the larger logistics warehouses, but the packages were likely already damaged, so she decided not to consider them for the time being. Occasionally, she would find a gold recycling shop. Tang Tian checked every one of them, but ultimately found only a few small safes hidden deep inside. About half an hour later, they were more than 10 kilometers away from Hexinuen, a new territory for the two sisters. Reaching a corner, Tang Tian downed a few sips of an electrolyte drink. Although she could feel the temperature drop, cycling for such a long time was still exercise, and she needed some hydration. She also took out the dog bowl and gave Tan a bowl of water. A faint rumbling sound could be heard not far away. Tang Tian pulled out her binoculars and spotted an unusually brightly lit area. Based on the distance, she suspected it was a shelter. She wasn't sure if it was officially or unofficially constructed. After checking the map, Tang Tian said happily, "There's a brand-name gold shop not far away. Let's go check it out." Along the way, they came across a one-story brand-name gold shop, but unfortunately, everything inside had been bought for nothing, leaving even the odds and ends untouched. So, they had to leave and continue their search. After riding their bikes for a while, a three-story gold shop appeared before them, though it lacked the dazzling brilliance of their previous impression. Tang Tian went in alone, turning on a powerful flashlight and making sure no one was around before she began her search. The first floor sold gold jewelry, the second floor jade and jadeite, and the third floor jewelry, though the counters also bore cracks from vandalism. The glass here seemed stronger. Some of it remained unbroken, leaving valuables trapped in the cracks, though their brilliance had been diminished. But Tang Tian grinned. For her, as long as the items were genuine, that was all that mattered. After searching all three floors, finally finding something, Tang Tian returned to reunite with Tang Yi. Tang Yi, who had just reviewed the map, said to the former Tian Tian, "I seen it. There's an antique shop not far from here. It's quite large. Should we go check it out?" Tang Tian's eyes lit up. Maybe there's something worth spending real money on there. Thinking so, Tang Tian hopped on her bike and headed in that direction. A few minutes later, they arrived at the shop's entrance. The shop looked to be over 100 square meters in size. The glass door was closed, and the darkness inside was pitch black. Tang Tian broke through the glass and went in. There were more items here than in those expensive shops. Perhaps people assumed antiques weren't as valuable as gold, so they didn't choose them. However, many of the items inside the shop were covered in mud and sand, and some were broken. Tang Tian pulled out her plastic gloves and, like an archaeologist, began digging for treasure in the mud and sand. Wiping the sweat from her forehead, she actually managed to unearth a treasure trove of jadeite. The other intact antiques were generally unattainable, so she had to let them go. After returning, they counted their finds and checked the time. It hadn't taken them long, but the sisters decided to return home. They chose to go out after dark, when the city's electricity was on. After the power went off, they might encounter enemies along the way. Then, they chose another route back, hoping to find new shops and continue their looting. After discussing it, the two of them headed towards Hexinuen, bathed in the moonlight. Hey, sister, look over there. About 8 kilometers from Hexinuen, Tang Tian spotted another concentrated area of lights in the distance. But the power had long been out, suggesting it was actually generating its own electricity. Tangy parked the car and looked at the map for a while before saying, "It looks like a villa area over there. I was originally thinking of buying one of those, but then I thought better of it and bought a building. Now I'm so glad I made that choice." If they had actually bought a villa, the Tang family would have been forced to move during the snowstorm. Seeing Tang Tian's thoughtful expression, Tangy asked in surprise, "Tian Tian, you're not thinking of buying something there for nothing, are you?" Tang Tian nodded. In her eyes, these villas were like giant blind boxes. The allure was simply too great. Those who could live here were either wealthy from previous generations, or had made fortunes in the current generation. How could they not have family backgrounds? Excluding those who had moved away or had already been bought for nothing, there might still be something to be gained. Families like these often have safes, which ordinary people might not be able to open even with brute force. This gives them an advantage. Tangy hesitated, but there's light in the middle area, so it looks like they live together. We have to sneak to the houses on the edge, but wouldn't that be dangerous? Tang Tian rubbed her chin and replied, "It can't be helped. I'm willing to sacrifice my child to catch the wolf. To upgrade my cheat code, I give it my all. And you have superpowers, so it shouldn't be too dangerous." Tang Tian now has 5 superpower slots, and Tangy has 4, for a total of 9 superpowers, like a long row of skill slots in online games. And within them, there's both attack, defense, and healing, so even if you're injured, you can still heal. That's the healing power from the green cuisine, and at level 5, it can heal most injuries. Tangy gritted her teeth and agreed. "Okay, I do as you say. Let's go!" Tan Tan wagged his tail, seemingly agreeing readily. They followed the wall to the gate of the villa complex, where they saw the words Jiangnan Liyuan written in large letters. However, Tang Tian feared the main entrance might be under surveillance, so she didn't enter directly there. Instead, the two of them worked together to climb over the wall, not forgetting to bring Tan Tan inside. The area they were standing on, usually a green belt before the apocalypse, was now devoid of vegetation, only the dried mud that hadn't been cleared. Tang Tian observed the surroundings by moonlight. Seeing the calm, he exchanged a glance with Tangy, leaned forward, and walked out. Tan Tan's footsteps were even quieter, and he cleverly avoided barking as he followed the sisters. The first villa they faced had its floor-to-ceiling windows broken, allowing Tang Tian to enter without making a sound. The villas here were all small, 2-story buildings. After a quick search, Tang Tian found no useful supplies or safes, so she immediately moved on to the next one. Similar in size to Hexinuen, there were 5 villas in a row. Tang Tian and Tangy searched all 5, but found nothing. Tang Tian frowned. Could she have been mistaken? Wasn't this a wealthy area? Or had even the safes been taken away by those living in the central area? Just as she was thinking, Tangy suddenly grabbed her from behind and hid behind a villa. Tan Tan tensed, her entire body tensed, her hair nearly exploding. Tang Tian looked over and saw someone approaching with a flashlight in the distance. It looked like they were on patrol. This kind of flashlight could easily detect any movement, and Tang Tian almost held her breath. There were about 3 or 4 patrolling, walking briskly, as if they wanted to finish their work and return home quickly. Not long after, Tang Tian and Tangy vaguely overheard their conversation. "Brother Wang, do you think we should go to the official shelter?" Before Brother Wang could answer, someone else interrupted. "Oh, no wonder you're new here, and don't know how powerful our boss is. Look, we have supplies and electricity now. Isn't life better than in the shelter? I heard the shelter is still crowded, and they have to conserve electricity. They eat a pitiful amount every day, and it's barely enough to fill them up. We're with the boss, we can eat well, smoke, and drink. Isn't it more free and comfortable there?" This certainly sounds comfortable, and it's no wonder some people don't want to go to the official shelter, choosing to wander around outside until they band together and build an unofficial shelter. Brother Wang seemed to have a cigarette in his hand. He took a puff before slowly saying, "Yeah, ever since I met Brother Wu, I feel like I can continue to survive in the apocalypse. Anyway, I don't want to go to that little official place." However, upon hearing this voice, Tang Tian and Tangy were both stunned. This voice. Sounds familiar? This weather truly is like the end of the world. People are restless. I want to stay with Brother Wu. The few of them walked, laughing and joking, guided by the flashlight. They soon passed the villa where they were hiding and walked away. But Tang Tian and Tangy didn't come out immediately. A moment later, Tang Tian suddenly remembered. Isn't that Wang Hui's voice? Wang Hui could be said to be the first building manager of Building 15 after the apocalypse, but he left Xinyuan almost as the snowstorm was over. It seems he had come across a new group he recognized and chose to join. Tang Tian immediately put the matter aside and continued to search the villa with Tang Yi. But it seemed as she imagined. Safes in villas are usually built in, but they clearly all been dismantled. They must have gathered them all together first, then found a way to open and remove the valuables. But these luxury items are practically impossible to sell right now, so they're probably just hoarding them to see if they'd be useful later, like a dragon guarding its treasures in a cave. This was a difficult situation. It seemed they had to find the villa they were using as a warehouse, so they had to head to the central area. Having arrived, Tang Tian didn't want to leave empty-handed. Perhaps relying on their magical powers, the two sisters decided to give it a try. The two of them moved silently and slowly to the brightly lit central area. Occasionally cheerful laughter could be heard from within, creating a rather decadent atmosphere, with both men and women present. Tang Tian ignored the occupied houses for now, and headed for the several buildings next door, which were generally considered important locations. The ones with dim lights, in particular, were likely warehouses, piled with looted supplies. As expected, Tang Yi silently patted her and pointed forward. Moonlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, revealing a villa's living room, piled high with cardboard boxes and other items. But since it was a warehouse, it certainly wasn't easy to get in. The outer wall of the courtyard looked raised and covered with what looked like homemade barbed wire. A camera was even mounted above the main entrance. Tang Tian formed a figure 8 with one hand, half closed her eyes, and aimed a bullet, firing a single air bullet, knocking the camera down. Tan Tan immediately rushed forward to catch it in his mouth, then happily came over with the camera in his mouth, wagging his tail. Tang Yi petted his dog's head and threw the damaged camera away. Besides the high wall and barbed wire, the gate was wrought iron. Tang Tian used her metal-based supernatural power to create a space for entry. "Sister, you and Tan Tan should keep watch. I'll be back soon," Tang Tian whispered and slipped inside. Unlike the other villas whose floor-to-ceiling windows were smashed, this one was intact. However, she remained cautious and did not advance, instead searching for traps and surveillance cameras. Only after confirming this did she tiptoe to the door with confidence. Thankfully, it was a metal door, so she used her supernatural power again to enter. She retrieved her tools and began probing, only to discover the camera again. There must be a lot of supplies here, otherwise it wouldn't be so well guarded. This time, Tang Tian was even more ruthless, grabbing a piece of cloth and covering the camera. But this immediately put the countdown in motion, and she had to quickly loot all the supplies. With a dim light, Tang Tian quickly surveyed the area and found it was filled with cardboard boxes, so she headed back upstairs. As expected, she found a pile of safes of all shapes and sizes in a second-floor room, clearly from other villas. A small number of the safes, large and small, had been broken open by brute force, leaving only the broken boxes. Perhaps because this was too tiring, most of the safes were simply left unopened. Tang Tian waved her hand, and the damaged ones were also recorded in the system. A rough count showed over 50 safes. Tang Tian was overjoyed. Her $0 shopping spree was finally over. But to her surprise, several lights suddenly lit up outside the window. Flashlights, and faint shouts could be heard. "Oh no! Someone's breaking in! Help!" Tang Tian's heart skipped a beat, and she hurried away. Chapter 54. But this time, they weren't discovered because Tang Tian and Tang Yi's movements were caught on surveillance. Rather, after the patrol was complete, Wang Hui, concerned about the warehouse, returned to conduct another inspection. Wang Hui had initially teamed up with others to reach an official shelter, but construction had just begun, and the nearest one was a long way off. So halfway through, they faced a lack of food, water, and cold. Along the way, their shelter consisted of deserted floors, where they stopped to build fires for warmth. Unexpectedly, one night, Wang Hui was attacked by a teammate. This incident left a deep psychological scar on him, considering they had always supported each other since Building 15. So Wang Hui killed the man, and the others scattered. He figured that even if he went to a shelter, this situation would likely happen again, so he abandoned the idea and wandered around outdoors, becoming a robber. Soon, however, he became acquainted with a gang of robbers and earned the favor of their leader, who wanted him to join. The leader was a newly incarcerated death row inmate, whose sentence review typically takes a year or two, so he still had his life. However, he was filled with resentment and anger. Seeing the disaster approaching, he took advantage of the worst and escaped with other prisoners from the detention center, even killing a guard and stealing several guns and ammunition. With these resources, he could practically move freely, and his group continued to expand, becoming a pack of wolves that robbed and survived wherever they went. After hearing about these exploits, Wang Hui chose to join without hesitation. Since he had no ties in the world, only his life, why not join a powerful group and earn a few more days of survival? Compared to those timid people in Xinyuan, this place suited him better. Today, Wang Hui had risen to a mid-level position, even commanding a group of subordinates. Tonight, they were on patrol, also to train new recruits. After inspecting the warehouse, they continued onward, but Wang Hui unexpectedly returned, catching Tang Yi off guard. The warehouse was the heart of the team, storing a vast amount of looted supplies, enough for their large group to survive for a while. They absolutely couldn't afford any mishaps. Wang Hui, feeling relieved, raised his powerful flashlight and shone it directly into the face of the clueless thief. The next moment, a dozen armed henchmen came running from a distance. Tang Tian quickly crossed the iron gate, patched it up, and then fired an air bullet, hitting Wang Hui directly in the hand. The latter dropped the flashlight with a cry of pain, only to continue shouting, "Catch these two thieves! There's a reward!" The minions, weapons raised, roared and charged forward. Tang Tian and Tang Yi raised their hands and fired air bullets, each one blasting them in the head. The minions braked to a stop, their eyes widening in disbelief. Could it be that these two little thieves still had guns? Taking advantage of that moment, Tang Yi fled with Tan Tan, while Tang Tian stayed behind. With another wave of her hand, a puff of purple powder, barely perceptible in the darkness, erupted, showering the following minions in the face. The minions froze, then fell to the ground one after another with thuds. But they weren't dead. Instead, they were struck by Tang Tian's sleep ability, falling into a fetal slumber. Take this opportunity and run. It wasn't that they couldn't fight, but they weren't sure how many people there were. Tang Tian didn't want to expend any extra effort, so she quickly escaped the villa complex with her haul. Wang Hui covered his hands, watching the whole thing in disbelief. Until another group of people approached from behind, the large man surrounded in the middle demanded in an unpleasant tone, "What the hell happened? How could a thief dare to come in? What's the point of the surveillance?" The large man was the team leader, Wu Yi. His stern face gave him a truly menacing aura, and he even had a long scar on his face that trembled slightly as he spoke. Because he had chosen to burn, kill, and loot from the beginning, he had always had plenty of supplies. He looked no different from an ordinary person before the apocalypse, which was quite rare. Wang Hui understood this was a sign of Wu Ye's anger and quickly said, "Brother Wu, those two thieves seem to be heading for the warehouse. I go see if anything's missing." Wu Yi was even more dissatisfied. He had just been enjoying himself with the others in the room, drinking and having fun. Being interrupted by such a trivial matter was humiliating for the leader. He kicked the fallen henchman a few more times and found several dead, seemingly from gunshot wounds. But many were merely asleep. He was furious and immediately brought in the security personnel. Without waiting for them to explain, he executed them on the spot. Wang Hui quickly returned, breathlessly replying, "Brother Wu, the security camera on the door was broken, and the security cameras in the room were blocked. Nothing's missing from the first floor, but on the second floor, for some unknown reason, all the safes are gone." What? Wu Yi was also shocked when he heard this. But he, after all, wanted to make an example of someone else. He just couldn't understand why the thief didn't take the supplies on the first floor, which were all food, water, and medicine, but instead went for the hard-to-open safes on the second floor, and they were completely empty. There must be someone else out there to help. Wu Yi's face darkened at the thought. He quickly added, "Brother Wu, we already given up on opening the safes on the second floor, and the things inside aren't edible. Besides, we were already discussing whether to raid again. Now this is the most important thing." After that, Wu Yi's group would only go out on raids, specifically targeting neighborhoods with few active residents and smaller, unofficial shelters. Wu Yi snorted again in dissatisfaction. By the moonlight, he noticed Wang Hui's injured hand again. After a moment's reflection, he said sternly, "Wang Hui, let it go this time, but I don't want to see this happen again. But I give you a chance to redeem yourself. This time, you lead the raid. Go back and treat your wound." Wang Hui dared not refuse, and had no choice but to agree. After Wu Yi and his men had left, he angrily ordered the others to wake the sleeping minions, then left, clutching his hand. This was Tang Yi's first experience with this. Her original hiding place was actually quite secluded, but she hadn't expected Wang Hui to inspect her so thoroughly. When the light shone on her, she felt her heart stop. As she rode her bicycle, she slowly frowned and asked again, "Tian Tian, I exposed your whereabouts this time. What will they do? Sister, we're all masked. Even if we run into Wang Hui, he might not recognize us in that state. And we haven't seen them chasing us yet. Tang Tian consoled her. If anything, it's my fault. Maybe I shouldn't have been so greedy. The situation just now was truly precarious. A single mistake could have easily led to us being surrounded. But she collected dozens of safes in one go. This time, her haul was far greater than usual, so it wasn't a loss. Tang Yi nodded, and the two of them and the dog returned to Hixin Garden. The mango sago's duration was almost up, and Wei Mingxia added more hailstones to the bucket to keep warm. Tang Tian and Tang Yi showered one after the other, and drank iced lemon tea from their system. The trophies from their free shopping trips were spread out on the floor. Tan Tan sniffed at them, seemingly wagging his tail with pride. This is the trophy my masters and I have brought back from our hunting trip. Now it's time to happily open the blind boxes. Wei Mingxia also helped. First, they spent gold on the finds from the antique shop, then used their gold-based abilities to clear the safes. The finds from the gold shop were indeed filled with gold, jade, and jewelry that hadn't been moved yet. As Tang Tian unpacked the items, she directly entered gold into her system. Soon, it was time to move on to the finds from the villa complex. Safes of all sizes practically filled the living room. The three of them worked separately, finding safes filled with documents related to finances, legal documents, and personal information, or valuables, antiques, calligraphy, and artwork, or cash. Tang Tian even saw a complete set of coins. There were also luxury items, like watches and brooches, followed by jewelry inlaid with diamonds and gemstones. The largest quantity was packaged gold bars of various sizes, like those Qin Peng had. With so many safes, the three men's mental strength quickly ran low. Tang Tian retrieved 3 bottles of soda from her system, peach, orange, and grape flavors, and resumed after recovering her mental strength. Besides that, there were seemingly ordinary USB flash drives and several hard drives, whose secrets lay hidden within. Tang Tian stored all of these, along with other items that couldn't be spent on gold, in storage, hoping they might be useful in the future. She then added all the gold that could be spent on gold to the system, and with the proceeds from the food store, the gold bar quickly reached 1.5 million, a new high. Tang Tian made a quick decision and opened a new power bar for each of the 3 men. After today's thrilling experience, she realized that her decision to open more power bars each time was a good one. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to use so many powers at once. Her ultimate goal was to have at least 10 power bars. With 1.2 million gold remaining, Tang Tian simply upgraded her air bullets again, from level 7 to the maximum level 10. She practiced well today. Even in such dim light, she managed a headshot. Level 7 was already quite powerful, and at full level, few defenses could withstand it. So the gold coins she just spent quickly halved, to 900,000. Tang Tian, however, seemed to have already planned how to spend the money. She clicked on the commercial street and immediately bought a recipe, glittering candy like gemstones. As the name suggests, this recipe is specifically for making candy, but Tang Tian had a different use for it. As her abilities and activations increase, her mental energy might deplete even faster. But right now, most of their mental energy is replenished through drinks. They couldn't just guzzle soda in front of their enemies during battle, could they? So, after checking it out, Tang Tian decided this recipe was a good one. If drinks provide instantaneous replenishment, then candy provides a gradual replenishment. For example, they could now fire 12 air bullets in a row, and by holding a candy while firing, they could practically have an infinite reload. However, making candy, like making popcorn, requires specific equipment. A candy machine. Tang Tian immediately bought it, leaving only 700,000 gold coins in her coin bar. This wasn't too little, but it wasn't too much either. Tang Tian checked, and saw that upgrading from a medium warehouse to a large warehouse would require 800,000 gold coins. But her current warehouse wasn't even full. Level 3 food acquisition locations have been significantly improved in terms of both time and rarity. Even though Wei Mingxia had equipment like the fish smoker in a can, the 3 of them wouldn't be able to finish the food in the warehouse. I wonder if it'd have other uses in the future? Tang Tian bought another batch of equipment from the store, including the dryer she hadn't bought before, leaving 500,000 gold coins in her coin bar. So she decided to save the gold coins for the next stage. With this in mind, she went back to unlocking recipes, creating delicious dishes, and sending them to the gourmet shop to sell. Tang Yi stored all the open safes in the warehouse, to be used as scrap metal. Laying out the mats, the 3 of them said goodnight to each other, and went to sleep. Today had been another fulfilling day. They rested until dusk the next day, then they leisurely woke up. Their first task was to replace the hailstones in the bucket. What had been dinner became breakfast, but Wei Mingxia still made a lot of delicious dishes. Broccoli with garlic sauce, mincemeat and tofu, clam and loofah soup, stewed chicken legs with potatoes, and noodles with scallion oil, all refreshing meals perfect for summer. After a hearty meal, they resumed their daily training. Before leaving, Shen Boyun had already taught Tang Tian most of the fighting techniques. It was indeed different from her own practice. Now all she needed was diligent practice. Tang Yi and Wei Mingxia first exercised, then practiced with weapons. Even though the room temperature was well controlled, the three of them still worked up a sweat, so they went to shower. At so-called lunchtime, Tang Tian discovered Wei Mingxia had made another pea and fish ball soup. These fish balls were from the farmer's market she bought while stocking up, and had been sitting uneaten in a corner of the warehouse. The thought of the farmer's market made her pause. But she wasn't just thinking about someone, she was considering the possibility that her family would also seek shelter in the future. It seemed that natural disasters like these would change and continue to occur. Who knew if there would be disasters like earthquakes that could destroy buildings in the future? Perhaps they would eventually leave this place and seek refuge elsewhere. Tian, come and see. Tang Yi, who was near the balcony, called out to her. Tang Tian came to her senses and went there first. Tang Yi frowned slightly, handed over the binoculars, and said, I see something black in the distance. Is there a fire somewhere? Tang Tian took it and looked. Sure enough, amidst the orange-red and snow-blue sky, she spotted several plumes of light gray smoke rising. The temperature on the balcony's industrial thermometer had reached 60 degrees. Tang Tian sighed. Once the temperature rises, it's easy to cause a fire. Some are spontaneous combustion, some are caused by motor vehicles, some are caused by construction sites and factories, and chemical plant fires are even more serious. There are even wildfires. But the most common fire is still electrical fires. The authorities probably fear this, so they implemented electricity restrictions. Before he could finish his words, there was a sudden, loud bang, shaking the windowpanes beside them. Tang Tian and Tang Yi quickly ducked for cover. When the vibration stopped, they stood up, still trembling. Tang Tian picked up the telescope again and, as expected, spotted another, even closer spot, with black smoke rising from it. The heat had caused even the water levels of the rivers in Spring City to drop significantly. Some of the land had already cracked. With a fire this large, it was likely that rescue efforts would be delayed. Tian, Xioi, are you all right? Wei Mingxia, still wearing her apron and holding a rice spoon, hurried forward to inquire. She'd breathed a sigh of relief when she learned they were safe. After a few final glances at the smoke, the Tang family went to eat. The sun set quickly, and just as the three of them finished their meal, darkness descended outside. Just as Tang Tian was thinking about her next plan, she heard the sound of a car horn outside. There were even pre-recorded loudspeakers, repeating the message, Please bring your ID cards and go downstairs to receive the supplies. Please bring your ID cards and go downstairs to receive the supplies. At the same time, a large area of lights appeared in the night, almost as bright as daylight. Has this finally arrived another wave of relief supplies? Tang Tian and Tang Yi glanced at each other and immediately dressed and put on makeup, intending to go downstairs to take a look. But there was no need to rush. The sisters each drank another bowl of mango pudding before grabbing their ID cards and bags and leaving the house. Even though their ice-attributed bodies wouldn't feel the intense heat, they still felt the oppressive heat hitting them, making it difficult to breathe. They made their way down the stairs, mostly at a leisurely pace, as the other survivors had already left, so they didn't encounter many people. Upon exiting the unit, I saw 2 trucks parked in front of the building. A long queue had formed, interspersed with occasional complaints, reproaches, and excited cries. The people gathered around the trucks, though wearing uniform heat-resistant uniforms, didn't appear to be soldiers, they were likely paid workers. A uniformed officer holding a megaphone near the line, and shouted, This time, the authorities are sending water and food. Each person is limited to 1 portion. Bring your ID card in advance. Line up properly. Anyone disrupting the order will have their portion revoked and taken away. Everyone, holding various containers, waited in silent anticipation, unable to resist swallowing or licking their already dry lips. Tang Tian glanced around. If everyone from both buildings had come down by now, the number of survivors would clearly have dwindled again. She and Tang Yi silently made their way to the end of the line, when they heard the people ahead of them whispering in hoarse voices. The Imperial Court has finally distributed relief food. If it had been a day or 2 later, I have starved to death. I'm relying on willpower to hold on now. I heard the water being distributed this time comes from the already operational water purification plant. I don't know where it's pumped from, and whether it's drinkable. Why are you still being picky at this point? Anything drinkable is good enough. I even think there was at least water when the floods were still going on. Now it's all gone. Then, they saw more uniformed personnel unloading something from a truck. The line was finally starting to shift. Tang Tian and Tang Yi were listening intently, when they suddenly heard a sharp cry erupt from the front of the line. What is this? What is this? We waited all this time, and all you're giving us is this. How can this even fill us up? I protest. The group gradually grew restless, words spreading from one person to another. Tang Tian quickly grasped the situation from the people in front of her. It turned out that this time, while food and water were being distributed, the water was bottled, but the food was cooked, and there were only two types. One was porridge, the other was a paste made of some unknown substance, and the weight limit was also imposed. Even instant noodles and compressed biscuits were gone, and people were naturally unhappy. The wait for rescue had taken so long that the frustration and even despair suddenly boiled over. The uniformed officer holding a large spoon snorted coldly and said, "Eat it or not, even the people in the shelter eat this every day. How noble can you be, a bunch of disobedient people? Good thing you're eating. If you don't, you be next." The man next to her, who seemed to be her husband, glared and cursed. "Isn't that your fault for the construction? We took the risk and went there, but you claimed we were overcrowded and kicked us out. Did we just not want to go?" After a few words of bickering, the voices of the group behind them grew louder and louder, filling the night. Bang! A loud gunshot rang out. This was the best way to stop the people at this point. The man, also wearing a special uniform and carrying a gun, shielding his face, was clearly different from the other staff members. He was a real weapon. The shelter is currently being expanded, and will soon be able to accommodate the survivors again. The authorities haven't given up on you, so they sent us food and water. If you cause any more trouble, don't blame us for being ruthless. There were two soldiers, like gate gods. One stood beside the staff, the other patrolled the ranks. After hearing this, the survivors swallowed their anger and fell silent for a moment, then began to collect supplies in an orderly manner. Then porridge, so to speak, at least it would fill their stomachs and quench their thirst. Fresh meat and vegetables were hard to come by these days, and even if they did, with the city's frequent power outages and unusable refrigerators, they would quickly spoil at this temperature. Since ancient times, disaster relief has often been based on porridge. The victims may have gone a long time without eating, and consuming large amounts of solid food directly could easily lead to choking and death, which would also be harmful to their bodies. A bowl of porridge, made with both water and rice, was not only mild but also allowed for immediate absorption of carbohydrates, making it the ideal food. Some, however, found it too watery, and combined it with the grain porridge. Finally, carrying a bag of food, they happily returned home. Tang Tian and Tang Yi were at the end of the line, naturally continuing to wait. But the line ahead was still bustling. People were either begging to cut in line, or families were trying to get more supplies. Some were even resorting to self-torture tactics to attract the soldiers' attention. Sadly, these plans either failed or simply went unnoticed by the soldiers. More and more people received food and water, occasionally passing by Tang Tian and Tang Yi on their way back. A rough calculation showed that each person received about 5 liters of water and 4 kilograms of food. It was unclear how many days this would last. Tang Tian doubted that trucks would deliver supplies every day. The line continued to move forward. Qi Cheng, Qin Yulin, their 2 children, Wang Kai, Qiu Hongwei, and others, as well as Zhang Manqin and Li Feiyang, had all received supplies. When Cui Suyang, looking dejected, arrived in line with her grandson, she immediately cried, "Sir, please, for the sake of my child, give me a little more." "I, an old woman, thank you." The staff member looked at the boy next to her, his face flushed with sweat, but he looked more energetic than the adults. He knew the old man must have given all the supplies to his grandson. He had seen this scene many times before, and waving his spoon, he said disdainfully, "Don't try that on me. Show your ID card, register, and leave after receiving the supplies. That's the rule. I advise you not to make a mistake." Choi Soo-young shrank back, reluctantly accepting the supplies first. But then she noticed the soldier next to her, and with a flash of her eyes, she came up with an idea and walked over, her grandson in tow. Chapter 55. The soldier caught sight of Choi Soo-young and her grandson out of the corner of his eye. Without saying a word, he inadvertently pointed his gun at them. In the apocalypse, a Yin Nation soldier would never have done such a thing. But after the apocalypse, They seen too much of the evil side of human nature, even the elderly, children, and women being treated with impunity. It had become a habit. How could Choi Soo-young not see this? She swallowed, still resolute, and whispered through gritted teeth, "Sir, I report you." The soldier raised an eyebrow. What new trick was this? Choi Soo-young didn't wait for his reply, immediately explaining, "You don't know, there are so few people in our neighborhood right now. That's because they were killed by a certain family. If you don't intervene, I'm afraid even my little grandson and I will be in trouble. They're a bunch of ruthless bandits. You must arrest them this time, only then will we be safe." The soldier remained silent after hearing this. The world is in decline, with bandits rampant and gangs forming everywhere. Unofficial shelters have even emerged and are constantly expanding to accommodate survivors, at one point even more prestigious than the official ones. However, the official response is still primarily focused on rescue efforts, and they currently lack the manpower to eliminate every single hideout. Only when they encounter someone proactively will they initiate action, arresting them and sending them to labor camps or executing them. Reports have been received before, and despite Choi Soo-young's confident expression, the soldier simply said, "Leave your information here, and we keep an eye out." Satisfied, Choi Soo-young took her precious grandson and left with the supplies. Finally, the group regained some order, and it was Tang Tian and Tang Yi's turn. The two of them handed over their ID cards, and had the staff nearby register. Tang Tian only then saw that the water was packed in plastic buckets, ready for immediate removal, but food required individual containers. There were two large stainless steel buckets nearby, both empty. One contained off-white porridge, the other a beige paste, presumably made from various grains. She pulled out a plastic basin she had previously prepared and opted for the porridge. But when the porridge ran low, the staff doubled it for her and added some more porridge. They were the last two people on the list. The soldier took the roster and suddenly realized they were the two people Choi Soo-young had reported. But after a closer look, he realized they were just two girls in their teens, emotionally stable, not at all like the brutal murderers Choi Soo-young had described. The soldier closed the roster and decided to ignore Choi Soo-young's ramblings. After the last victims received food and water, the staff finished their work and began loading the remaining supplies back onto the truck. However, Tang Tian didn't return immediately. Instead, she pondered for a moment and handed the items in her hand to Tang Yi. Seeing that there were virtually no other survivors around, she suddenly spoke, "Wait, I have something to ask you." The soldier and the staff member, who looked like a superior, turned their gazes on her, slightly wary. "What is it?" Tang Tian coughed lightly before asking in a deep voice, "I have some supplies, and would like to exchange them with the authorities. Is that possible?" Before the soldier could say anything, the superior snorted and, with a blunt, unconcealed look, surveyed Tang Tian, saying with disdain, "You? Supplies? Want to exchange them with the authorities? Well, tell me what you have." He simply didn't believe Tang Tian's words. Unless she was the leader of a shelter. But this young woman didn't look like she was in that situation. Could she have a lot of supplies? The soldier didn't react in that way. He just stared at her quietly, as if asking her to explain. Tang Tian continued, "To be honest, I used to be a food blogger. The last thing my family needed was food. We even had a factory. But now the natural disaster is severe, so my family and I have done everything we can to stock up. But while we don't have to worry about food, we're really short of necessities. So I thought it would be best if we could exchange them. Especially with you officials, I feel more at ease." Her words were a mixture of truth and falsehood, but her intention was genuine. Although she had plenty of food at home, she only had the necessities she stockpiled. She used to be able to find more free shopping, but now it's almost impossible to find them. But it's best not to bring up the topic of free shopping in front of the soldier. Of course, Tang Tian wasn't suddenly sanctimonious. Rather, the food produced by the system was truly plentiful, far more than a family could devour. Leaving it there would be a waste, so why not try to use it as a resource? Perhaps it would allow the authorities to build a better base sooner. In the event of a more severe natural disaster, she could consider relocating her family. Afraid they wouldn't believe her, Tang Tian opened the box again. The soldier took it and unfolded it, a flicker of uncertainty finally crossing his face. It turned out to be filled with pickled vegetables and a long cylindrical object. What was that? Sausage. And not those snacky ham sausages, but the kind filled with real meat. His eyes widened, yet he couldn't help swallowing. He, the logistics officer, wasn't lying. Although ordinary refugees at the shelter received daily food, it was only porridge and grain paste. To improve their living conditions, they had to find work and receive distribution according to their work. These pickled vegetables, even pickled meat. Few refugees who arrived at the shelter could bring such supplies, unless they were those with status and power before the apocalypse. Tang Tian and Tang Yi seemed like ordinary girls, but the fact they could directly offer such food was enough to prove their words had some credibility. The soldier immediately asked, "How many of these do you have?" Under the circumstances, seeing these things was undeniably exciting and desirable. Even the superior became slightly more attentive. Tang Tian smiled, "Then I have to check on the supplies I want to exchange. I report this to my superiors. Do you have any contact information? I'd let you know if there's any news." Hearing this, he didn't seem surprised that Tang Tian had communication equipment. However, this was beyond Tang Tian's knowledge, so she told the soldier the channel on her walkie-talkie and gave them the bag of food. The soldier and the staff thanked him profusely before driving away from Hexinuen. Tang Tian and Tang Yi also returned home. Tian, isn't this too revealing? Tang Yi was a little worried. Exchanging such a large amount of food for no apparent reason, would she be caught cheating? Tang Tian told her idea and said, "Let's take it one step at a time. If it doesn't work out, I just say I'm out of food and exchange as much as I can. After all, the authorities have also gone to collect supplies, and they certainly have more than we do. We're helping each other, and no one suffers." Even in the apocalypse, it wouldn't be difficult for the authorities to conduct a background check. At most, it would take a while, and they would probably know that Tang Tian was indeed a profitable streamer before the apocalypse. As for the factory, countless people have violated the law by purchasing for free, so the authorities are more concerned with the results and may not dwell too much on such a small matter. After returning, Tang Tian also told Wei Mingxia about this incident. The mother and daughters now had another task to do every day: familiarize themselves with the equipment and prepare food. Wei Mingxia raised the same question, but after hearing the explanation, she strongly agreed with Tang Tian's approach. Her generation, more than the younger generation, wanted to see the country improve, and they were willing to do their part. After speaking, Tang Tian looked back at the supplies she had just received. The water was all collected in a centralized manner, which was more than Tang Tian had imagined. Clean. He tasted the grain porridge again. It was a little harsh on the throat, like yellow cake, but it was more filling. After giving it to Tan Tan, the dog ate it with a quick clapping of his lips, even sticking out his tongue for more. He truly accepted everything. So Tang Tian decided to use this as breakfast for Tan Tan. Just after nightfall on the first day, 2 more vans drove into Hexinuen. The survivors upstairs spotted their headlights, thinking official rescue was on the way, and rushed downstairs excitedly. But then, they were attacked by men who jumped out of the van, and they died unaware of what had happened. Seeing this, the people behind them screamed and fled, while the group of armed men stopped, grinning and asking, "Brother Wang, this is all we have left. It looks like there aren't many people here. Should we just charge in?" Wang Hui, holding a machete, surveyed the buildings, his emotions strangely mixed. After all, he'd been a native of Hexinuen for decades. Who could have imagined such a sudden accident? Not only would he have to leave, but now he'd have to conduct a sweep. But to survive, he continued with his orders, each team responsible for each building, to finish the job and return as quickly as possible. But he gave a few more instructions to the team leader, who was heading into Building 15. Watch out for those 2 families on the 17th floor, especially 1701. They're known for their unusual tactics. Be careful. Okay, Brother Wang, I get it. There are only 2 floors of people in this complex. How could they possibly be so formidable? My brothers and I will be right back. The man who had just chopped down the intruder spoke, and he and the others swarmed upstairs. Wang Hui remained by the van, frowning. For some reason, he felt uneasy. Meanwhile, the Tang family was also busy. A whole row of cans, still pickling various vegetables, filled the smoker. The smoker could handle a wider variety of things, but since the ranch produced the most pork, they decided to focus on sausages. As for the dryer, it could dry any ingredient. But now, with the extreme heat, they could simply use the sun to dry everything quickly. They also dried vegetables and meat during the day. Just as Tang Tian finished gathering another batch of ingredients, Tan Tan, who was chewing on some dried meat in his den, suddenly stood up and ran to the entrance, beginning to scream non-stop. Tang Tian listened intently and heard shrill screams, and what sounded like a fight coming from downstairs. These sounds were already familiar to them. Wei Mingxia, sorting the vegetables, frowned and asked, could it be another invasion from outside? Few people from Hexinuen were now coming to the 17th floor to seek supplies from the Tang family. In their eyes, this was the most suicidal act, and Tang Tian was happy to be a part of it. Tang Tian took out her weapons and equipment. Come on, this kind of thing will probably happen again. Besides, we just had dinner, and we all have special abilities, so we don't have to lose. Tang Yi and Wei Mingxia nodded and equipped themselves. Tang Tian, knife in hand, left the house, locking the main door to the hallway. But the next second, there was a violent banging on the door, and a cry of distress. Oh no, Miss Tang! Something terrible has happened. Please open the door. Tang Tian opened the door, and saw Chiu Hongwei and his men, all sweating and panting. This is terrible, Miss Tang. A bunch of bandits came from nowhere, and have entered the building, and are killing and robbing people. What can we do? Tang Tian replied calmly. What else can we do? If we want to survive, of course we have to defend the building. Chiu Hongwei choked. He knew the truth. But the group was coming with such force, that it was clear they were not to be trifled with. His first thought was naturally Tang Tian, as if she were the building's guardian. After all, even if he suggested that the remaining survivors join him in defending the building, no one would likely respond, simply taking their protection for granted. Besides, Tang Tian always acted to protect her own home. Suppressing bandits was a matter of convenience, and she wouldn't have bothered with the lives of her neighbors. Just as Chiu Hongwei was about to speak again, the footsteps grew closer, and soon a group of people approached. Each of them held a machete, its blades already stained with blood. The leader glanced at the floor and sneered, saying, It seems you're the 17th floor that Brother Wang mentioned. And you're a girl. I'd like to see how formidable you are. Before she finished speaking, Tang Tian waved her hand, sending a cloud of light yellow powder scattering, barely visible in the sunlit corridor. The powder quickly blanketed the faces of the men, who then rolled their eyes and collapsed one by one, their limbs twitching, completely defenseless. Last time back at the villa, she used the sleep ability, but this time, for other reasons, Tang Tian used the paralysis ability from the green cuisine. The paralysis powder paralyzes the enemy. While it doesn't put them to sleep directly like sleeping powder, it completely disables their movement and attack capabilities. Tang Tian then raised his knife and struck one after another, blood oozing out and streaming down the stairs. Chiu Hongwei and the others watched in amazement. They were clearly a gang of bandits, yet they were dealt with so easily. Tang Tian glanced over, and goosebumps immediately spread across their bodies. Chiu Hongwei quickly said, Well then, we won't disturb your pleasure, Miss Tang. Run away. Tang Tian winked at Tang Yi, who nodded and dragged one of the remaining henchmen to the corridor, tying him up like a dumpling with rope. After the others were dealt with, Tang Tian was wielding the blood from her knife when she heard another burst of intense gunfire outside. She frowned. It didn't sound like a shotgun. Even if ordinary people had guns, they rarely used them due to a shortage of ammunition, and most of them relied on cold weapons. Could it be? Help! Help! Save my wife! She's been hacked. Husband! Husband, don't sleep. The authorities are here. We're saved. Tang Tian went to the window and looked down. She saw several military vehicles with national flags on them parked in front of the building. But why did the authorities suddenly arrive? Are they launching a bandit suppression operation? To put it bluntly, Tang Tian didn't think the authorities would specifically dispatch a small team to Xinyuan to suppress the bandits. There was no real benefit involved. Although Yan Nation soldiers never acted solely based on self-interest, things were different after the apocalypse. Thinking this way, Tang Tian noticed the steady march of footsteps entering the building, climbing the stairs one by one, and finally reaching the 17th floor. The men in their distinctive uniforms, carrying guns and painted faces, still met her. This time, Tang Tian noticed something extra on the leader's shoulder. Miss Tang, it's me, a nearby soldier said, his voice slightly relieved. Tang Tian recognized the soldier she had offered to exchange supplies with during the distribution of relief supplies that night. Tang Tian was a little surprised. She hadn't expected the authorities to actually trust her, and to come so quickly. Tang Tian could only think of one reason. I'm afraid the S district shelter isn't doing well, so hearing that some people are willing to exchange supplies has made the higher-ups take it very seriously. Even if they come up empty-handed, it's fine, they can just arrest and punish them. Right now, the shelter and the refugees are most important. Let me introduce you. This is Deputy Director Yang from our S district shelter. Tang Tian was still nervous for a moment, wiping her hands before reaching out to shake hands. Yang Gon glanced at her expressionlessly and said in a deep voice, Miss Tang, I heard you have needs and are willing to exchange food, so I thought I'd come and discuss this with you. It's just that the timing wasn't right. There are bandits from nearby causing trouble. But don't worry, we already wiped them out. Tang Tian asked. Deputy Captain Yang, I'd like to ask if their leader has been captured. I have some personal questions to ask, and I take care of him when the time comes, okay? Having heard her minions mention Brother Wang before, she suspected that Wang Hui was most likely leading this attack. That was the order from the villa district boss, so she wanted to know more. Yang Gan paused, not answering for a moment. He glanced at the pile of bodies nearby, the blood barely flowing, and nodded to the others. Ordinary people today couldn't do that, let alone a young woman. Either she had the ability or capital, or she had great potential. Wang Hui, bound and escorted up, saw Tang Tian, and his pupils trembled. Tang Tian actually had connections to the authorities? He was truly screwed today. Tang Yi led Wang Hui into the hallway, so they could continue their conversation. Deputy Commander Yang, I'm sure you're aware of my situation. I can indeed provide some food, but in return, I'd like to exchange some other supplies for my survival. Is that possible? Tang Tian finished, then pulled out a list she had prepared, listing the items she wanted to exchange. Deputy Commander Yang took a look at it. It contained various daily necessities, such as hygiene, nursing care, and cleaning supplies. These are not only impossible to buy even with money, but are also extremely rare. These days, disaster victims are lucky to have food and drink. There's almost no provision for hygiene and cleanliness, unless it's for those who were once the upper class. The several official factories there are also slowing down production, and it's unclear when they'll be able to resume. The authorities had previously launched a search for supplies, and the warehouses did have some minimal inventory. After the reports had been escalated through the government, he was initially a bit skeptical, but even after seeing the pickled vegetables and dried meat, he was still half convinced. Whether upper-class or middle-class families, it was rare to actively contact the authorities to exchange supplies. They would simply hold on to them, and never share any with the refugees. With the apocalypse still ongoing, it's safe to say that at least 40% of the population no longer trusts the authorities. Of the remaining ordinary people, most were forced to trust them out of a desire to survive. The authorities still had some connections, so the shelter immediately conducted a background check. As Tang Tian had said, the latter wasn't exactly an ordinary person, so perhaps her words were true. So Yang Gan decided to meet with her, as soon as possible to have a chat. Thinking of this, his face relaxed a little, and he said, I wonder how much food you can provide, Miss Tang? While you have good intentions, I would still like to advise you to act within your means and prioritize your own survival. Tang Tian, seeing the official's sincerity, smiled faintly and replied, I understand that, but I also want to make the shelter better and better. My factory was on the verge of bankruptcy before the apocalypse, and it was flooded by the previous snow and floods, so I stored all the supplies at home, and it's barely enough to fit. My factory made dried goods and preserved foods before the apocalypse. How about this? I provide 50 kilograms of meat and 50 kilograms of vegetables each, okay. This wasn't much for a fully fledged shelter, but Tang Tian feared that saying too much would arouse suspicion. Yang Gan and the soldiers standing ready nearby lit up. They hadn't even imagined there would be so much, probably no more than 10 kilograms. After all, 10 kilograms of food would be enough for a family to live on for a long time. To their surprise, Tang Tian immediately offered 50 kilograms, all meat and vegetables. Pickled foods keep longer, and the food in the shelter is now served in large pots. Mixing them together in the pot at least gives the food some flavor, making it palatable for the refugees. Tang Tian was truly a huge help. Miss Tang, on behalf of the authorities and the refugees in the shelter, I express my deepest gratitude and respect. Yang Gan said, and he and the soldiers around him saluted. Tang Tian cleared her throat to hide her embarrassment, and jokingly said, You're welcome. I give you a third-class merit later. To her surprise, Yang Gan and the others took it seriously. They nodded and said, Don't worry, Miss Tang, you definitely earned it. When you come to the shelter, we make sure to arrange it. Tang Tian quickly changed the subject. The two parties agreed on a time to deliver and pick up the goods. Yang Gan and the others saluted again, and then they left in an orderly manner. The building quickly returned to calm, save for the residents on the lower floors, whose homes contained injured people, who still seemed to be pleading with the authorities. Tang Tian entered the hallway, locked the front door, and turned around. The paralyzed henchmen and Wang Hui, bound with a murderous look in their eyes, were still on the ground. Tang Yi was watching them with a knife. Tang Tian's paralysis ability wasn't very high this time, so the henchman had regained some consciousness. But upon seeing Tang Tian, he shuddered, but he still insisted, just wait. If our brother Wu doesn't return for a long time, he'd definitely bring his men to clean up this place. You all be dead then. Wang Hui rolled his eyes. This man followed me behind the door and listened roughly. Doesn't he have any self-awareness? Wu Yi is a formidable figure among ordinary people, but how could he be more formidable than the men in the hands of the authorities? Thinking of this, Wang Hui snorted coldly, tilting his head and speaking coldly. Tang Tian, I felt you were different from the others back in the building. I never thought after not seeing you for so long, you become involved with the authorities. Today I've fallen into your hands. You can kill me or chop me up. Of course. Tang Tian picked up the knife again. To be honest, Wang Hui was quite suited to surviving in the apocalypse. If he hadn't sided with me, he might have survived longer. Now that he's been captured, there's no point in letting him leave alive. To be merciful to the enemy is to be cruel to oneself. She placed the tip of the knife across his neck and commanded, Tell me everything you know about that villa complex. Don't hide anything. Chapter 56. Wang Hui frowned and asked, Are you planning to raid Jiangnan Liyuan? While you're formidable, Wu Ye's men are even more formidable than the flood-ridden bandits. Even if you two go, we'd probably fail. Before he could finish his words, a thug beside him spat again, sneering, That's right. We failed today. But if you want to go, you're courting death. I won't tell you what you want to know. Before Tang Tian could do anything, Tangy raised her eyebrows and plunged the tip of her knife into the thug's mouth. The corridor was instantly filled with screams. Tang Tian smiled, I'm not planning to raid right now, but your team has been decimated at Hexinyuan, and no one has returned to report. With Wu Ye's temper, will he send more troops? Or come in person? I just have to wait. Wang Hui opened his mouth, but no words came. Because Wu Yi was truly that way. He was used to being powerful, and he wouldn't tolerate anyone being more powerful than him. If they didn't return, Wu Yi would surely be furious and send more troops. He closed his eyes, and told Tang Tian everything he knew about Jiangnan Liyuan. But these things are common nowadays. During the pandemic, Wu Ye's team invaded the seemingly wealthy Jiangnan Liyuan to isolate themselves, killing or retaining the few remaining survivors, especially the women. They then proceeded to plunder extensively, choosing a villa as their residence. Next door was a warehouse, where they dismantled and stored the safes. It was only later that they decided the cost-effectiveness wasn't high, so they stopped the destruction. They have lived there ever since, constantly expanding their forces. On the surface, it was an unofficial refuge, but in reality, it was a den of bandits. Moreover, during the looting and arson outside, he had even killed rescue workers. So he wasn't afraid at all. His crimes were numerous, and execution was enough. But their reputation was so widespread that many survivors even offered to join them. Wang Hui felt that he had chosen the right team. Ruthlessness was the only way to survive in the apocalypse. Alas, his death still came. After Wang Hui finished speaking, he steeled himself and said, Tang Tian, go ahead. I have no ties in this world anymore. If I die early, I can still see my parents. In this apocalyptic world, survival was already short, and he was captured. Rather than lingering on, it was better to kill him with a single blow. Tang Tian paused, but this time she didn't use the knife. Instead, she raised her hand and touched the back of Wang Hui's neck. A flash of golden light flashed from her palm, and Wang Hui's entire body stiffened instantly, and he fell to the ground, soundless. Tang Tian had used her electric power, which would allow him to leave without pain. Seeing Wang Hui suddenly die, the nearby henchmen finally grew frightened and began to kowtow, their voices trembling and stammering, Please, please spare my life. Let me go, and I take you to Jiangnan Liyuan, where you can take whatever supplies you want. Before he could finish, Tang Yi slashed his throat. He grumbled for a long time before dying, his face full of resentment. Afterward, Tang Tian and Tang Yi began clearing the hallway again, throwing all the bodies downstairs and wiping away the blood. Then, they clapped their hands and ended the incident. The other neighbors, noticing the quiet outside, finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that once again, someone on the 17th floor had saved the entire building. But the residents of Building 14 next door weren't so lucky. Many had already been killed before the authorities arrived. So, after some discussion, they decided to move into the vacant unit in Building 15, where there were more capable guards. With this in mind, the residents of Building 14 immediately began scrambling for the remaining houses, engaging in a ferocious brawl that left heads and blood stained and took a long time to calm down. And naturally, the two vans, along with the supplies inside, were confiscated by the authorities. Across the way, Jiangnan courtyard. Wu Yi shoved the woman leaning against him away, slamming his wine glass and demanding, his beard puffing and eyes glaring, Say it again? Wang Hui and his men were completely wiped out. The trembling henchman whispered, "Brother Wu, we were searching according to the planned sweep. Wang Hui and his men went to every other neighborhood until the last one, Hexinuan. We found the bodies of our brothers, including Wang Hui's. They were killed there. And their car is missing too. There were all the supplies they harvested." Wu Yi was furious. He was about to curse, but then he thought again, his face darkening as he said, "Where did such powerful people come from? I think it's most likely the group that snuck in that night. No, they must be eliminated immediately. I can't let this threat grow, and I can't let them surpass me." The minion rolled his eyes and asked, "Brother Wu, are you going to personally lead the troops to eliminate them?" Having been pushed aside before, to save his own life, he took the initiative and said with a flattering smile, "Of course. Our Brother Wu is so powerful. This is just an unheard of team. If Brother Wu goes there personally, he's guaranteed to take them down." Wu Yi finally calmed down a bit, curling his lips as he took out a. The text then abruptly shifts topics. 5 days later, food and water will be distributed again. Will they be prepackaged, meant for consumption only, or will they be allocated a minimum daily allowance per person, allowing them to wait for the next wave of rescue? However, many people were unaware of this. Hungry and thirsty, most of them ran out of food and water within 2 or 3 days, ultimately perishing or resorting to looting other neighbors' supplies. So, this time, the loudspeaker not only notified people to come downstairs to collect their supplies, but also reiterated the rules. This infuriated many people. If it weren't for the soldiers nearby maintaining order, it would have likely led to irreversible unrest. The Tang family had also agreed with the authorities for this day, and fortunately, they had already completed all their work. They also waited until the end to line up, but unexpectedly, when it was the sisters' turn, they heard a familiar voice. "Are you just sitting around doing nothing? I reported you so many times, and you turned a deaf ear? Believe it or not, I won't let you off the hook even if I die." Tang Tian and Tang Yi followed the light, and saw who else was causing a scene in front of the soldiers, but Choi Su-young. Tang Tian asked Tang Yi to collect the supplies, then stepped forward and sneered, "What are you fussing about? Even food and water can't stop you?" Although she had no idea what she was up to, from the word report, it seemed likely it was something to do with her. Choi Su-young froze in place at the sound of Tang Tian's voice. But she forced herself to remain calm, turned expressionlessly, glared at her, and cursed, "Am I wrong? You're ruthless and unforgivable. I'm going to report you to the authorities. Ideally, they arrest you all, and then we'd be safe." The soldier finally couldn't take it anymore, and said sternly, "Enough, Auntie. Miss Tang is helping us collect supplies. Please stop being unreasonable, or your next allotment will be deducted." Choi Su-young was stunned, unable to recover. How could this evil woman, Tang Tian, have connections with the authorities? And it sounded quite connected. Wouldn't reporting it like this be tantamount to seeking death? Tang Tian couldn't help but feel a little proud. Someone above them had such a good opinion. Another distribution of supplies had been completed, but that was for everyone. Now it was time for their own transactions. I wondered if the soldier was specifically in charge of the Hexinuan area, or if it was a deliberate act by the higher-ups, believing they were already familiar with each other, so he was still leading a small team. The soldier's name was Gu Bin. He looked about the same age as her, but his dark skin, from the sun, wind, and fatigue, made him look a dozen years older. He first had the other soldiers unload the truck's cargo, which was packed in cardboard boxes, likely the daily necessities on Tang Tian's list. Then, they helped carry the supplies up, and Tang Tian and Tang Yi led them to the 17th floor. They piled them up in the hallway, and the two sisters went home to bring out the packaged food. The soldiers, meticulously following orders and protocol, simply waited quietly at the corridor stairwell, standing like a pine tree. Soon, Tang Tian, Tang Yi, and Wei Mingxiao also brought out several large cardboard boxes. In reality, they didn't have the necessary storage containers, and even though Tang Tian had bought vacuum-sealed bags in advance, the food wasn't that large. Just as I was worrying about it, I stumbled upon a piece of equipment in the system shopping mall that had nothing directly to do with food, but was perfect for my current needs. A packaging machine. With this machine, I could package my own delicious food, although it was a bit pricey, costing a full 200,000 gold coins. Tang Tian had fortunately saved 500,000 gold coins and bought one immediately. Now, all the sausages, dried meat, and vegetables I made could be sealed and packaged directly, and the pickled vegetables could even be packaged in glass jars, making them look more like they came straight from the factory. Then, once the cardboard boxes were produced, they could be sorted and stored and handed directly to the authorities. That's about it. Take a look. Tang Tian exhaled. Gu Bin squatted down and opened the box. Sure enough, it was filled with a variety of dried and pickled vegetables, air-dried sausages, and even dried sweet potatoes, dried pumpkin, and dried corn kernels. Thank you so much, Miss Tang. On behalf of Deputy Chief Yang and the refugees at the shelter, I thank you again. Gu Bin's face was filled with excitement, and he quickly had the others load the food onto the truck downstairs. After the formal handover, Gu Bin and his men quietly departed, and Tang Tian conveniently stored the supplies into the system to be inspected later. However, there was no need to scrutinize them. She trusted the authorities to uphold their word when it came to food. She hadn't expected someone to witness the entire scene. It was Choi Soo-young, who had quietly followed and spied from behind after recovering from her shock. Seeing Tang Tian bring in food and the authorities exchanging other supplies, her eyes widened. If she had these supplies, she and her grandson would surely have a much better life. She had originally assumed Tang Tian had plenty of supplies at home, and now it seemed to be true. And from her tone, it seemed like even if she handed over some of the supplies, there would still be more at home. Choi Soo-young gritted her teeth, her heart aching with hatred. Even if they could squeeze a little out of their teeth, they'd be so stingy. What a cheapskate. As an old woman, she couldn't possibly get any supplies, but to keep her and her grandson alive, she had to beg for some. After returning home, Tang Tian retrieved the supplies from the system and checked them. They were indeed the daily necessities on the list, but many looked like they'd been collected, with different brands and even sizes. It wasn't until she opened 2 boxes that Tang Tian was stunned. She was surprised to find them filled with sanitary napkins. Perhaps they knew the Tangs were both women, so they stocked up extra. That was truly thoughtful. Although many of them came packaged in individual pieces, for women today, this was truly a timely relief. Tang Tian nodded with satisfaction, feeling that this kind of transaction could be repeated in the future. Another night passed. The extremely hot days were not only sunny, but even the evenings were starry. Alas, the rain never fell, making the people living on Earth miserable. This time, 5 or 6 vans drove towards Hishing Garden, but in the middle of them was an SUV. The daytime temperatures could easily cause spontaneous combustion in vehicles, and at their lowest point at night, the temperature only dropped by a little over 10 degrees. But considering the distance, Wei still chose to drive here. At most, it would take a little longer, giving him more time to figure out how to annihilate Hishing Garden. Brother Wu, this is it. Wu Yi, shrouded in darkness, slowly arrived at Building 15. He peered out the window, his face still scornful. He had seen many buildings like this before, and each time, they were the only ones who raided and looted supplies. So even if Wang Hui's team perished here, he still considered it insignificant. Brother Wu, look. The bodies of Wang Hui and the other brothers are right here. After several days of exposure to the intense heat, the bodies had charred to a pitch black, their faces barely discernible. They could only be identified by their clothing. Hui spat and ordered the men behind him. Everyone, charge in with all your might. Leave the supplies and women behind, and kill everyone else. I want to see who's the real winner. According to the order, his men filed into the unit, and quickly began breaking down the doors, and killing everyone in front of the houses. No! Don't kill me! I know who you're after. Choi Soo-young clutched her wailing grandson, too frightened to speak, but now she just wanted to pass on the blame. One wave after another, she hadn't been frightened into cardiac arrest, a sign of good health. The minions actually stopped their knives and said with ferocious expressions, "Who are you talking about? I urge you to tell the truth, or else you end up with more than just death." Choi Soo-young decisively chose to shift the blame onto Tang Tian, even telling them about the previous raid. Isn't Tang Tian quite capable? Then she could just continue guarding the second building. It would be best if she died. Then all the supplies in the house would belong to the residents, and she'd get a share. Choi Soo-young smirked inwardly. This was practically certain. Those thugs actually let Choi Soo-young go for now, turned around and headed for the 17th floor, informing Wu Yi via intercom. Wu Yi was rather surprised when he heard this. He subconsciously assumed the other party was a man with a similar experience, but he hadn't expected it to be a young woman, a family full of women. Wu Yi felt as if he'd been slapped in the face, completely humiliated. He immediately ordered them to be captured alive. Tang Tian had noticed Wu Yi and his group's high profile even before the convoy approached the building. Ever since Wang Hui's death, she'd been keeping a constant eye on the area below. Luckily, these types of people were as conspicuous as they could be, making them easy for her to spot. Before the convoy stopped, Tang Tian had quickly distributed weapons and equipment, replenished her mental strength, and even given everyone a few candies to keep as a precaution. With so many people this time, Wei Mingxiao might have to join the fight, but she'd just stay home. So the two of them quickly cleared out their belongings and stored them in storage, expanding the scope of the battle. Tan Tan was also prepared, his teeth slightly bared, practically ready to gnaw on someone's neck. Tang Tian guarded the entrance to the hallway, listening to the chaotic footsteps approaching, interspersed with occasional screams, most likely heading for this floor. She thought for a moment, then spread her palms, and used her water-attributed power in the hallway, covering the ground with water. A stream of water, as thick as a hemp rope, emerged from her palms, quickly drenching the hallway. Meanwhile, the bandits climbed up the stairs, sighting the 17th floor, and began pounding on the door. "Whoever's inside, get out now. We might consider sparing your lives." Someone outside the door shouted, and occasionally there were heavy banging sounds. Tang Tian returned to her door and raised her hand again, and the lock opened with a click. A large number of minions rushed in. Looking up, they saw only Tang Tian and Tang Yi, two young women, and couldn't help but sneer, just like what everyone said, two women. I guess it was just a lucky rap last time. Look at her, she looks pretty good. Hee hee, I'm just tired of those old hags. I have to capture her alive. Let Brother Wu have some fun first, and then it's our turn, brothers. Ha ha ha. Tang Tian and Tang Yi didn't seem angry after hearing these words. Seeing them all standing in the shallow water, they smiled at each other, squatted down, stretched out their hands, and pressed them to the ground. Electricity attribute activated. With a crackling sound, the group was speechless. Instead, they trembled, their eyes rolled back, and shook like they were dancing disco. One after another, two after two, until they were foaming at the mouth. As soon as the sisters let go, they all fell to the ground, only to vent their anger. Now that they had more superpowers, the enemies had also increased in number. It would be too tiring to chop them down one by one. They should think about using an area of effect attack. The two of them unleashed their electric powers together, which was more powerful than any single one. And since these powers didn't harm the psychic themselves, they easily dispatched the group of minions. However, this area of effect attack consumed a lot of mental energy, so they each took out a piece of candy and held it in their mouths. In the candy machine, any fruit could be made into candy, but certain candies, like Tang Tian's new batch of milk candies, restored more mental energy. Slurping the rich aroma of milk, Tang Tian and Tang Yi moved their hands and feet, aimed at the building below, and threw the corpse down. With a loud bang, the corpse landed squarely on one of the cars, startling everyone, including Wu Yi, who was smoking. Wu Yi choked on the smoke, and before he could recover, another bang and a rain of corpses fell. Even if he hadn't been electrocuted earlier, he was now certain to be dead. Wu Yi took a look and his hair flew into a rage. He pulled a sharp, newly sharpened demolition axe from the car and started to head upstairs. The people around him had different ideas. Some wanted to follow Wu Yi, while others thought he was just trying to provoke them. If he went upstairs directly, he would be left with nothing. Amid the chattering, Wu Yi gradually calmed down, his eyes rolling. He was the commander-in-chief. How could he go up there himself? What if he was truly a formidable figure? So he ordered his other men to continue upstairs. With so many people coming, he doubted they could break through with just the human wave. But to his surprise, bodies were still being thrown downstairs, seemingly through some kind of magic. It was a complete provocation. On Wu Ye's side, only a few trusted figures remained. Seeing the bodies pile up more and more downstairs, they finally began to panic. Wu Yi was even more shocked. How could this be possible? He had clearly given them several guns and ammunition, and he seemed to have heard gunshots just now. Wu, Brother Wu, why don't we go back and come back next time? They won't leave easily anyway. Wu Ye's team was used to being so arrogant and domineering in the surrounding area, and this was their first encounter with such a tough opponent, and even their hands and feet were weak. This enemy wasn't even afraid of guns, and with most of their men already dead, how could they possibly win? I was afraid Wu Yi would stubbornly insist on a head-on confrontation, and their lives might be at stake. Wu Yi practically gritted his teeth. He was truly unwilling to accept this, but he could see the situation clearly, so he shouted, "Retreat! Retreat!" The confidant breathed a sigh of relief and was about to get into the car when a series of bangs came from behind him. Wu Yi had a gun and had used it before, and even they, ordinary people, knew it was the sound of gunfire. Before he could finish his thought, a sharp pain shot through the back of his head, and his vision went black, and he lost consciousness. Wu Yi was startled. He looked up and saw two figures in black, their faces covered. Their figures, visible as two women, had appeared from nowhere downstairs. Could these be the enemies they had been attacking? Damn it! Wu Yi cursed inwardly, not even bothering to escape. He picked up his splitting axe and struck the two men on the head. However, within 7 steps, Tang Tian's gun was quick, and he fired another strike, hitting Wu Yi's arm. The pain caused his axe to stagger. However, Tang Tian didn't use the gun and bullets she had just confiscated. Instead, in the dim light, he used air bullets. Wu Yi shouted, unleashing all his strength, ignoring the gunshot wound, and struck again with his axe. Bang! 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 Tang Yi emptied all her air bullets, each one hitting Wu Yi. In the hot weather, he was wearing little, and each blow left a bloody hole, gushing out like a fountain from underground. But what shocked Wu Yi even more wasn't his impending death. It was that he watched Tang Tian actually catch the blade with his bare hands. Catching the axe with his bare hands, he used all his strength, yet the other person seemed to be catching a piece of light paper with ease. Tang Tian grinned at him, and a ray of moonlight hit her face, eerily terrifying. Wu Yi was so furious that his blood rushed out. His grip loosened, and the axe fell, spitting out a large mouthful of blood as he collapsed. No. Impossible. I didn't lose. I didn't. Despite the heavy blood loss, Wu Yi still held on. His eyes darted, and his hands moved restlessly. But Tang Tian, determined to kill him, stepped on his chest and said with a smile, "All right, go on your way. I take all your supplies." Wu Yi rolled his eyes, and finally died, his eyes wide open. Tang Yi quickly stepped forward to grab Tang Tian's hand, worried that she might be injured, but Tang Tian was excited. This was a perfect opportunity for her to test the supernatural powers of a new dish, the hot-blooded supernatural powers of spicy crayfish. Spicy crayfish are perfect for summer, and the hot-blooded ability can make people feel euphoric and dull their pain perception, making them feel less tired and less sensitive to pain. She had also eaten foods that enhanced her defenses, so now, only a bleeding scar remained on her hand. Tang Yi quickly used her healing ability to recover, smirking helplessly. "Alright, stop playing it cool. What are we going to do next? Let's clean up the floor first, then we go to Jiangnan Liyuan. There's so much supplies there, and the boss is dead, it would be a shame not to take them." Tang Tian had already come up with a plan before Wu Yi was about to die. There must be a lot of supplies in the villa. So, by moonlight, the two of them set to work again, filled with indescribable excitement. Chapter 57. Wu Yi's team never returned, but they left behind quite a few items. The van and the off-road SUV they had brought with them were both gasoline-powered, with some remaining fuel in the tanks. Tang Tian stored them all in the system warehouse. The weapons were also collected. Perhaps the biggest find was the pistols. After the second wave of enemies rushed up the stairs, someone opened fire, but Tang Tian had already deployed her shield. Ordinary people were barely skilled in shooting, so to them, the bullets in midair inexplicably swerved and flew elsewhere, completely missing the two of them. Since they couldn't hit, it was Tang Tian and Tang Yi's turn to attack, using their usual area of effect attack to take them out. The guns were left there. There were 4 in total. Tang Tian had read professional e-books on firearms, so she had a vague understanding of how to use them. And the guns looked like police guns, even numbered, and not fully loaded. Buckets are rare, and Tang Tian figured his air bullets would be more useful, so he stored them in the warehouse as well. The rest were various controlled knives. Even if they weren't currently useful, they could still be used as scrap metal, which would always be useful later. After collecting them all, the sisters proceeded to dispose of the bodies. Fortunately, they only had to toss them out the window. Besides, at this temperature, the bodies would be reduced to charcoal in just a few days. However, Tang Tian thought for a moment and, together with Tang Yi, carried the bodies with the most distorted expressions downstairs to Choi Soo-young's door. That was the end of the story. As for how Choi Soo-young discovered blood seeping into her own entrance, how she was nearly frightened to death when she opened the door, and how she quickly took a few quick-acting heart pills, that's another story. After returning home, Tang Tian immediately showered to wash away her fatigue. She raised her hand. Her palm, healed by her healing power, was bare of scars, save for a few traces of blood that hadn't been wiped away. Of course, if it weren't for her hot-blooded power and enhanced defense, Wu Yi's all-out attack might have severed Tang Tian's hand. After showering, Tang Tian went to bed early, sleeping longer than usual. But due to her biological clock, she simply lay on the mat and rested her eyes. She could faintly smell the aroma wafting from the kitchen again. Tang Yi, on the other hand, was replacing the hailstones in the bucket. This time, she specifically selected a few that were the size of basketballs, which were harder to melt than the others. But at this rate, the hailstones accumulated during the hailstorm would probably be almost gone. But Tang Tian still had a stockpile of ice, so it wasn't a big problem. She had previously told Tangy about her ice house plan, and she was very interested and was researching how to make it happen. Wei Mingxia cooked quickly this time, and before long, a series of delicious dishes appeared on the table. Stir-fried corn shoots with seasonal vegetables, steamed winter melon with minced meat, sesame oil cucumber rolls, and even roasted chicken and smoked fish from the warehouse, ready to be eaten after just a few reheats. Wei Mingxia also specially prepared 3 servings of icy cold noodles. Seeing the cold noodles, Tang Tian had an idea. She turned her palm over, and a shimmer of icy blue, characteristic of her ice-attributed supernatural power, appeared within. The next second, a rolling ice ball appeared, gradually changing shape, like clay being molded on a clay modeling table. A few minutes later, an icy bowl for the cold noodles was ready. It sat on the table, and it didn't even melt. Wei Mingxia smiled and said, "You're so smart to come up with this idea at this hour. Well, aren't you guys going out soon? Let's eat." Tang Tian nodded, opened the system, and cooked a few more supernatural delicacies. She also prepared dog food for Tan Tan, and the family finally settled in. After eating, Tang Tian and Tangy packed up their weapons and equipment, shouldered their backpacks, whistled to Tan Tan, and prepared to set off. In the past, when the environment was bad, Tan Tan would stay behind with Wei Mingxia to guard the house. But now, Wei Mingxia possesses several supernatural powers, and has physical fitness that can easily rival those of the residents. As long as there aren't any outsiders invading, she's more than capable of guarding the house alone. Although Tan Tan isn't yet an adult, he's almost a year old, and his demeanor is already as majestic as a large dog. It's time to take him out more often to broaden his horizons. He's also a capable fighter. Seeing that his owner was finally willing to take him out every time, Tan Tan happily spun around a few times before following them. But as they passed Choi Soo-young's door, they discovered the bodies hadn't been cleared away yet. It seemed the old woman still wasn't willing to do it herself. Tang Tian curled her lips, and continued downstairs. The hallway was even quieter than before, as if it had become a haunted building. I don't know if they were conserving their energy to wait for the next wave of rescue, or if the number of survivors had indeed dwindled. As long as the world didn't return to its pre-apocalyptic state, more people would die every second. Leaving the building, the vast night was as black as ink, strangely eerie and gloomy. With no breath of wind around them, it felt as if even the air had frozen. The two left Hexinuan, their destination being Jiangnan Liyuan. The main road was deserted, with only a few clusters of lights, large and small, flickering on and off, like the last faint rays of light. This was the road they had taken last time. The two sisters pedaled vigorously, their steps unison. But this time, they didn't have to sneak over the wall. Wu Yi was dead, and even if there were still people inside, they were probably just underlings, so Tang Tian and Tangy simply swaggered through the gate and entered. Unexpectedly, the two soon encountered the flashlight ahead, and took cover by a nearby building to gather information. Why did Brother Wu come back? There's no signal on the intercom. Could it be? How is that possible? Brother Wu has people and guns. How could an ordinary person possibly stand up to a gun? I think he's only staying in that neighborhood for 2 days. Wasn't that the case when he raided other places before? Maybe there's a pretty girl there Oh, if that were the case, I should have volunteered. I'm tired of this place by now, TSK. Swoosh. Swoosh. 2 piercing sounds pierced the air. The 2 men patrolling with flashlights didn't even have time to scream before their throats were pierced by crossbow bolts. Their bodies, flashlights included, fell to the ground. Tang Tian and Tangy appeared, put away their flashlights, and kicked the 2 bodies away. It seemed the people here weren't aware that Wu Yi was dead, and because of past practices, they didn't realize or believe Wu Yi was dead. So, Tang Tian and Tangy drew their weapons, and headed straight for the central villa. The villa was indeed the brightest in the area. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows, one could almost see people inside, enjoying themselves. It was quite unpleasant. Tang Tian and Tangy each donned a mask, knives in hand, and knocked on the door. The people inside the villa were somewhat displeased at being interrupted, but thinking Wu Yi might have received some information, they sent their minions to open the door. The moment the door opened, Tang Tian kicked it, sending the henchmen behind it flying and falling to the ground, groaning in pain. The people inside realized something was wrong. Several women screamed and fled, while the men dropped their belongings and glared at each other. Who dares to break in here? Are you trying to kill yourself? The platinum gold light from the crystal chandelier overhead streamed down. Tang Tian sneered, I think you be the next to die. Did you know your boss, Wu Yi, is already dead? Bah! A man who looked like the leader of the henchmen spat, his face furious. What kind of bitch is cursing our boss like that? Brothers, grab your weapons and arrest them. But then he realized that Tang Tian and Tang Yi were two young women. Thinking the face beneath the mask looked even better, he couldn't help but chuckle a few more times, patted his belly, and said kindly, Sisters, please don't be so ungrateful. Why don't you stay and keep your brothers company? We be more lenient, and won't mind your intrusion. Tang Tian didn't answer, just whistled. A large dog suddenly pounced, firmly nipping the leader's neck. Tan, sorry, I'm teething. Ever since it started teething, Tang Tian has been digging out chew toys she previously bought, and those she bought for free from the warehouse for it. But Tan can't seem to be treated like a regular dog anymore. It doesn't take long for him to chew all those toys. Tang Tian had no choice but to make homemade chew sticks from bones she collected from the ranch. Pork, beef, or lamb bones would all work. Cook them, dry them in the sun, and then toss them to the dog. Because it was a large bone, a dog's favorite, Tan was always bewildered by the scent. Naturally, when it came to humans, he focused on attacking the bone. Fuck, where did that dog come from? Quick! Get your weapons and attack. Go call for help. The room erupted in chaos, and the men, waking up from their dreams, either sought weapons to counterattack or tried to sneak out of the villa to get help. The leader of the gang was tackled to the ground, and he punched Tan's head hard. But it couldn't break through his defense. Instead, the intense pain quickly made him unconscious, and blood filled his throat. Tan held on to the bone relentlessly, shaking it to both sides. After confirming the man was dead, he let go with a look of disgust. No, the master's large bone still smelled good. Humans, they stunk, but turning around, he saw Tang Tian and Tang Yi already engaged in a fight with the other side, and he immediately joined the fray, biting thighs or arms. In the hot weather, with little clothing, his bite was a sure thing. What? Someone actually broke in. Where is he? What did you say? Brother Wu is dead. No wonder there's been no news all day. This is so unusual. Upon hearing their leader was gone, only some of the people from Jiangnan Liyuan arrived at the villa armed with weapons. The rest, like scattered sand, tried to leave. Before leaving, they rushed into the villa where the supplies were stored and began to rob. But Tang Tian and Tang Yi accepted everyone who came. After they had hacked the people inside, they would take care of the others who came. Tonight, there was a crescent moon, and the originally bright moonlight was tinged with a bright red. The small courtyard and the road were filled with people lying there, some dead, some barely breathing. Tang Tian wiped the sweat from her forehead, and sat down on the steps in front of the villa. She pulled a bottle of electrolyte drink from her backpack and gulped it down. TSK, this killing is quite strenuous. Tang Yi also drank the drink to replenish herself, but at the same time, she heard the commotion next door and asked, Tian, those are probably Wu Ye's men, but they don't seem to want to fight? Maybe they all want to escape, but unfortunately they're still eyeing the large amount of supplies Wu Yi has. With them being held back like this, they can't even run away. Tang Tian wiped her mouth, stood up again, and said, let's go and take a look. The villa next door was just a few steps away. Tan yelled twice, and the people in the yard, who were fighting over a box of supplies, looked at the two sisters in shock, quickly abandoned their supplies, and ran away. Because of the fighting, several injured but non-aggressive people lay on the ground, groaning. Wu Yi took most of his men with him to Yixin Yuan, leaving Jiangnan Liyuan with few people left. With Tang Tian and Tang Yi's intervention, the combined number of those killed, and those who fled should be everyone. Tang Tian winked at Tang Yi, telling her and Tan to stay while she went to collect supplies from the house. This time, she directly destroyed the security cameras in the house, then first put all the cardboard boxes in the living room into the storage room, then returned to carefully examine them. She then went to the second floor, confirming there were no usable supplies before returning. However, they could still go to Wu Ye's villa to see if there were any supplies they could collect. The fact that the lights were on suggested there were still some to be collected. But after entering again, Tang Tian and Tang Yi suddenly spotted several furtive figures in the distance. Tan bared his teeth and growled, but after being stopped by Tang Tian, he said calmly, come out. I only kill enemies. A few brave men slowly emerged, all women. There were middle-aged women and young girls, dressed very lightly, but each had a pale face, tears streaming down their faces. Wu Yi is dead, and most of his men are dead too. You can go wherever you want now. Tang Tian knew the identities of these women at a glance. Although she had lived a short life in her previous life, when supplies were extremely scarce, such sexual transactions would occur. For example, the women sent to the security department were among them. Later, women began to approach the door to solicit business, asking only for food and water. Tang Tian would rather be driven outside to forage for supplies than to engage in such activities. She thought that perhaps, for a moment, Tang Haifeng and Jiang Yao had truly considered that. After all, the sisters were quite good-looking, and they could easily be pushed out to be exchanged for supplies. Thankfully, her early death and rebirth saved Tang Yi and even Wei Mingxia from this situation. Even now, such business dealings probably still occur, either privately within Building 15 or more prevalent elsewhere. However, the situation of these women before her was different. They could only be considered spoils of war after Wei Yi took over Jiang and Liyuan. Sometimes, women might have a better chance of survival than men, and this was the case. However, living in this way was worse than death for them. Even now, one could see their faces, lightly made up, and their exposed arms, legs, and feet, all bearing various scars. Moreover, most of them were likely native residents of Jiang and Liyuan. Their families and husbands had been murdered, and they were forced to submit to Wu Yi and his men. This burdened them with a heavy sense of humiliation, tormenting them day and night. After Tang Tian finished speaking, she planned to search the villa with Tang Yi for any other supplies. Unexpectedly, seeing that the danger was truly over, the women gradually grew bolder. One of the middle-aged women stepped forward to stop them, begging, "My husband and family have all been murdered. Where can I, a woman, go? Since you're so powerful, please help me again, and send me to the official shelter." This was immediately met with the response of several women, who hurried forward and even knelt before the two men. Tang Tian's face darkened. Jiang and Liyuan was already very close to the shelter, at least much closer than Xingyuan. There should be some remaining supplies in the surrounding villas. Just grab some and walk a little further, and they'd be there. Although the radio station announced that the shelters were saturated with disaster victims, the authorities were still relentlessly continuing construction without stopping for even a second. As long as they were willing to go, the authorities wouldn't necessarily deny them admission. They simply saw them as powerful, so they just wanted to follow their lead and ask for some shelter that didn't require any effort on their part. At least Tang Tian and Tang Yi didn't look like the type to torture them like Wei Yi did. Impossible. Either you keep begging, or we go collect supplies. Don't blame us if you're left with nothing, Tang Tian said coldly, dashing off to go upstairs. But the middle-aged woman grew even more anxious, grabbing Tang Tian's ankle and grumbling, "You saved us. There's no reason to abandon us like this. Why don't you be more kind?" "Who said I'm kind?" Tang Tian interrupted her, automatically raising her knife and slashing at the woman's wrist. A stream of blood splattered diagonally onto the other woman's face, triggering another round of screaming in the living room, the noise nearly bursting her eardrums. The middle-aged woman writhes on the floor, clutching her wrist. The other kneeling women dare not intervene, each fleeing elsewhere. It was as if Tang Tian had instantly transformed from an angel into a ferocious demon in their eyes. Tang Tian and Tang Yi quickly searched the second floor, collecting some daily necessities. Unexpectedly, there were two small wind turbines on the balcony. These generators don't generate much power, but considering Wu Ye's team's resources, they could be a welcome addition. Tang Tian dismantled them, only to discover that the lights were still on in the room, suggesting there were other generators. If there were generators, there was likely fuel too. They had to find it. After tossing around the second floor, even removing some of the intact furniture, the two of them descended the stairs. Just then, Tang Yi had a flash of inspiration. Tian, I've seen the houses here before. The villas here are all small two-story buildings. Besides the courtyards, they also have basements. Maybe there's something there. Okay, let's go and look. Tang Tian nodded and hurried down to the first floor to search. The middle-aged woman was still lying on the ground, wailing. Her hand wound was untreated, and she was losing more and more blood. Tang Tian simply ignored her. The other women ignored her, and their number had decreased by half. It seemed that their desire to survive had finally been aroused by the ferocious Tang Tian, and they began to go out to survive. Those who remained either sat on the ground with dazed eyes, or occasionally glanced at Tang Tian and Tang Yi, their thoughts unsettled. Tang Tian searched for it, but couldn't find it, and she frowned. Could it be that this villa didn't have a basement? Tang Yi was also puzzled. But just then, a voice suddenly appeared behind her. "Are you looking for the basement?" Tang Tian was startled and turned to look. It was one of the women. She wasn't even wearing makeup, and her slightly worn dress made her look young. She was arguably the most beautiful of the group. Yes, Do you know where it is? Tang Tian asked. The woman pursed her lips and finally nodded. I know there's a lot of stuff in the basement, so we built a hidden door with a combination. I know all that, but I need supplies in exchange. You should know that killing you would be as easy as killing a chicken. Tang Tian said in a deep voice, her eyes cold. The woman swallowed, as if making up her mind, and then replied, I understand. That's why I'm proposing this deal. You don't have to give up the supplies, after all, you don't seem to need them. But I'm the only one here who knows the password. The woman's name was Luo Qi, a sophomore art student. She wasn't originally from Jiangnan Liyuan, but from another community, and her family was relatively well off. When the apocalypse arrived, the Luo family celebrated the new year, but hailstorms soon struck across the country. If it weren't for the sturdy glass windows of the Luo family, they would have been destroyed long ago. Then came freezing rain, blizzards, floods, and now the extreme heat. Having barely survived until now, the arrival of a group of bandits shattered the silence of this stagnant water. The Luo family was murdered, and Luo Qi, because of her beauty, was abducted by the bandits. She was brought to Jiangnan Liyuan, where she was tortured. Luo Qi had initially considered suicide, but Wu Yi was deeply fond of her and kept a close eye on her, preventing her from finding an opportunity. If Tang Tian hadn't dealt with the bandits, her future would have been even worse than death. And precisely because of his affection, Wu Yi would often blab out little secrets whenever he got drunk, so Luo Qi knew the basement's code. Tang Tian looked him over. At least Wu Yi wasn't like the others, wanting to gain something without giving anything. At least he had the awareness. So she nodded in agreement. Tell me first. If it's correct, I give you enough supplies to get to the shelter. After a moment's thought, Luo Qi gave her the location and code. Tang Tian then asked Tang Yi to stay while she and Tan Tan searched. It turned out that the basement wasn't vertical, but horizontal, with furniture placed on top. Simply searching on the ground would be impossible. Tang Tian moved the furniture aside, punched in the code, and opened the door. Sure enough, a narrow staircase appeared. There was also a dank, eerie odor, but it wasn't the stench of a corpse. Tang Tian listened carefully, and could faintly hear the hum of a generator. Her vision brightened, and she pulled out her flashlight and headed downstairs. Unexpectedly, the first thing she saw wasn't the generator, but something else. Tang Tian swept the flashlight across the room, then peered again, only to discover a group of women sitting in a corner. This was a prison. The women were limp, their hair disheveled, their expressions numb, and their spirits drooping. Those caught in the beam simply squinted, but remained silent and motionless. Tang Tian reached the basement and shone it in another direction. Sure enough, there were several generators, with plastic containers of fuel beside them. It had to be said that Wu Yi was quite impressive. These conditions were simply unattainable for the average person, and that's why so many people wanted to join. Tang Tian said to the girls, Wu Yi and the others are dead. You're free now. Go find some supplies, and get to the shelter. At the mention of Wu Ye's name, some of the girls regained consciousness, their eyes wide open, and asked in response. Only after Tang Tian repeated her words, with conviction, did they struggle to get up and leave the basement. Some girls closed their eyes again in agony, or broke down in tears. They all had no family left, some had been killed by Wu Yi. Where could they go? Tang Tian frowned. If these people didn't leave, she couldn't just store the supplies in the system warehouse. Chapter 58. After some thought, Tang Tian could only come up with a solution that wasn't a solution. She quietly retrieved a few large steamed buns from the warehouse, walked to the stairs, and waved them at them. I have food here. Whoever grabs it first gets it. With that, she threw the buns heavily upstairs. Then, hearing that there was food, those who had been crying stopped crying, those who had been depressed stopped feeling depressed, and they all tumbled and scrambled up the stairs to grab it. Tang Tian breathed a sigh of relief and immediately confiscated the generator and fuel in the basement, going back to count them. Without the generator, the power on the first floor was out too. The sudden darkness caused considerable commotion and screaming. Tang Tian, flashlight in hand, quickly went upstairs and found several new bodies in the living room. Even in the darkness, the girls who had been imprisoned in the basement were still fighting over a single steamed bun, some even crawling on the floor to pick up scraps of food. What happened? Tang Tian asked. Luo Qi's hair was much more tangled than before, looking as if it had been pulled. She was sobbing softly. Tang Yi sighed. I was giving her some supplies, but those people who stayed behind suddenly woke up and rushed over to grab them. If they couldn't grab them, they attacked her. I was acting in self-defense. Sister, you're right, but... Tang Tian turned and said, you should learn this too. Otherwise, even if you trade information for supplies, you won't be able to defend yourself. There should be something in this room that can be used as a weapon. Luoqi wiped her eyes, remaining silent. Wu liked her, so he monopolized her and wouldn't let his men touch her. Some of her subordinates had long coveted her beauty, and when they couldn't obtain it, they could only vent their anger on other women, which inadvertently attracted a lot of hatred from Luoqi. Now, seeing her easily obtain so much supplies, they were even more furious and attacked her in droves, pulling her hair and slashing her face, each one wanting to devour her. In this situation, words were no match, so Tangi resorted to using her knife to deal with everything. What are your plans for the future? Luoqi was probably in good condition, not pale or gaunt, and now she looked even more pitiful. Not to mention Wu Yi, the rough guy, Tang Tian couldn't help but soften her tone after watching him for a while. I'm alone at home, and the official shelter is the safest place right now. It's not too far from here, so I'm thinking of giving it a try. The official shelter was probably the ideal destination for everyone. Most people even believed that going there would ensure they would never have to worry about food and clothing. Tang Tian didn't say much, simply nodded and said, "Okay, I give you some supplies. You can rest for a day, and then hit the road again at nightfall. The brightly lit area ahead is the official shelter. But you have to understand, whether you want to continue living, and how you want to survive, is entirely up to you. Of course, if you want to die, that's fine. Dying is easy these days. Just go to the ground during the day. I wish you a safe journey." Tang Tian finished, leaving behind 2 bottles of water, a batch of compressed biscuits, and dried meat. As long as she made good use of her time, this would be enough to get her to the shelter. A hint of gratitude finally appeared in Luoqi's reddened eyes, and she thanked him repeatedly. Tang Tian simply waved her hand, and prepared to return with Tangi Tantan. Jiangnan Liyuan was completely destroyed, becoming a deserted area like most other communities. However, whether or not something would happen again remained to be seen. Upon returning home, Tang Tian immediately began to examine the hall. The cardboard boxes in the living room contained mostly food and drink, with some containing cases of wine, clearly looted. A small portion contained daily necessities. In the basement, there were 4 generators, both gasoline and diesel, with over 500 liters of fuel in plastic containers. It's conceivable that Wu Ye's team had probably obtained more fuel before, and now they were squandering it, but these few hundred liters would still last a long time. Tang Tian happily organized the warehouse, using her spiritual sense to sort the supplies by category, filling the space to its fullest, and leaving more room for use. After Tangi finished showering, it was her turn. Tang Tian also showered comfortably, and then went to bed for the time being. A dreamless night. After waking, they faced the same vibrant sunset as before. Wei Mingxiao went to the kitchen to cook, while Tang Tian, with a flourish, whipped up 2 cups of mint green tea. The cool mint flavor blended with the fresh milk green tea, creating an indescribably refreshing experience. As she sipped, Tang Tian suddenly remembered something and, biting the straw, glanced at the wall. The wall calendar there, with a page torn off every day, grew thinner and thinner. She suddenly realized that, including the period of stockpiling, it was almost a year old. And on the day she was reborn, she drank. Tang Tian couldn't help but think. After so long, she solved quite a few messes, but what about the future? Faced with an unknown natural disaster, could she and her family continue to survive? When would this disaster finally end? Tangi fully charged her hand-cranked radio, and then turned it on to the official station. This was probably a daily routine for every household that owned a radio. Unfortunately, today began with bad news. The daily electricity supply period had been cut again, now only 2 hours during the day and 2 hours at night. With only 1/6 of the time available for temperatures to drop, and no sign of a drop, the death toll was likely to rise several times. But the authorities hadn't conducted a thorough count, and it was impossible to do so. Furthermore, the radio station had announced that several areas had official shelters that were full and would be temporarily closed, no longer accepting outside victims. Among them was the shelter in Area S. Tang Tian frowned. Luoqi had probably just set out on her journey at this point, unaware of this news. Wouldn't that mean she returned empty-handed? And the news on the horizon was even worse. Due to high temperatures and overload, the newly built, recently operational water purification plant in District S exploded. Rescue efforts are currently underway. In the past, such panic-inducing news would have been suppressed by the authorities if possible. But now, whether out of a desire to encourage common sense and a collective struggle for survival, or out of helplessness in the face of natural disasters, the news has been made public. The water plant was damaged, and it's unclear whether there's any backup water reserves, and it's unclear when the next relief supplies will be distributed. Fortunately, the official news wasn't all bad, otherwise some people would have had a nervous breakdown. Researchers have also made new progress in their research on heat-resistant crops. The temperature was actually off before the apocalypse, and the authorities were already conducting research then, achieving a major breakthrough based on this research and now attempting to plant them. As long as this succeeds, the authorities won't be sitting idle in the extreme heat. Tang Tian finished the last sip of mint milk tea and turned off the radio. The warm aroma of food filled the room again. Now that things have come to this, let's eat. A few days later, a new wave of official rescue efforts arrived at Hexingyuan. But because they arrived 2 days later than the previous ones, someone, recklessly, spat on the rescuers to vent their anger, causing the others to rush forward, creating a chaotic scene. In the end, the soldiers dragged the spitter out and shot him on the spot, putting an end to the farce. Later, during the distribution of supplies, some people, unaware of the water plant explosion in Area S, were only receiving 2 liters of water and couldn't help but burst into a tirade. Who knows when you come next? These 2 liters aren't even enough. Either shoot me right now, or I don't want to live anymore. The man threw his water bottle to the ground and, with his chest puffed out, pushed the soldier. The soldier's expression was impassive, and he actually leveled his rifle and gave him a peanut on the spot. Soldier, this is the first time I ever seen such a request. The people receiving the supplies gasped, their expressions still filled with grief and indignation, but they swallowed their anger and accepted the 2 liters of water. And because of the temporary water conservation measures, the food in the relief supplies was no longer just porridge or paste. Instead, they were made from the same grains, shaped like a tree trunk, with a limit of 3 gene per person. In addition, there was a new food item this time, something that looked sun-dried and smelled like meat. Tang Tian was suspicious of the meat's origin. It definitely wasn't the dried meat she had donated, and she figured it would have been eaten by now. Thankfully, the rescuers explained that this was made by officials from deep-sea fishing, mixing the still edible marine life into a food product. It was definitely edible. However, since the high temperatures, marine life has also died in large numbers, forcing officials to explore farther and deeper, resulting in the loss of several personnel. It was said that people in the shelter had previously been able to eat these processed foods, though in smaller quantities than food. However, among the few dozen or so survivors in Hexingyuan, some looked disgusted. Fearing the soldier's gun, they didn't throw it away outright, but took it back with them. Gu Bin seemed to be in charge of this area, and he was also in charge of security this time. When he saw Tang Tian and Tang Yi, he even greeted them, looking as if he was about to say something, but he didn't say it until they had received their supplies. Tang Tian understood what he was trying to say and took the initiative to ask, "I found some supplies outside recently. Would you like some?" Gu Bin's eyes lit up, and he quickly followed up the conversation. "We're indeed short on supplies, but if we were to trade, would you still have enough to survive? If not, I wouldn't have brought this up." Tang Tian smiled, "Then let's do it the same way as before. I give you the list, and you can deliver the goods next time, and we trade again." "That's great, thank you, Miss Tang." Gu Bin thanked him, then leaned down and whispered, "Although the S-area shelter is closed, there's always room for you whenever you come." Deputy Chief Yang specifically took care of that. Tang Tian thanked him, and after distributing the relief supplies, they hurriedly left. One day, Tang Tian was thinking of going out for another look, but before she even left, someone contacted her. The intercom revealed a message from Li Feiyang. To be honest, Tang Tian hadn't seen any of the surviving neighbors in the building in a while. But she was certain Li Feiyang was still alive. She'd been to his house before, and seen his inventory. If he'd been frugal, he'd probably managed to survive until now. "Sister Tian, I was out yesterday and came across a trading market. It seems they can exchange various supplies. Are you interested?" "Oh, is this officially organized, or is it a spontaneous grassroots effort?" Tang Tian asked, stroking her chin. "It looks like a non-governmental organization. If there's such a location, the authorities should have announced it in advance, right?" Li Feiyang's tone was uncertain, but he quickly added, "Sister Tian, do you remember the mall we looted during the snowstorm? It's right there. If you're interested, we can go after dark." Li Feiyang didn't mention the avalanche, but he knew Tang Tian liked gold and jade, and since there probably wasn't any in the building, he'd have to look outside. If he hadn't already, he would have asked Tang Tian to trade for more supplies. After the agreement, Tang Tian decided to go alone this time, leaving Tang Yi and Wei Mingxia to wait for Gu Bin to arrive for the transaction. Li Feiyang was already waiting downstairs. Tang Tian came downstairs with her mountain bike, but to her surprise, Li Feiyang also had a mountain bike. The two exchanged smiles. Li Feiyang's face flushed red, and after wiping the sweat off his forehead, he asked, "Sister Tian, do you like off-roading too?" Tang Tian casually agreed, and let him lead the way. Then, one after the other, they drove out of Hexingyuan and soon arrived near the shopping mall. Looking up, they could see a large section of the mall's glass exterior was shattered, weighed down by the accumulated snow. But they could still see lights on inside, and figures appeared from time to time. It looked like there were quite a lot of people inside. There were also several office buildings and restaurants nearby, and occasionally, a faint light would be seen on one floor, suggesting that someone lived there permanently. This area could be considered a safe haven. Tang Tian and Li Feiyang got out and pushed the cart. A line of armed men guarded the main entrance, and there were also people trying to enter, and others who seemed to be inspecting something. "Hey, you two, wait!" A middle-aged man in uniform approached, a bit arrogantly. "You must buy a ticket before entering the market, and you can only purchase with supplies." Tang Tian raised an eyebrow, ignoring his attitude, and asked, "How much can you buy?" From her tone, it sounded as if she wasn't short of supplies. The uniformed man paused, then looked at Li Feiyang next to him. He assumed the latter had better conditions, so he softened his stance slightly and replied, "Our market only has good stuff, and to make the trade even better, we give you at least half a pound of food." Tang Tian thought for a moment, then took out 2 huazi sticks and waved them in front of him, asking, "Is this worth it?" The man's eyes widened, and he put on a playful grin like a Sichuan opera face changing. He bent slightly and said happily, "That's enough. Keep these 2 tickets. There's no set time to enter the market, but if you leave, these tickets will be invalid." Cigarettes and alcohol were rare these days, and they were all plundered. Some people had stocks at the market, but few were willing to trade them for food or water. When the urge struck, they could only bear it. Tang Tian's 2 cigarettes were worth several kilograms of food. No, that's not right. 1 would be enough. Maybe she could smuggle the remaining 1. Tang Tian took the ticket. The so-called ticket was even more rudimentary than she had imagined. A piece of paper with words written on it, and a stamp. It had to be destroyed after they got out to prevent someone from sneaking in. At least, they could enter the market. And to prevent their cars from being stolen, Tang Tian and Li Feiyang couldn't leave them outside, they had to carry them with them. They entered the mall, and it was just as hot and stuffy inside as outside. The first floor was deserted. It wasn't until they reached the second floor that they saw a number of spare lights, shining down, that they could barely see the whole scene. The former shops were almost completely empty, with only a single stall outside each doorway attempting to conduct business. Outside, a few people wandered scattered about. Some simply browsed, not buying anything. Some bargained with the stall owners, while others appeared hurried, searching for something. Among them, some were also wearing uniforms, armed, apparently responsible for maintaining order. As for the shops, some stall owners shouted their orders, while others displayed signs outside with their trading requirements. Others simply fanned themselves, sweating profusely, observing the people coming and going with a complex expression. Tang Tian had never seen such a unique market before, and she couldn't help but be intrigued. She made her way through the crowd and began to observe the various shops. Everything was bartering now, and the items sought were more important items like food, water, medicine, and fuel. Tang Tian and Li Feiyang looked around for most of the market, and found that only those items in circulation could be successfully traded. Beyond these, the items were basically untradeable. But Tang Tian was excited. She had clearly spotted stalls selling luxury goods, including gold, jade, and jewelry, but she didn't show it, pretending to stumble upon a silver jewelry stall and take a closer look. The stall was run by a man and a woman, seemingly a married couple. Seeing Tang Tian's interest, they quickly began to sell. "Miss, we have over 500 items here. All you need is 3 pounds of food and water." The couple had previously run a silver jewelry store before the apocalypse. While silver jewelry wasn't as valuable as gold, they still had a few thousand items in their store back then, and even used them to trade for supplies in the early days of the apocalypse. Now they only have so much left, and they can't sell it at all, with prices constantly dropping. Having heard that a trading market had been established here, the couple decided to try their luck again. Tang Tian sighed a few times, regretfully saying, "Your items are a bit expensive. Silver jewelry is cheap. How about this? I give you 2 pounds of food and water. Give me all the rest, or I look elsewhere." The husband immediately agreed. He couldn't eat or drink these silver items, and he couldn't sell them either. Finally finding a buyer, he was eager to cash in. So Tang Tian took out instant noodles and bottled water from her backpack. The water was melted hailstones and purified with supernatural powers, so it was definitely drinkable. Then, he stuffed all the silver jewelry into his backpack, and the deal was done. The couple, having received the supplies, thanked Tang Tian and immediately prepared to go home. Li Feiyong watched from the side, barely daring to breathe. It hadn't even been 10 minutes since he arrived, and he already secured a deal. Tang Tian glanced at him and suddenly said, "Why don't we split up?" Li Feiyong understood what she meant and immediately agreed, perceptively. He also had some supplies he wanted to exchange, so he went to look elsewhere. He met a former noblewoman selling all her jewelry. It used to be incredibly valuable, but now it couldn't be exchanged for a pound of grain. But the woman suggested she trade some of her jewelry for sanitary napkins. Without sanitary napkins, women's living conditions would be relegated to decades, with all sorts of outdated items replacing them. Clearly, the woman wasn't willing to compromise in the apocalypse. Luckily, Tang Tian had just secured a shipment of bulk sanitary napkins from the government, and she used them to negotiate a deal with a wealthy woman, pocketing all the jewelry. There was also a stall selling antiques, but that stall wasn't doing much business, and they also needed food and water. Tang Tian felt around a few and found some that actually paid gold, though the quantity wasn't large. But considering the supplies, the deal was still a success. There were also vendors selling gold and jade. The gold meant jewelry and bars, and the jade meant bracelets and jade pendants. Tang Tian couldn't suppress a smile. However, these two stalls happened to be exchanging medicine and fuel, which required some bargaining. Ultimately, she used the devaluation of gold and jade as an excuse to trade the minimum supplies for these items. After buying these, Tang Tian decided to call it a day. Judging by the items she exchanged, she was probably the biggest buyer tonight, which was a bit too conspicuous. And constantly buying things like those that weren't meant to be eaten or drunk might arouse suspicion. So Tang Tian pushed her cart, intending to meet Li Feiyong. But unexpectedly, a stall owner noticed her actions. Seeing her leaving, he quickly called out, "Wait, miss, come and see what I have. They're all good stuff." Tang Tian frowned and glanced in the direction she was going. It turned out that the stall was selling luxury goods, like designer bags and watches, which she had also discarded. Perhaps because she exchanged valuable items, the stall owner assumed his own items were what Tang Tian wanted, too. Tang Tian shook her head and turned to continue pushing her cart. But the stall owner grew anxious. Seeing her foolishly exchanging only for those valuables, he assumed she was some ignorant fairy who didn't take the apocalypse seriously. So why didn't she want anything from him? These things of his were also unpopular. If he didn't sell them, he starved to death. The man thought of this, then glanced at the backpack on Tang Tian's back. His eyes darkened, and he pulled out several fruit knives and daggers from under the cloth. He wasn't the only one manning the stall, there were several other men with him. After a brief discussion, the previous man continued to watch the stall while the others, armed with weapons, walked straight towards Tang Tian. "Miss, don't be impatient. You haven't even looked at it yet. Why don't you take a closer look? These luxury goods weren't actually theirs. They were stolen and looted during the early days of the apocalypse. I assumed the world would return to normal soon after the hail and freezing rain ended, but I didn't expect them to make any moves until now. They were running low on supplies, so they finally found someone interested in a valuable item at the market and forced her to buy it, even if they had to." Tang Tian stopped, looked around coldly, and then looked at the security guards at the market. The uniformed man with a weapon had actually seen the scene, but perhaps because there were too many people or because Tang Tian wasn't a familiar guest, he simply ignored it. Tang Tian scoffed and said, "Buying and selling is a matter of mutual consent. Since you're trying to force me, don't blame me for being rude." Chapter 59. Skinny and small, but boastful. One of the men gritted his teeth and stabbed Tang Tian with a dagger. Although it was night, the temperature was still high. Tang Tian, wearing a heat-resistant suit that was much too large for her, looked even smaller. This special attire also made her look precious, so the men kept a close eye on her, determined to make her confess something today. Tang Tian, with her enhanced strength, simply raised her bicycle to block the thrust, the dagger still lodged in the wheel. She flipped, knocking the dagger out of the man's hand. Before she could react, the bicycle hit her in the face, sending her dizzy. Tang Tian, her speed also enhanced, used the bicycle to kick away the other men's fruit knives, giving each one a slap. It must be said that the fighting techniques taught by Shen Puiyun really worked. In no time, Tang Tian had knocked several men to the ground. The nearby vendors and survivors were stunned upon seeing this, their mouths dropped open. Even the security guard was shocked. But Tang Tian wasn't done yet. She picked up a fruit knife and hurled it in the direction of the man's stall selling luxury goods. Whoosh! Clang! The fruit knife stabbed into the wall behind the man, leaving a bloody mark on his face. The man's legs went limp with fear, and his crotch grew hot. This woman, they messed with her. No wonder she could afford to buy so many expensive items. Sister Tian, what's wrong? Li Feiyong hurried over, panting. Nothing much, just a few bad guys. Tang Tian shook her head and asked, have you exchanged your supplies? Yes, but there aren't many stalls. I plan to come back and check again next time. Li Feiyong shifted the bag he'd been carrying on his back to the front, and it looked even bulgier. He wasn't short of food among his stockpiled survival supplies, but he was increasingly short of water and medicine. This time, he'd come to the market with that in mind. Unfortunately, these two items were even more scarce than the food. After browsing around for a while, he only managed to exchange a small amount, and the prices were quite high. Comparing prices, Li Feiyong decided to check back next time to see if there were any new stalls. Tang Tian thought the same, so the two of them went home for the time being. After returning home, Tang Tian showered, then immediately opened her system and began spending money. While she was away, Gu Bin and the official team arrived. However, they were afraid that a direct visit would arouse suspicions among the other survivors and put the Tang family in danger. Therefore, this time, they came in plain clothes, almost armed and armed. Many organizations do this these days. It's quite thoughtful. Wei Mingxia and Tang Yi brought out the food, and Gu Bin and his group exchanged boxes of daily necessities for it, quickly completing the transaction. After Tang Tian added the valuables she obtained from the market into the system, combined with the gold coins she left over from last time and the money she earned during this time, she now had over 1.2 million gold coins. Compared to the beginning, now it was easily worth millions of gold coins, and Tang Tian was very pleased with this. But she couldn't celebrate too soon, as system upgrades were becoming increasingly expensive. Tang Tian made a quick decision and opened a new ability slot for each person. Wei Mingxia smiled and said, there are so many ability slots now, and so many abilities can be stored. I don't know which one to use first, and there's so much food to eat. It's okay, Mom. Having something to eat now is a good thing. Tang Yi also laughed. Afterwards, there were still 900,000 gold coins left. After discussing it, the mother and daughter decided to upgrade the warehouse. The food collection area hadn't been fully upgraded yet, so they probably already collected enough to set aside some for trading with the authorities. The rate of acquisition was far greater than the rate of consumption, and eventually it would be full. Upgrading the warehouse ahead of time would allow her to stop worrying about it for a while, and she had the gold on hand right now. So Tang Tian spent 800,000 gold coins to upgrade the warehouse to a large one. A large open area suddenly appeared nearby, expanding the storage area to 8,000 square meters, equivalent to more than a football field. Tang Tian had over 100,000 gold coins left, but she put them aside for now. She cooked another batch of delicious food to sell at the store, and then prepared to rest. A few days later, Tang Tian decided to set out for the market again. To prevent any more bad guys from getting close, she decided to bring Tan Tan with her this time. After checking with Li Feiyong, the former couldn't return this time, as he didn't have enough food to trade for other supplies. Tang Tian was happy to go alone, and soon arrived at the market. She quietly put her bicycle away, and the ticket seller guarding the gate smiled even brighter upon seeing her. Because he had actually managed to steal one of the cigarettes, and every time he held it under his nose, he felt the aroma was wonderful, his attitude towards Tang Tian naturally improved. So Tang Tian bought a ticket, and was able to enter directly. A quick glance revealed that the market seemed to have fewer stalls, but more survivors coming to trade. Perhaps someone else was advertising nearby. Tang Tian put on a mask, and went to the stalls. Maybe the news had gotten out that someone was specifically looking for valuables, but this time there were actually several more stalls selling valuables. Gold and jade coin sets, all sorts of glittering luxury goods, and even a batch of pure new modern craftsmanship trying to pass themselves off. Now that they were all on sale, Tang Tian couldn't just sit there and not buy anything. Wait until the current craze dies down before returning. Assuming the market can still operate. Tang Tian bargained and bought from each stall. The stall owners, who sold out, were overjoyed and immediately left with their supplies. The stall owners, who weren't patronized, were angry, But they heard that the person who only cared about the valuables also had some martial arts skills, making it impossible for 3 or 5 people to get close to him. They had to swallow their anger for the time being. Naturally, Tang Tian's buying spree was seen by some other survivors, and they had some hidden agendas. The large dog beside Tang Tian, in particular, was a walking piece of fat meat in the eyes of the survivors. These days, there are practically no animals on the roadside. To humans at the top of the food chain, everything is food. This woman can actually afford such a large dog. You can only imagine how well off she is. Tang Tian came upon a rather peculiar stall. It was small and tucked away in a corner. It must have once been a small nail salon in the mall. But the man who presided over it was a man with white hair and a youthful face. Tang Tian guessed he must be in his 60s. If the population was already aging rapidly before, now there's hardly one elderly person in 10 people. Except for Choi Soo-young, she's probably a scourge that will live on forever. But the old man before him, his eyes half closed, looked as relaxed as an elderly person strolling his bird or listening to opera in the park. It was clear his living conditions must be far superior to others. Tang Tian glanced down and was surprised. Good news. This old man also sells jade. Even better news. He's selling 2 jade guanyin statues. These are pendants like those. They're real guanyin statues, complete with a base, standing as tall as a forearm. If they're genuine, they'd probably be worth millions before the apocalypse, Tang Tian asked excitedly. Her system for Krypton gold doesn't consider the quality of valuables, only their weight. If she bought these 2 jade guanyin statues, they'd be worth as much as gold. Uncle, how do you exchange them? The old man raised his eyelids slightly. His shop was tucked away in a corner, so few customers would come here anyway. And seeing that they were selling something inedible, they were even less interested. Fortunately, this old man remained calm and composed, a far better character than some others who would defend themselves after Tang Tian exposed their fake goods. After all, this was the first customer after setting up their stall for so long. So the old man finally cleared his throat and said, "Little girl, I'm asking for something in exchange, but you probably don't have it. Let's not waste time asking." Tang Tian didn't get angry either. She simply removed her mask and said with a smile, "Uncle, I really like these 2 treasures of yours. Why don't you tell me what you want to exchange them for, and I see if I have any?" The old man glanced at her and said, "I'm not too worried about food and clothing, but I love tea since before the apocalypse. I like to exchange 2 kilograms of tea leaves, but I'm picky. I don't have the best tea, but you can't fool me with tea leaves." Tang Tian breathed a sigh of relief. She thought she wanted something else, but it turned out to be this. But then again, this was indeed a scarce commodity for most survivors. The upper class might still have some, but even if you chewed it, the tea still had a flavor. There was no way they were going to trade it for something inedible like jade. So, the old man's deal was unlikely to succeed until the market collapsed. Thankfully, he had met Tang Tian. It was truly a 2-way journey. Tang Tian took off her backpack and rummaged through it. The old man frowned slightly. Could it be that this little girl really existed? Then the real person would hide his true identity. Finally, Tang Tian retrieved 2 packages of tea from the system warehouse, packaged by a packaging machine. They looked just like the unopened tea in real life. She handed them to the old man and asked with a smile, "Uncle, what do you think of these 2 boxes?" The old man finally opened his eyes fully, dropped his crutches, and took the tea boxes. He opened the 2 lids and eagerly sniffed them. At the first sniff, his eyes lit up like light bulbs, his face flushed with excitement, and he exclaimed in a trembling voice, This is the most famous Bilyuakun and Longjing. And this smell. There's no mistaking it. It's even this year's new tea." But after the excitement wore off, the old man became confused. Before the apocalypse, the temperature was strange, and afterward, natural disasters swept through. Where would the new tea come from this year? Could it be that his nose was misleading? But regardless, these were truly 2 boxes of his ideal tea. Seeing the old man's expression, Tang Tian knew it was a sure thing. After all, this tea was the finest quality he had found after a long search in the tea garden. At home, we only occasionally drink tea and make milk tea, so ordinary tea leaves are enough. That's why she uses a packaging machine to pack these high-quality teas, waiting for them to be used someday. And when the tea garden is upgraded, the availability of high-quality tea will increase. Wouldn't it be easy to deal with people like this? She smiled and asked again, "I originally wanted to keep these 2 boxes of tea for myself, but I see you really like this jade guanyin. Uncle, would you like to exchange them?" "Exchange? Exchange?" The uncle waved his hand, clutching the tea boxes with great enthusiasm. a beaming smile on his face. I didn't expect you, young lady, to be so knowledgeable about tea. Of course, I oblige you. Tang Tian hurriedly put the 2 jade guanine statues into the warehouse and asked, Sir, I'm a bit of a tacky person. I prefer gold, jade, and jewelry. If you have any left, I take them too. If it's yours, I trade it for your favorite tea. How about that? The old man looked at Tang Tian this time, his eyes more admiring. This young lady is truly savvy, although he wasn't sure why she wanted so many of these things. Since he could get tea in return, the old man naturally ignored it and readily agreed. Don't worry, young lady. I go back and see if I have any left and get some for you. We trade again then. After concluding the transaction, the two departed. The old man stuffed the tea box into his arms and slowly left the market, leaning on his cane. But tea needs to be soaked in water to drink, and it doesn't fill your stomach. It's not something you take at a robbery. But after only a few dozen meters, headlights flashed in the distance. An off-road SUV drove up, and several young men got out. They walked straight up to the old man and said helplessly, Old man, why did you come out on your own? You didn't even leave a message, and you didn't even answer the intercom. We were so worried. The old man chuckled for a moment and obediently followed them back to the car. After all, he was eager to enjoy his tea. After Tang Tian finished her shopping, there were few stalls left selling the valuables she coveted. But having acquired the 2 jade guanine statues, she had already made a great purchase today, so she prepared to head home. But something was happening up ahead. A commotion erupted, and a crowd gathered to watch. Curious, Tang Tian took Tan Tan with her, and went to see what was happening. But it would have been better if she hadn't seen the person. Before she saw the person, she heard the voice. Tang Tian heard a familiar voice. It was you who deliberately didn't hold it properly, causing my bracelet to break. You're not leaving. Hey! Stop your slander, girl. What proof do you have that I broke it? You didn't even ask who I am, and you dare to exclude me? Do you still want to set up a stall here? Tang Tian was stunned. She and Tan Tan squeezed into the chattering crowd, and finally got a clear view of the situation. On one side was a middle-aged woman, flanked by several middle-aged men. They looked quite powerful. And the person on the other side was Qin Yaowe. Didn't the Shen family all go to the official shelter? Could they be back? Qin Yaowe was alone, but she stood with her hands on her hips, her presence undiminished. She seemed to still have her usual chili-flavored demeanor. Though she'd lost a lot of weight, she was still full of energy. How many people have died because of this lack of energy? Is this woman new here? She's quite pretty. Of course, it's a shame she doesn't have enough food or drink around her. Otherwise, I might consider getting some. Why would she mess with the boss lady? It seems she's definitely not going to make it here. Tang Tian listened to the discussion and roughly understood the whole story. She doubted Qin Yaowe would go so far as to extort money, but the proprietress, who controlled the entire market, might cause trouble. The entrance fee alone cost half a pound of goods, and setting up a stall presumably also required a booth fee. With all the back and forth going on, regardless of whether the stall owner's trade was successful, the people behind the market were sure to profit. She thought for a moment, then stepped forward and said, All right, I exchanged the broken bracelet. Let's call it a day. The middle-aged woman glanced at her sideways and snorted, Who are you? You're such a busybody. However, Qin Yaowe's expression brightened upon seeing her, but she held back. The middle-aged woman wanted to say more, but the man next to her whispered something, causing her expression to soften. She waved her hand and changed her tone. Today is such an unlucky day. All right, everyone, go away and continue your business. The crowd dispersed, and the proprietress and her people left, leaving only Tang Tian, Qin Yaowe, and Tan Tan. Tang Tian, I didn't expect to see you here. The latter had always remembered Tang Tian's family as well stocked, so he hadn't imagined she'd come to the market, nor had they ever crossed paths again. Me too. Did you guys return from the shelter? Tang Tian asked, temporarily returning to the shop with Qin Yaowe to sit down, taking the broken bracelet with her. Qin Yaowe sighed, and began to recount her recent experiences at the Shen families. That night, after leaving Hexinuen, they hurried to the entrance of the shelter, where many people were trying to get in. The Shen family had originally hoped to profit from Tang Tian's gift of a cigarette, but unexpectedly, upon seeing Shen Boyun and Cheng Jing's police IDs, the shelter became exceptionally friendly. Not only were they allowed in through a separate entrance, but their families were also allowed in. It's understandable that the authorities are still short of staff, and they incorporated previously specialized professions into the shelter, providing them with corresponding benefits. Finally settled in, the shelter distributed free food to the refugees twice a day. But it wasn't only unpalatable, it was barely enough to sustain life, likely the same thin porridge and grain porridge offered to refugees outside. To achieve better conditions, the refugees had to find work and receive material compensation. Shin Boyun and Chung Jing, needless to say, had their jobs offered to them by the authorities. Shin Yaowe and Yen Chunhua also didn't want to be idle. The former found another job, while women like the latter generally sought logistics work. It's fair to say that the Shin family's current conditions were much better than those of the other refugees in the shelter. In short, if things could truly stabilize, the Shin family wouldn't have to return. Tang Tian was happy for them. In the apocalypse, being able to establish a foothold with the authorities would be much better than just living in a community. But the shelter only provided 2 meals. Everything else had to be found on their own. After hearing that a trading market had opened here, Qin Yaowe brought her extra supplies, including valuables she already had at home, to trade. Unexpectedly, the stall had only been open for a short time, and she had only made a few transactions when she ran into the proprietress, and then the broken bracelet incident occurred. It's a good thing there's no surveillance here, otherwise they would have seen the truth. Qin Yaowe was still somewhat indignant. To be honest, she had never experienced such humiliation in the shelter, as everyone in the Shin family was so dedicated. Why bother with her? You're only here today, and your focus should be on the shelter. Maybe there will be a trading market elsewhere in the future? Tang Tian offered a few words of comfort, then changed the subject. What did you bring? Let me see. I'm collecting these. You can trade with me. There were still many eyes watching the market. Tang Tian had collected and exchanged so many valuable items, and this information must have been known to the market staff long ago, otherwise the proprietress wouldn't have let them off so easily. Okay. I'm here to exchange water and medicine. These aren't free in the shelter, and they're very expensive. Sometimes I can't even get a job, so these are all I have left. Qin Yaowe unfolded the bag, revealing jade pendants, bracelets, and other gold jewelry. The Shin family had also traded jade bracelets with the Tang family before, so they knew the rules. Besides, a smart person wouldn't ask Tang Tian exactly how many supplies she had. They just wanted to trade all the useless items in one go so they could get home early. So why not? Even the broken bracelet. Tang Tian had asked the system when she picked it up, and it turned out that anything genuine could be redeemed for real money, so she took it. Qin Yaowe gratefully packed the supplies and asked, Tang Tian, I see you still want to collect. Instead of wandering around looking for a stall, why don't you apply for a stall, advertise, and have people with valuables come directly to you? That's a good idea. Isn't this the same method she used to trade water for valuables with the residents of the building? Only a more advanced version. Tang Tian hurriedly inquired about the procedures, and Qin Yaowe answered truthfully. Afterwards, she shouldered her bag, donned her hood, squatted down, stroked Tan Tan's chin, exchanged a few pleasantries, and then thanked him before leaving. So Tang Tian immediately set off to the market management department to apply for a stall. But the management office wasn't located inside the mall, but in the adjacent office building. Leaving the market, Tang Tian arrived at the office building. As expected, there were security guards at the door, but after the previous incident, she felt they were just for show. This office building must have been turned into an unofficial shelter, with each compartment acting as a small room. Just like before the apocalypse, there was even a reception desk on the first floor. But due to a lack of power, the elevator couldn't operate, so the only option was to climb the stairs. Thankfully, as the management department, the second floor was accessible. The upper floors were occupied by the compartments where the disaster victims lived. Tang Tian led Tan Tan all the way to the simple sign above that red market management department. She knocked on the door before entering. The room was nearly empty, and it no longer resembled the administrative offices of the past. There was only a table, covered with folders and stationery. A woman sat beside it, idly sharpening her nails. Hello, I'd like to apply for a stall at the market. Without even looking up, the woman pulled a piece of paper from her folder and placed it on the table. She said calmly, fill out the form first and take your pen. There are 3 stall fee tiers. The first tier includes 3 pounds of food and water, and the stall has the best location. And so on and so forth. Tang Tian felt like laughing. This wasn't the pre-apocalypse period anymore. So what if the location was great? No one would trade, and the supplies still wouldn't sell. Just like the Jade Guaning man, whose stall was in the corner, but if he happened to see someone, he could close the deal right there. And yet, it seemed the pre-apocalyptic office workers' ways had been perfectly preserved. Originally, Tang Tian had thought of getting a stall in the third tier. After all, as long as he advertised, people from the neighborhood wouldn't hesitate to come. But thinking it would save time and effort, and since she still had the means to get something for free, she suggested, I want the first tier, the most visible and popular spot. But can these 3 pounds of food be replaced with something else? The woman glanced at her, her lips curled, and asked, What do you want as a replacement? We can only use supplies here, but we don't accept money or expensive luxury goods. Don't waste your words. If you don't have supplies, please go back. Tang Tian smiled and placed something on the table. When the woman saw clearly, her grip loosened, and the nail clippers fell to the ground. Chapter 60. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be a small bottle of baijiu. Although baijiu isn't a necessity, it has many additional benefits: cooling the body, disinfecting, reducing inflammation, and sterilizing, almost comparable to medicine. Everyone who came to apply for a booth had to negotiate for a while before finally reluctantly giving up some supplies. The woman had assumed Tang Tian would be the same. She hadn't expected Tang Tian to be so easy to talk to, and even offer such a precious item. Clearly, she was a wealthy customer. The woman wasn't so tactless. She immediately stood up. Her attitude completely changed, and she smiled, saying, Of course this can be replaced. Don't worry, I definitely arranged the best booth for you. This bottle was from the batch Tang Tian had stockpiled, and it was a small 2-liang bottle. But she could brew her own wine in her system, so this wasn't a big deal to her. She quickly filled out the form and submitted it, the information on it being half truthful and half fake. The woman asked her to wait a moment, then quickly left the office to do her work, her efficiency increasing tenfold. Less than 10 minutes later, the woman returned, followed by several others. Tang Tian immediately spotted the so-called proprietress, who had argued with Shen Yaowei earlier. The proprietress, apparently recognizing her, was startled, her eyes narrowed in confusion. The man next to her, a similar age, must be her husband, the proprietress. The man immediately noticed the bottle of baijiu on the table, his smile widening as he stepped forward and offered his hand. Miss, this must be your first time in our market. Your supplies are in short supply. We will definitely arrange the best booth for you and ensure your transaction goes smoothly. Tang Tian shook it casually and then released it, saying, Arrange it as soon as possible, but it's a little late today, I come back tomorrow. By the way, could you advertise outside? The owner, Zhang Huiping, was taken aback. Although his market was new, he had never encountered such a request. Tang Tian didn't wait for his reply, pointing to the table and adding, I had another one of these. Zhang Huiping came to his senses, took a deep breath, and quickly replied, Okay, sure. Miss, just tell our staff when the time comes. Then it's settled. I set up a stall in your market first, but it'd be best if no one bothered me, otherwise, I don't know what I do. Tang Tian glanced at the proprietress as she spoke, then left without a care in the world. The proprietress's face darkened, and she didn't dare to breathe. How could she have known that Tang Tian was actually a friend of the young woman? If she'd lost this client because of this, wouldn't Zhang Huiping be furious? However, Zhang Huiping had already seen through it. After pressing her, he got the answer. He glared at Wan Liru and angrily scolded her. What are you saying? Now you see? If you dare send this god of wealth away, I beat you up. Wan Liru pouted, muttering to herself as she and Zhang Huiping walked out. Tang Tian rode her bike back. She didn't waste the remaining time, telling Tang Yi and Wei Mingxia about her plan to set up a stall. They knew that Tang Tian was trying to find a way to exchange for gold, jade, and other items. Fresh fruits and vegetables and meat were definitely not allowed on the market, so they had to rely on processed products produced by various equipment. After Tang Tian finished her shower, she found a small blackboard from the warehouse, a wooden stand designed for her stall. She wrote colorful words on it, and traded food for valuables. Cans, smokers, and dryers were still the mainstays. The Tang family hurriedly prepared a batch of meat dishes before retiring to bed. The next day, feeling refreshed, she said goodbye to Tang Yi and Wei Mingxia, and headed to the market with Tan Tan. To her surprise, this time, it was Zhang Huiping and others who personally greeted her at the door, without Wan Liru. It seemed this man had some foresight. Zhang Huiping even led Tang Tian to the front of the shop. This was the shop front that was immediately visible after ascending the stairs. As long as there was traffic, it was a place with good business. Tang Tian nodded and put down the small blackboard. Zhang Huiping was surprised when he saw this and couldn't help but ask, Miss Tang, you actually want to exchange those valuables? Yes. I like those. Tang Tian's light-hearted words left him speechless. It goes without saying that the thoughts of the rich are beyond anyone's imagination. No matter how much you try, you never guess. He then remembered what Wanliru had told him. A buyer had recently appeared in the market, specifically targeting stalls selling valuables. He ignored the others, emptied several stalls, and no one else wanted to renew them. However, Zhang Huiping also had the office building to manage nearby, so the market was usually left to Wanliru. Unexpectedly, not long after, she nearly lost a major client. Home? This office building had been looted in the early days of the apocalypse, and later, during a snowstorm, it became a shelter for residents of the nearby neighborhood. After a fierce battle, it was eventually taken over by Zhang Huiping, who gradually expanded it into a shelter and even opened this market. In fact, the victims in Zhang Hui building had even watched a fight from the window. It was Tang Tian escaping the avalanche, and those who took advantage of it. Unfortunately, Tang Tian was covered head to toe at the time, so even with binoculars, her face couldn't be seen. Now, if they met again, they wouldn't recognize each other. But I wanted to ask you to put up an advertisement. Does that still count? Tang Tian asked, then added, and anyone in your office who has something I want can come and exchange it. But I'm limiting the number of items per day. It's first come, first served. To outsiders, she was using her backpack as a cover. She couldn't exchange it for everyone who came. She had to limit the number of items, and she couldn't come back again until a certain time. Zhang Huiping was thrilled and nodded repeatedly. Okay, I get it. I go put up an advertisement for you right away, and let the people in the office know. With that, Zhang Huiping and his men left. Tang Tian whistled, and Tan Tang climbed onto the counter and laid down to rest. Tang Tian sat at the shop entrance, but at first, no one came. She even took out a physical book and flipped through the pages, looking quite relaxed, just like the old man. Not long after, people began to ascend the stairs. The first thing they saw was the small blackboard in front of Tang Tian's stall. After all, some survivors weren't willing to part with even half a pound of food for the entrance fee, so the market wasn't particularly crowded. At first glance, someone thought it was just a simple exchange of gold and jade for food, and just as they were about to pass by, they rubbed their eyes. After seeing more clearly, they stepped forward and asked in disbelief, "Boss, are you trading food for valuables?" Tang Tian nodded. The exchange is based on weight. Gold is first tier, jade and emerald second tier, and jewelry third tier. But I have limited supplies, so it's first come, first served, while supplies last. She had only visited the market twice before, collecting all the valuables. Now, few stalls are using those items. She hadn't expected this stall to go against the grain and actually do the opposite. People looked at each other in bewilderment. Some asked, half believing, half doubting, "Is this true? You're not trying to trick us, are you?" Some people might have a lot of supplies these days, but instead of hoarding them, they're exchanging them for something like this. It definitely looks like a new type of post-apocalyptic scam. Tang Tian patiently reiterated, "That's the rule. And I applied for the stall from Boss Zhang. Believe it or not." Without saying that, some people started to think about leaving. About half an hour later, a wave of people suddenly surged up, crowding around Tang Tian's stall, eagerly asking questions. "What can I exchange these for? I want water. Can these be exchanged for something else? I want medicine. Summer heat relief and wound medicine." Woof woof woof. Seeing the crowd about to pounce, Tan Tan immediately stood up and shouted to stop them, even opening his mouth as if to bite, which prevented some from jumping over the counter. "Quiet, quiet. Line up." The security guards, having received Zhang Huiping's orders in advance, began to step forward to maintain order. With much difficulty, they managed to get the line to form, a long queue. Tang Tian then put away her book, stood up, cleared her throat, and repeated the rules, then took out a digital scale. Waves of valuables flowed in. Tang Tian collected everything, except the luxury items. Each area had a different exchange value based on the weight required. The lowest tier is the staple food, while the higher tiers might include additional pickled vegetables or dried meat. For the highest tier, Tang Tian offered a supply that would make everyone jealous. It was dried fruit. Since the apocalypse, ordinary people haven't seen any fruit at all. Some have even developed scurvy due to vitamin C deficiencies. Those who truly need a boost often rely on pills. So, this isn't dried fruit, it's medicine. Of course, these dried fruits are harvested from Tang Tian's orchard and dried in a dryer. She only uses lemons, apples, grapes, and cherry tomatoes, common, long-lasting fruits or fruits that are easy to grow. After all the processed products are packaged, they're packaged in a packaging machine. But she wasn't so foolish as to exchange them all at once. Each package only contained 1 or 2 pieces. More would have aroused suspicion. Before she knew it, Tang Tian had already exchanged 2 kilograms of valuables. The supplies exchanged were far less than this, and it was almost over. He immediately shouted, "I'm out of supplies. I'm not going to exchange anymore. Those behind you can go back." "What? Out already? It's not much. Are you hiding something?" "No, I'm already here. Just be more flexible." The man whose turn it was next was especially furious. He threw several pieces of jewelry on the counter and angrily shouted, "I'm saying, are you doing this on purpose? You're stopping at me? Stop talking nonsense and exchange it for me." The jewelry hit Tan Tan, nearly exasperating him. Tang Tian intervened, saying coldly, "I'm the stall owner. If I say I don't have any, I don't have any. If I were hiding it, would I have taken it out to exchange for supplies? Use your brain." Then, she waved her hand, leaving it to the security guards. The security guards, having watched the entire scene, had already considered Tang Tian the most powerful person in the market, and immediately stepped forward to drive the survivors away. The survivor in the front immediately gave way, his face bitter, and he shouted, "Wait! Wait! Can you at least tell me when you're going to open your stall next time? Please!" Tang Tian stroked Tan Tan's hair, put away the small blackboard, and said, "It depends on my mood." She had already decided that her next stall would be at least 10 days away. Zhang Huiping had already made a fortune from the ticket sales alone, and was overjoyed. She had requested to keep the stall open, and he would surely agree. Seeing the survivors leave, Tang Tian gave the security guards a few words and left the market with Tan Tan. Of the 2 kilograms of valuables, gold accounted for 1/3, and the rest was miscellaneous. It was a pity that the large jade guanine was never seen again, otherwise, one would have weighed a great deal. After spending all the gold, she had another 1.4 million gold coins in her gold column. Adding the gold she had saved, she had over 1.5 million. Honestly, this was even richer than looting. After some consideration, Tang Tian decided not to open the supernatural column for now, focusing on the system. Upgrading all the food collection sites instantly eliminated 1 million gold coins. After all, level 5 was the maximum level, and the basic farmland, pastures, and workshops were all at level 4, which significantly increased the speed and quantity of food production. Luckily, she had previously used gold to upgrade her warehouse, otherwise it might not have been enough. With the remaining 500,000 gold coins, she decided to purchase new food collection sites and some equipment. She also bought a few more of the old equipment she had already purchased. After some thought, Tang Tian also bought a cheese machine and a tofu cooking pot. As the name suggests, the cheese machine can make cheese, and the tofu cooking pot can make various tofu and other byproducts, all of which she enjoys. Though Tang Tian had stockpiled a batch of tofu before the apocalypse, it had long been consumed by now. While it's possible to make tofu in the workshop, it usually takes a long time. With this equipment, as long as she has the necessary raw materials, she can freely choose her own ingredients. Then, there's the new source of ingredients. The flower garden. Don't underestimate this flower garden. Flowers have a long history of being used in cooking, and even some modern dishes, drinks, and other delicacies feature flowers to some degree. Most importantly, the flower garden allows for regular honey harvests. Although Tang Tian had purchased a beehive and installed it in the forest, the harvest was extremely unreliable. Sometimes, after a harvest, it took a long time to get another, so the honey in the warehouse wasn't very abundant. Thankfully, Tang Tian stockpiled a batch of honey when she was stockpiling, and it never went bad when stored in the system warehouse, and she didn't usually consume much. After obtaining honey from the system, she simply kept it together. But the flower garden could harvest honey without installing a beehive, and the forest produced ordinary wild honey. Tang Tian speculated that the flower garden could yield even better honey. After emptying her gold bar, Tang Tian unlocked the ability to craft delicious food, put a batch of supernatural delicacies on sale, and finally logged off, satisfied. She didn't go to the market again, and Zhang Huiping, indeed, had great foresight, having kept Tang Tian's stall. If no one came, he would simply close it, and even if someone applied again, he wouldn't give the shop away. But at the same time, he also hoped every day that Tang Tian would come again, so that he could earn a large sum of ticket fees. But those who had heard the advertisement and wanted to trade valuables found the stall owner absent. Besides feeling helpless and furious, they could only inquire about the situation and wait day and night, hoping the mysterious person would arrive soon. Tang Tian, of course, wasn't in a hurry. Her decisions were set in stone. She meant to go back later. During this time, almost no one in the building bothered her. Not long after, the authorities sent another round of relief supplies. Each time there was water and food, but the protein-rich biscuits were sporadic and eventually completely gone. This left the residents feeling abandoned, forcing the authorities to feed some people a few peanuts. Tang Tian didn't initiate the trade. After all, in the eyes of outsiders, it would take time for her to obtain the supplies. Until the next time, she noticed that the food delivered to each person actually included a portion of dried corn kernels and beans. It turned out to be the latest harvest of heat-resistant crops being researched by the government. Gu Bin smiled and said, "Actually, this is all thanks to Miss Tang. Part of the food you donated went to the researchers, giving them the energy to continue their research and develop weather-resistant crops sooner." Tang Tian felt a slight sense of relief. While it's unclear when this extreme heat will end, or what other freak natural disasters may follow, at least the government is finally getting things back on track. Officials are also collecting water from various sources: rivers, groundwater, and mountain sources. They even organized several water-finding teams specifically for this task. The damaged water plant is also being repaired, but Tang Tian looked at the thermometer. The bad news is that the temperature is stuck at 65 degrees. The good news is that it hasn't risen in a long time. Could it be that extreme heat, like extreme cold, also has a final peak? I wonder if the temperature will begin to drop later in the process. Wei Mingxiao was using the equipment to make processed products. She even used the new cheese machine and tofu cooking pot to create her first cheese and tofu. She was surprised to discover that by adding tofu ingredients and milk to the tofu cooking pot, she could actually make milk tofu. It seems this cooking pot can make more than just ordinary tofu. After Tang Tian obtained the milk tofu, she skewered it and lit a flame in her palm. Bake it until crispy and golden brown, then dip it in sugar and eat it. The rich milky aroma blends with the sweet flavor, becoming more and more delicious with every chew. Nearby, Tan Tan was still producing crystal pendants. Seeing that he was really hungry, Tang Tian fed him a couple of bites as a snack, and he ate them with great relish. Meanwhile, Tangy was testing Tang Tian's idea, using ice-attributed abilities to cover the house, creating the effect of an igloo. To that end, she specially prepared a more advanced psychic dish from the orange category, mango-shaved ice. Wei Mingxiao had also finished processing the items and decided to join in, saying that ice grass salad we made earlier has both wood and ice attributes, perfect for me. Besides, we collected more ice grass now, so I'm not missing one. I can even help out after I eat it. Tang Tian nodded. That ice grass salad is an SR level delicacy. I already unlocked 2 of the recipes, and they're both common dishes and abilities. My level has increased significantly, and I earned more gold coins. Let's work on unlocking more later. After Tangy and Wei Mingxiao ate the dish and gained ice attribute abilities, they began casting ice attribute spells on the wall. We're almost out of hailstones, and we sell the melted water. The ice from the ice maker melts too quickly, so I think it's better to use more of my powers. Tangy pondered, leaving a trail of icy blue on the wall like painting. Leaning closer, she could still sense the gentle chill emanating from that area. What if I use my ice attribute powers to make ice balls myself? Just like making fuel balls in extreme cold? Wei Mingxiao asked curiously. That depends on whether making ice balls is more cost-effective, or making an igloo. Anyway, we have plenty of time now, so let's give it a try. Tang Tian tossed the last half of the milk tofu into Tan Tan's mouth. After Tan Tan caught it accurately, she clapped her hands. She didn't plan to go out for the next few days. Boom! Another faint explosion echoed from somewhere in the distance. Tang Tian, like a painter, climbed a ladder, applying her ice attribute powers to the ceiling. She was already halfway through building the igloo. While rolling ice balls can melt into pure water, an igloo only needs to be covered with a layer. Besides, the indoor temperature wasn't high, and there was no sign of melting, so they decided to build an igloo first. Wei Mingxiao held a stainless steel bowl filled with mixed eggplant salad. Hearing the noise, she emerged from the kitchen, frowning and asking, "This noise has been getting more frequent lately. Will we have it soon?" There were no forests visible here, but wildfires must have been going on for a while. Occasionally, one could even hear the sound of helicopter rotors. These spontaneous combustion and explosions continued unabated. From the window, several unchecked plumes of black smoke rose, coating the usually luminous blue sky with a thin layer of soot. Before Tang Tian could reply, she suddenly became aware of another commotion. Tangy looked out the window, her brow furrowed even more than Wei Mingxiao's. Looks like there's a fire in a building in the neighborhood next door. The smoke's almost reaching us. It's impossible to clearly see the situation in other cities right now, but Chuncheon is still maintaining its 2-hour power supply schedule. But this kind of high temperature is highly susceptible to electrical fires. Once a fire breaks out, and since they're all high-rise buildings, it could easily escalate into a fire throughout the entire building. Tang Tian climbed down the ladder and said, "It's bound to happen sooner or later, sis. Just in case, use your supernatural powers to reinforce the windows. Mom, get the air purifier out and use it. It's almost time. After dinner, I'm going to go to the market again." Tang Yi and Wei Mingxia agreed. "Now that things have come to this, let's eat. Today's meal is still suitable for hot weather. Lemon chicken wings, sour bean sprouts, cucumber and mashed potato salad rolls, egg and tofu, and other supernatural delicacies." Wei Mingxia had grown the bean sprouts herself. For wood-type plants, which can grow directly from seeds, growing bean sprouts was a breeze. Of course, the tofu was also made using a cooking pot, making it exceptionally fresh. After dinner, Tang Tian rode her bike, taking Tan Tan with her to the market. Having been away from home for a while, the air quality had indeed deteriorated, so she changed into a medical mask. But before she had ridden for long, Tang Tian suddenly heard a strange sound swirling in the air. Hiss! Hiss! It was a deep, powerful cry, the cry of a large bird, like metal rubbing against metal, and extremely harsh. Tang Tian looked up in confusion, only to be startled. The bird's broad body and wings clearly showed it was a bird of prey. It was brown and yellow all over. After a few more cries overhead, it suddenly swooped down, landing steadily on the side of the road and beginning to peck at something with its beak. Tang Tian approached cautiously, and was even more astonished when she saw it more clearly. The large bird was actually pecking at a dried corpse. It was actually a vulture. This place wasn't a vulture habitat at all, so how could it have flown here? But there were indeed a lot of carcasses. Tang Tian didn't dare dwell on it, and decided to go to the market with Tan Tan. The gatekeeper was already familiar with her, and didn't even charge her an entrance fee. Tang Tian went straight to her shop, opened the door, put down the small blackboard, and waited for business to come. Zhang Huiping had spies in the market, and if she came, they would immediately notify him. If they helped with advertising, these people would also receive compensation from Zhang Huiping, a mutually beneficial relationship. This time, however, Tang Tian's blackboard wasn't just for valuables. She was planning to trade for fuel and medicine. When trading with officials, daily necessities are always provided, but precious supplies like fuel and medicine aren't always guaranteed. Ordinary people might be able to try and get a piece of the action. Sure enough, someone soon arrived, asking, "Is this a stall where I can trade for tea?" Chapter 61. Tang Tian looked up and saw the man, a dark-skinned man in his 30s. It was so hot that almost everyone had darkened, except for Wei Mingxia, who had been staying home most of the time. But judging by his imposing aura and sharp eyes, Tang Tian felt that he was more like a plainclothes officer than someone coming to trade. However, his eyes weren't those of a predatory, but rather a righteous one, which was reassuring. Could it be? This man is from the government? Has he been targeted for his large-scale trading? Tang Tian was silent for a moment, but the mention of tea reminded him of Jade Guanyin. Besides, she now had connections with the government, so she nodded and said, "Yes, what can I do for you?" The man breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Well, I brought some jade this time, and I'd like to exchange it for tea. Do you have any more?" Thinking of it all, it was most likely the old man's messenger. For now, let's not dwell on the details of who the old man was. How could they refuse a deal that came right to them? This time, however, he didn't bring a jade guanyin, but a box of jade jewelry. Tang Tian opened it and gasped. Although she wasn't familiar with glass-like and eyes noodle-like jade, it was clear that the condition of these jades was such that even an outsider like her felt it was truly amazing. Confirming that these items would be worth real money, Tang Tian unhesitatingly pulled 2 boxes of packaged tea from her backpack and sealed the deal. After her success, she smiled brightly and said, "The old man really loves tea. I still have some. Next time, if you don't have valuables, fuel and medicine will also work." The man simply responded with a helpless groan, then put on his hat and hurried away. During this time, a line began to form behind him, each having paid their entrance fee. Some people noticed the small blackboard and realized that Tang Tian wasn't just looking for valuables this time, but also fuel and medicine. They couldn't help but ask, "Boss, fuel is so precious these days. What can you exchange your fuel and medicine for?" After all, not everyone has a large stockpile of valuables, and Tang Tian has the means to refuse those luxuries, leaving many wealthy families before the apocalypse unable to convert their excess. Tang Tian replied, medicine is second tier, along with grain and meat. It depends on demand and quantity. For fuel, it's always third tier quality. The more fuel you have, the more you can exchange. Some people looked confused after hearing this. Those who had traded with Tang Tian understood the value of second and third tier supplies. But fuel and medicine were also extremely valuable. Most people didn't have them on hand, and even if they did, they wouldn't be able to exchange them immediately. Tang Tian wasn't in a rush. Nowadays, everything depends on fate, just like that Jade Guaning man. Once the market gets its name out, perhaps someone from further afield with similar conditions will come. So, more people continued to trade valuables, and the number of people was smaller than last time, so the line quickly cleared out. Tang Tian checked, and found that the various valuables combined only weighed half a pound. Seeing that it was still early, she decided to wait a little longer. To her surprise, she waited until Zhang Huiping came forward with a smile. "Miss Tang, is business still booming?" "Thanks to you, it's okay," Tang Tian replied calmly. "Oh, Miss Tang, please don't say that. It's really us who are doing this." Zhang Huiping's heart was filled with joy. Tang Tian's 2 visits to set up a stall had not only made his market famous, but also made him a ton of money from ticket sales alone. He was truly the god of wealth, but this time, he wasn't just here to say hello or offer a few kind words, he also wanted to trade for supplies. When they moved into the office building, Zhang Huiping and Wan Liru packed everything they could carry from home, including their valuables. At first, the former considered it a burden, but the latter refused to let them go. Unexpectedly, someone specifically wanted these things, so they decided to trade for some supplies. According to their informants, Tang Tian could not only exchange for grain and meat, but also fruits and vegetables. Wan Liru and their only son hadn't tasted this food in ages, and they were ravenous. They took out everything they had and offered it to Zhang Huiping for the trade. Tang Tian understood his intention and pointed to her small blackboard, then to the counter. Zhang Huiping was now the leader of a shelter, and with this trading market, it was impossible for him to be without fuel and medicine. Of course, whether he wanted to take them out was his own business. Tang Tian estimated the weight and gave him the second-tier supplies, which included grains, dried meat, and dried radish. These alone would have made for a full meal. Zhang Huiping was grateful profusely after receiving the supplies. But he stood there for a moment, hesitating for a moment before cautiously saying, "Miss Tang, I wonder if you open a stall again in the future? You better keep it." Tang Tian heard a hidden meaning in his words. Wasn't he afraid that she would stop coming, and he would lose the profit from the trade? "As long as there's something to exchange, I come. But I have to gather supplies first. Otherwise, how would I even have enough to exchange? I can't just conjure them out of thin air. While I'm gone, you maintain the market and find more clients to keep in touch with. I'll be back when I'm free." Zhang Huiping breathed a sigh of relief at the affirmative response, and after a series of verbal promises, he left with his men. Seeing that there were no transactions this time, Tang Tian packed up her stall and left. Next time she comes, back home, Tang Tian downs a glass of sour plum soup. This sour plum soup isn't a delicacy created by the system, but rather a recipe brewed in a traditional Chinese medicine shop before the apocalypse. Since Wei Mingxia's last Chinese medicinal herb planting, she's harvested 2 waves of common herbs, and now she's experimenting again. For example, with ginseng, the herb's age is crucial. So, if we use a growth-promoting ability, could we also create a longer age? So, the constant temperature room she created remains in use. Tang Yi was setting up the final section of the igloo. Tang Tian could already feel the coolness coming from the walls. If she turned on the cooling fan, she wouldn't need the ice anymore. When the temperature dropped, she wouldn't even need the fan. After spending all her valuables, she added another 700,000 gold coins to her coin bar. This time, Tang Tian focused on buying recipes. Not only did she buy an SR-level recipe, but she also bought an SSR-level recipe, and a recipe for a color recipe, golden yellow recipe. After all this spending, her coin bar soon had only 150,000 gold coins left. Tang Tian browsed around again, and finally bought a new piece of equipment. A sap collector. This device needs to be placed in the forest, collecting sap periodically. Tang Tian knew that some sap was also drinkable. Looking up, she saw the gold bar emptying incredibly quickly. She sighed. It seems the trading market business won't be stopping anytime soon. Hiss, hiss. Hearing this familiar sound, Tang Tian came to her senses and frowned again. In less than 10 hours, why did it seem like the vultures on the road were becoming more numerous and more persistent? She quickly told Tang Yi and Wei Mingxia about her observations. But honestly, The dead rot so quickly these days that people have to leave them outside temporarily. They quickly dry out again after daybreak. So, isn't it possible that these scavengers are even present in Hexin Garden? Tang Yi asked. But Tang Tian still felt something was amiss. She suddenly remembered the mutated piranhas she had discovered during the flood. Piranhas, a creature absolutely impossible to find in a city, share a similar nature to these vultures. Tang Tian immediately donned her night vision binoculars, wrapped herself up, and went to the balcony to observe. Some vultures circled overhead, occasionally stopping at the edge of the rooftop. Others lay on the ground, 3 or 4 gathered around a corpse, pecking at it. Others rushed over, fighting with the vultures for a bite of food. Tang Tian looked up, startled by what she saw, and hurried back to her room. Tang Yi and Wei Mingxiao had never seen her look like this before, and they asked inquiries. Tang Tian patted her chest, paused, and then said softly, "I saw. Those vultures' eyes are blood red. Those weren't bloodshot eyes. They look as if a full ruby was embedded within them. A truly eerie presence, unlike any other creature. Even though there weren't any vultures in the city, hadn't she seen pictures of them? They looked unusual in every way. First there were the mutated piranhas, and now there were these bizarre, almost mutated vultures." Tang Tian gained some new insights into this apocalypse, but also some new fears. If everything flying or swimming could mutate, who knew if others would? Tang Yi consoled him. Vultures have always been scavengers, eating only corpses and not aggressive. What if they're done eating here and fly off to somewhere else? Yes, at least they can finish the corpses. If the corpses aren't cleaned up quickly, they eventually cause plagues and pollute the land and water. It's better to be eaten by them. Wei Mingxia adjusted her glasses. But even so, they themselves didn't quite believe it was as easy as they made it out to be. Although the official radio station didn't specifically mention the bodies, they were likely being slowly cleaned up and cremated. Yin Country's population was already large, making this a major undertaking, not something that could be accomplished quickly or easily. The other survivors in the building also saw the vultures, but since they seemed non-aggressive, they didn't pay much attention. At worst, they could just shut their doors and windows, stay home, and wait for the next wave of official rescue. Unexpectedly, this time, the official rescue effort was 2 days late. The survivors huddled against the windows, eagerly hoping for the familiar truck to arrive soon. Tang Tian even faintly heard crying coming from downstairs. Such a shrill voice couldn't possibly belong to Choi Su-young. It was probably her grandson's. After waiting for so long for help, some people gritted their teeth and considered going out to search for supplies, or even asking for them from the shelter. It had been a while since the shelter closed, so surely they should have built a few more rooms to accommodate people. Even if it was just porridge and porridge, it was better than skipping meals. So, on an ordinary sunset, after the sun had completely set, a few people, carrying large and small bags, sparsely emerged from the building and headed out of Hexin. Ever since discovering the vulture mutation, Tang Tian would occasionally take out her binoculars to observe, so she didn't have to rush to the market. With no official help arriving, and no news from Gu Bin, this transaction could be put on hold for the time being. Tang Yi tore off the last page of the calendar. A year had passed since the stockpiling. Without Tang Tian's golden finger, not only would this year have felt like a year, but they wouldn't have even survived. Perhaps they would have already become carrion beneath the beaks of vultures. With extreme cold and heat, there was no hope of normal seasons this year, not to mention the extreme heat that showed no sign of cooling. Tan Tan had truly grown into a large dog, and his childhood nest was no longer usable. Fortunately, Tang Tian had bought many nests of various sizes ahead of time, so they could just replace them. Tan Tan was curled up in his nest, his eyes fixed out the window, as if he had anticipated some unknown danger. Wei Mingxiao was kneading dough in a basin. Noodles weren't a staple in Chuncheng, so they didn't buy flour often, let alone knead it themselves. But the system warehouse had plenty of flour, and since her 2 daughters had no appetite, she decided to simply make a bowl of scissor noodles with a tomato soup base. The room had been relatively quiet, but suddenly a shriek erupted from outside the window, echoing through the night sky. "Help! Help! Birds are eating people." Because it was late at night and quiet outside, the cry was even more audible. Tang Tian's heart skipped a beat when she heard it. What she feared most had finally come true. The next moment, she pulled out her flashlight and tiptoed to the balcony. Shining it down, she saw 2 vultures attacking the man in the bright light. The man, his adrenaline pumping, ran at full speed, screaming and flapping his hands, probably trying to shoo the birds away. Unfortunately, these were no ordinary birds, but vultures, mutated ones at that. They pecked at the man's head with their hard beaks, and before long, He collapsed to the ground before he could even get inside. He was still struggling, but soon 2 or 3 more vultures flew over and began to gnaw at the man's head again, much like he was cracking sunflower seeds. Tang Tian turned off the power and returned indoors. There was no need to watch the following scene any further. The man was undoubtedly dead. And after that, he would be quickly devoured by the vultures. Vultures have an astonishing appetite, consuming 10 pounds of meat in 5 minutes. A swarm of vultures would surely reduce a man to a skeleton in a matter of minutes. Tang Tian wondered, were the vultures attacking living people because they were starving? Or were they truly mutants, their habits altered? In any case, these vultures might be the next enemy humanity would have to face. The fragrant tomato scissor noodles were ready, and Tang Tian casually turned on the radio. Before each closure, the national radio station broadcasts the news. Now, Spring City has its own station, and the last announcement about the shelter's closure was from that station. Each station's broadcast times vary, but Spring City generally broadcasts most of the time during mealtimes, even though many people don't have them. The igloo was pleasantly cool, perfect for enjoying the hot, sour, and delicious tomato noodles. But before Tang Tian could take a few bites, the radio suddenly blared, and a message came through. Emergency. Emergency. A large number of unidentified giant carnivorous birds have appeared throughout the city and are aggressive towards humans. Please stay in the shelters as much as possible, and do not leave without permission. Authorities will do everything they can to kill the birds. I repeat. Could those birds not actually be vultures? After all, they were dangerous, large carnivorous birds, possibly mutated. Tang Tian sipped her tomato soup, the color of which resembled the mutated bird's pupils. So, the Tang family obeyed the order and stayed home. Wei Mingxia continued to research planting and various equipment for manufacturing and processing products. Tang Yi read books to supplement her knowledge and train Tan Tan, while Tang Tian continued to exercise and practice weapons. The igloo, built with level 8 ice properties, continued to provide coolness after 5 days. They decided to wait and see how long it would last. From time to time, from outside, one could hear the distant, sometimes near, sometimes louder, sometimes softer, sounds of attack, as well as the raspy, high-pitched cries of the mutant birds. One wondered what kind of intense battle was going on. The harvest had begun on the newly purchased flower garden. Besides the flowers, Tang Tian was actually most looking forward to the honey inside. Compared to the low-yield wild honey in the forest, the flower gardens are home to a vast array of flower honey. Once packaged with a packaging machine, it can fill a cardboard box these days. Honey wasn't a necessity before the apocalypse, but it's a valuable commodity afterward, its value likely multiplying. However, she also collected a large number of flowers. Some flowers can be used not only in recipes for color recipes, but also in SR or even SSR level dishes, so acquiring these ingredients is essential. But Tang Tian is currently using the jasmine harvested from the flower garden to make a jasmine melon tea with a thirst-quenching level 8. A thirst-quenching ability at level 5 can already last a person 4 days without drinking water, and the maximum level might double that. But sometimes Tang Tian makes something just to drink it. Emergency notice! Emergency notice! The radio suddenly blared again. Tang Tian listened to it in its entirety. It contained a lot of information. After culling these birds, the authorities took some of the carcasses back for research. They discovered that they resembled the mutated piranhas, a unique bird species never before seen. Let's call them mutant birds. These birds are not only enormous, but also possess strong wings and beaks. They consume both carrion and living things, making them extremely aggressive towards humans in pursuit of food. Also, during their extermination efforts, the authorities discovered numerous nests and eggs, indicating a rapid reproduction rate. Most importantly, after a period of culling, these strange birds evolved. When attacking, they not only bite with their wings and beaks, but also often spit out a strange acid from their mouths, corroding humans and weapons. And like mutant piranhas, these birds, after feeding on too much carrion, should be avoided even if they die, to avoid poisoning. But this is much more troublesome than with piranhas. The former simply require staying out of the water to avoid attracting fish, but mutant birds are everywhere, swooping down at the sight of food, making them even more dangerous. Thus, the official radio announcement urged the public to participate in the operation to kill the mutant birds. After all, not everyone has gone to the shelter. Those with the ability have established their own operations, and there are quite a few skilled individuals. The bird carcasses obtained can be taken to the nearest official shelter and exchanged for rewards. Tang Tian shuddered at this, perking up. After so many days of hiding, finally something important happened. Great, Mom, sister. Let's get ready and go kill the birds. Tang Tian said excitedly, and Tan Tan beside her let out a few howls. Don't worry, the number of mutant birds outside seems to be increasing again, and they're good at swarming. We need to come up with a plan, Tangy advised. Tang Tian rubbed his chin, and quickly came up with a plan. To deal with these mutant birds, he'd probably have to use his supernatural powers. But outdoors, regardless of whether anyone was around, there was always the risk of being discovered. And catching birds always requires traps. Tang Tian planned to lure them into a trap, then catch them in the trap. Perhaps because the authorities hadn't yet come to cull them, the mutant birds in Hexing Garden were increasing in number, often filling the railings. Some even perched directly on the survivors' balconies, where their blood-red eyes could be seen even more clearly. They stared into the room like they were a piece of prime meat, frightening the survivors so much that they quickly closed the windows and listened, trembling, to the screams outside. The authorities said they hunt the birds themselves, but how could they, powerless as they were, do it? Even if they could exchange it for a reward, they still have to pay with their lives. So most people simply wanted to let the authorities handle it while they waited in silence. But Tang Tian wasn't one to just sit there and wait. She already devised a plan to capture the bird. Mom, sister, are you ready? The living room had been emptied of everything to make room. Tang Tian, Tang Yi, and Wei Mingxia stood in a triangle formation, with the former at the balcony door. The latter nodded vigorously. Tang Tian asked, Tan Tan, are you ready too? Woof. Tan Tan wagged his tail, his face determined. So Tang Tian silently counted to 3 and flung the balcony door open again. Tan Tan ran out, barking a few times on the balcony, then re-entered the house, his tongue hanging out. Hiss, hiss! As Tang Tian had anticipated, the moment Tan Tan, this hunk of flesh, ran outside, he attracted groups of mutant birds, which roared and flew towards the balcony. These mutant birds seemed to have a habit of competing for food. Before long, there were 6 or 7 of them flying in. Tang Tian closed the door and shouted, Mom, sister, now! Tang Yi and Wei Mingxiao raised their hands, and an icy blue light flashed, striking the mutant birds. Hiss! The mutant birds flapped their wings, but their entire bodies were instantly frozen, flopping to the ground. Some were completely frozen, others only half. Some still fluttered half their wings, unable to escape. Their ruby-red eyes stared at the 3 of them, making them even more terrifying. But the most terrifying thing at this moment was Tang Tian, who was about to kill the bird. With a wicked smile, she pulled out a dagger, slashed off the mutant bird's wings, and then cut open its stomach. Not only did the color in their eyes darken, but the blood was also a dark purple, a stark contrast to its usual color. Only then did they confirm that they were dead. Following this procedure, they could kill all the mutant birds. The spilled blood could be frozen and then cleaned with ice. Originally, Tang Tian had considered using her fire ability. She doubted these birds were even afraid of fire. After some thought, she decided to use the cleaner ice ability. Even if they used this method, it meant they had to take their time with the bird-killing mission. Tan Tan, let's kill a few more birds. Then we have some more jerky. Woof. And so, the 3 men and the dog teamed up once again, sharpening their knives and attacking the strange birds. Chapter 62. After a busy period, the warehouse was already filled with hundreds of bird carcasses. Tang Tian opened a bottle of lemon-flavored soda and drank it, then took out her binoculars to peer outside. She didn't know if these mutant birds had developed any intelligence, but she had been catching them for days, and every time they entered, they couldn't leave. Perhaps because of this, there were surprisingly fewer mutant birds near Xinyuan than before. After all, she didn't believe that killing just a few hundred birds would wipe them out. If they were truly wiped out, Tang Tian would feel a bit of a pity. Wouldn't that hinder her from killing birds to earn rewards? She didn't know how the official eradication operation was going, but thankfully the radio was still reporting on the latest situation. The notice about exchanging bird carcasses for rewards hadn't changed. It seemed few people were willing to help kill birds. After collaborating to kill another wave of mutant birds, Tang Tian found a few sacks in the warehouse and stuffed all the carcasses into them. Seeing this, Wei Mingxia understood what she was going to do and asked, Tian Tian, are you going to the shelter to redeem your reward now? Do you want to kill some more? Besides, there are fewer strange birds near Xinyuan, but it's hard to say in the shelter. Mom, it's okay. If I kill more birds by myself, it would look strange to others. Besides, there are more weapons in the shelter than here, so there might be fewer mutant birds. Just be careful on the middle section. How about I go with you? We both carry bags. Tang Yi suggested. Tang Tian nodded. They wouldn't take Tandem with them this time. A few large birds in a flock could even lift people up in their claws, which would make Tan vulnerable. Fortunately, Tan seemed a little tired this time, currently munching on dried meat in his den, oblivious to the outside world. Okay, then you guys go quickly and come back soon. I stay home to watch over the house. Wei Mingxiao gave them a few instructions before letting them go. Tang Tian and Tang Yi first put on the chest protection and fall protection suits they had obtained earlier, along with thickened helmets and heat-resistant suits. With their ice attributes and enhanced defense, they shouldn't be afraid of the mutant birds' attacks. They also had other superpowers, which they had placed in their respective superpower columns. They were more than enough for this journey. Just then, Tang Tian received a message from Li Feiyang. Li Feiyang wasn't one to stay home all the time, and the birds on his balcony were too numerous to keep him company every day. Pushed into a corner, he came up with the same idea as the previous one: slowly lure the mutant birds into the house and kill them. However, he didn't have any convenient superpowers, so he could only fight them slowly on his own. But at least he killed some of the strange birds, and even if he got hurt, he had medicine at home to treat it, so it wasn't a big deal. But those strange birds might be his limit, so he wanted to take them to the shelter in exchange for compensation. What if their requirements changed? So they agreed on a time. But if they were traveling together, Tang Tian and Tang Yi couldn't just put the sacks in the warehouse and retrieve them at the station. With the sacks in one hand and the bicycles in the other, they set off. As the one who initiated the discussion, Li Feiyang was naturally waiting at the corridor entrance earlier. He was wearing a cycling helmet to protect himself from being shot in the head by the mutant birds. When he saw the sister sacks, he couldn't help but gape. Wow, how many birds did they kill? This must be a huge profit. He knew Tang Tian loved to fleece the authorities, and now she was taking advantage of them, but he quickly recovered. After all, they were powerful, and it wasn't the first time he understood this. He just had to follow the boss, and everything would be fine. The unmistakable screams of the strange birds were no longer audible, making the corridor even quieter. The two men's footsteps were even louder. That even attracted some of the survivors, some of whom simply opened the door. Seeing it was Tang Tian and Tang Yi, their expressions became complicated. They knew the power of the 17th floor, but judging by their posture, they must be leaving. Leaving at this time, were they so powerful that they weren't even afraid of those strange birds? They had seen with their own eyes how those giant birds attacked and devoured humans. That scene was far more horrifying than a natural disaster devouring countless lives. Because that would make people realize they weren't the only ones at the top of the food chain. Wait. Just wait a minute. Someone stumbled over, tumbling to their knees, begging, Tang Tian, are you holding bird carcasses? Are you trying to exchange them for supplies at the shelter? My husband is dead, and my child is dying. I beg you, please give me some bird carcasses. Those strange birds are so powerful, I'm sure I can't defeat them. I just want some bird carcasses, so I can exchange them for supplies. I go to the shelter on my own. Tang Tian, just because I never harassed you, please give me some. Tang Tian looked closely. Qin Yulin is dead? Oh no, actually, that's not surprising. After days of scorching heat and a lack of water, food, and supplies, it wasn't. A thought began to cross his mind. The people on the 17th floor were all ruthless. They couldn't afford the supplies. They could exchange them for some bird carcasses themselves. Perhaps. Thinking this way, they all knelt down and began to kowtow to the three men, pleading. Tang Tian paused before saying, since you say you want to exchange, then bring out the supplies first. I stick to the old rules. Gold, jade, and jewelry are all acceptable, as well as fuel and medicine. Nothing else is needed. Do you have any? We already exchanged the valuables at home with you. Where would we even have them? And fuel and medicine? Do we even have them? If you don't want to exchange, just say so. Why are you doing this? A middle-aged man cursed furiously. Tang Tian scoffed, that's your problem, not mine. If you don't want to exchange, forget it. But don't block our way out, or I kill you too and throw you out to feed the birds. Some people's shoulders trembled, and they retreated in fear. Others continued to talk foul, but they didn't dare to take action. After all, the Tang family was truly capable of such a thing. Qi Chong pursed her lips, dry and covered with dead skin, tears streaming down her face. Since Qin Yulin's official punishment for the damned reinforcement, he changed, no longer the cowardly and incompetent man he once been. Qi Chong had originally thought that the official rescue efforts would make significant progress, and that her family would all survive, which would have been satisfying. But unexpectedly, they continued to cling to life, sweltering in the heat, until now, when Qin Yulin was the first to give up. The couple exchanged many heartfelt words before Qin Yulin reluctantly passed away. Later, when the family ran out of supplies, the sex trade in the building flourished. Shi Chong had originally preferred death to obedience, but when she didn't take the initiative, others did. Robbery was a frequent occurrence in the building. Those demons only followed their own whims. And Gao Lan, next door, had been driven half-mad by the loss of her child. She was also extremely paranoid about her other child, even actively soliciting business to obtain more supplies. For the sake of the supplies, Qin Peng, however reluctant, had no choice but to turn a blind eye. And the other women in the building were ultimately forced to do the same. Except for the Tang family on the 17th floor, their place seemed an enviable paradise, completely free of these troubles. Chi Chong then bit her lower lip so hard that it bled. The valuables in the house had long been exchanged for supplies by Tang Tian. How could she have any more? She just wanted some bird carcasses, not supplies directly. Wasn't that acceptable? After the outburst, Chi Chong stood up tremblingly and walked home silently. No one knew what she was up to. Finally arriving outside the building, Tang Tian and the other two quickly hopped on their bikes and headed for the shelter. This was their first time at the shelter. They hadn't even seen the outside and had no idea what it was like. However, outside, the screams of the mutant birds were clearer. Li Feiyong shrugged and pedaled with all his might, fearing a headshot from one of the mutant birds. And because the mutant birds were scavenging, there were surprisingly few bodies left on the road. Not even a single bone remained. Hiss, hiss! A mutant bird perched on an abandoned utility pole, noticing the three moving people, screamed twice and swooped down. Seeing Li Feiyong slurring his bike ahead, Tang Tian immediately raised her hand, turned back, and fired a round of air bullets behind her. Hiss! The blow struck the mutant bird's wings, sending it tumbling in midair and crashing to the ground, unable to rise for a moment, naturally losing its aggressiveness. Tang Yi understood and deliberately rode behind Li Feiyong, blocking his view. When another mutant bird flew over, Tang Tian shot it directly, not forgetting to pop a candy in her mouth to replenish her mental strength. It was a pity she couldn't stop to deal with the bird carcass, otherwise her trophy would have increased, and she could have redeemed it for a reward. Li Feiyong squinted and looked ahead. He saw a concentrated light ahead, illuminating the night sky above like daylight. He excitedly shouted, "Sister Tian, Sister Yi, we're almost there." That's the shelter. As expected, the number of mutant birds near the shelter was smaller than before, indicating they were nearing the safe zone. Their riding speed gradually slowed until they reached the outskirts of the shelter. Tang Tian discovered that the shelter was surrounded by a long checkpoint with several gates manned by sentries. If it were the thick, high wall she imagined, expansion and development would likely be impossible. Tang Tian was a native of District S, so she knew there was a university town there. For convenience, she and her sister both enrolled in schools there. As a university town, the universities weren't surrounded by walls. Instead, they were separated by green belts and rivers. Since there was water, it was indeed suitable for a shelter. Unfortunately, the water there was probably already used up, and the various buildings had their uses. Beyond the checkpoint, Tang Tian saw many tents of various sizes by the light of the lamplight. The District S shelter had been officially closed, and would not accommodate any outside refugees for the time being. But these people probably still felt safer outside the shelter, so they settled in and refused to leave. The lighting here was exceptionally bright, allowing Tang Tian to clearly see the shelter's perimeter. Pushing the cart to the gate window, Tang Tian said, "Hello, we're here to exchange bird carcasses for rewards." The staff handed them forms to fill out and said, "To facilitate exchange, there's an exchange center about 200 meters to the left after entering the gate. It's easily accessible. After exchanging, please leave as soon as possible, or you'll be severely punished. Please note, until the shelter reopens, only former residents will be considered insiders, the rest will be outsiders who need to register to enter." As a result, many who had voluntarily left the shelter and now want to re-enter, or those who, under the pretext of exchanging bird carcasses, want to remain and cause trouble, will all be punished to the highest standards, and their current labor camps are unknown. The three silently nodded in agreement. After Tang Tian thanked them, they officially entered the shelter. There were lights on the roadside. I wasn't sure if this was the edge of the area, so only a few buildings emitted light, everything else was pitch black. In the distance, I could see tall buildings, lights on nearly every floor. It seemed that was the center of the shelter. The road was relatively clean, cleaner than outside the shelter. But there wasn't much greenery, it was bare. Occasionally, I could hear the sound of piling in the distance. Perhaps they were still under construction. But as I rode my bike, I could see several people walking in the same direction, probably heading to the exchange center. The 200 meters were soon there, and the three of them dismounted and pushed the bikes again. Even inside the shelter, they were worried about the vehicles parked outside. The exchange center looked like a converted mid-sized restaurant. The lights were on, and a commotion could be heard from outside. Tang Tian and Tangy entered, carrying sacks on their backs, and instantly became the center of attention. After all, most people here were likely Feiyong. Bringing a few plastic bags was a big deal. Those alone could be exchanged for several days' worth of food. How many bird carcasses could be in those sacks? No, two young girls had the strength to carry so many sacks? Of course not. After all, with her strength-enhancing abilities, Tang Tian could have carried even a few more sacks. The ground was covered with bird carcasses, and staff were recording them. Then, they would lead people to exchange them. This was basically the same process. However, since few people were willing to go out and kill birds and then exchange them, there weren't many people inside the building, and conversations were hushed, creating a semi-frozen atmosphere. After all, some people have lost their lives killing birds for reward, which isn't necessarily a good thing. So soon, a uniformed staff member approached and asked, "Hello, are you here to collect your reward?" Tang Tian nodded. "The three of us will each collect our own." Li Feiyong quickly said, "My quantity is small, so I take mine first." Li Feiyong brought 8 bird carcasses. After the staff recorded the quantity and his personal information, they took him to the window to collect the supplies and returned quickly. Li Feiyong beamed with joy, showing them to Tang Tian and Tangy, sisters Tian and Yi. "Look! 8 birds brought so much." There were instant noodles, compressed biscuits, grains, bottled water, and more. If you're frugal, you can eat for 3 or 4 days. After all, the shelter wasn't particularly well off, so they could only provide life-sustaining supplies. The supplies earned from killing birds were likely limited to the next few days. Tang Tian suddenly asked, "If the number is high enough, can we get other supplies instead of food? Like fuel and medicine?" The worker was stunned. He had been working here for a while, and this was the first time he heard someone ask that. Adding the sacks, the number looked enormous. The worker thought for a moment before cautiously answering, "It's possible, but we can't falsify the numbers. We need to check first." Tang Tian expressed her understanding and, along with Tang Yi, untied the sacks and released the bird carcasses. The rows of dead birds appeared, leaving everyone present stunned. The worker, recovering, hurriedly counted the birds as they were released. In the end, there were over 500 birds. The worker wiped the sweat from his brow, both from the heat and the shock. The official shelter has now organized teams to kill mutant birds, using weapons to cull thousands of them. These 2 young women look like sisters. They're residents who haven't even entered the shelter yet, but they managed to single-handedly kill so many birds. With that kind of skill, they're even worthy of joining the team. Tang Tian asked again, "I'd like to exchange them for fuel and medicine. Can I get them?" "How much?" "Well, miss, I need to talk to my supervisor. Would you mind waiting a moment?" So far, the most bird carcasses this staff member has ever recorded are only about 20 or so, and most of the money exchanged is for food. Such a large quantity, and such a request were unheard of, truly challenging for someone as junior as him. Tang Tian understood and agreed, saying, "Okay, then, hurry up. I need to get home." With that, the staff member immediately went to ask for instructions, while Tang Tian and Tangy placed the bird carcasses back into the sacks to prevent anyone from taking them. The others at the Redemption Center quickly collected their rewards and hurried away, but they couldn't help but glance at the 2 sisters a few more times, having witnessed such a spectacular sight today. The building gradually emptied out and became even quieter. After another minute or two, the staff member came over with someone. "Auntie Yin, this is the lady who brought so many bird carcasses." The 2 exchanged glances, stunned. "Tang Tian and Tang Yi, is that you?" "Auntie Yin, is that you?" Li Feiyong pricked up his ears from behind. What a coincidence. The staff member glanced at both sides, feeling strangely relieved. Fortunately, he didn't do anything extra just now. He hadn't expected such a capable woman to have such strong connections. Tang Tian hadn't expected that after meeting Chen Yaohua last time, she'd meet Yin Chunhua this time. They were both familiar faces. It turned out that after joining the logistics department, Yin Chunhua, due to his dedication and responsibility, having been a part-time employee before the apocalypse, and being a martyr's family member, had gradually risen through the ranks of management. For the bird-killing and rewarding operation within the shelter, Yin Chunhua was assigned to manage the Redemption Center. There were some initial disturbances, but the guards outside weren't pushovers either. After they executed them on the spot, the situation calmed down. The next lively scene would probably be today. This meeting was naturally a pleasant surprise for both parties. Yin Chunhua told the staff member to go back. She planned to receive them personally. Last time, Aya told me she ran into you at the market, and that you helped her so much, but she didn't even have a chance to thank you. But we were thinking you'd definitely come join in the fun of killing birds and collecting supplies this time, Yin Chunhua said with a faint smile. Her conditions had improved, and her health had recovered considerably. She even seemed to be in high spirits, as if she were celebrating a happy occasion. It's okay, Aunt Yin. These are just small matters, nothing to worry about. Besides, since I can get supplies, why wouldn't I try? Supplies don't just appear out of thin air. Tang Tian also smiled and asked, Aunt Yin, I like to exchange these bird carcasses for fuel and medicine. Do you think it's feasible? Of course. When the mutant birds were at their peak, an official team could only kill a few hundred per day. Your family alone accounts for half of them. Forget exchanging them, I even give you a medal. It's just that the shelter is short on fuel and medicine. I go file a report first, Yin Chunhua said, then turned and went back to the inner room, presumably to contact his superiors about supplies. Seeing that no one was around, Li Feiyong quietly gave a thumbs up. Being Tang Tian's neighbor now seemed better than staying in a shelter. 20 minutes later, there was the sound of a car passing outside, followed by the clatter of a car door opening and closing, and then a shout. Aunt, I brought the things you asked for, but why are you suddenly asking for them? A young man in his 20s walked in, wiping his sweat. Although there was no sun, the temperature was still very high. Behind him were several other people carrying things. Tang Tian immediately spotted the plastic container. It was usually used to store fuel. Yin Chunhua emerged with a smile. Without answering, he simply pointed at Tang Tian and said, Tang Tian, I had no idea you already been in contact with the shelter. As soon as they heard your name, the logistics department immediately approved it. And the quantity is even greater than I imagined. Tang Tian's hundreds of bird carcasses were exchanged for a total of 200 liters of fuel and several medications, including common heat-reducing and fever-reducing remedies. It was truly a generous reward. Tang Tian smiled but said nothing. But there was a problem. How was she supposed to carry so much fuel back in full view of everyone? Forget about storing it outside. Even the distance from the shelter alone would be too much for most of them to carry. Yin Chunhua seemed to understand Tang Tian's thoughts and tried to come up with a solution. How about this, if you don't mind, take some back first. Come back when you have time, and I keep the rest for you. That's a good idea. I trouble you, Aunt Yin. Tomorrow she get a car from the warehouse, and come back to take all the oil. The authorities shouldn't be so swindled as to embezzle a few barrels of oil. Tang Tian and Tang Yi agreed and left with the empty sacks and oil barrels. The young man scratched his head and whispered, Aunt, who are those two? How could they kill hundreds of mutant birds and steal so much supplies? What nonsense! If you were as capable as them, wouldn't you have so much too? Yin Chunhua shook her head and explained, these were our neighbors when we lived in Hexinuan. They were already very capable, and helped your aunt's family a lot. You need to give them more advice when you see them again. Tang Tian and Tang Yi arrived at the checkpoint, said goodbye to the staff, and officially left the shelter. They each brought a 20L jerrycan, and Li Feiyong helped carry it, so this time, they took 60L of fuel back. Li Feiyong watched with envy. He also had a generator at home, but fuel was truly precious. He had finally managed to get some, but he saved it wherever possible, nearly dying from the heat. The Tang family was probably still using solar power, so if there was another natural disaster with no sunlight, this fuel would be perfect for an emergency. No, he had to find a way to kill more mutant birds. Carrying the jerrycan slowed the return trip. Finally, they arrived home, and the three of them said their goodbyes. But it wasn't time for their break yet, so Tang Tian was eager to kill more mutant birds before leaving tomorrow. Chapter 63. However, after the massacre, the method of using charcoal as bait to lure the mutant birds didn't seem to work. So Tang Tian had to use herself as bait and enter the game. The next day, as she was preparing to go to the shelter, Tang Tian collected about 100 bird carcasses, which she planned to trade for some medicine. This time, she went alone. After leaving Hexinuan, she found a corner and retrieved a small van from the warehouse. This van was the one she often used for stockpiling supplies, and she was used to it. There was still some fuel in the tank, so after the apocalypse, she naturally took it for free and didn't return it to the rental company. But now, abandoned vehicles are everywhere on the streets. It can be said that cars and houses have become a growing source of material goods. Driving is much faster than riding a bicycle, and no matter how strong the mutant birds' beaks are, they're not strong enough to peck through iron. So, even though Tang Tian was attacked by the mutant birds on the road, she just fluttered around outside the car, making heavy hisses. Sizzle. Amid the humming engine, a subtle, unusual sound suddenly emerged, like a note in a musical score suddenly breaking the balance. Tang Tian frowned, then immediately widened her eyes. Spring City Radio had reported that these mutant birds had not only physical attacks, but also magical ones. They could spew acid from their stomachs to corrode objects, including metal. Tang Tian didn't want to argue, so she stepped on the accelerator and sped off at 180 miles per hour, arriving at the sanctuary's gate. "Hello, I'm here to collect my reward," Tang Tian said, half rolling the car window. However, upon seeing her, the staff member's smile widened even more than yesterday's. They even leaned forward and said with a smile, "Miss Tang, please register here first, and then you can enter. Also, we instructed that you're not considered an outsider. If you want to explore the shelter after receiving the supplies, you're allowed." Tang Tian raised an eyebrow. Having connections is good, of course, perhaps because she brought over 500 bird carcasses yesterday, and at least half the shelter knew about it. In the apocalypse, the desire for power grows even stronger, even leading to many benefits not previously available. She had originally planned to collect a new batch of supplies, grab the remaining fuel from yesterday, and leave, but now she had no choice but to explore the official shelter, which might be expanding. Most of her supplies were in the system warehouse, and if she wanted to contact Gu Bin for another transaction, she could just withdraw them directly. Tang Tian thanked him with a happy heart and stepped on the accelerator again, driving in. But the exchange center had no parking, and it was crowded, so she finally parked next to the building and carried the sack downstairs. As expected, the exchange center staff already knew her. Upon seeing her, they eagerly approached, saying, "Miss Tang, your remaining supplies are all here. Would you like to pick them up today?" "Yes, I killed some more birds, and need to exchange them for some medicine," Tang Tian said, setting the sack down. The other people collecting their rewards, who had been whispering among themselves, suddenly opened their eyes wide. The news of the person who brought in 500 bird carcasses spread throughout the day. How long had it been? And he killed a whole sack of mutant birds? This woman, so terrifying. The exchange center was bustling with activity. Someone even helped load the oil drums into the van. This time, however, it wasn't Yin Chanhua who greeted her, but the young man who had brought the supplies yesterday. The young man extended his hand and smiled. "Hello, I'm Yin Huai. I think we met yesterday. My aunt was there." Tang Tian knew she was Yan Chuanhua's relative. If they lived together in District S before the apocalypse, it wouldn't be surprising to find them in the same shelter afterward. But to be honest, last night, her eyes were fixed on the oil and medicine, and she barely glanced at Yin Huai. Tang Tian nodded silently, and shook his hand in response. But Yin Huai, however, looked her over several times. He couldn't understand how this seemingly short girl had managed to kill hundreds of mutant birds, a feat comparable to a whole escort team. She even received official favor, like an insider from the outside world. And the Shin family seemed to have benefited from her help, which forced him to look up to her. The Redemption Center actually still has some medicine, but we're running low on heat-reducing and fever-reducing medication. Can we exchange it for something else? Yin Huai asked, temporarily suppressing his overwhelming doubts. Tang Tian understood and exchanged for 2 boxes of cough suppressant and expectorant and antidiarrheal medication. Perhaps the authorities are truly desperately trying to kill the mutant birds. After just one day, the value of the bird carcasses has dropped significantly. I'm sure the rewards for this supply will soon be gone. Is there a parking lot at the shelter? I like to park and then go explore. Yes, I take you there. The shelter is quite large. Yin Huai offered. No need. I saw some map signs when I came in. I look for them later. Tang Tian's tone was slightly cold. I can't let Yin Huai see this. Yin Huai hesitated, and Tang Tian took her belongings and got into the car, which had already been covered with privacy film. She drove away. Yin Huai waved off the exhaust and was about to leave, when someone suddenly tapped him on the shoulder. Surprised, "Cousin, why are you here?" It should be his cousin, Shin Buiyun, who should be working right now. Shin Buiyun took a few breaths, paused to clear his throat, and then asked, I heard Miss Tang is here. She's highly regarded by the authorities. Where's she? Yin Huai squinted, feeling a slight sense of unease, but remembering his familiarity with Yin Chanhua, he pointed back. She just left after collecting her reward. You wouldn't know, she single-handedly turned in over 600 bird carcasses. She's practically the highest paid person at the Redemption Center, almost as much as a small team. Shin Boyun felt a little disappointed after hearing this. But just knowing she was still alive was enough. Tang Tian drove while putting most of the supplies in the car into the storage. Following the roadside signs, she arrived at a large parking lot. There weren't many cars there, but just like before the apocalypse, parking fees were still required. However, the pre-apocalyptic money was no longer used. After some conversation, Tang Tian discovered that people still paid for supplies. But the value of these supplies was unclear and still very abstract. Tang Tian had a feeling that if the shelter continued to expand into a base, the currency system would need to be standardized quickly. It was still the exploratory stage, so Tang Tian didn't stop for long, just to pay 2 compressed biscuits. This was already the center of the shelter. Every building was brightly lit, and the sounds of construction were getting closer. Judging from the newly erected map signs, most of the buildings still served as dormitories for the disaster victims. There were also laboratories, offices, various small factories, warehouses, and other facilities for researchers. But Tang Tian was soon drawn to one area. Since it was still barter time, there was actually a trading market in the shelter. However, since it was open air, it only lasted a few hours. Tang Tian looked at her watch and saw that it was the time, so she hurried over. It turned out to be a large playground, with a few stalls already scattered around. These stalls must have required an application, just like Zhang Huiping's market. Tang Tian visited each one, and it was different from Zhang Huiping's market. Perhaps because the refugees in the shelter received 2 free meals a day, not many wanted to exchange food, but more valuable items. For example, fuel, medicine, equipment, cooling supplies, weapons, and equipment. Of course, those who had managed to stay at the shelter early on were either refugees or wealthy and powerful individuals, and precious valuables were readily available. Tang Tian stopped at one of the stalls. Having collected so many valuables before, she noticed the boxes used to store them, and knew the contents must be of considerable value. The shelter was patrolled daily by patrols and security, so the stall owners were 2 women, a middle-aged woman and a younger woman, presumably mother and daughter. The mere possession of those valuables gave them a different aura than that of ordinary people. And compared to the former, the latter held a small fan, blowing on her face, while she said unhappily, "Mom, how long are we going to have to stay here? I'd rather not trade in those things. Who would be so foolish as to want something they can't eat or drink these days?" Tang Tian, she then stepped forward and asked, "What are you selling?" The 2 women looked at her in unison. Tang Tian was so tightly wrapped up that they could only tell she was a young woman. The young woman, already in a bad mood, curled her lips in displeasure. "We're selling valuables, and in exchange we're getting precious materials. Can you afford it?" The middle-aged woman stopped her irritation and quickly replied with a smile, "I have jade and gemstone jewelry here. Young lady, why don't you take a look?" Tang Tian didn't bother to pay attention to the young woman, but her attitude felt strangely familiar. Never mind. There are plenty of people like that these days anyway. Tang Tian thought, then opened a box. Inside was a complete set of jewelry, including earrings, a necklace, and a ring. It would cost millions. Unfortunately, she only looked at weight. No matter how precious it was before the apocalypse, it was now just a handful of dirt. There were 3 or 4 other boxes on the stall, each weighing, at a rough estimate, over half a pound. After confirming that all of these items were worth real money, Tang Tian asked, "If I want them all, what would you like to exchange them for?" The middle-aged woman was startled at first, then hesitated. The young woman rolled her eyes and remained silent. But finally, the former quoted a price. "What I want to exchange is almost impossible to find these days. But if you have any, I'd like to exchange them for a few bottles of honey. At least the country still has granaries. Even Chuncheng uses grain from the granaries of the neighboring city. But for items like honey, they can probably only use up their stocks. Wild or even farmed honey is probably no longer available." As luck would have it, Tang Tian already had some in stock. Not only had she stockpiled a batch when she was stockpiling, but even her system was harvesting honey. "So," she said calmly, "I take all of this. Are 2 bottles enough?" This time, even the young woman was shocked. But some people were the most stubborn, muttering, "If you say you want all of it, then why don't you take it out first? Enough, enough. If I can actually get it in exchange, thank you so much." The middle-aged woman's face was filled with gratitude. Tang Tian pulled 2 bottles of wild honey from the forest from her backpack. This also counts as honey that can be used in culinary preparations, so it's definitely drinkable. Looking at the bright yellow honey, the young woman finally shut up, her face flushing. The transaction was complete. Tang Tian packed up all the boxes on the stall and left. The mother and daughter also quickly left with the honey. She traded a few of her stockpiled cooling packs for a batch of gold bars. The market was almost open, and some people came to check. Seeing it was getting late, Tang Tian returned to the parking lot and drove out of the shelter. While she didn't know when she would return next, she sincerely hoped the shelter would continue to thrive. Besides, this would undoubtedly be humanity's last remaining habitat. No matter how capable she was, she still needed social interaction. Perhaps one day, she would move in with her family. The shelter was much more orderly than outside. Just wandering around, Tang Tian was even momentarily oblivious to the dangers lurking outside. Not long after driving, she noticed in the rearview mirror that another car was quietly following her. She frowned and put all the supplies in the car into storage. But at that moment, another car was slowly approaching, as if trying to force her to stop. Tang Tian opened the car window a little and fired a barrage of air bullets at the car next to her. With a bang, the window shattered, and the car spun in a panic. Slowly, the car behind her drifted further and further away, no longer following her. Without a word, Tang Tian completely lost sight of them. After all, guns were still rare. Who would dare confront a gun-toting boss? Tang Tian hummed a tune all the way. After reaching her destination, she parked the car and returned home. After a shower, she transferred all the items she acquired at the market into the system. While Tang Yi and Wei Mingxiao were at home, they used their ice attribute abilities to replenish their igloos, allowing them to continue sleeping cool. The next morning, Wei Mingxiao retrieved several frozen breakfasts from the warehouse and prepared to steam them. She then activated the system's tofu cooking pot, using honey and beans to make 3 servings of honey soy milk. This dish was from the SR level recipe book. It not only had a wood attribute and a speed boost, but also had a new function: an increased mental power limit. It's a shame there's a time limit. Otherwise, if I kept drinking, wouldn't my mental power be infinite? The basket contained quick-drying buns, preserved vegetable buns, walnut buns, and meat rolls. Since starting to exercise, the mother and daughter's appetites have increased. Luckily, Tang Tian stocked up on wholesale kilo-sized portions, which were plenty to keep them full. But in reality, a year had already passed, and Tang Tian's cheat code involved food, so her frozen breakfast stock wasn't very large and was almost gone. The radio crackled, and Tang Tian tuned in to Spring City Radio. Thankfully, thanks to the efforts of the authorities and those around the shelter, the mutant birds in the vicinity and throughout the city have been either culled or dispersed. Only a small number still occasionally circled high in the sky, but overall, they were not a problem. The bird carcasses would eventually be collectively incinerated, but Tang Tian still suspected someone would steal and consume them, considering they were the size of a piece of meat. The mutant bird incident had temporarily ended, and the exchange center was temporarily closed, no longer allowing outsiders to collect supplies. More and more areas of Spring City shelters were closed, and it was unclear when they would reopen after reconstruction. But so far, no one would likely refuse to go to the shelters. Unless they were stopped by the shelters, in which case they would have to live in tents outside. Tang Tian wiped her mouth. Now that this matter was over, she could find time to visit the trading market. Most of those who hadn't gone to the shelters at this point were groups expanding outward, believing that life outside was much more free and comfortable than inside. As long as there were people, Zhang Huiping's trading market would barely maintain a foothold. After speaking with Tang Yi and Wei Mingxiao, Tang Tian returned to the trading market. "Oh, Miss Tang. I've finally seen you." Zhang Huiping never dared to neglect this god of wealth. Because of the previous mutated bird incident, they had thought Tang Tian was in grave danger. But considering she had so many supplies on hand, they probably didn't need to worry too much. With all these mutant birds, the trading market couldn't open. But fortunately, they could claim their rewards from the authorities after killing them, so they've been busy with that recently. Only when the number of mutant birds around them dwindled did they remember Tang Tian. After not seeing her for 2 days, their hearts sank. So seeing her this time, how could they not be excited? Tang Tian agreed and went to her stall, saying, "I just gathered a new batch of supplies. I exchanged them as usual. You guys go and advertise." Zhang Huiping immediately agreed and assigned his men to the task. It was noticeable, however, that the number of stalls at the market had decreased. Including Tang Tian, there were probably only 3 or 4 stalls open today. One of the market's revenue streams was entrance fees, so it was no wonder Zhang Huiping was so anxious. But perhaps because there were fewer survivors nearby, or perhaps they were running out of supplies, Tang Tian had only managed to scrape together 2 taels of valuables after exchanging 2 batches of supplies. The group gradually dispersed. Zhang Huiping and Wanliru, observing from afar, frowned, but their thoughts were completely different. She's doing so well, and she only paid the entrance fee and booth fee that one time. We're struggling now. I think she should have paid again. She doesn't seem to be short of supplies anyway, Wanliru said with a hint of complaint. Zhang Huiping came to his senses and glared at her. Did I give you less food or drink? She clearly has someone above her, and you dare ask her to pay more? It's good enough that she's not messing with us. Don't let that thought cross your mind again. Besides, it's clearly because of the lack of traffic that we're out here. What does it have to do with them? Wanliru gritted her teeth and glared at him resentfully. Why are you so protective of her? Are you attracted to her? Nonsense. If you dare say that again, I beat you up. Before she finished her words, a commotion erupted at Tang Tian's stall. Zhang Huiping had no choice but to put aside his anger with Wanliru for the moment, and they went over together. Look! I clearly brought valuable items with certificates, but she insisted they were fake and refused to accept them. Isn't that just nonsense? A man, holding a jade product in one hand and a supposed certificate in the other, shouted in the line. It certainly didn't look like they were here to exchange supplies, but more like they were deliberately disrupting the market. Tang Tian sneered, saying nothing. She had already pretty much ripped off this market, and she just decided not to come back after this exchange, but she didn't expect to see another spectacle before leaving. Zhang Huiping stepped forward and said unhappily, Where are you from? This stall has been there for so long, and no one said anything like this. It doesn't matter if you don't exchange, there are others who want to. The man spat, his brow furious. You're the boss? How could a boss treat his customers like this? I came all the way here after hearing about it, and this is how you treat me. After all that preparation, the man finally revealed his true colors and shouted again, In my opinion, business here is already so bad, why bother doing business here? There's a new market 2 kilometers away. I passed by and saw it was packed with people and supplies. Why don't we go there and give it a try? Zhang Huiping was nearly livid. So they weren't here to cause trouble, they were clearly here to steal business. Wanliru, not wanting to be provoked, rolled up her sleeves and started yelling at the man, practically slashing him with her hands. The scene suddenly became chaotic. Bang! A loud bang shattered the chaos, but the voices that followed only added to the confusion. Oh no! The generator exploded. It's on fire! It's on fire! The man who had come to steal the business stopped yelling upon hearing this and immediately ran for the exit. The survivors who had been waiting in line reacted and also took off running. Zhang Huiping and Wanliru were shocked and instinctively wanted someone to put out the fire. But water is a precious resource these days, meant for drinking. Using it to put out a fire would be a huge waste. The former looked again and saw that Tang Tian, who had been at the stall, had quietly left without a trace. A tearful expression crossed his face. The fire spread rapidly, and within moments, it was engulfing him. Smoke billowed from outside. Wanliru tugged at Zhang Huiping's collar, shrieking, Husband, what should we do? Think of something quickly. We can't afford to lose this business. Tang Tian, on her bicycle, had already traveled 100 meters away. Looking back, she could only say that it was fortunate that the fire had hit the market, and not the adjacent office building managed by Zhang Huiping, where the survivors lived. Otherwise, the building burning would have been a minor concern. The worst fear would have been that the people inside hadn't been able to escape and had perished. Besides, after all her hard work today, she had only managed to earn around 100,000 gold coins. This market was no longer of much value to her. But she hadn't expected a new market to open nearby. Perhaps she could still check it out. Thinking of this, Tang Tian continued riding. But along the roadside, she could still see many buildings that had been burned at some unknown time. There were also burned-out bungalows and shops, car frames on the road, and the asphalt road looked sparse. The air was worse than before. Although the sky was still clear, the view was occasionally gray and a pungent smell lingered. Tang Tian frowned. The doors and windows at home had been reinforced, and they had an air purifier. Moreover, they had built an ice house, so the electricity load at home was not very high. But for some reason, seeing this scene made her feel heavy, as if something terrible was about to happen. The day was bright and golden, but the people of Chuncheng were all asleep, including the Tang family. Li Feiyong suddenly woke up, rising from the bed and sniffling, his heart skipping a beat. Why, did he smell a faint smell of burning? He quickly went to the balcony and looked down under the scorching sun. He was startled. There was a fire at the stairwell for no apparent reason, and thick smoke was billowing out of the window. Chapter 64. At that moment, Li Feiyong's mind went blank. A fire starting on the lower floors, especially in this kind of building, would spread rapidly upwards, and no one on the upper floors would be able to escape. Li Feiyong regained his composure and frantically began to think of a way to escape. He was still young, and he had no idea if his family was still alive. If they were, they might come looking for him. So he must not die, not in a fire, a common occurrence even before the apocalypse. He generously used the water he had saved to wet a thin blanket and towels, then picked up a few backpacks. After hesitating for a few seconds, he gritted his teeth and left. Thankfully, there was only a thin layer of smoke on the 19th floor. Li Feiyong shouted fire a few times, covered his mouth and nose with a wet towel, donned goggles, and rushed downstairs. However, to his surprise, the fire had actually started on the 17th floor, and the corridor and stairwell were engulfed in flames. Li Feiyong instinctively tried to call for the door, but the raging flame stopped him. Suddenly, someone behind him grabbed his shoulder and shouted, "Brother, forget it. Save your own life first." It was Chiu Hongwei, who lived on the 20th floor. Several of his men had perished, leaving him alone. He hadn't expected a fire to break out. But Tang Tian and the others. Li Feiyong hesitated, but was eventually dragged away by Chiu Hongwei. Using a damp blanket, they managed to leave the building. Although there was no fire downstairs, the gradually rising temperature still alerted Choi Soo-young on the 16th floor to something amiss. After leaving the building, she saw the two fleeing men, turned back, grabbed her still sleeping grandson, and quickly ran downstairs. Some people gradually left their homes and headed downstairs, but those living below the 17th floor, hoping the fire wouldn't reach them, stayed inside, clinging to their few remaining supplies. Li Feiyong ran downstairs, only to feel his skin instantly burned as the scorching sun hit. He quickly covered his head with a towel, but it dried out in a moment. He squinted upwards, and sure enough, the flames had spread from the 17th floor to the top floor. Plumes of smoke billowed upward, growing larger and larger. Li Feiyong watched this, his heart pounding. He worried about his stash of unused supplies, wondering if they would eventually be destroyed by the fire. Only a few BOB survival backpacks he prepared in advance remained, but the amount of supplies was a world of difference. Most importantly, what happened to the Tang family? Did they sense the sudden fire and escape? Seeing the fire seemingly aimed at the Tang family, Li Feiyong's heart was in turmoil. He immediately recalled the avalanche, a similarly urgent situation. Cui Xiaoying stood downstairs, her face flushed as she cursed the arsonist, her little grandson crying in her arms. Qian Peng held onto Gao Lan tightly, because their last child had slipped and was left in the smoke-filled corridor. To prevent further loss, Qian Peng actually dragged Gao Lan away, who then turned and clawed and bit him, completely frantic. Chiu Hongwei and Huang Kai simply stood there in a daze. They wanted to sit down, but the floor was too hot. Qi Chong and the children did not leave, but later heard that they had volunteered to remain in the building forever. Downstairs, a dozen or so survivors sparsely straggled, their expressions numb as they stared blankly at the rooftop. Li Feiyong searched everywhere, but couldn't find the Tang family, and suddenly felt the sky darken. After all, who could be so lucky as to escape twice in a row? But then, a burst of wild laughter suddenly erupted from the crowd. Ha ha ha. Tang Tian. You're finally dead. This is karma. Ming Ming, I finally avenged you. Everyone was stunned and looked in the direction of the sound. At first, they couldn't recognize the person, but it was only the residents of the 17th floor who recognized it. It seemed to be Zhang Manqin, the original building manager. Her long hair was tangled, her face was filthy, and she looked frail. From a distance, she barely resembled a human, yet she continued to laugh uncontrollably. Slowly, people realized, could it be that Zhang Manqin had set the fire intentionally? Everyone in this building, with the exception of Li Feiyong and the Shen family, who had moved out long ago, had some grudge against the Tang family. There were also rumors that Tang Tian had killed Zhang Manqin's son, Yuming, and that Zhang Manqin had been waiting for the right moment for revenge, and now was indeed the right time. If it weren't for this constant thought that kept her going, she would have died long ago. But the thought of this infuriated everyone. If they really wanted revenge, they could have just stormed into 1701. What's the point of setting fire and implicating others? Bitch, you scared my grandson, don't you know? And if anything goes wrong in my family, I make you pay with your life. Choi Soo-young spotted the instigator, spat, and then stepped forward, slapping her. And Gao Lan, reacting, red-eyed, grabbed Zhang Manqin's hair and slapped her face. You murdered, you must pay with your life. Bullying was a bit much. You punched me, I kicked me. And he just stared blankly in one direction, a creepy smile on his face. Li Feiyong watched all this in silence, sighing. They should be thinking about what to do next, and he probably wouldn't be able to rely on anyone anymore. He'd have to rely on himself. But honestly, he felt sorry for Tang Tian and the others. The help they'd given him was something he could never repay in his lifetime. What's wrong? A familiar voice suddenly spoke beside him. Li Feiyong's pupils trembled for a moment, and he mechanically turned his head, thinking he was hallucinating from the heat. Tang Tian, Tang Yi, and Wei Mingxia, their faces covered in dust, slowly approached. They were wearing thin pajamas, but each had a backpack on their back. They dusted off their backpacks as they asked. You. Li Feiyong's words were stammering. Someone nearby, upon seeing the Tang family, couldn't help but scream, "Ghost! There's a ghost!" The flames were still raging upstairs, and debris occasionally fell from the high buildings. The flames were especially intense from the windows on the 17th floor. Even if someone didn't catch fire inside, they would surely die from the smoke. After all, in a fire, most people die not from the flames, but from the smoke, followed by extensive burns. However, the three members of the Tang family, despite being covered in dirt, appeared unharmed. But if they wanted to escape, they had to fight through the flames and thick smoke. Even firefighters can stumble, so how could the Tang family survive? So to others, it was like encountering a ghost. Unfortunately, Zhang Manqin didn't see the scene. Before she did, she had already lost her last breath and was beaten to a pulp by the crowd. The neighbors they knew were also terrified upon seeing them, frozen in place, as if Tang Tian and the others were even more terrifying than the fire itself. Li Feiyong's eyes welled with tears of emotion. He wiped them with his sleeve before asking in a trembling voice, "Tang Tian, are you all okay? I think your fire is the biggest. I wanted to call you, but I just couldn't get through." Tang Tian shook her head, indicating she was fine, but a wave of fear remained. She knew that high-temperature electrical fires were common, and while the shelter might have equipment to extinguish them, those outside wouldn't. By the time the authorities arrived to put out the fire, nothing would be left. So she intentionally reduced her use of electrical appliances, relying solely on her supernatural powers. But she hadn't expected this to be a man-made disaster, not a natural one. It had been a long time since she killed Yu Ming. Tang Tian had waited and waited for Zhang Manqin to come and exact her revenge, and she thought she'd finally given up, but she waited until now. Fortunately, not only did Tang Tian not lose her vigilance, but Tang Yi and Wei Mingxia also developed a habit of constant vigilance. So, in the end, the three of them woke up together. A wisp of smoke seeped through the crack in the front door. Going to the balcony, they discovered that the fire wasn't starting downstairs, but on their own floor. There was no electrical fault in the house, so it was arson. Wei Mingxia's hand was burned as soon as it touched the doorknob, so she pulled it back. It was obvious that the fire was in the hallway, and it was quite large. Tang Tian immediately thought of Zhang Manqin. After all, the other survivors probably wouldn't have the guts to do that. For example, Cui Xiaoying was just foul-mouthed, but she wouldn't do such a self-destructive thing. Qian Peng and Gao Lan still had children, and Qi Chong seemed to be dead. Qiu Hongwei was even more impressed by her, and living on the top floor wasn't good for him either. It's unknown how Zhang Manqin managed it, but she was completely obsessed with revenge for Yu Ming. Perhaps she'd been living these days just to prepare, determined to annihilate the entire Tang family. Tian, what should we do? Tang Yi asked anxiously. Tantan barked a few times, then, sensing danger, circled anxiously. Although they still had water abilities to put out fires, a fire this large usually required a high-pressure water cannon. They had unlocked the level 10 water attribute, but once unleashed, their mental strength might not be able to keep up. Besides, a fire isn't just about flames, the toxic smoke that reduces visibility is also a major challenge. Tang Tian's brows furrowed, but the unpleasant smell of burning in the air didn't allow her to think for a moment. In this situation, she probably had no choice but to take a risk. Mom, sister, put everything in the house into storage. We're taking it all away. Quick! Tang Tian said, waving her hand and moving the sofa in the living room. Tang Yi and Wei Mingxia also hurriedly obeyed the order, packing up everything in the room, including the solar panels and various devices outside. Tang Tian hesitated as she put everything away, finally saying, "Mom, sister, do you remember the roasted pigeon we had last time?" "Yes, why?" Tang Tian had suddenly had the urge to grill something, and had found the roasted pigeon dish in the system. It was also an SR level dish, possessing a level 7 wind attribute ability. But since they both had too many ability slots, they had left the wind attribute ability alone after acquiring it. They hadn't expected it to come in handy now. I experimented before, and the wind attribute allows me to float in the air and create vortices, so we can give it a try. Tang Tian spoke, looking out the window again, her face pensive. Tang Yi and Wei Mingxiu were shocked. Is he trying to get them to jump off the building to save themselves? Thinking of this, their legs gave way, and they sat on the floor. Because of the raging fire outside, tiny droplets of ice attribute water gradually formed on the walls, which kept the temperature inside relatively low. But this is the entire 17th floor. Can a wind attribute of that level really work? Tang Yi murmured. There's no other way. We can only give it a try. The three of us have wind attribute abilities at that level, so we should be able to try. At least jumping off the building doesn't involve contact with flames. If you also want to use water or ice attributes to escape through the corridor, you can try that too. Wei Mingxiu pondered for a moment before speaking, then let's give it a try. Tang Tian and Tang Yi were slightly surprised. They hadn't expected Wei Mingxiu to be the one making the final decision. Wei Mingxiu added softly, if we didn't have superpowers, we'd probably be dead long ago, not even here today. And now that we have superpowers, we need to use them to understand how to use them effectively. Now that this difficulty has come, let's try to overcome it. At worst, Mom will die with you. Tang Tian and Tang Yi were shocked, then slowly calmed down. Since Wei Mingxiu said so, what were they afraid of? It's just death. Death is everywhere in the apocalypse, and every time they go out, they could die if they're not careful. After packing up everything, Tang Tian took out 3 backpacks, and put them on each of their backpacks. She stuffed as much of the charcoal as possible into the bags, telling it not to move. Just now, when they went to the front balcony, they saw someone downstairs had already escaped. They then found a window at the back, broke it with all their might, and peered down. No one was downstairs. The mother and daughter squeezed onto the windowsill, raised their hands, and a faint green hue appeared all over their bodies, so bright they could even see the wind's direction, swirling around them. Their bodies felt so light they could literally transform into birds. After overcoming their fear, they took a deep breath and leaped straight out. Release! Tang Tian shouted, extending her hand. Before their eyes, a green vortex grew larger and larger. Tang Yi and Wei Mingxiu, despite the intense fear and discomfort of weightlessness, also extended their hands, releasing their supernatural powers. The three of them gradually slowed down from their initial acceleration, as if time were slowing down, until they were getting closer and closer to the ground. This nearly exhausted Tang Tian's mental strength. Finally, about a meter away, they withdrew their hands and landed on the ground. Tang Tian took a few deep breaths, trying to calm her racing heartbeat. The air was filled with pungent smells and scorching heat. Mom, sister, how are you? Tang Yi and Wei Mingxiu, clutching the aching pain in their chests, shook their heads and replied, it's okay. We used our wind attributed abilities together, and it really worked. But then they smiled wryly. But I don't want to experience this free fall again. Tang Tian smiled too. She took out a few more candies, each of them chewing them to gradually regain their strength. Later, they helped each other out, shocking everyone. Tang Tian released Tan Tan and squinted at the still burning floor, frowning in silence. Zhang Manqin had set the fire specifically for her. This floor was probably truly destroyed. But survival required a place to stay, so they needed to find a new place to live. It was a shame to waste the material she used for the renovations, and she'd soon be done with Hexinuen, which would save her a lot of trouble inside. Tan Tan stuck out her tongue and kept lifting her feet. The ground was really hot. Li Feiyang's mood calmed down, as if Tang Tian's continued survival gave him a sense of security. After all, his 1901 was also destroyed. After that, several more people emerged from the apartment, their faces flushed, carrying large and small bags. Although they lived on the lower floors, they couldn't bear the thought of living in a burning building, so they finally packed up all their belongings and left. What the hell happened? Why is only the 17th floor burning? There was always power on the 17th floor. Could it be that they were using it and caused the fire? They caused so much harm. No, this was arson. Look, the main culprit has been beaten to death, right there. That's because of the 17th floor. Her family can't escape responsibility either, huh? After a long discussion, they all cast angry glances at the Tang family, but none dared to attack Zhang Manqin like they did. They knew the difference between venting their anger and saving their lives. Li Feiyang ignored them and simply asked, Sister Tian, what should we do next? Tang Tian hesitated for a moment before saying, we just have to find somewhere else to stay, but I just thought of a place that might be suitable. Really? Sister Tian, can you please let me in? I go wherever you go. Li Feiyang was the first to raise his hand in agreement without a second thought. The Tang family's survival this time was nothing short of a miracle. How could he bear to give up on such a powerful partner? Tang Tian smiled and said, okay, we're all trying to survive together. She wasn't saying this out of sudden kindness, but rather because Li Feiyang had never once given her a hard time. On the contrary, he was someone who wanted to survive. Tang Tian wouldn't be unkind to someone like that. But even as they were discussing this, Cui Xiaoying had been secretly observing them, even going out of her way to silence her grandson. When she heard that Tang Tian and the others were leaving, and that they seemed to have found a place, she immediately shouted in displeasure, "No! This fire is all your fault. If Zhang Wanqing didn't hate you, why would she set it? How could my house burn down? If you leave, you must take me and my grandson with you." The others stared intently at Tang Tian, believing Cui Xiaoying's words to be true. Qian Peng, Qiu Hongwei, and Huang Kai shared the same thought, but they immediately remembered Tang Tian's ruthlessness and didn't dare to speak up. Tang Tian rolled her eyes and said to Li Feiyang, "Wait here while I find a car." Prior to this, the temperature, originally 65 degrees, had dropped by 2 degrees, possibly a sign that the extreme heat was about to end. But it was unclear when the temperature would return to normal, so the sun remained scorching. It was daytime again, the sun blazing brightly, making it impossible for ordinary people to go out at this time. To expedite the process, Tang Tian planned to find an excuse to get a car so she could reach her desired destination sooner. Li Feiyang obediently agreed, clutching his survival pack and heading off to find shelter from the sun. Tang Yi, Wei Mingxia, and Tan Tan also stayed behind to wait. Seeing Tang Tian ignore her, Cui Suyang became furious and rushed forward, grabbing her shoulders. "Don't leave. You have to give me an explanation." With a loud bang, Tang Tian punched Cui Suyang in the face, not even needing to say get out. Cui Suyang instinctively fell to the ground in pain, but the warmth immediately caused her to jump back up, a movement that looked incredibly comical. The little grandson also rushed over, yelling and punching her. "Bad woman! Bad woman! Don't hit my grandma! I beat you to death." Tang Tian had no choice but to deliver another punch. She hadn't meant to hit the children, except for the naughty ones. Now, the grandparents dared not approach again, and could only cry and express their dissatisfaction, but no one paid any attention. Freed from restraints, Tang Tian quickly left Hexinyuan, retrieved a regular gasoline truck from a corner, added some fuel, aged it, turned on the air conditioner, and slowly drove back. "Get in the car." Li Feiyang had already noticed the survivors were staring at his backpack, so he quickly got in, followed by Tang Yi, Wei Mingxia, and Tan Tan. Seeing the obviously well-kept dog already in the car, the survivors instantly gave up their guard and rushed over, banging on the car and shouting, "Please, take me too. The shelter's closed. Where are you going to let us go? Miss Tang, just for the sake of knowing each other, take me too." These were the voices of Qian Peng, Qiu Hongwei, and Huang Kai. "Mr. Tang, you think you find peace in a new place? Impossible. You'd definitely die." This was the resentful roar of Cui Suyang, who finally climbed to her feet, covering her eyes. Tang Tian was speechless. There were so many buildings and houses in Hexinyuan, and the power wasn't completely out yet. Food was still being distributed occasionally. So why not just find a new place to live as before? Wasn't that the same thing happening to her? It's simply because they admire her prowess and want her protection, not because they want to fight for it themselves. Woof woof woof. Tan Tan barked incessantly through the car window, trying to scare everyone away. "I've been there. You can live in a tent outside the shelter. The authorities won't interfere. You can go if you want." Tang Tian snorted coldly, stepped on the accelerator, and the car sped away, leaving behind only a cloud of exhaust and a constant stream of noise. Tian, have you decided where you want to go?" Wei Mingxia asked from the back seat. Tang Tian nodded, steering, then said to Tang Yi, "Sister, do you remember that villa complex we visited last time?" "You mean Jiangnan Liyuan? You're going there?" Tang Tian agreed again. There are only single-family villas there, so finding a relatively intact one would be perfect. And these villas are generally solar-powered. After their last battle against Wu Ye's team, they observed that nearly every rooftop had solar panels. Whether they were broken or not was another matter. As for why Wu Yi had gathered generators and fuel, it was probably for his nightly revelry. Most importantly, Tang Tian was terrified of future natural disasters like earthquakes. Spring City had rarely experienced earthquakes, but with the extreme cold and heat now present, a major earthquake seemed possible. If she continued to seek high-rise living, she couldn't guarantee that she would one day possess wind attribute abilities and survive the crisis like she had today. If she stayed in a villa, there might still be a chance of escape, and Jiang and Liyuan wasn't far from the shelter. Of course, Tang Tian only explained the first half of her reason to the people in the car. "Sister Tian, you're so thoughtful." Li Feiyang generously showered her with compliments. "That's assuming no one else has occupied that area. If more than half of it is occupied, we can look for other unoccupied villas with solar panels." Talking along, and with no speed limit, Tang Tian quickly arrived at the entrance of Jiang and Liyuan. The gate to Jiang and Liyuan was also a low, retractable door. When we occupied it previously, the security room next door was still staffed. This time, Tang Tian lowered the window and saw no one. It seemed the place wasn't occupied. She couldn't help but think of Luo Qi, regretting not having entered the shelter before it closed. She wondered what she was doing now. Thinking with this, the others got out of the car. Tang Tian, under the pretext of parking, let them go through the gate while she drove to a location and then put the car into storage. Chapter 65. Tang Tian led everyone directly to Wu Ye's villa. As the leader's residence, it must have the best facilities. The neighboring villas were likely used by trusted aides and were no less impressive. But because they were unsure if anyone was inside, the three of them and the dog followed the edges, observing as they advanced. Unexpectedly, it seemed someone was already inside Wu Ye's villa. Tang Tian discovered this by looking at the electric meter on the exterior wall, and the same was true for several surrounding villas. It was just so quiet, probably because everyone inside was resting. Tang Tian shook her head at the others, winked, and decided to look for other habitable villas. Thankfully, many residents in wealthy areas like these choose harder glass for their floor-to-ceiling windows when renovating, so damage is rare, unless the snow is so high that the villa is completely buried. It wasn't until the floodwaters receded that the houses were fully revealed. Tang Tian picked a corner villa and said to Li Feiyang, "How about you live next door?" Li Feiyang agreed immediately. It was the best option for him. Back at Xinyuan, they lived 2 floors apart, and every time they sent messages, they had to use an intercom. Now, that's no longer necessary. If anything happens, they can just come directly. Tang Tian looked up and saw the words number 30 faintly written next to the wrought iron gate. The small courtyard was a mess, mostly bare, cracked earth. The door was unlocked and ajar, and when it was opened, a strong odor emanated. The Tang family prepared to split up. Wei Mingxiao used her purification powers to clean the house. Tang Yi checked the small 2-story building for any unusual items, then removed all the old furniture and replaced it with new pieces from her previous home. Tang Tian, meanwhile, fumbled with connecting the villa to solar power. Thankfully, she occasionally found a few professional e-books to read in her free time, and with Tang Yi's help, they finally had electricity in their new home. Wei Mingxiao retrieved 2 more air purifiers from the storage and began working. Tang Tian turned on the floor-standing air conditioner and set it to its lowest setting. The 3 of them sat on the sofa, sighing deeply. Tan Tan also lay at their feet, her tongue still drooping. Although she still had ice attribute abilities in her ability list, and the air conditioner had been running in the car earlier, she had been eroded by the heat, and needed to reach a completely low temperature to be safe. Tang Yi still planned to turn the room into an ice house before the temperature dropped, but there was no rush. It wouldn't be too late to do it after she rested. Tang Tian even made a special trip to check on Building 31, owned by Li Feiyang next door, who was struggling with solar power. Li Feiyang had actually also applied to the S District University town, but unfortunately, he and Tang Tian weren't at the same school, and neither of them was majoring in solar energy. Since they were teammates, Tang Tian generously helped with the connections, eventually turning on the air conditioner in the living room. Although there was still some dust, a cool breeze blew through. Li Feiyang was filled with gratitude. "Sister Tian, thank you so much. If you need anything in the future, just let me know." He even imagined that if Tang Tian hadn't been there, he might have died in this apocalypse. He had always had the impression that Tang Tian was selfish, with little regard for others. But now that she had taken him away, how could he not be moved? Tang Tian waved her hand, accepted the thanks, and left. After replacing the thermometer, the room temperature began to slowly drop, and Tang Tian yawned unconsciously. The dust has settled, and now that things have come to this, let's catch up on some sleep. Since the villa only has 2 floors, the 3 of them decided to continue sleeping on the floor in the living room. When they woke up again, it was already evening. Tang Tian felt her rumbling stomach. This time, She didn't bother Wei Mingxia, but prepared to make a delicious meal from the system. Because she still needed to explore Jiangnan Liyuan, Tang Tian briefly selected from the list of dishes she had unlocked, ultimately deciding on clay pot rice for dinner tonight. Clay pot rice is also a supernatural delicacy. Its supernatural power is that the ingredients it is cooked in will trigger corresponding supernatural powers. Wei Mingxia had preserved vegetable and pork patty clay pot rice, Tang Yi had eel clay pot rice, and Tang Tian chose the classic cured meat clay pot rice. The generous, savory, and tender toppings blended seamlessly with the sweet rice, leaving each grain glistening and fragrant. The rich flavors filled the mouth, leaving one wanting more. Patting her stomach with satisfaction after her meal, Tang Tian packed up, took the charcoal, and left the villa. Arriving at Wu Ye's villa again, the curtains on the floor-to-ceiling windows were slightly drawn, letting a trickle of light in. Soon, someone opened the door, but didn't leave the house. Instead, they turned and hung a chandelier on the eaves. It wasn't yet nightfall, and Tang Tian frowned at the man's profile. Looks familiar. She paused. Luo Qi? The man glanced back at Elle for a moment before replying in surprise. You? Neither of them anticipated what would happen next, let alone encountering each other again. After the conversation, Tang Tian finally understood that Luo Qi, after a day's rest, had prepared food and arrived at the shelter with some of the other women, who had also sought refuge, only to find it closed. Not only the women themselves, but even the women, children, and young children were turned away. Some had no choice but to stay. But Luo Qi felt that staying there would be even more dangerous than staying in the deserted Jiangnan Liyuan, so she had to return. Their attention had also been drawn to solar power generation, and fortunately, one of the girls was knowledgeable about it, so their summer heat relief was temporarily resolved. But there was only so much food left, and if they didn't find a solution, they would starve to death here sooner or later. At this point, Luo Qi's expression suddenly grew sheepish, as if she was a little embarrassed to reveal her feelings. After a moment's silence, she whispered, Tang Tian, later on, we organized ourselves and came up with a somewhat unwise plan to get supplies. It wasn't clean, and it wasn't honorable. Tang Tian seemed to understand what that plan was. After all, in the apocalypse, without powerful connections or a golden finger like hers, ordinary women would indeed face a much harder time. Some were even forced into this situation. Luo Qi and the other women, who had been captured and imprisoned by Wu Ye's team, were almost all left alone in the world. If one truly desired death, there were many ways to do it. Choose one. Those who still didn't want to die could only band together to survive. After Luo Qi proposed that method, some initially refused to protest, but later, driven by the need to survive, they reluctantly joined in. At least they survived this way, which was much better than those who had limbs but refused to sacrifice. Tang Tian wouldn't be so naive as to say she's not eating meat, nor would she criticize like some moral guardians. She paused before replying, how you want to survive is your problem, and none of it has anything to do with me. Just stay safe. But my old family's in trouble, so I thought of this. We might be neighbors for a while. Luo Qi's lips curved into a wry smile. Of course, you saved our lives back then, otherwise, we might have died. After saying that, she suddenly remembered something and asked, Tang Tian, can I ask you for a favor? You're the most formidable person I ever met, and you can fight too. Can you teach us so we can learn self-defense? Tang Tian raised an eyebrow, folded her arms, and said, I don't do things for nothing. But she was still relieved that Luo Qi had such thoughts. Clearly, the apocalypse and her current situation hadn't defeated her, or she would have become a living dead, drained of her vitality. It was obvious at a glance. Luo Qi then smiled faintly and said, of course, it wasn't in vain. We also acquired quite a few supplies recently. It wasn't until nightfall that Tang Tian understood the meaning behind Luo Qi's words. When the moon was bright and the stars were sparse, she climbed to the rooftop and, standing there with a telescope, watched as unfamiliar vehicles gradually entered the Jiangnan Lizhong courtyard. Some stopped at certain villas, while others stopped near Wu Ye's central villa. Those who could drive, at that time, were hardly ordinary people. According to Luo Qi, these were prominent figures in the S-district shelter, those with wealth and power, and they naturally had no shortage of supplies. The shelter had no red light district, and security was strict, so they tried to find a way outside. Thus, the area Luo Qi had created at Jiangnan Liyuan became known to them. Add to that Luo Qi's natural beauty, and the other girls were all young and pretty, further endearing them to them, making Jiangnan Liyuan a frequent destination. However, they didn't necessarily need to engage in sexual activity each time they came. They could simply ask a few girls to accompany them for food, drinks, playtime, and conversation. A one-stop service that provided emotional value was enough to satisfy them. And after each visit, the girls not only received supplies but also, more or less, some information about the shelters. Not just from District S, but occasionally from other areas as well. After all, Spring City was still a single entity. District A served as the central hub for overall coordination, and the official shelters in other areas all had connections there. This kind of extravagance was at least much better than Wu Ye's time. Seeing that Luo Qi and her friends were no longer short of supplies, Tang Tian agreed to her request and arranged to meet up the next evening. The house was almost tidy, and since it hadn't rained yet, Tang Tian hadn't installed the rainwater collection system. Because of her wood-attributed abilities, Wei Mingxia cleared out a room on the first floor for a growing room. Tang Yi, on the other hand, used her ice-attributed abilities to construct an igloo, covering the floor-to-ceiling windows with one-way film and blackout curtains. Knowing Tang Tian would be busy later, Wei Mingxia simply prepared a dish of beef tenderloin with Hangzhou peppercorns, baked shrimp with asparagus, and braised noodles with green beans. She also made a pot of mung bean and lily soup. In some areas, green beans literally take over the entire summer, and there's no way to eat them all. Wei Mingxia also tried growing green beans on a trellis in the growing room, which proved much faster than other plants. The lilies were harvested from the flower garden, peeled and washed individually, and then boiled with the green beans. By the end, the lilies were soft and crispy, and the mung beans were cooked until they were fully blossomed, clearing away heat and relieving summer heat. Especially if you refrigerate the drink afterward until you can enjoy it again, it offers an added bonus of a refreshing feeling. After eating and drinking, Tang Tian took Tan Tan to the central villa. When Li Feiyang learned she was going to teach Luo Qi and the others kung fu, he eagerly offered to join, as this would be crucial for their survival. After receiving Luo Qi's consent, Tang Tian took him along. It seemed the central villa was closed today, awaiting her arrival. Luo Qi welcomed the two of them inside. The crystal chandelier was still on, and there was even a hint of incense. The conditions were far superior to those of ordinary people. The girls gathered inside, however, showed little interest in them. Instead, they were drawn to Tan Tan. After all, it was hard to find a furry creature capable of healing people these days. Seeing Tang Tian's tacit agreement, Tan Tan sat down, sticking out his tongue and letting them stroke him. Luo Qi clapped her hands and said, "All right everyone, you should still remember Tang Tian. It was she who saved us by defeating Wu Yi. Now that she's moving in, I'm thinking of asking her to come and teach us some self-defense techniques to prepare us for the future. What do you think?" The girls chirped in agreement, most agreeing. But the next moment, a discordant voice broke out, "Luo Qi, we don't have to worry like we did before. We even stockpiled supplies, so we don't need to bother learning self-defense anymore, right? Besides, this person's attacks are deadly, so she wouldn't teach us for nothing. Do you think we're even going to have to gather enough supplies for her?" Tang Tian looked in the direction the voice came from. It was a girl about Luo Qi's age, standing alone by the stair railing, a look of disdain and gloom between her brows. Luo Qi said calmly, "Yue, you don't have to learn, and I won't ask you to provide the supplies. If anyone wants to learn, I keep track of them to avoid further disputes." The woman named Yue snorted and glared at her, then turned and went upstairs to the second floor, ignoring them. The other girls were more understanding, believing that this business couldn't last forever and that they would ultimately have to rely on themselves, so most of them signed up. This was Tang Tian's first time as a teacher, so she asked them to change into light clothes and cleared the living room for training, as it was still very hot outside. However, before learning self-defense, Tang Tian believed that they should first strengthen their physical fitness. She, Tang Yi, and Wei Mingxia had also gone through the same process. After about 2 hours of training, it was over. Not only the girls, but even Li Feiyang, who had been working out at home, felt the urge to collapse. I never expected Tang Tian to be such a devilish coach. Since this was just a workout, Tang Tian didn't charge for supplies. Besides, this kind of exercise requires persistence to yield results. Teaching self-defense skills would probably have to wait until later. But seeing that Luo Qi and the others seemed to have no shortage of supplies, Tang Tian suddenly had an idea. She pulled Luo Qi, who was wiping her sweat, into a corner, a smile on her face. This was the first time Luo Qi had seen Tang Tian smile, and even though she was smiling, she felt a sudden chill on her sweaty back. "Luo Qi, there are trading markets outside and inside the shelter now. Why don't we do a deal?" Tang Tian rubbed her fingertips and suggested, "If you have supplies I want, I trade them for supplies you can definitely use. How about that?" Tang Tian was Luo Qi's savior, so she agreed to anything she asked, as long as it wasn't excessive. But Tang Tian's words piqued her curiosity. Tang Tian mysteriously pulled something out of her pocket and showed it to her. Luo Qi's expression brightened upon seeing it. It was a box of children's birth condoms. For those of them now working in that business, this was truly a treasure. In fact, after deciding to do this, they were also concerned about the risks involved. If they didn't do it, they would die. If they did, they would also die. For a time, they believed that this was their fate, and they would just try to survive. Unexpectedly, Tang Tian just took it out. Luo Qi asked, "How many of these do you have?" Tang Tian made an excuse. "I once found an abandoned factory with many boxes inside, and I took them all. I don't need these right now, so I might as well trade with you. We can both take what we need." Luo Qi happily agreed. After Tang Tian explained the supplies she wanted, she took Tan Tan and Li Feiyang away and told the others about the situation. Jiangnan Liyuan resumed its normal operations. Besides the lights that lit at the door every night, there were also a group of women working out. Tang Tian would regularly visit the central villa, exchanging condoms for daily necessities, medicine, and fuel. It must be said that they had squeezed quite a bit of supplies out of the people in the shelter. Even Yu Wei, who had initially objected, had to yield to Tang Tian and traded supplies for the children's birth condoms. Tang Tian would sometimes hear some gossip, such as that Yu Wei had actually never liked Luo Qi. She had suffered a lot because of Luo Qi in the beginning, and now she could not compare to Luo Qi in every aspect. Most of the girls who stayed behind also listened to her, so she regarded the latter as a thorn in her side. Tang Tian shook her head speechlessly. She actually considered this a performance achievement? It was already this late, and she was still engaging in internal strife? But soon, she returned to her roots, offering to trade valuables for supplies. Hearing Tang Tian's words, Luo Qi and the others were a little confused. They used to love those gold, jade, and jewelry, but now they were less important than a good meal. Even their customers rarely paid with these, so what was Tang Tian going to do with them? Naturally, Tang Tian wouldn't tell them the truth and simply threw out the supplies she wanted to exchange. She knew that ordinary supplies wouldn't easily satisfy them, so she had to astound the girls with these supplies to ease their concerns and allow the exchange to proceed smoothly. Powdered milk is made from milk from the ranch, then milled. Honey is nectar from the flower gardens. Fruit wine is brewed in vats and packaged. There's also dried fruit made in a dryer. However, the safes where the indigenous residents of Jiangnan Liyuan kept their valuables had already been taken by Tang Tian. Even though half the girls were indigenous, they didn't have any valuables on hand. But if they didn't have any, how could the guests not have any? Furthermore, the people who had left the shelter also felt that valuables had depreciated, so if the girls they liked wanted them, they would give them away generously. The girls who received valuables would then trade them for various precious materials from Tang Tian. Thus, an industry chain was formed, allowing Tang Tian to obtain a large amount of valuables without leaving her home. Sometimes, she would visit the central villa to observe the girls' training. Whether it was simply exhaustion or someone else's interference, some gradually gave up and stopped joining the training. Tang Tian didn't bother trying to persuade them. She simply waited until her remaining body recovered a bit before diligently teaching them self-defense techniques, which also provided her with a supply of supplies. As the days passed, Tang Tian glanced at the thermometer and noticed the outdoor temperature had dropped to around 50 degrees Celsius. The nights dropped to around 40 degrees Celsius. While still hot, it was better than usual. Besides, the extreme cold was gradually warming, so everyone saw this as a sign that the extreme heat was about to end, and even the stagnant atmosphere relaxed a bit. Tang Tian opened the system and collected her ingredients. She specifically checked her newly purchased sap extractor. Clicking it, she received 2 new items, peach gum and maple syrup. Both are common, extracted from trees, but because the natural disaster destroyed much of the greenery, these items had long since become uncommon. Thankfully, she received dried peach gum and packaged commercial maple syrup, which gave her a reason to sell them. Tang Tian put it away in the warehouse with satisfaction. It happened to be the day she was supposed to be repairing the igloo, and she had unlocked a level 10 ice attribute dish. Fruit ice cream. This dish is simply a fruit stew, requiring a wide variety of fruits, which must be gathered before it can be prepared. This hot weather was perfect for enjoying cool, icy fruits, and once it was finished, it was a large bowl, enough for mother and daughter to enjoy and gain superpowers. The temperature starting to drop was a good sign. Living in the igloo now wouldn't even require the cooling system. As Tang Tian sat on the ladder repairing the igloo, the intercom on the coffee table vibrated several times. She hopped down and received a message. To her surprise, it was Gu Bin on the other end. "Ms. Tang, are you there?" After Tang Tian responded, the other party finally breathed a sigh of relief and replied, "The temperature has dropped recently, and the heat-resistant crops developed in the laboratory have yielded a harvest. The shelter has decided to continue distributing food and water to outsiders. It's just that we didn't see you or your family when we arrived at Hexinuen, and the building was half burned down. Are you okay?" "I'm fine. My home was burned down in an arson attack, so we moved. We're not far from the shelter now." Tang Tian continued, giving her address, thinking it was time to make another deal with the authorities. Gu Bin was stunned when he heard the address. In fact, Jiangnan Liyuan was much closer to the shelter than Hexinuen, but the authorities had already discovered its location. Those in the shelter with large amounts of supplies preferred to give them to the women rather than invest in construction projects, so they were unhappy and changed the order of distribution. He hadn't expected Tang Tian to move there too. Could it be? Gu Bin finished his tasks in the remaining areas, and the two trucks drove towards Jiangnan Liyuan. After the loudspeaker announcements looped, people began arriving to collect supplies, almost all of them women. Even after moving, Tang Tian chose to be the last to leave. By the time her turn arrived, her bucket of multigrain porridge was almost empty. Yue looked disdainfully at the plastic bag of multigrain porridge she was carrying, then secretly found a corner to throw it away. But when she turned back, she saw Tang Tian chatting with the soldiers maintaining order. From the looks of it, they seemed quite engaged. Yue snorted inwardly. After all, she's just a charlatan like them. Who's superior? She's always so arrogant. Luo Qi, that vase. Sooner or later, I replace her and become the new leader. This time, the relief supplies were much better than before. The multigrain porridge was thicker, made with newly developed sorghum and millet, as well as pre-apocalyptic grains. There were also heat-resistant crops grown in the shelter, especially corn, beans, water spinach, sweet potato leaves, and so on. The meats were still canned goods with long expiration dates. Tang Tian did stay a little longer after receiving the supplies. Having finally met Gu Bin again, she had to ask him about the latest news, which would likely be more accurate than what she heard on the radio. Chapter 66. It is said that the Meteorological Bureau once detected clouds, a prerequisite for artificial rainfall, but they either disappeared quickly or were very small. Officials have tried using rain bombs, but still have not been able to make it rain. Therefore, all water needs now rely on any water source on the ground. After the water plant is repaired, they plan to use desalination technology and turn their attention to the ocean for further water supply. This is consistent with what was said on the radio. It seems that since the temperature has dropped, people have gained a sense of purpose for survival and are starting to work hard. But Tang Tian was still a little worried. After the extreme heat, would another natural disaster strike? So she immediately told Gu Bin that she wanted to make another deal. This time, she needed not only daily necessities, but also a large amount of fuel. Gu Bin was torn. His authority was not high enough, so he couldn't agree to her request immediately. But after hearing what Tang Tian planned to exchange for supplies, she was overjoyed. After accepting her list, she headed to the authorities in the car to report. A few days later, Gu Bin and a truck drove into Jiangnan Courtyard again. The girls in the villa thought they had received more relief supplies, but when they opened the window, they saw that the truck, clearly an official one, was heading straight for Building 30. Yue sneered sarcastically, "It seems Tang Tian is more capable than us. We can only deal with the young men in the shelter, but she's gone after the authorities." As for how that was done, they all knew it well. But Luo Qi didn't think so. She just squinted and said, "Tang Tian is already very capable. She doesn't need to engage in the same kind of business as us. And I'm afraid even those young men might not have the supplies she has. We're only able to get them now thanks to her." The other girls whispered. What they received from the people in the shelter was little more than canned food, and the better ones included frozen meat, water, medicine, and the like. On the other hand, Tang Tian could get better quality milk powder, honey, and dried fruit, which the shelter might not have in abundance. So they thought Luo Qi was right. Besides, many of them had witnessed Tang Tian's fight through the central villa. Just to save their lives, they didn't want to stand against her. Yue's nose was crooked with anger, and she could only rage helplessly. But Tang Tian was unaware of this. She was simply exchanging packaged milk powder, honey, and wine with the authorities for supplies. If you use a lot of water, dried fruit not only doesn't fill any void, it might also arouse suspicion. But these are different. After being packaged with a baler, each one looks like a commodity purchased for nothing, which reduces suspicion. Milk powder and honey were still produced and harvested within the system, but Tang Tian specifically chose wine and baijiu for alcoholic beverages. Wine can be drunk like water, while baijiu is more focused on its anti-inflammatory, antibacterial, and blood-activating properties, making it a low-end version of medicine. Precisely because of these supplies, after Gu Bin submitted his report, Deputy Commander Yang readily agreed. Tang Tian used these to exchange with the authorities for daily necessities, medicine, and a full 1,500 liters of fuel. Tang Yi and Wei Mingxia also came to help with the cargo handling. The villa had 2 floors, so using one floor exclusively for supplies would seem normal to outsiders. By the way, Miss Tang, there's a plan going on at the shelter. Gu Bin wasn't stupid, he knew Tang Tian wanted to find out more about him. However, as a member of the military, he couldn't possibly leak important internal intelligence. But this plan was semi-public, not yet announced to the public, so he could reveal it in advance. In addition to the official shelters, many self-organized, unofficial shelters have sprung up around the area, also housing refugees, so there's currently no unified management. But there are also many homeless refugees, so the authorities are considering unifying these refugees and arranging them in communities close to the shelters, making them easier to manage in the future. Jiangnan Liyuan is within that area. Perhaps in a while, the authorities will arrange for those refugees to move in. This wasn't good news for Tang Tian. The refugees were a mixed bag, and there were also various small groups, like those from before. They were likely capable of anything, not to mention that the original residents of Jiangnan Liyuan were mostly women. This was likely to lead to another bloody storm. Working until midnight, Gu Bin thanked the Tang family again and quickly left. Tang Tian returned home and, with a wave of her hand, placed all the supplies in the warehouse. But she had recently been thinking it was time to go out and explore again. Zhang Huiping's market was no longer of much value, but the shill who was trying to steal their business said a new market had opened nearby, so perhaps she could try her luck. But without a new map, she didn't know where the market was, so she planned to leave early. After all, a high-level ice attribute was enough. So, she set off alone, shrouded in the golden-pink dusk, on her bicycle, leaving Jiangnan Liyuan. She first arrived at the trading market Zhang Huiping had set up in a shopping mall. Even at dusk, lights weren't needed, but the market already looked like an abandoned building. After all, without her, a major customer who seemed a bit of a misfit to outsiders, there was no traffic, making the already struggling market even more precarious. Thinking that the new market seemed only about 2 kilometers away, Tang Tian slowly cycled forward, occasionally stopping to ask questions when she encountered pedestrians. Of course, she would also encounter a few clueless individuals who, upon seeing a single individual, became interested, and Tang Tian chose to confront them directly with her sword. "I know where it is, and I can take you there, but..." A woman with a dazed look in her eyes was holding a skinny child, probably only 6 or 7 years old, who was licking his fingers. The woman released her hands and rubbed them again, a wry smile on her face. "You don't look like you're short of supplies. Your Excellency is generous. Can I ask for a reward?" Tang Tian narrowed her eyes slightly. It wasn't that she didn't want to give, but she had caught a glimpse of the child's nervous expression and evasive eyes, as if she didn't agree, he would be in greater danger. The 6 or 7-year-old child, and I could understand a little bit. Tang Tian understood most of it. How could it be so simple? "Don't believe them." A sudden shout came from the distance. The woman's face suddenly turned panicked, and the child finally couldn't control his tears. Tang Tian's eyes widened slightly. This voice seemed familiar. "Miss, that must be coming from somewhere else. Isn't it always like that now? Just come with me. I don't want the reward. I promise to take you wherever you want to go." The woman was so anxious that she almost reached out and pulled Tang Tian away. Tang Tian pondered for a moment, then suddenly said, "If that's the case, then take me there." The woman was startled, then her eyes flashed with joy, but she quickly suppressed it and led Tang Tian to a place. It seemed she was another innocent girl, and this time she reaped a great reward, but Tang Tian couldn't have been unaware of the woman's purpose, so she silently drew her weapon. The woman led her to the base of an abandoned, unfinished building. Ruins lay everywhere, but the area was relatively empty. Then, a group of men surrounded them from all directions, and the woman quickly fled with her child in hand. "Brother, I did as you asked. Now that we caught 2, the reward..." The woman's expression shifted to one of attentiveness, flattery, desire, and a hint of hidden madness. For a bite to eat, this was the norm for disaster victims these days. The so-called boss pointed his knife behind him, and said impatiently, "Go get it yourself, Don't make a noise in our ears. Okay, okay, I go right away. The woman happily left. The boss turned and looked at Tang Tian again, his shrewd eyes fixed on the backpack behind her. He grinned. Why are you out alone, little girl? It's too dangerous. How about this? Leave the backpack behind, and we consider letting you go. Before she could finish her arrogant words, Tang Tian suddenly raised her hand and extended something in his direction. The boss was stunned. The last thing he saw was a pitch-black hole. Bang! A cloud of blood flew up, and the boss fell to the ground. A bloody hole in his head gushed out continuously, and in an instant, a large pool of blood formed. Oh no! This guy has a gun. What are you afraid of? We have one too. Quick, shoot. But for ordinary people, guns are still weapons to be used as little as possible. Additionally, their boss was shot in the head, and they panicked for a moment before pulling out their guns. But it was too late. Tang Tian had already drawn her gun with both hands, aiming at everyone and starting to shoot. Bang, 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 half the men were already down. After repelling the bandits last time, Tang Tian had collected a homemade gun from Kong Jinghua. She also had the furnace ability, so after disassembling the homemade gun using the metal attribute, she copied the method and prepared to make a few real guns using the furnace ability. However, the homemade gun was long, similar to a hunting rifle, and Tang Tian preferred a small pistol. And to craft such a sophisticated weapon as a gun, the furnace ability must be advanced. So Tang Tian then successfully unlocked the level 10 dish, Pumpkin Basque. After spending several days making the pistol, Tang Tian began crafting bullets. As for bullets, they needed to make as many as possible. Therefore, aside from other daily tasks, the Tang family frequently used their furnace abilities. She had stockpiled ammunition until now, at least to deal with this group of bandits, so she didn't regret using any of it. Bang! The enemy finally raised his gun and fired a round, but his eyes widened in shock. He had clearly aimed and fired, but why did it suddenly stop near Tang Tian? It was as if an external force had stopped the bullet in its tracks, and it immediately fell to the ground. Tang Tian pulled the trigger, knocking down the enemy, who hadn't yet recovered, and then stepped forward to collect the gun. There were bodies scattered everywhere. After confirming they were all dead, she didn't put the gun away, but hurried into the unfinished building. Why are there so many gunshots? I told you to conserve your bullets. Shh. It seems someone's coming. As soon as Tang Tian saw someone, he raised his hand and fired in the dim light, including the woman, who was munching on compressed biscuits with a can of food. She even died with a broken biscuit in her mouth. The child cried in fear, but Tang Tian didn't attack again. Instead, she looked back. As expected, several people were tied up in the corner, and next to them were several looted packages, turned over. With such a number of people, they were probably a group out foraging for supplies. Their hands and feet were tied in knots that tightened with each struggle, and something was taped to their mouths. Seeing Tang Tian, they began to squirm again. MMMM. Tang Tian pulled out a dagger and stepped forward to cut the ropes, holding one of them. The man quickly opened his mouth and breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, otherwise we'd be in real danger today. Tang Tian smiled and said, Indeed, it's a good thing you shouted that just now, so I followed you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to save you, Cheng Jing. Cheng Jing was stunned, looked up and examined them for a moment before exclaiming in surprise, Tang Tian, it's you? The people around them, noticing they were chatting, started chirping to make themselves known. Cheng Jing frowned slightly, but still found his bag, pulled out a dagger, and cut everyone's ropes. Oh my god, we're finally saved. I thought I was dead. Cheng Jing, do you two know each other? I didn't expect you knew someone so powerful? Yes, but we could have avoided this crisis. If it weren't for Tang Tian, we might have died. As Cheng Jing spoke, he glanced at someone in the group with resentment in his eyes. It was the first time Tang Tian had seen Cheng Jing's eyes like that, and one could imagine how speechless he must have felt at that moment. Following his gaze, he saw a young woman with a ponytail, about his own age. Facing Cheng Jing, her face paled and she stammered, how could I have known that woman was a trap, and she had a child with her? Tang Tian raised an eyebrow. That voice sounds familiar too. Cheng Jing rolled his eyes. If it weren't for the shelter's orders, he wouldn't have chosen to go out with someone like that. Okay, you didn't mean it. Besides, we're rescued now, aren't we? A man of similar age nearby said this, then glanced at Tang Tian. After a silent scrutiny, he asked, I didn't expect you to have a gun? Not even the people in the shelter had one, and you killed so many people. Tang Tian squinted and interrupted, If the others don't have one, that's their business. How does my gun bother you? Besides, if we don't kill them, how can you be rescued? Hey, why are you talking to Brother Yin Shou like that? You? The young woman, seeing Tang Tian's arrogant attitude, became annoyed and stepped forward to interrupt. But this also seemed to reveal Tang Tian's face, and she was startled. She changed the subject. Wait. Tang Tian? You're Tang Tian? From Dongcheng University? Tang Tian finally looked at him, and slowly remembered who he was. After all, she had graduated 2 or 3 years ago, and she hadn't kept in touch with her classmates since then. But she still had a strong impression of him, so she remembered him immediately. By the way, the voice sounded familiar because she suddenly remembered that it was the girl next to the woman who was trading honey at the market. Tang Tian curled her lips, folded her arms, and said, "So it's you, Xiao Shiyu. How's it going? How's the honey you received?" Xiao Shiyu came from a wealthy family, and was always the center of attention in college. She loved and enjoyed this, eventually becoming accustomed to it, catching quite a few fish under her skirt. Not only did she have a bit of princess syndrome, but she was also a true competitive queen, known to all her classmates. Tang Tian had the misfortune of sharing a dorm with her. As graduation approached, she even managed to move out early. However, given their family background, the Chiao family must have entered an official shelter early on. It's no surprise that they survived until now, nor is it surprising that they possess such valuable jewelry from before the apocalypse. Xiao Shiyu asked in disbelief. That person at the market last time was you? How could Tang Tian have such a precious commodity as honey? She even had a gun, and she killed so many people without blinking an eye. She knew her sister was a live streamer, and after graduation, she also started her own social media platform. But now her money is worthless. Where did she get all that money? Can anyone explain this situation? Tang Tian ignored Xiao Shiyu's question and asked. Cheng Jing sighed and gave a brief explanation. Cheng Jing was the team leader for this search, while the others were new. Roughly speaking, it was a case of veterans guiding the new. When they arrived nearby, they encountered the woman with the child. She said she didn't want the supplies, but only wanted them to be escorted to another location. Cheng Jing initially wanted to ignore her, but Xiao Shiyu and the others felt sorry for the mother and child, and since their destination was not far, they agreed. Unable to separate the group, Cheng Jing reluctantly followed. Unexpectedly, the mother and son had set a trap. Cheng Jing's group, unarmed, fought for several rounds before being captured. If Cheng Jing hadn't sensed another attempt at a trap and shouted, and Tang Tian had recognized his voice, the entire group would have been wiped out. Tang Tian was speechless after hearing this, but she didn't say much. After all, Cheng Jing wasn't the one foolish enough to die, and the others weren't her business. After a few pleasantries, she prepared to leave. Tang Tian, wait a minute. Seeing her leaving, Xiao Shiyu hurriedly asked, I see you're alone. Why don't we travel together? When we return to the shelter, you get your share of the supplies. Tang Tian sneered, go with you? And then get captured again? Do you really think I'm your bodyguard? Xiao Shiyu, I have my own things to do. Not everyone should be around you. Having her thoughts immediately exposed, Xiao Shiyu's face flushed red, and she stammered, unable to say anything else. Cheng Jing, feeling a headache, simply waved goodbye to Tang Tian. The two parties quickly exited the unfinished building. Yin Shu glanced at Tang Tian's back again, thinking the name sounded familiar. After wandering around, Tang Tian finally found the new market, and night had quietly fallen. Compared to Zhang Huiping's shopping mall, this place was actually a small commercial street. Without streetlights, they lit candles or oil lamps, and could set up a stall anywhere. She remembered that she had just passed by a community with occasional lights on in the windows. It must be an unofficial shelter, and this trading market was also set up behind the shelter. A few pedestrians lingered around the entrance to the commercial street, and someone was collecting entrance fees at the front. Upon approaching, she discovered that the entrance fee was 1 pound of supplies, which was more expensive than Zhang Huiping's place. But considering the prerequisites, Tang Tian still bought a ticket and prepared to go in and take a look. Some people had already set up stalls inside the commercial street, but the items they were exchanging were still nothing new. They were just the same old things, with some offering valuables. Unfortunately, nothing as valuable as the old man's jade guanine, but even a small insect is still meat, so Tang Tian traded all of them for ordinary supplies. Perhaps because it was adjacent to the shelter, the commercial street was more crowded than the mall. After inquiring with a few friendly stall owners, Tang Tian headed to the street office to apply for a stall. This market had just officially opened and was in urgent need of traffic, so the management didn't make things difficult. After paying the stall fee, they immediately completed the paperwork and granted her the right to use a small shop. Tang Tian quickly arrived at the small shop in the middle and back of the commercial street, took out the written blackboard, and set it up in front of the shop. The blackboard wasn't eye-catching enough, so she pulled out a specially recorded loudspeaker and played a recording explaining the exchange of goods for valuables. Those who heard it initially thought valuables were being exchanged for goods, but after a few repetitions, they realized it was the other way around. A curious crowd quickly gathered in front of the shop. In this world, are there people exchanging things that can't be eaten or drunk? Boss, did your goods come from the wind? Tang Tian smiled and said, to find out if it's a genuine exchange, just do it once and you know. Besides, I'm alone here, and the market is guarded. I can't escape even if I want to. Everyone thought it made sense, and Tang Tian's female voice dispelled some of their doubts. It was a pity no one seemed to be carrying any valuables at the moment. I'm here, I trade. A middle-aged man pushed his way through the crowd to the stall, setting down 2 gold rings, a jade thumb ring, and a gold necklace. Tang Tian weighed them, confirming they were worth real money. After some thought, he said, these for half a pound of compressed biscuits and a bottle of water. Wanna trade them? The middle-aged man's face lit up. Trade? Trade? Trade them for me. It had been so long since the apocalypse, and few people would complain about the scarcity of supplies. They trade them for valuables, except for the odd one. Half a pound of compressed biscuits was enough to last a whole day, and a bottle of water was even more precious right now. Only a fool wouldn't trade them. The onlookers watched helplessly as the middle-aged man happily returned with his supplies, and, regardless of whether he was acting as a shill, they began to get agitated. Some had already moved several times due to the chaotic times, gnashing their teeth to abandon their valuables. Others, however, were asking for requirements and prices, as if they couldn't wait to return and retrieve their valuables. Tang Tian seized the opportunity to shout, I'm only here for 2 hours, then I'm leaving. No waiting after that. With a clatter, the crowd dispersed at top speed, fearing that even a minute late would mean missing out on such a great treat. Great. Great. Tang Tian rubbed her chin and smiled, thinking. At this point, I guess I can continue to snatch valuables here. About a quarter of an hour later, people began to arrive, panting, and showing her their belongings. Most of them were gold, silver, jewelry, jade, and jadeite jewelry. It seemed those jade guanine statues were truly rare. Some also brought various so-called antiques and luxury goods, hoping to exchange them, but Tang Tian refused them all and pestered them for a long time. For these ordinary valuables, Tang Tian offered ordinary goods in exchange. It was mostly food, dried meat, and water, but for ordinary people, these were already excellent supplies, practically free. All of a sudden, it seemed as if everyone on the commercial street had found Tang Tian's small shop. Even some vendors, who had been exchanging valuables for supplies, abandoned their stalls and lined up in front of her. She was busy. But at that moment, a cry like thunder exploded in front of Tang Tian's shop. Miss Tang, it's you? Chapter 67. Hey, why are you pushing? You know you have to queue, don't you? A man and woman in front of them wanted to approach Tang Tian, but the people waiting in line to exchange supplies were not happy and raised their hands to stop them. The woman, who had the hottest temper, actually started yelling, you bitch. We gave you the stall first and advertised it so diligently, and now you're switching sides so quickly. I always known you're a profit-seeking person. It turned out that the two people were Zhang Huiping and Wanliru. The people in the line also realized that Tang Tian had switched jobs and taken over the stall, and they couldn't help but feel secretly delighted. Luckily, they jumped over, so they could trade. Tang Tian paused briefly before saying to the two, setting up a stall in the market is only half a business. Businessmen prioritize profit. You run out of traffic, and you don't have the supplies I want to trade, so why should I keep it? Besides, the supplies I earn for you are enough to keep you going for several more months. Bullshit. Wanliru, hands on her hips, continued to curse. We don't need to support others? That's easy for you to say, Tang, you're just a heartless, ruthless bitch. Enough. What are you arguing about? The scene was in chaos, but soon a new voice emerged. Following the voice, they saw a large man with the aura of a leader. He was probably either the head of the shelter or the highest-ranking executive on the commercial street. This lady is right. That's exactly what she said. Zhang Huiping, are you here today to try to steal someone from me? Zhang Huiping gritted his teeth and said, Liang Xiaoyang, if you hadn't lured the people who were originally with me to your place, And even the people I had sheltered with, how could I have come here today? Liang Xiaoyang laughed heartily for a few moments before sneering. What do you mean by luring you here? You're already at the end of your rope. These are the end times, and people will voluntarily seek out stronger and better places. You're the only ones to blame for being too weak. What can I do? Hearing this mockery, Zhang Huaiping and Wan Liru stepped forward, but were immediately restrained by Liang Xiaoyang's men. Liang Xiaoyang simply waved his hand, and his men escorted the two away. Despite being restrained, Wan Liru continued to curse Tang Tian and Liang Xiaoyang, her words echoing through the air for a long time. With Liang Xiaoyang present, the team quieted down, no longer rushing to exchange supplies. Tang Tian, realizing this man was no ordinary person, stood up and looked directly at him, nodding as a gesture of greeting. Liang Xiaoyang waved his hand again, rather arrogantly. Miss Tang, please continue. We talk later. If anyone else causes trouble, I have men here to maintain order. Tang Tian agreed and continued to exchange supplies. However, she didn't replace all the people who had come today. Seeing the crowds growing, after about 3/4 of an hour, Tang Tian shouted through the loudspeaker, I'm out of supplies. Come back next time. The people queuing in the sweltering heat immediately began to complain. If it weren't for Liang Xiaoyang's men who had been there beforehand to manage the situation would have been even more complicated. But Tang Tian understood that Liang Xiaoyang was being so polite to her because he saw her value. Without that value, she would be worse than trash. Not long after, Liang Xiaoyang arrived again, this time with a smile on his face. The two of them had become acquainted, and Liang Xiaoyang was indeed the highest-ranking official of this commercial street and the management of the community. It must be said that their plan to establish this shelter stemmed from the sheer volume of traffic flowing through Zhang Huaiping's market. Since this commercial street happened to be nearby, they took advantage of the situation and even tried to recruit some people from Zhang Huaiping's shop. Sometimes business battles are as simple and unpretentious as this. Unbeknownst to them, the sudden surge in traffic to Zhang Huaiping's market was entirely due to this young woman before them. Where is Miss Tang from? With so much supplies, could it be from the authorities? Liang Xiaoyang couldn't believe that someone in the apocalypse could absorb so much supplies on their own, and even exchange them for valuables. It was truly unbelievable. Tang Tian replied calmly, Mr. Liang, people these days don't care where they come from. I didn't go to the official shelter. I just wanted to exchange some of what I wanted with you. That's all. Let's just consider it a matter of mutual benefit. Liang Xiaoyang could tell Tang Tian didn't want to talk any further, and fearing she displeased him and stopped coming, he stopped talking. But he wondered if he could finally let her stay in this shelter. So, verbally, he promised Tang Tian that her shop would remain open and that visitors wouldn't have to pay an entrance fee, acting very welcoming. He also agreed on a date for the next shop opening. It was impossible to go to the market every day, so Tang Tian spent all the valuables she exchanged for gold. She looked up and saw the number 700,000 displayed on the gold coin column. This wasn't a lot for them right now, so Tang Tian decided to save up some more, hoping to enjoy the shopping spree later. Tang Tian's business was gradually picking up, but the central villa no longer had the bright lights it once had. This was what she discovered after she came out to collect the relief supplies. Even some of the girls had a hint of worry on their faces. Is this true or false? How is that possible? Rich people are rich because they're far-sighted and insightful. I inquired, and those wealthy people started stockpiling goods long before the apocalypse. Otherwise, how would they have the time for leisure and entertainment? But fewer and fewer people have been coming lately. What should we do if they stop coming? Yue is right. We don't have much material resources. Women are just learning useless things. In my opinion, it's all Luo. Tang Tian didn't comment after hearing these whispers. But she did learn some information from Gu Bin. As the saying goes, when you're well fed, you lust. Those good-for-nothings won't miss this opportunity. And it's said that Jiang and Liyuan was the first to open up this area. Even if other red light districts emerge nearby, this one will still be inaccessible. The first one, impossible to ignore or forget. It's just that recently, the authorities have grown displeased with this behavior and launched a nationwide training program. No matter how wealthy or powerful one's family, everyone must participate in the training and go out on the mission. That's why Tang Tian met Xiaoxiu and the others. That team is probably made up of wealthy second generations. With training starting in the evening, there's naturally less time to enjoy themselves at Jiang and Liyuan. The women's living conditions have also declined, and they started to complain. They see Tang Tian as an outsider who's taking advantage of their remaining supplies, which is naturally unpleasant. Tang Tian also wondered if the shelter was truly short of supplies, but no matter how hard she tried, Gu Bin remained silent. She had no choice but to give up, saying they'd trade again if they found supplies next time. Afterward, Tang Tian went to teach self-defense, and the number of girls who came was indeed reduced by half again. Luo Qi's face was a little embarrassed, but thankfully Tang Tian didn't mind. She just had to complete her mission. 3 days later, Tang Tian packed her supplies and set off for the trading market managed by Liang Xiaoyang. The people there seemed to have been instructed. They let Tang Tian in as soon as they saw her, and they were very tactful in advertising. Even residents of the community with valuables came to exchange them for supplies. However, there were more people here than at Zhang Huiping's place. Although Tang Tian had already revealed her possessions, she didn't want to show too much, so she stopped the transaction after just half an hour. Thanks to Liang Xiaoyang's stricter management, the people didn't make a fuss. Instead, they repeatedly asked Tang Tian when she would come back to trade, and then reluctantly left. Tang Tian roughly calculated that she could earn around 200,000 gold coins this time. Just as she was thinking about heading home, Liang Xiaoyang arrived with a group of people. "Miss Tang, please wait a moment." Liang Xiaosheng approached with a smile and introduced the people around him. "I see you seem particularly interested in jade and jadeite. This is Mr. Yu Hongchuan. He opened a jadeite rough market before the apocalypse. Are you interested?" Tang Tian glanced at him after hearing the key words. Yu Hongchuan was a man in his 50s, clearly emaciated and tanned, and his spirits were only slightly better than those of an average person. But the look he gave Tang Tian was filled with a hint of undisguised contempt, and he even asked directly, "Manager Liang, you said someone could swallow my batch of jadeite, so I came with you to see what was going on. Turns out it's a young woman? Are you sure?" Liang Xiaoyang coughed and said, "Mr. Yu, you don't know that Miss Tang has been trading supplies for valuables with us these days, including your jadeite rough. That's why I wanted to introduce you to her." Yu Hongchuan remained silent, but his disbelief remained. Seeing this, Tang Tian said, "Since Mr. Yu doesn't believe me, then forget it. Besides, the jadeite rough needs to be cut open to get the jade inside, which is too much trouble. I just continue the transaction with you, and it would be the same. Without supernatural powers, cutting the stone would require specialized tools, and you likely struggle to get just a tiny bit, making the cost-effectiveness quite low." Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, Yu Hongchuan's face flushed with anger. He exclaimed, "My market has been open for years, and the quality is absolutely guaranteed. If I weren't so reluctant to give up all the hard work I put in, I would have thrown it away long ago. Besides, I don't believe a woman like you could have so many supplies." Liang Xiaoyang quickly tried to smooth things over. "How about this? Both parties take a look at the goods first, and then we can discuss it amicably. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for both of you." In fact, he had his own ideas. Yu Hongchuan also lived in the same neighborhood and was a wealthy businessman. If this deal could be completed, not only would the market's reputation be greatly enhanced, but it would also undoubtedly crush Zhang Huiping's market. Yu Hongchuan snorted coldly, "My market is in Area B, and the rough stones are all in a fully enclosed warehouse. They shouldn't be flooded. You can find them just by going there." Tang Tian rolled her eyes, then feigned a shake of her head, saying, "Area B is almost downtown, too far from here. With transportation so inconvenient now, I have to spend time and energy to check. It would be a waste for me. Unless what?" Liang Xiaoyang interrupted Yu Hongchuan's outburst and pressed on. Deep down, he still hoped Tang Tian would take the deal. "Unless you give me a good car first. I go to Area B and take a look. If it's really as good as Mr. Yu says, I take it all and trade it for supplies. If it's not, I just come back. How's that? Gathering a good car and sufficient resources isn't easy these days. This sounds like the best solution for now. After all, without Tang Tian, who would even consider collecting so much jadeite rough?" Yu Hongchuan paused to consider for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, I get you a car, but I can't be without anything. I need a deposit. Otherwise, what if you steal it and run away?" In the final analysis, he still didn't believe Tang Tian had so many supplies. Yu Hongchuan's request was barely reasonable. Tang Tian pondered it for a moment and dug into her backpack. She pulled out 5 pounds of dried meat, packaged grains, pre-cooked meals, and even 2 bottles of wine. Not only Yu Hongchuan, but even Liang Xiaoyang's eyes widened. Those instant noodles, canned goods, and compressed biscuits have practically become currency, often circulating openly. But Tang Tian's products are more like processed products made from pre-existing ingredients. Or perhaps they were collected from somewhere and stored in a safe place, much better than the official ones. Yu Hongchuan's attitude shifted 180 degrees, and he said with a smile, Okay, now I trust you, Miss Tang. I get the car ready, and we meet up then. After agreeing on a time, Tang Tian left the commercial street and returned to Jiangnan Liyuan, where she told Tang Yi and Wei Mingxia about the incident. Going to Area B? That's a bit far. When can you be back? Wei Mingxia was always a little worried, especially since Tang Tian might be traveling alone this time. Before the apocalypse, driving to Area B would have taken at most a day. Now it might take 2 days. But I'd definitely be back within a week for the round trip, Tang Tian said, retrieving a few more items from the warehouse. At such a distance, walkie-talkies won't work, so I specially prepared a radio when I stocked up. You use it when the time comes. Jiangnan Liyuan might be housing refugees soon. Stay safe at home. It's okay to use your supernatural powers if necessary. Just die. Tang Tian gave a series of instructions, and 3 days later, she and Tan Tan set off to meet Liang Xiaoyang at the market management office. Liang Xiaoyang brought Yu Hongchuan with him, while Yu Hongchuan drove a fully fueled off-road SUV. After paying the deposit, Tang Tian drove off to Area B. To save fuel, Tang Tian didn't turn on the air conditioning, instead using an ice-like atmosphere. Not only was the cabin cool, but she also didn't have to worry about overheating and spontaneous combustion. So, she didn't stay out all night, but instead drove at full speed from the start. With no traffic controls, her speed increased significantly. It was almost nightfall when Tang Tian arrived in Area B. The area closer to the city center was, as expected, brighter and more extensive than Area S. Tang Tian stopped the car briefly and took out a map. There, marked was the warehouse location Yu Hongchuan had told her about. Only 10 kilometers remained. Putting the map aside, Tang Tian retrieved a few more pieces of dried meat and tossed them into the air. Tan Tan, already scenting the meat's aroma, was ready to go, catching each one accurately. He even held the last one in his mouth, then laid down to savor it. Tang Tian couldn't help but laugh, and she also prepared a cup of sour plum soup and a mango sticky rice cake from her system, and began to eat. The mango sticky rice cake's ability was Stamina Enhancement Level 5. Fortunately, she had a large ability bar, so one more ability wasn't a big deal. The sticky rice cake, bigger than a fist, was filled with several pieces of mango and a creamy filling, filling the mouth with a smooth, refreshing sweetness. One was enough to fill her up. After finishing her meal and wiping her mouth, Tang Tian restarted the car, preparing to continue to the warehouse. But at that moment, a roar of engines rang out, and several off-road vehicles suddenly appeared from all directions, surrounding Tang Tian's car. It was obvious from the look on their faces that they were being attacked by robbers. As expected, this place was so close to the city center, the robberies themselves had become even more powerful. Tang Tian couldn't help but sigh. The next second, a voice blared from the loudspeaker, "Everyone in the car, get out. Leave the supplies and the car behind. Otherwise, your lives will be in danger." Tan Tan bared his teeth in the car, but didn't scream. Tang Tian curled her lips and pulled a long gun from the warehouse. This long gun was made from the homemade gun she had seized from the pirates, modified with the power of the furnace. Not only was its lethality increased, but it also had ample ammunition. Opportunities for fighting were rare, so now was a perfect time to test my strength. The loudspeaker's voice continued to repeat. Perhaps the enemy in the car was growing impatient, slowly driving closer, saving Tang Tian the trouble of getting close. Looking out the car window, none of the cars had privacy film, so even heads could be seen. So Tang Tian cracked the window a crack, cocked the gun, took aim, and immediately fired a bullet. With a bang, the window glass pierced through, and the driver, headshot through, lay sprawled at the steering wheel. The loudspeaker faded, and soon another group of people got out, armed with a variety of weapons. "Hurry! Throw!" At the command, the group threw their objects, shattering and igniting a line of sparks on the ground. They even made Molotov cocktails? Tang Tian calmly watched the flames on the ground, then continued firing, taking out the first few men. Then, with a flip of his palm, a glass bottle appeared out of thin air. Every time beer is packaged using a packaging machine, it comes in cans and bottles. And since the packaging doesn't disappear after the liquid is consumed, Tang Tian collected them as well. And this kind of glass wine bottle is perfect for making Molotov cocktails. Of course, Tang Tian wouldn't make ordinary Molotov cocktails. In fact, after specifically consuming a red dish, she would use her supernatural flames to store them in these wine bottles. When smashed, they would produce the same effect as Molotov cocktails. Most importantly, the power of these Molotov cocktails is significantly increased. Strange, why isn't this car on fire? Why don't we retreat? That guy has a gun and can shoot. We already lost several people. Anyone driving a car like this either has supplies inside or in the back. If all else fails, we have to capture the people inside and then get the supplies. Before they could finish their discussion, the car window rolled wide again. Before they could react, several identical Molotov cocktails were hurled with force. With a few bangs, a blazing fire erupted. People panicked, jumping into their cars to flee, but even a single spark would instantly ignite them, taking the cars with them. Tang Tian finally stepped on the accelerator to escape the burning environment, followed by waves of screams. Soon, thick black smoke billowed, the color of the setting sun. By the time the sun set and the crescent moon rose, the cars had been burned to a skeleton, and no one was visible. Tang Tian had already driven away, bathed in the veil like moonlight. She saw a few passing cars with their headlights on, but they weren't robbers. Zone B wasn't a place she needed to stay in for long, so Tang Tian didn't dwell on the number of shelters there. Instead, she headed straight for the raw stone warehouse. After finding a corner to get out and pack up her car, Tang Tian retrieved the key to the warehouse Yu Hongchuan had given her, opened the door, and then turned on a powerful flashlight. Her eyes lit up at the sight before her. Nearly half of the warehouse was filled with rough jadeite stones of all sizes. Tan Tan sniffed the ground, uninterested, simply staying obediently beside Tang Tian. With luck, the jadeite she could unearth here would weigh far more than a few pounds. And the system's Krypton gold system was based on weight. However, unearthing rough jadeite is similar to opening blind boxes. Both involve gambling, and many people have lost their fortunes to this endeavor, unable to stop. This was all about luck. For example, some people opened hundreds of kilograms of raw stone and only found jadeite enough to make 2 bracelets. Others simply opened a few kilograms of raw stone, only to find that 2/3 of it was jadeite. Tang Tian casually touched an irregular piece of raw stone and silently asked the system. This piece of raw stone, weighing nearly 7 or 8 kilograms, only contained a mere 1 or 2 ounces of jadeite worth of gold. Emerald is still a second-tier gold item. Fortunately, there's plenty of raw stone here. The quantity should eventually make up for the shortfall, Tang Tian thought to herself, and went to check the warehouse for any cameras or other equipment. After confirming that everything was correct, she tidied up her warehouse and collected all the raw stones. Tan Tan was not surprised by this, and even yawned. Tired? Tang Tian stroked her head, figuring they could rest for a bit before heading back. So she closed the warehouse door again, reinforced the lock with her gold-attributed ability, and then took out her tent and sleeping bag, ready to spend the night. She wasn't sure if there were any similar accommodations in the more prosperous city center, but Tang Tian, alone outside, didn't feel safe there. In her previous life, she hadn't dared to spend the night outside, not even having the necessary equipment. So no matter how exhausted or sleepy she felt, she had to return home to feel at ease. Although Jiang Yao and Tang Haifeng's family were still at home, at least she was safe for the time being. After packing up her own little nest, Tang Tian took out a box of self-heating rice with twice-cooked pork, which could be heated simply by adding water. Even for a meal out, she wasn't one to skimp, so she pulled out a whole smoked pig's head and 2 bottles of beer from the warehouse. Procuring meat from the ranch also often yielded body parts and offal, which Tang Tian stored. She figured that body parts could be smoked, while offal was more suitable for braising. She had already decided that once she had enough money, she would definitely go to the shopping mall to see if there were any new equipment to buy, so she could create even more delicious dishes. Chapter 68. Tang Tian took out a small knife and cut the meat from the smoked pig's head. Finally, she cut out about 2 tails and put it back. As soon as Tan Tan saw the whole pig's head, his tail spun like a propeller, and his mouth immediately began to spit, leaving a trail of saliva on the ground. The human wasn't tasty, but the meat was. Tang Tian smiled, and pulled out 2 more smoked pig tails from the warehouse. After teasing him for a while, she took out the dog bowl and placed it in it, adding plenty of dog food and freeze-dried food, letting him devour it. After eating too much food, Tan Tan had become somewhat less fond of dog food. But now that he was out and about, and needed to use up his stockpile of dog food, he finally started to nibble on it. As a reward, Tang Tian pulled out another goodie. This was cheese she made in a cheese machine using milk. Cheese wasn't a necessity for the Yen people though. Tang Tian only made a batch, because she had bought a cheese machine, and was occasionally looking to improve her quality of life. But then, as she was cooking, she thought Tan Tan might like it. As soon as she took it out, Tan Tan practically jumped on her. Consider it his dessert. Opening the beer can with a snap, she used a little ice attribute ability to cool it to the perfect temperature. A sip was refreshing. The self-heating rice sizzled, ready to go. Opening the lid, steam mingled with a rich aroma. Mix the side dishes with the rice, coating each grain with the broth. At this point, a mouthful of rice, a bite of pork head, and a sip of wine was incredibly refreshing. After finishing it all, Tang Tian rubbed her belly. I never fought such a rich battle. Tan Tan finished his share of food. Tang Tian put away the trash, and then used her water-attributed supernatural power to clean the dog bowl. Aside from the lingering aroma in the warehouse, nothing else remained. Tang Tian randomly picked out a few toys, and tossed them to Tan Tan. Then, she took out another piece of raw stone, and sat cross-legged in the open tent, lost in thought. She could use the system to detect jadeite, but how could she extract it? Yu Hongchuan had given her all the raw stones in this warehouse, but he didn't have a saw. Even if he had one, he probably wouldn't know how to use it. When in doubt, he tried his supernatural powers. After searching through the existing recipes, Tang Tian finally found one that was reasonably useful. But it was a familiar one. Garlic spare ribs with metal attribute level 8. This was also a solution she and the system had come up with. First, use the metal attribute to make a saw blade, then control the cutting of the raw stone. This method wouldn't be possible without a supernatural power of level 5 or higher. Anyway, let's give it a try. If it doesn't work, we find a new method. So Tang Tian first prepared a plate of golden, crispy, and fragrant garlic spare ribs. She only ate a few pieces to gain supernatural powers, and stored the rest in the warehouse. She then found some scrap metal, and used her metallic supernatural powers to create a circular slice. A tiny golden light appeared in her palm, and the slice slowly floated in midair under her control, then began to spin at high speed. Tang Tian quickly controlled the rotating slice to approach the rough stone and slowly began to cut. There was a sizzling sound, and stone chips flew everywhere. For this experiment, she took out a rough stone weighing about 2 kilograms, so in the end, she actually cut it in half. Upon opening it, she saw jadeite, but according to the system's calculations, it was only about 200 grams. Tang Tian frowned. Is her luck so bad? The yield rate for the first rough stone is only 10%. Never mind, it's still early, let's keep opening. Since Tang Tian was alone, she decided to start by selecting some smaller rough stones for cutting. She also opened a few mints and held them in her mouth, slowly recovering her lost mental strength. She cut 4 or 5 small rough stones in one go, yielding a total of about 1,500 grams of jadeite. It might not seem like much, but with the system's in-game currency, it's already yielded over 1.7 million gold coins. Tang Tian hissed, secretly cheering. If all of Yu Hongchuan's jadeite rough stones were cut, barring any setbacks, she'd likely rack up tens of millions of gold coins. Could the system be cleared directly? And with these rough stones alone, she wouldn't have to rush to trade for valuables for a while, so she could just rest and lie down for a while. Thinking of this, Tang Tian felt elated and temporarily stopped cutting, preparing to return home to join Tang Yi and Wei Mingxia. Just as she was about to lie down in her sleeping bag to rest, Tan Tan, who had been lying there, suddenly stood up and barked toward the door. Tang Tian frowned. She hadn't turned on the lights in the warehouse, and there were no windows. How could anyone outside have noticed her presence? She silently drew her weapon and tiptoed to the door. She listened carefully, and sure enough, there was movement outside. He'd been there and hadn't come out? I saw it clearly. It was real. And it was unlocked with a key. It must be the owner of this warehouse. This warehouse is of such high quality. We haven't been able to break it open for so long. There must be a lot of good stuff inside. We must go in and take a look. There are people in here, and there are dogs. After a brief discussion, the people outside suddenly started pounding on the door with tools, shouting, "Warehouse stuff! What's happening in this world? You can take it all by yourself?" Tang Tian guessed that these were probably other survivors living in the warehouse complex, or perhaps it was a safe haven after all the development the complex had undergone. Yu Hongchuan, reluctant to part with all his hard work and not short of money himself, placed all the remaining raw stones in this high-end warehouse. However, this group of people misunderstood, believing that there were truly valuable supplies inside. It was just that, because they had never successfully entered the warehouse, they didn't realize it was just completely useless stones to them. But since her whereabouts had been discovered, Even if she opened the warehouse door and let them in to investigate, they would surely not let her go. In short, a battle was inevitable. Tang Tian drew her knife and touched Tan Tan's head. Dai gestured, raising his hand to open the warehouse door. She decided to strike first. Luckily, there weren't many survivors in the warehouse area, perhaps 30 or so huddled together. Tang Tian strengthened her strength, speed, and defense, especially her newly enhanced endurance. It was like a matchless lawn mowing rally. Over 20 minutes later, the group had collapsed to the ground, groaning incessantly. Tan Tan barked twice, appearing extremely pleased. Though not yet an adult, it still had the innocence of a puppy. The survivors had lost their resistance, and Tang Tian wandered around the other warehouses. Most of them had their doors open, but any supplies inside had likely been consumed long ago. Now only a few camping gear and traces of a fire remained. Tang Tian quickly returned to the raw stone warehouse, and used her gold-attributed ability to relock the door before she slid into her sleeping bag and closed her eyes. A dreamless night. Tang Tian woke up on time and stretched. Now that she had the means, spending the night wasn't as dangerous or terrifying as she imagined. There was no movement outside the warehouse, and she was quite satisfied with that. After washing up with well water from the system, Tang Tian prepared breakfast and ate a full meal before returning. She made fruit oatmeal with milk, served it with egg crust toast, instant fruit corn, and jasmine snowbud milk. For Tan Tan, she had dog food and a chicken breast protein bar to ensure he'd be full. Finally, after packing up the tent, Tang Tian grabbed her knife and opened the warehouse door. It was early morning, but the sunlight was already blazing with golden light. The number of people who had fallen was smaller than she remembered, but those who remained were all corpses, their skins red. Tang Tian glanced around cautiously, quietly leaving the warehouse area, then found a corner to retrieve her vehicle, climbed in, and left. The journey was much smoother, with the occasional passing car, both official and private. But if there were no further threats, they would ignore it and focus on their own duties. Tang Tian took out a thermometer and checked. The daytime temperature outside was already below 50 degrees Celsius. Before the apocalypse, people were still accustomed to temperatures around 40 degrees Celsius. The extreme heat would surely end soon. As for what would happen in the future, we would have to wait until that day comes to tell. After returning to Area S, Tang Tian made her way to the trading market. The car still had a license plate, and Liang Xiaoyang's men recognized it. Plus, the commercial street was wide enough for traffic, so they let it pass. Tang Tian arrived at the management office. Liang Xiaoyang, upon learning of her return, immediately dropped his airs and came out to greet her, smiling. "Miss Tang, you're back? How's the deal going? Did the deal with Mr. Yu go through?" Tang Tian nodded. "I've taken a look. The material is quite good. I already arranged for the goods to be loaded. Please go find Mr. Yu and settle the bill for me." Liang Xiaoyang was shocked. Could Tang Tian possibly have someone behind the scenes in Area B? But without further ado, he immediately contacted Yu Hongchuan. Luckily, Yu Hongchuan lived in that neighborhood, not far away, and arrived in 10 minutes. He wiped the sweat from his forehead with his sleeve. Having heard Liang Xiaoyang's warning beforehand, he no longer dared to underestimate Tang Tian. Now, it was time to make the deal. Liang Xiaoyang would act as the intermediary, witnessing this large-scale transaction. Tang Tian still had the same three things, mostly food and dried meat, with pickled vegetables. Since the quantity was large this time, she added 2 boxes of pre-prepared meals. He wrote down the list first, but after reading it, Yu Hongchuan was somewhat displeased. Forget the food, but who knows where the dried meat came from, and are the pickled vegetables edible? The 2 bottles of wine Tang Tian had given him earlier were quite good. He had been a wealthy man before the apocalypse, and even then, he hadn't lost his wealthy habits. He was always thinking about how to improve his living conditions. In fact, in the community, he was definitely among the best off. So, even with the food, which the common people considered life-saving, he was only thinking about the wine. And the other supplies weren't particularly plentiful. Tang Tian scoffed, "Do you think I run a winery? Besides, it was so hot before, how could there be so much wine to drink? I also spent a lot of money on the other supplies. You can take them or not. I already found someone to take the jadeite stones. Even if I take them, you can't do anything." Seeing Tang Tian shrug like a scoundrel, Yu Hongchuan had no choice but to swallow his anger. His wife and children had also perished in the natural disaster, and now he was alone. This amount was more than enough to keep him going for a long time. Tang Tian didn't want to sign a contract. It was practically worthless in the apocalypse. Now, Facing an unreasonable person, he'd just go for it. What legal issues were there? Once the transaction was complete, Liang Xiaoyang and Yu Hongchuan both breathed a sigh of relief. This not only gave the market greater prestige in the neighboring community, but also garnered advertising for the surrounding area. Tang Tian, in particular, had become quite famous. But after this transaction, Tang Tian couldn't come back to the market to exchange supplies. She said goodbye to Liang Xiaoyang and headed home. Liang Xiaoyang was satisfied with the outcome, even a little complacent. But shortly after returning home, he realized something. Could Tang Tian just come up with a random excuse and never come again? Let's not even talk about why she accepts so many valuables. Having already accepted so much jadeite rough, how could she possibly still think about this market business? No, he had to keep her, no matter what. Even if he didn't have the supplies, having her connections would be helpful. Although finding someone right now was like looking for a needle in a haystack. The next time Tang Tian came, it would be a decisive moment. Liang Xiaoyang's face darkened, and he went back to making preparations. But Tang Tian didn't know any of this. After returning the car, she hurried back to Jiang and Liyuan. Tang Yi and Wei Mingxiao were naturally delighted to see her return so soon. But they had just finished their meal when the latter asked, "Would you like to take a shower first? Then we eat. You must have had a hard time on the journey." "It's okay, Mom. This time we can finally get rich." There were still so many jadeite rough stones in the warehouse. We had to get them as soon as possible. So she quickly explained the cutting method to the two of them before heading to the bathroom to shower. By the time she emerged, Tang Yi and Wei Mingxiao had each used their gold-attributed abilities to create circular slices. Everything was ready, and the three of them immediately began cutting the stone. Generally speaking, a yield of 50% or more was considered excellent. If the rough stones were heavy, they were even better. But how much they could ultimately yield depended on their luck. After several days of hard work, the Tang family finally cracked all the jadeite rough stones. These jadeite stones were originally for the system, so Tang Tian didn't even bother to examine them. She just cracked one and spit it on it. Now, upon opening the interface, the gold coin column displayed a full 20 million plus. "This is over 20 million gold coins." The three of them gasped, but Tang Tian felt the burden on her shoulders suddenly lighten. "Is this what it feels like to become rich?" Tang Yi was also excited. Tian, how are we going to spend all this money?" Tang Tian smiled and said, "Sister, no rush, let's make some plans first." The system warehouse only had the last level left, the extra large one. With over 20 million gold coins, it only needed 1.5 million gold coins to upgrade, so Tang Tian immediately chose the upgrade. The extra large warehouse was at least the size of 3 football fields. If she added more Jenga, it should be enough to stockpile enough supplies for a lifetime. Tang Tian was not a hedonist. She had seen hardships in her previous life and had experienced them herself. So, her greatest wish in this life was to have enough to eat and drink every day and die a peaceful death. The cheat code had already granted her the first half of her wish, so she wasn't greedy and decided to slowly work on the other half. She then unlocked everyone's ability bar to 10, spending only 1.1 million gold coins. She bought all the remaining recipes. UR level recipes are incredibly expensive. When Tang Tian first saw them, she even thought she could just ignore them, but now that she had the money, she decided to collect them all. After buying the fixed recipes, Tang Tian set her sights on color recipes. She had to admit, color recipes had helped them greatly during the natural disaster. She wasn't sure if there would be other new disasters after the extreme heat, but she still bought all the remaining color recipes: yellow, purple, black, and white. That left her with less than 10 million gold coins in her gold bar. Tang Tian returned to her food source. After harvesting a batch of ingredients, she considered purchasing more. After a brief discussion, she chose to purchase the tobacco garden and cotton and linen field. While these two areas can't exactly be considered food sources, the materials they produce are immensely useful. Just a cigarette can be a great convenience, a box of tea can make someone happily give away everything, and a bottle of wine can even make some people yearn for it. These spiritual nourishment items are incredibly valuable no matter the time or place. And the cotton and linen fields naturally produce a variety of materials for making clothing. However, Tang Tian also stockpiled a considerable amount of clothing during her stockpiling days, and it's not easy to wear them all out, as a precaution. Thinking back to what she said to Yu Hongchuan, she actually felt like she could open a winery. But the prerequisite was that she had enough winemaking equipment. After spending all her money, she had about 4 million gold coins left in her gold bar. Tang Tian continued to purchase the equipment she had previously purchased: canning jars, wine barrels, juicers, smokers, fish smokers, dryers, mills, cheese makers, tofu cookers, and so on. Of course, she also needed to buy some new equipment. After selecting, she purchased an oil machine, vinegar barrels, sauce barrels, sugar makers, and mortars. These pieces of equipment were obviously used to make seasonings. The food currently being distributed to the survivors was generally tasteless. And if you don't taste it for a long time, you look listless and lack energy. These pieces of equipment can make basic oils, sugars, sauces, and vinegar, and the mortar can also make other powdered seasonings. Unfortunately, there was one seasoning that couldn't be made yet: salt. Thankfully, Tang Tian had stockpiled salt during her stockpiling period, so storing it in the warehouse would prevent it from spoiling. If they ever ran out of salt, they could still use the system to make food. It wouldn't be a big deal. But after buying more sophisticated and expensive equipment, Tang Tian had actually spent all of the 20 million gold coins. As the saying goes, the feeling of sudden wealth is so fleeting. If only there were another jadeite rough stone merchant like Yu Hongchuan. But think about it, this was already Tang Tian's great fortune. After all, when a natural disaster strikes, how could such a merchant treasure those rough stones? They're too heavy to eat or drink, so they wouldn't feel bad about throwing them away. Thinking of this, Tang Tian could only make another batch of supernatural delicacies, obediently following the system's instructions, and sell them at the food store. After all, having purchased so many new things in one go, Wei Mingxia actually started to get excited. From the beginning, she loved studying the equipment, which sparked the subsequent flow of transactions. Seeing she had purchased new equipment, she seized the opportunity to begin researching. Soon, she was using vinegar barrels to make vinegar, sauce barrels to brew soy sauce, and various flavored sauces, and a sugar machine to produce sugars of different colors. The oil machine could produce both vegetable oil and animal fat, especially lard. After Wei Mingxia produced a jar of lard that solidified into a crystal white color, she used it to make 3 bowls of lard mixed rice that same day. She used simple soy sauce as the seasoning, sprinkled with chopped green onions and sesame seeds, and even topped it with 2 poached eggs. After mixing everything thoroughly, the brown rice, each grain distinct and translucent, was fragrant. If she had added some lard residue, this bowl of rice would have been enough to make anyone groan. But for those in the apocalypse, even a bowl of lard mixed rice alone could inspire tears of gratitude and worship, something most ordinary people couldn't even afford. The mortar seemed capable of producing even more things, so Wei Mingxia continued her research. Tang Tian had just finished trading those supplies, and she might not be seen for a month or 2. Not rushing to the market, she continued her fitness training at home, practicing with weapons, and so on. Business at the central villa wasn't very good, and Tang Tian understood that, so she let the girls, who still wanted to learn martial arts, practice on their own, helping each other out, with her occasionally offering guidance. But some girls, after using up their stockpiles, actually approached the Tang family, hoping to trade for more supplies. But Tang Tian didn't want anything except valuables, and later ignored the girls, who were getting angry, ignoring anyone who approached her. Luo Qi and the others naturally found themselves in the same predicament, but they were different. Seeing the temperature drop, they prepared to leave Jiang and Liyuan to see if they could find supplies outside. The central villa was thus completely divided into 2 factions. Those like Luo Qi, who had always chosen to save themselves, and those like Yu Wei, who had become accustomed to easily obtaining supplies. Tang Tian naturally valued Luo Qi and the others more. Coincidentally, Li Feiyang also wanted to go out, so they could form a team. Over half a month had passed unnoticed, and the outdoor temperature had dropped to around 45 degrees Celsius, with nights dropping directly below 40 degrees. As the temperature dropped, power gradually returned, and the rationing period was increased by 2 times compared to the previous period. It could be said that the previous dire situation had finally eased somewhat, and a new period of peace had arrived in various communities and shelters. After harvesting spices from the system, Wei Mingxia discovered that she could use a mortar to grind them into powdered seasonings, which was different from the previous grinder. Currently, Tang Tian used the grinder most often to make chili powder and matcha powder, one for eating, the other for drinking. She sat on the sofa, sipping a cup of iced matcha latte. But before she finished her drink, she suddenly noticed someone passing by outside. She had deliberately chosen Villa 30, nestled in the corner, to keep strangers away. Even those from the central villa had to walk a few steps to get there. And ever since her falling out with Yu Wei and the others, they had stopped bothering her. Now that Luo Qi and the others had their targets, they rarely bothered her. Tang Tian frowned slightly, her heart sinking as she recalled the news she had heard from Gu Bin. Could it be that the organized refugees were finally going to be settled in? Before she could finish her thought, her intercom vibrated several times. Li Feiyong sent her a message. Sister Tian, there are quite a few more people outside. Officials are also supervising their accommodation in other villas. It seems there are at least 5 or 6 people staying in each villa. If Jiangnan Liyuan is full, the total number will probably be quite high. These survivors were likely gathered by the authorities, after being found from all over the place. Unless they have settled down in unofficial shelters, judging by the current situation, there may be quite a few willing to accept the assignment. It's unclear what these refugees will do once they are fully settled. Chapter 69. After dark, during the power-on period, the 40 villas in Jiangnan Liyuan all turned on their lights and cooling systems, making it as bright as day. Each villa held 7 or 8 people, and Jiangnan Liyuan was instantly flooded with nearly hundreds of people. If things got chaotic, it would be no joke. Besides, the official personnel had just left, so the refugees remained relatively quiet for a while. They either stayed in their villas to escape the heat, formed teams to go out and search for supplies, or waited in line for official aid to arrive. But searching for supplies was becoming increasingly difficult, as most of the supplies had already been collected by organizations large and small. Finding isolated individuals was difficult, and Luo Qi, Li Feiyong, and others had returned empty-handed several times. Tang Tian's mind raced, and she came up with another idea. She had secretly inquired, and it seemed that no one at Jiangnan Liyuan knew about her business dealings with Liang Xiaoyang and Yu Hongchuan. Since she wasn't going to the market right now, why not use this place as a temporary trading point? Thinking of this, she immediately contacted Luo Qi and Li Feiyong and explained the idea. All they needed to do was advertise the news, and this time, Tang Tian had decided to offer a reward. Hearing about the reward, Luo Qi, the others, and Li Feiyong were overjoyed. They were worried about finding supplies to survive outside, and Tang Tian's strength was undoubtedly worth it. She could definitely afford it. As for discovering that Tang Tian was still trading those valuables, Luo Qi and Li Feiyong didn't question her further, instead letting her go out and advertise. There was no need to question the refugees. They probably wouldn't be able to get anything, so they continued to go out every day. Besides communities still housing survivors, they would also temporarily enter the S-area shelter under the guise of outsiders to advertise. After all, there were trading markets and wealthy individuals there, and the chances of them having valuables were higher. As expected, with Luo Qi and Li Feiyong's promotional efforts, some people from the shelter actually drove to Jiangnan Liyuan, exchanging their valuables for supplies. Some were ordinary people, reluctant to leave behind their gold and jade jewelry, while others were wealthy before the apocalypse, able to carry all their belongings with them and, naturally, valuables. Tang Tian still focused on the volume of transactions. If the trade volume was high enough, she would occasionally offer some good supplies, so they could promote her when they returned. As for Luo Qi, Li Feiyong, and the others' assistants, Tang Tian would also receive daily payments. At least they could provide for their basic needs without having to commit to a man. For the former, this was a good job. However, Jiangnan Liyuan was already full, so it was only a matter of time before they would be discovered. Tang Tian didn't want to trade too frequently, so she stopped trading after just 2 days, waiting for the next round. And if Luo Qi and the others took their supplies to the central villa, they would inevitably be seen by the other girls, many of whom were furious. But they were all on bad terms with Tang Tian, and she was a hard-hearted person, so no matter how much she begged, she would definitely not agree. They immediately thought of Yue, the leader, and vented their anger and resentment on her, causing their faction to fall apart. Yue was no pushover either. After a long argument with the others, she resented Tang Tian even more. But they also didn't want to go hungry, so they went to other villas to actively solicit business, and some did take the bait. Later, they returned to the central villa, where another scene of extravagance and decadence unfolded. That day, Tang Tian went to the central villa as usual to teach martial arts. She had already taught almost everything she needed to. All that was left was constant practice and actual combat. Only through experience could she achieve greater progress. Unexpectedly, not far from the central villa, she spotted someone she knew. "Please, my little grandson is starving. You are all the reincarnations of Guanyin Bodhisattva. For the sake of an old woman like me, please have pity on us and give us something to eat." Tang Tian looked closely, and saw a woman with gray hair half crouched against the gate in front of the villa, mumbling incessantly, begging with a bitter expression. Next to her was a skinny child, wailing along with her. The scene was as tragic as it could be. She knew that voice all too well. It was Choi Su-young, Tang Tian hadn't expected Choi Soo-young and her grandson to be still alive, nor had she expected the authorities to arrange for them to stay at Jiang and Liyuan. If everyone from Xinyuan has arrived, I wonder if Chiu Hongwei, Qian Peng, and the others will be there too. Old woman, I told you I'm out of food. You don't understand me, do you? If you keep making noise, I kick you out. Yue Wei stood on the first-floor balcony, cursing loudly, but then she spotted Tang Tian. Not knowing they knew each other, she sneered, "Look at the other person. She has far more supplies than I do. You'd be better off going to her." With that, she left the balcony. Cui Xiuying heard this, and quickly turned around, but when she saw who was coming, she remembered everything, stuttering Cui Xiuying. Luo Qi and a few other girls had already left. They had probably seen her many times before, so they ignored her and joined Tang Tian. Seeing them, he ran forward, hugged Luo Qi's thighs, and cried loudly, "Please, auntie, I'm really hungry, just give me something to eat." Luo Qi decisively brushed him off. She had witnessed more tragic scenes than this during her recent outings. It's natural to feel compassion, but over time, she learned how to harden her heart. Besides, she didn't have enough to eat herself, so how could she possibly give to others? The little grandson was already starving, and even the slightest push would have made him collapse like a leaf. Cui Xiuying was immediately furious. After helping him up, she spat and cursed, "Why are you pushing my grandson? You prostitutes, how could you possibly be without supplies? Just squeeze out a bite so we can survive, and you won't even bother? Do you have any compassion left?" With Cui Xiuying at the helm, the little grandson glared at Luo Qi fiercely, practically ready to bite off a piece of flesh like a small animal. Luo Qi looked at them coldly, but she wasn't angry. There was no point in getting into an unnecessary fight at this moment. She thought for a moment, then calmly pulled a stick-like object from her pocket, unwrapped it, and took a bite. When her grandson saw it, his eyes widened in disbelief, and he immediately pulled Choi Soo-young back to crying loudly, "Grandma, that's ham. I want some ham too." No matter how Choi Soo-young tried to persuade him, the little grandson just kept crying, hitting, and kicking, unable to stop. Tang Tian couldn't help but smile. True, dealing with naughty children doesn't work with the usual methods. After that, she continued to keep in touch with Luo Qi and the others, who continued to help promote the supply exchange until the authorities arrived again. More than half a month passed, and Tang Tian decided it was time to head to the market. After all, she could easily spend all of the 20 million gold coins herself, so the more the better. So, after packing up, Tang Tian rode her bike all the way to the market. The entrance fee collector at the gate's face changed when he saw her. After Tang Tian entered, he quickly waved his hand, sending his men on to pass on the message. Tang Tian went to her stall, set up her small blackboard, and waited for someone to come as usual. But after waiting for a quarter of an hour, not only did no one come, but other stalls were also empty, leaving the commercial street feeling strangely deserted. Could it be that no one had valuables to exchange, or had a new market open nearby? Tang Tian sensed something was amiss. "Miss Tang, how are you?" A voice suddenly rang out. Tang Tian looked up and saw Liang Xiaoyang, his hands behind his back. With a broad smile on his face, and trailed by a group of heavily armed men, he looked like he had no good intentions. It was obvious that Liang Xiaoyang hadn't done much business in the past month, but he had been secretly preparing these things. Today was the day to make a final move. Tang Tian turned her gaze to Liang Xiaoyang and asked calmly, "What do you mean, Mr. Liang?" Liang Xiaoyang said with a chuckle, "I'm so sorry, Miss Tang. I really don't want to lose you, my precious treasure, so I have to resort to some extraordinary means. Please don't be afraid, and don't struggle. I won't do anything to you." Tang Tian scoffed at this remark, unsure whether it was clever or foolish. Then she curled her lips, a forced smile, and said, "Mr. Liang, I had originally thought that you had more traffic than Zhang Huiping, so you could come and do more business. Since you want to break up, there's no need to talk anymore." Tang Tian finished speaking, then drew her knife. However, Liang Xiaoyang blinked at this, his eyes tinged with contempt. He knew that Tang Tian could survive the apocalypse alone and complete such a large order. She must have some means or someone behind her. But he had prepared so much for today. After all, she was just a young woman. How could she possibly win? That big dog was well fed and fierce, but it was a pity she didn't bring it today. It seemed he was still the better one. At this thought, Liang Xiaoyang's sneer grew even more sinister. He waved his hand and gave the order, "Go! Capture her alive. I have great use for her." As soon as he finished speaking, a large group of people, armed with weapons, rushed towards Tang Tian, like a dark cloud. With so many people, it was unknown if there were any from the community among them, but it was clear how long Liang Xiaoyang had been preparing. He was determined to capture Tang Tian. Tang Tian sneered inwardly. Drawing the knife was just a show. Faced with so many people, she naturally had to use her supernatural powers to eliminate them all. In reality, she was already unleashing her abilities without anyone noticing. To her men, Tang Tian had stood there blankly. Then, seeing them approaching, she turned and ran down the commercial street. Liang Xiaoyang felt more reassured and couldn't help but laugh. He thought she was some formidable force, but seeing this massive wave of attacks, wasn't she still afraid? Next, he forced her to surrender. Tang Tian released her supernatural powers as she ran. Imperceptible smoke slowly formed from her palms, gradually spreading and drifting behind her as she ran. The men charging ahead did indeed smell a foul odor, but since everything spoils easily in the heat, they ignored it and focused solely on Tang Tian, thinking about the reward Liang Xiaoyang had mentioned. But when everyone sensed the stench and those in front began to fall one after another, those behind sensed something was amiss. But in the end, they still collapsed, limp and even unconscious, spewing out large streams of filth. A regiment of perhaps hundreds of men was completely disintegrated before Liang Xiaoyang's eyes, leaving the latter petrified in place, their eyes wide open in disbelief and speechless. Tang Tian stopped running and looked back. The commercial street, not particularly wide, was densely packed with people lying. The filth spread across the ground, slowly turning to blood. The man in the front had even died. Sure enough, poison attribute abilities are still useful, Tang Tian thought. But facing so many people, level 1 wasn't enough. Fortunately, she had unlocked several higher-level dishes, all of which were stinky dishes you could find in real life. She then stepped over the corpses, knife in hand, and approached Liang Xiaoyang, who suddenly woke up. His legs gave way, and he sat down on the ground. So she hadn't drawn the knife against those men, but against herself? No, impossible. How did you do that? Liang Xiaoyang cried out, feeling a chill on his forehead. He quickly knelt and begged for mercy. Miss Tang, I really don't want to lose you, so I resorted to this desperate measure. I won't dare to do it again. Please forgive me this time. This market is under your management. Do whatever you want. Before he could finish his words, Tang Tian grabbed her knife and finished him off. Liang Xiaoyang's limp body finally collapsed to the ground, his eyes wide open. I said I leave no one alive, she said. Tang Tian snorted, retracting her knife and poison mist. Taking advantage of the moment, when no one was around, she planned to plunder the commercial street. Unfortunately, Liang Xiaoyang had something important to do today, so he cleared out the place. Not a single piece of furniture remained from the original shop. So many people had died so suddenly, and Liang Xiaoyang, as the manager of the neighboring community, must have known what was going on. They would undoubtedly know it was Tang Tian's doing. It looked like this market wouldn't be able to continue operating. Luckily, she still had a shelter where she could profit from it. Thinking of this, Tang Tian headed straight back to Jiangnanliyuan. As the temperature dropped, people began to come out during the day. These days, people still stay out during the day, and the time difference increases the chances of going out. Tang Tian, still wearing her pullover, swiftly passed them, and soon reached her destination. Wait, stop! Unexpectedly, someone had suddenly appeared in the security room near the main gate of Jiangnanliyuan. Upon spotting Tang Tian, they immediately emerged and stopped her from moving forward. Out looking for supplies? Register before entering. That's the official rule. Perhaps because of this so-called official rule, the man seemed confident, assuming Tang Tian wouldn't resist. Tang Tian immediately recalled the security team from her time at Hexenuan. It seemed the refugee who had been sent and had finally lost their temper. Pa! With a slap, Yue fell to the ground. Half of her face flushed red and quickly swelled. The pain was so intense that tears welled up in her eyes. Aren't you just prostitutes? Why are you still pretending to be chaste and heroic? I take it a fancy to you. It's your blessing. How dare you refuse? Don't be ungrateful. Several men sat on the sofa in the living room. The coffee table was scattered with food packaging and beer cans, and there was a faint smell of something strange. The middle-aged man who slapped Yue was wearing only a sleeveless vest, revealing his striped arms, a half-smile on his face. Several other men tightened their belts as they walked downstairs, saying angrily, "Boss, these women are so naughty. Those of us even threatened suicide. They really think they're so righteous. And those who injured you and ran away. I think we should just kill them when we get tired of them." Song Suilong's face darkened completely after hearing this. He was the kind of person who felt freer by not going to official shelters. He had also organized an armed group based on his own strength, but he didn't dare to do evil openly. Now, they were all labeled refugees by the authorities and relocated to Jiangnan, closer to the shelter. Initially, they didn't dare act on their own. Later, the girls from the central villa came soliciting business, and it was Song Suilong and his group who went first. But whether before or after the apocalypse, such practices always require a fee. At first, Song Suilong was just trying to get something for the girls he liked, but later, he felt it was unnecessary and started doing it for free with his men. Unexpectedly, the girls refused to accept the offer, but most of them were powerless and were quickly subdued. Only Luo Qi and her group, who had learned self-defense techniques from Tang Tian from the beginning, put up a fierce fight, even injuring Song Suilong, before fleeing the central villa. Song Suilong slowly touched the bandaged area on his arm and snorted coldly. Where else could those young women escape to? They might even be at Jiangnan. I was just careless for a moment. They'd be in trouble next time. Yu Wei's face turned pale upon hearing this, and she quickly shouted, "No, don't kill me. I know where there are a lot of supplies." Song Suilong became interested. After all, although their organization had secretly stockpiled some supplies, they would eventually run out. He asked her to continue. Yu Wei directly confessed to Tang Tian, including the previous incident of killing Wu Ye's team, the deal with the authorities, and the Jedi rough trade. This matter would eventually spread here through the information network and reach them. Not only were there supplies, but it was also a young woman. Song Suilong stroked his chin and asked someone to bring the registration form. This entry and exit registration was also an official order to better count the number of people, but it could sooner or later be exploited by those with ulterior motives. The man disappeared for a moment, then returned panting, handing over a registration form and saying, "Oh no, boss. Our guy in the security office got beaten. It said it was a woman." Song Suilong quickly took the form and looked at it. The person he was referring to wasn't even registered. Yu Wei immediately added, "This must be the woman who lives in Building 30. Her name is Tang Tian, and she's close to Luo Qi and the others. And she recently asked us to act as an intermediary, exchanging supplies with the people in the shelter. She must have a lot of supplies. Right now, she just wanted to put all the blame on Tang Tian. Of course, she hated her too, and wished Song Suilong would capture her and torture her. Boss, she's slapping us in the face. What should we do?" "No rush. A woman like her can protect so much supplies. She's either incredibly capable or has powerful backers. We can't force ourselves on people like her." Song Suilong at least had some sense left. After a long pause, he decided to try to cooperate with a woman named Tang Tian and completely take over and manage Jiangnan. After returning home, Tang Tian recounted the events at the market and the security detail to Tang Yi and Wei Mingxia. Regardless of whether the information was official or not, Tang Tian didn't want to register. And since the man was insistent and still wanted to attack, she could only resort to self-defense. But after Tang Yi explained, Tang Tian realized that this was indeed a new order from the S District shelter, and that Song Suilong and his group were involved. Song Suilong was already the leader of the majority of the refugees, and it was only a matter of time before his ambitions burgeoned, and he sought control of the entire Jiangnan. So, after receiving the new official directive, they immediately followed it, and the incident of breaking into the central villa also occurred. After Luo Qi and 4 or 5 other girls escaped, their first thought was Tang Tian. But Tang Tian was out, and Tang Yi and Wei Mingxia couldn't let them in directly. Their requests to see her later proved fruitless, so they went to stay with Li Feiyang. I hadn't expected so much to happen in the short time I've been away. The golden sun still hung in the sky, but the temperature had dropped to around 40 degrees Celsius, which was considered normal compared to before. But because the power wasn't fully restored yet, people were still accustomed to staying out at night. So that night, Tang Tian noticed shouting coming from the door of her villa, specifically directed towards them. After silencing Tan Tan's barking and slightly opening the window shades, she saw a group of men gathered at the door, shouting loudly. Tang Tian frowned, but didn't open the door. Instead, she went to the first-floor balcony and asked from above. Only then did she realize they were indeed Song Suilong's men, requesting to share in the management of Jiangnan. Tang Tian had encountered this kind of situation many times before, and she had never agreed. This time was even more impossible. She simply refused and ignored them. Unexpectedly, the temperature dropped, and people became more active. Seeing that Tang Tian refused to agree, Song Tzu-Lung's men came to harass her several times, as if they would force her to agree if she didn't agree. So, for the last time, Tang Tian, unable to bear it any longer, went up to the balcony again. She looked at the crowd below, and suddenly threw something down. Bang! Bang! There was a crackling sound downstairs, followed by the screams and splattering blood. The place suddenly became a mess. This was a long-unseen supernatural power. Energy sparks, of course. Tang Tian had also upgraded, and the explosions looked just like ordinary firecrackers, so they weren't too suspicious. The people gathered at the door were either killed or injured on the spot. Those who were lucky enough not to be hit quickly fled back, tumbling, and they probably wouldn't come back for a while. When Song Tzu-Lung learned the news, he was furious. Tang Tian was deliberately trying to antagonize him, so why did he even have the nerve to ask for cooperation? After all, they were just a few women. Wouldn't it be enough to just kill them, and then rob their homes of their supplies? But dealing with such people still required a plan. For example, setting up some bait to lure the snakes out of their lair. Woof! Woof! The Tang family was still in the same time zone as before, but they were still asleep. Tan Tan, who had been in his nest, suddenly shouted a warning. Tang Tian immediately stood up, and indeed, a banging sound could be heard from the floor-to-ceiling window not far away. She took out her knife and lifted the blackout curtain. She saw a few scattered stones on the ground. This couldn't be a simple prank. And once she had opened the curtain, no one dared to throw any more stones at her, clearly trying to attract her attention. Just then, she noticed something like a piece of paper not far from the stones, with black writing on it. Tang Tian pondered for a moment, then went to the door, opened it, and had Tan Tan bring the paper back. But when she saw the words clearly, she was shocked. Chapter 70. Tang Yi and Wei Mingxia saw Tang Tian's expression and hurriedly asked what had happened. Tang Tian was silent for a moment, then handed them the paper. Tang Yi took it and glanced at it, then was horrified. They actually kidnapped Li Feiyong and Luo Qi? This is definitely a threat to get you to comply. If you agree to their previous demands, they might come back to bite you in the face. Tang Tian's face was stern and she remained silent. Although Song Tzu-Lung wasn't as vicious as Wu Yi, who was already a ruthless person before the apocalypse, he was at least ruthless and his ambitions were equally obvious. And since she had close ties with Li Feiyong, Luo Qi, and the others, and everyone in the central villa knew about it, she probably confessed everything without even needing to be interrogated. For this reason, he was naturally capable of such a sinister act, but she had already taken lives in her previous life, and she killed many more in this one. To be honest, with her supernatural powers, she might even be able to massacre the entire Jiangnan Liyuan. But now they have a hostage, things get a bit more complicated. While that wasn't Tang Tian's weakness, they'd known each other for so long in the apocalypse, and she truly didn't want them to die. They were two of the rare smart people in the apocalypse. Wei Mingxia seemed to read Tang Tian's mind and asked directly, Tian Tian, you actually want to rescue them, right? Tang Tian remained silent, still feeling a little guilty. As someone who has been reborn and encounters the apocalypse again, one must be ruthless and confine oneself to one's own little world, without interfering with the outside world. Li Feiyong had never really sought her protection. He had always been independent. She also had a good impression of Luo Qi, but if Song Tzu-Lung was truly determined, they wouldn't be able to defeat an entire team. So, after seeing them imprisoned, she genuinely felt the urge to rescue them. This caused her to waver and feel conflicted. Seeing this, Wei Mingxia said, these people are so close to the authorities, yet they don't even care. You can imagine what they do in the future. Just take care of them, and rescue little Li and little Luo. I'm sure no one else will say anything. Tang Tian sensed this was a way out and asked, Mom, do you think I should rescue them? Wei Mingxia smiled and said, it's not about whether I agree or not. You're my daughter. Even after being reborn, I understand you're not completely heartless. Since we have the conditions and the strength now, why not do as you wish? Xiui and I can defend ourselves now, so you don't have to worry. Tang Yi agreed. I go with you this time. Woof woof. Tan Tan, probably still feeling like a child, immediately started nuzzling at Tang Tian's feet. Wherever my master goes, I go. Tang Tian's expression relaxed. She nodded vigorously and began to prepare. Boss, we saw that woman take the paper back, so we definitely saw it. But why hasn't she moved at all so late? One of his men said, glancing out of the corner. Could it be that we're mistaken? They actually have no connection at all? Yu Wei, who was standing nearby, immediately said, impossible. We all saw this man move in with Tang Tian, and they lived next door. Not to mention Luoqi, they're in constant contact. Their relationship can't be fake. Song Tsunlong, clutching an empty beer can, squinted his eyes and sneered, "Don't worry. If you lie to me, you won't have a good life either. If she's just too lazy to respond and won't fall for the trap, just kill them, and we'd find another way." In the corner, Li Feiyong, Luoqi, and the other girls were all tightly bound, their mouths taped, and they remained silent. After hearing Song Tsunlong's words, the girls sobbed in fear, their hands and feet trembling. Yue bit her lip. In the past, she hadn't wanted to see Tang Tian at all, but now, she desperately wanted her here. Bang, bang, bang. There was a sudden commotion outside, and a few faint shouts could be heard. Several of his men trembled, their faces filled with fear. "Boss! That woman blew us up with firecrackers before. It was like real dynamite, killing quite a few of us. Could she actually have dynamite and bring it here? What are you panicking about?" Song Tsunlong. He threw the empty wine can carelessly and shouted, "We're not without weapons and equipment. Have you forgotten how we attacked other places before? You coward. Why don't you go grab them?" Tang Tian flicked the blood off her knife. Tangy stopped Tan Tan from biting someone's neck. By the time Tan Tan let go, the man was already dead. All the thugs outside the villa had fallen. While she didn't know if this was always the case or if it was just for this occasion, in Tang Tian's eyes, they were all enemies, to be eliminated. The light leaking from the door, and the French windows made her eyes glare. But she didn't kick the door. Instead, she raised her hand, palm facing forward. Bang! The door of the villa burst open with a loud bang. Just as he was about to fall, he slammed heavily onto the stair railing, his neck twisting and falling dead. Everyone in the room, including several girls, stopped crying. Tan Tan trotted in and began barking incessantly. Tang Tian and Tangy followed him in gravely. Seeing the person on the sofa, they whispered, "Are you Song Tsunlong? Are you the one who lives in building 30? I didn't expect you to come here looking for death." Song Tsunlong calmed down. Still, relying on his hundreds of men, he didn't take the two young women seriously. As for the big dog, they could find a way to capture it. "Time for the brothers to have some fun," Tang Tian scoffed. "You're not coming here looking for death. You dared to kidnap one of our people? We should be here to take you down." Li Feiyong, listening nearby, felt stars in his eyes. Over a year had passed since the apocalypse, and he finally heard these words from Tang Tian, and Luoqi and the other girls, seeing Tang Tian, felt relieved as if they had seen a guardian angel. But before the taunting was over, Tang Tian glanced again and continued her bark. "Oh, a dragon tattoo? To me, it's more like a worm than a dragon." Song Tsunlong's arm tattoo featured a dragon, but due to a period of starvation after the apocalypse, his arm had shrunk considerably, and the tattoo was crooked and unsightly. It still hasn't been restored. Song Tsunlong's face flushed crimson, and he immediately flew into a rage. "Come on! Everyone! Capture these two women alive! I want to kill them myself!" The room was filled with a roar of activity, and outside, a wave of clamor gradually grew. Tang Tian's lips curled. She needed everyone to join her, so she could capture them all. She exchanged a glance with Tangy, who understood. She quickly stepped forward and untied Li Feiyong and the others with a knife, forcing them to retreat to the first floor before returning to join the battle. Li Feiyong and Luoqi knew that staying would only create difficulties for the sisters, so they obediently led the others to the first floor for shelter. Song Tsunlong caught a glimpse of this from the corner of his eye, feeling elated. He waved his hand, commanding everyone to attack Tang Tian and Tangy. Tan Tan screamed, opened his mouth, and bit the nearest person's waist, tearing off a piece of flesh. With more outings, it gradually learned a set of techniques for rapid attacks. Tang Tian and Tangy brandished their long swords, but in their hands, they seemed to be used more for defense. After a moment, Tang Tian raised her hand again. Bang! An inexplicable impact appeared, sending everyone in front of him flying and crashing to the ground. Song Tsunlong finally realized, was this the same thing just now? But how did it happen? Of course, ordinary people wouldn't know, because this was a special ability Tang Tian had chosen specifically for this battle. She had originally considered using her poison attribute ability, but during the fight, she worried she might lose control and allow others to inhale the poison mist, and the poison would take time to take effect. So, it was best to choose an ability that had both offensive power and concealment. Thankfully, thanks to that batch of jadeite, she had bought a lot of recipes, and quickly found a suitable supernatural delicacy, crystal braised pork. The crystal braised pork's ability was called telekinetic shock, Tang Tian and Tang Yi had experimented after eating it. Telekinetic shock was invisible and quite lethal, making it perfect for this operation, so the two of them immediately rushed to the central villa. At that moment, Tang Yi continued to deal with the minions, while Tang Tian quickly reached Song Suinlong. The latter reacted and hurriedly blocked Tang Tian's knife with his machete, his palms sweating. His subconscious then told him that the person before him was no ordinary person. However, since the apocalypse, Tang Tian's strength had undergone a tremendous transformation, and even her weaponry had been specially trained. Even if Song Suinlong was stronger than her, he might not have truly mastered the art of wielding a knife. He would rely more on brute force. After a few clangs, Tang Tian raised her hand again, aimed at Song Suinlong's chest, and unleashed a telekinetic attack. Song Suinlong felt a sharp pain in his chest, as if his internal organs had experienced a violent collision. The next moment, his eyes were filled with the astonishingly bright crystal chandelier on the ceiling. With a puff, he spat out a large mouthful of blood, clutching his chest and howling. This time, the thought wasn't about what it was, but rather that he was about to die. Tang Tian immediately raised her knife and was about to strike when a loud cry came from above. "Stop!" Tang Tian glanced up and saw Li Feiyong and Luo Qi being escorted out again. Surprisingly, the people beside them looked familiar. Tang Yi killed a group of his minions and followed them, her heart pounding. They were Qiu Hongwei, Qian Peng, and Huang Kai from the past at Hexingyuan. Qiu Hongwei was holding Luo Qi alone, while Qian Peng and Huang Kai each held Li Feiyong, daggers pressed to their necks. Song Suinlong's mouth was covered in blood, and he grinned, blood gushing out again, a terrifying sight. The pain was so severe that he couldn't even move, as if even breathing would strain his damaged internal organs. Yet, he laughed heartily, saying, "Tang, you're powerful. But we have more men. Even if I can't kill you, I want you to watch them die." Tang Tian didn't answer, simply snapping her fingers. Tan Tan rushed over, biting Song Suinlong's neck and tearing at it, until he died soon after. Tang Tian finally spoke. "Are you sure you want to do this?" His words were ambiguous, but Qiu Hongwei stared at her fiercely and replied, "Tang Tian, we have no choice. We have to survive in the apocalypse, right? We're all cliques anyway. Besides, you always ignored us and even left without a second thought. If we hadn't been gathered together and assigned here, I'm afraid we wouldn't have met again." "That's right." Qian Peng spat, tugging on Li Feiyong's collar and resentfully saying, "After all, we knew each other earlier, and the deal went smoothly back then, wasn't it? And yet, you only care about those things, and you took him with you after you left. I don't accept it." Tang Tian remained a shadow in Huang Kai's heart, but once the organization had a leader, he had no choice but to join, seeking protection. But he hadn't expected to face Tang Tian again this day. Li Feiyong swallowed. He hadn't expected Song Suinlong to have some of his men lying in ambush on the first floor. Although he and Luo Qi had learned martial arts, their fists were no match for the crowd around them, and they were captured. "Don't come over. I know you came here to save them. If you dare move, I kill them immediately." Qiu Hongwei clenched the dagger in his hand and shouted, "I need supplies. I know you have plenty. I don't want to be enemies with you. Give them the supplies, and then we can go our separate ways. I won't bother you again." Although Qian Peng hated Tang Tian, he still had some sense. Qiu Hongwei's words made sense, so he nodded and tightened his grip on Li Feiyong's hand. Huang Kai, hearing about the supplies, was even more excited, and he exerted just as much force. Tang Tian looked at them coldly, suddenly asking, "You said it was within these few steps. Are your hands faster? Or am I?" "What?" For a moment, Qiu Hongwei even thought Tang Tian was being overly arrogant. They were holding hostages in the upstairs hallway, while Tang Tian, Tang Yi, and even the dog were in the living room downstairs. How could they possibly counterattack? But in that moment of daze, there was another bang. A bloody hole suddenly appeared in Qiu Hongwei's head, and a gushing blood spurted out, sending him plummeting to the ground. After Song Suinlong's death, some of the minions dared not advance, and some even fled. After all, they were just looking for support, and Tang Tian was a ruthless man. With him dead, they didn't need to fight so hard. When they saw the long-range weapon in Tang Tian's hand, there was an uproar. Those who hadn't fled did, and soon the room was filled with only corpses, and the two opposing factions. Seeing Qiu Hongwei dead, Qian Peng immediately made up his mind to kill Li Feiyong. But a gun is fast from 7 steps away, and within 7 steps, it's also good and fast. Coupled with the sisters' practiced aim, they each shot Qian Peng and Huang Kai in the head. A bloody mist filled the air. Because they were so close, The fishy blood splattered on Li Feiyang's face, causing his legs to go limp, and he fell to the ground, dazed. Although Li Feiyang had been out many times, he had never killed anyone. This was the first time he had been so close to a dead person, and the touch of blood was real. "Are you all okay?" Tang Tian put away her gun, but she had actually fired a pistol. After all, air bullets, regardless of range, won't cause any accidents. Whoever's supposed to die will die. "No, it's okay." Li Feiyang recovered, scratched his head, and said sheepishly, "Sister Tian, this is really troublesome for you. As long as we take out the leader, it won't be a big deal." Tang Tian shook her head. "If we're still here, we have to deal with it to avoid any further trouble." "Okay, let's go back first," Tang Yi said. But Tang Tian blinked and smiled. "No rush." Song Tsulong was able to organize his men, which means they must have stockpiled some supplies. Since he's dead, it's not too much for us to loot. After she finished speaking, she asked Li Feiyang and Luo Qi, "Can we still leave?" Seeing Tang Tian's eagerness to arrive, the two of them quickly got up from the ground, ignoring the blood on their bodies and the still warm corpse at their feet, and left with the Tang sisters. After all, if they wanted to survive, supplies were the most important thing. "No! You can't take it?" Yue leaped onto an old cardboard box containing half a box of canned goods. They've been brought here since Song Tsulong took up permanent residence at the central villa. Whoever he favored could get a share, and it was their last remaining supplies. "If you hadn't come out, I have forgotten about you." Tang Tian narrowed her eyes, and held the knife to her neck. "I suppose you confessed a lot to Song Tsulong, right? So what? If you don't, I die. Anyway, I'm not in the wrong, so you're not allowed to take it." Yue steeled herself, clinging to the box tightly, as if life or death didn't matter anymore. Tang Tian snorted coldly, and immediately attacked with a dagger. If this person stayed around any longer, it would definitely cause chaos. The girls who had been frightened and hiding in the corner, along with Yue, gasped, and several fainted on the spot. Those who hadn't fainted regained their senses, and quickly crawled over, crying and begging for mercy, to Tang Tian and Luo Qi. "The leak was Yue's idea. That boss and his men also forced us to do it. It has nothing to do with us. Luo Qi, we survived together before, after all. Please spare me this time." Tang Tian winked at Tang Yi and Li Feiyang, then said to Luo Qi, "What happens to them? You have to decide for yourself. Raising the knife again would be a waste of energy." With that, the three of them began to loot the central villa, but they mostly found food and water. The Tang family didn't need them, so they planned to share it with Li Feiyang and Luo Qi. Returning to the living room, the group of girls was gone. Luo Qi sat alone, dazed, on the sofa. The smell of blood grew even stronger. Seeing Tang Tian, she sighed, "I told them to leave Jiang and Liyuan, or at least stay away from this area. They really don't have much offensive power, and are a loose bunch. They probably won't cause any more trouble." Tang Tian didn't comment much on this. At least this time, she had dealt with a major threat here, and peace should be restored for a while. Waking up that day, the Tang family resumed their activities as usual. They no longer needed an igloo for cooling, they could simply use solar power connected to a cooling system. Wei Mingxia also had an electric cooker for cooking. However, the current temperature was still considered summer before the apocalypse, so Wei Mingxia's cooking was still suitable for this time of year. Chicken breast and jellyfish with cucumber salad, sweet and sour pork knuckle, tofu meatballs, winter melon and mushroom stewed chicken soup, and each person also received a bowl of beef tendon noodles with gravy. After the meal, there was a box of chilled plums, pickled in sparkling water, with a simple mixture of salt and sugar. The sour, sweet, and icy flavor made a perfect after-dinner dessert. Residents, please bring your ID cards and collect supplies in an orderly manner. Residents, please bring your ID cards and collect supplies in an orderly manner. Outdoors, the loudspeaker's voice began to repeat. Since the temperature dropped, the frequency of rescue operations has increased several-fold. Tang Tian wiped her mouth and waited for a while before leaving. Gu Bin, who was in charge of this area, immediately asked in confusion upon seeing her, "Miss Tang, I remember the authorities arranged a group of refugees here. Jiang and Liyuan is full of villas, each capable of housing several people, meaning at least hundreds. Why were there so few people collecting supplies this time?" Tang Tian glanced to the side and saw a person collecting supplies, trembling with fear, running away with their belongings. After Tang Tian and the others left that day, the bravest ones went in to check. Sure enough, Song Tsulong and his men were already dead. But leaving the bodies in the living room wasn't a good idea, so they had to deal with them anyway. After that, they never dared to mess with the people living in Building 30 or the surrounding area again. Furthermore, Tang Tian and his men had completely ransacked the central villa, leaving them no escape route. They had no choice but to continue to endure the situation. Fortunately, rescue arrived quickly. Now, in their eyes, Tang Tian was a living, breathing demon from hell. Who would dare to provoke her? Perhaps because they had met someone from the authorities. Some seemed truly emboldened. They grabbed Gu Bin's sleeve and cried, "She killed nearly half of us. She's a demon. Arrest her and execute her quickly, or the rest of us will die." Gu Bin frowned slightly, but Tang Tian replied calmly, "No, this group of refugees was organized. Before you arrived, they chose to save themselves and go out in search of supplies. Sadly, they never returned. Isn't that a common occurrence these days? Don't trust her, don't trust her. She was the one who did it." The man screamed frantically, realizing that the officials seemed to trust Tang Tian more. Could they be related? Otherwise, why would Tang Tian act so recklessly? Gu Bin looked at the calm Tang Tian, then at the nearly frantic man, choosing silence and having him temporarily take it away. Killing someone while searching for supplies is indeed common these days, but so is widespread casualties caused by a fight in a certain area. But he hadn't personally witnessed Tang Tian's actions, and since it was in the interests of the shelter, Gu Bin chose not to question them. He simply asked the others to check the registration form, and to re-register the survivors of Jiang and Liuan. Tang Yi returned first with a box of supplies, while Tang Tian stayed behind to inquire about the progress of the shelter construction. Gu Bin, upon hearing this, smiled faintly and replied, "Actually, these refugees need to register. That's why the shelter will reopen soon, but..." He then withdrew his remaining smile and turned serious. "We recently received a notification from Yongcheng and surrounding cities. They detected the development of a new natural disaster using detection technology. The next disaster is likely to be a sandstorm." Even Tang Tian would be surprised by an unknown new disaster. Spring City rarely sees sandstorms, but Yongcheng and surrounding cities are often filled with yellow sand almost every year. But after experiencing these recent rounds of extreme natural disasters, the authorities should be well aware. This sandstorm is likely to devastate the entire country. The survivors living on the outskirts won't survive, so the higher-ups have decided to reopen the previously closed shelters. Actually, the shelters have been under construction even before that, so the victims won't be forced to live outside forever. We can't be absolutely certain when the sandstorm will officially arrive, but the shelters will open in the next 2 days. Someone will arrange for people from the outskirts, along with these refugees, to move into the shelters. Gu Bin's voice inexplicably lowered, as if he were sharing a secret. "Ms. Tang, I heard the higher-ups discuss that if this natural disaster continues, human living space will inevitably be squeezed to a minimum. This shelter can no longer accommodate any more people, so they decided to expand it along with the neighboring district. Once it's expanded, it won't be called a shelter anymore. Perhaps it'd be called a base. I heard District A in the city center is already doing that." This was pretty much what Tang Tian had imagined. By then, this so-called base will begin operating like a town, akin to a Noah's Ark on land. But with that sandstorm, can this operation truly proceed smoothly? Chapter 71. "By the way, I have a question." Tang Tian finally asked, "Is admission to the shelter mandatory this time?" Gu Bin was stunned. It sounded like Tang Tian's family didn't want to go to the shelter anymore. Countless people had begged to be admitted, only to be cruelly rejected. To be honest, this was the first time Gu Bin had met someone who primarily didn't want to enter the shelter. Tang Tian noticed Gu Bin's slight change in expression and quickly explained, "The houses here are quite sturdy, and the shelter is currently catering to those already living in the outskirts and the refugees, right? My situation is better than theirs, so there's no need to rush. I go to the shelter later." Gu Bin was deeply moved by this. He wasn't much older than Tang Tian, and although he'd seen many good and evil people in the apocalypse, he was still more innocent. He immediately said, "Miss Tang, you're such a good person. Don't worry, the shelter won't treat you unfairly." I'm relieved to know what you said. Regardless of whether it could be fulfilled, it was a face-saving measure. Tang Tian wished she could go to the shelter later. After all, it was crowded and noisy, with so many eyes watching, and her golden finger must not be discovered. After everyone collected their supplies, Gu Bin and the other rescue workers retreated. Tang Tian hurried back and told Tang Yi and Wei Mingxia about the forecast for the next natural disaster. Since it's officially detected, it's most likely this. Tian, what preparations should we make?" Wei Mingxia asked, adjusting her glasses and frowning. "Mom, sister, we should prepare in advance, and we should prepare a lot. Tang Tian's mind raced, thinking, if it's a natural disaster-level sandstorm, the damage it causes will be enormous. Unfortunately, the previous natural disaster caused massive vegetation destruction, making it impossible to prevent and control it in a short period of time. Forget about landfill, erosion, destruction, and pollution. Let's focus on the immediate. We must protect this place first. Let's use our metal abilities and the furnace to create a few barriers. Reinforce the floor-to-ceiling windows, balcony, and doors, leaving no gaps. Tang Yi pondered, I don't know if the sandstorm will be continuous or intermittent. If there are no gaps, will there be a lack of oxygen in the house? But if there are vents, the dust might flow in. Don't worry, the dust entering the house shouldn't be too much. We find a way to clean it up, and we have an air purifier. Wei Mingxia followed the discussion. With a plan in place, Tang Tian retrieved a batch of scrap metal from the warehouse, crafted another pumpkin basque, and obtained the furnace level 10 ability. But she left Tang Yi and Wei Mingxia to their own devices while she headed to building 31 next door. It was the first time Li Feiyong had seen Tang Tian approach him on her own initiative. After a slight surprise, he immediately welcomed her inside. Tang Tian got straight to the point and told him about the shelter. This was good news for everyone. Luo Qi and the other surviving girls were deeply moved, and they only felt reassured after repeated requests. Everyone in Jiangnan Liyuan will be sent to the shelter from now on. This is an official arrangement. There's more people there, and more power. Think about it, do you want to go? Li Feiyong felt something was amiss and asked incredulously, Sister Tian, aren't you going to the shelter? Luo Qi and several other girls were also startled, all looking at Tang Tian. Tang Tian had been so helpful to them that it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call her a savior. So when she shared this news, they naturally believed it, and even thought about going to the shelter together and living together as before. The shelter's capacity is small, and there will definitely be more unrest, so I won't be joining for now. Besides, I have a lot of stuff, and I can't move out anytime soon. It's better to stay here for a while. Tang Tian made up an excuse to get away, and since Li Feiyong, Luo Qi, and the others knew they had supplies, this excuse made sense. So you guys go in first. You still have food and drink, and maybe even find a job. You have more supplies in the future, which is better than staying here. Don't worry, we might see each other again. Li Feiyong understood the underlying meaning of Tang Tian's words. Although he regretted not being able to cling to his superiors, most of his survival supplies had been destroyed since his home at Hexingyuan burned down, and he was now surviving on the supplies he scavenged from Song Cunlong. Going to the shelter first was indeed the best solution at the moment. After discussing, Li Feiyong, Luo Qi, and several of the surviving girls began packing their supplies and preparing to move out. After Tang Tian returned, she helped make the metal barriers. They planned to make them so that they could cover the entire glass window, and they would also reinforce the doors with metal to make them thicker and stronger. 2 days later, several buses arrived at Jiangnan Liyuan. Rescue workers, following the last check-in, supervised the orderly boarding of the survivors. Li Feiyong and Luo Baobao had come to Building 30 to say goodbye to the Tang family, and, holding back their tears, they boarded the bus as well. Tang Tian thought it would be a long time before she could exploit the authorities, so she proposed to supply trade with Gourmet. After the shelter reported the situation to the higher authorities, they agreed to accommodate so many people at once. Tang Tian exchanged truckloads of food, water, supplements, and other supplies, focusing on supplies and fuel. The roar of engines rang out as the trucks and buses slowly drove off into the distance. Tang Tian looked up. The temperature was still scorching, but the glaring sunlight had inexplicably dimmed. The air still held a hint of baked earth, a sign of the sand particles spreading through the air before the onset of the sandstorm. 2 days later, the Tang family finally rushed to complete the metal barrier. There were no outsiders in Jiangnan Liyuan anymore, and the temperature wasn't that high. So Tang Tian went out and used her metal-based abilities in the courtyard to spread the entire barrier over the balcony and French windows, hoping it would be effective during the sandstorm. Tang Yi and Wei Mingxia also reinforced the door. The villa's door had been broken open before, so they just needed to relock it. The villa actually had a basement, about 20 to 30 square meters. But it was completely empty, and filled with a thick smell of dampness and dust. The Tang family couldn't think of a use for it, so they left it empty. At this moment, Tang Tian and her family were enjoying their meal. There were various pickled vegetables and kimchi they made earlier, spicy and sour lemon shrimp, salted duck, peanut butter noodles, and a large jug of watermelon juice. Tang even made a 4-inch cheesecake. It's fair to say that humans truly can't live without electricity. Ever since Tang Tian started her food streaming career, Tang Yi often filmed her cooking videos, then fed them to her before continuing the video. It was practically putting everything to good use. She shoved a mouthful of the dense cheesecake into her mouth, and it melted in her mouth. The rich aroma of milk blended with the sweet and sour notes of lemon, the refreshing mint, and even a hint of rum in the aftertaste. As a food blogger, Tang Yi's cooking skills were undeniable. Wei Mingxia pulled out her radio and tuned into the official Spring City channel. But this time, it wasn't a pre-made looping electronic sound, but a real person speaking. Judging from the tone and manner, it might be someone important within the Spring City government. So Tang Tian, Tang Yi, and Wei Mingxia gathered around the table, listening quietly. Tan Tan also crouched quietly under the table. The radio was broadcasting the direction of action for this phase. The authorities had detected less than 24 hours until the sandstorm arrived, but preparations were already underway. One measure was to bring those displaced from the periphery and scattered outside into shelters. Barriers were also built in the air raid shelters, allowing all victims to enter together. Subway stations would also be open to continue accommodating survivors, and they might even become low-end air raid shelters in the future. However, Tang Tian knew that not everyone could go to the official shelters. Hadn't her family gone? After all, there were still many unofficial shelters, large and small, out there. These people were reluctant to go, believing that their current shelters were good and that the authorities wouldn't force them. Rather, they were eager to give up their space to those in greater need. In addition, personnel in key positions were expediting construction and reinforcement efforts, including but not limited to energy, water, and planting areas. Large amounts of sand will still bury and corrode equipment, so protection measures are required. During extreme heat, water sources must be collected and stored everywhere to prevent sand and dust pollution. Agricultural areas previously deployed outdoors are in even greater need, either rushing to harvest or building temporary shelters. However, if the sandstorm is severe, these outdoor farmlands will still suffer some damage, and future efforts will likely focus on indoor or underground planting. Finally, repeated reminders are in order. This sandstorm is coming with great force, and unless there are special circumstances, do not go out without permission. Tang Tian suddenly had a feeling. This time, the authorities seemed to have stopped at the stage drama, honestly telling the survivors the full extent of the dangers of the natural disaster. After all, the disaster has been going on for over a year, and it should have been resolved long ago. What is needed now is for the survivors to band together for survival, rather than relying solely on the authorities to deal with this massive mess. But whether one can survive depends on the individual. The apocalypse treats everyone equally. The authorities could do their best to accommodate the rescue efforts, but the outcome was entirely up to them. The survival of the fittest had finally begun, and the authorities could only act as a relatively fair referee, looking down from a bird's-eye view on those desperately trying to survive. This included the Tang family. The Tang family was fortunate to have a golden finger, but for subsequent natural disasters, they would still need to await official news before making any further plans. Night had already fallen a few minutes before the sandstorm arrived. The already dim light now became almost pitch black, save for the lit areas and the moonlight and starlight. The extreme heat had temporarily subsided, and the Tang family, no longer needing to stay out all night, decided to adjust their jet lag. But for now, they decided to continue sleeping on the living room floor. There was still some air conditioning time at night, so Tang Tian took out 3 towel blankets and lay down on the mat that had been laid out. Tan Tan also curled up in his own nest, his eyelids drooping. Tang Tian yawned, but suddenly, she keenly heard an unusual noise outside, like the howling of a strong wind. The floor-to-ceiling windows had been completely covered with metal screens, making it almost impossible to see outside. Tang Tian got up and went to the entrance, opening the small window that had been newly built in the door. Only then did she confirm that the wind was blowing outside. Boom! Boom! The wind, rising and falling from afar, gradually became a ghostly howl, like anger or tears, spreading into the air in waves. The stronger earthy smell that reached her nose made Tang Tian quickly close the window. The sandstorm had finally arrived, but it now seemed that the metal barrier she had erected beforehand had been effective. Staying inside the villa, except for the noise, was practically no different from usual. After saying goodbye to Tang Yi and Wei Mingxia, the 3 of them closed their eyes and fell asleep. But all night long, they could still vaguely sense the low, brutal and relentless roar outside. If it weren't for Tang Tian's biological clock, when she opened her eyes again, she would have thought it was night, her vision hazy. and the sound of the raging wind still lingered. Who knew how long this sandstorm would last? After the mother and daughters got up and washed, Tang Tian went to the entrance again and carefully opened the window on the door a crack. Unexpectedly, a mere crack would cause a puff of dust to erupt, floating lightly in the air. With a strong wind, the dust grew larger and larger. Tang Tian frowned and closed the window again. It seemed that staying home would be best for the time being. Wei Mingxiao went to the kitchen and found that there was still power. She used the rice cooker to make a pot of preserved egg and lean meat porridge. She also made pancakes, stuffed them with shredded potatoes and carrots, tofu skin, eggs, starch sausage, and various seasonings, and made them into wraps. Tang Yi used a blender to blend a full pot of walnut, goji berry, and black sesame paste. Tang Tian helped prepare breakfast for Tan Tan. She turned on the radio while eating breakfast, but there was no news from the official platform this time. She wondered if they were busy fighting the sandstorm, or if the relevant facilities had been damaged. After dinner, the three of them began practicing weapons, exercising, and studying. Wei Mingxiao will continue to run her own farming and processing business. Tang Yi will continue her traditional craft of cooking in real life, and Tang Tian will tinker with the system. In their free time, they enjoy some entertainment, watching movies and variety shows, playing games, and other relaxing activities, but for Tang Tian, food is the most soothing. But now that the sandstorm has arrived, it's time to unlock some superpowers to combat it. Speaking of sandstorms, Tang Tian's first thought is sand, which is included in the recipe for the yellow dish she recently purchased. After checking the system and the warehouse, she first unlocked a recipe for a level 2 sand attribute bean flour glutinous rice cake. To make this dish, simply having the necessary ingredients isn't enough. The soybeans must first be converted into flour. Fortunately, Tang Tian had purchased a flour mill early on. Tang Tian ate the round, white rice cakes, covered in bean powder and drizzled with a few drops of brown sugar water for afternoon tea. After receiving her supernatural powers, she immediately went to the entrance to experiment. As soon as she opened the window above the door, dusty sand rushed in eagerly. Tang Tian quickly raised her hand and released her supernatural power, and the dust before her suddenly stopped, allowing her to manipulate it at will. She quickly gathered the dust into a small ball and slowly pushed it back outside, leaving the area pristine. The experiment was a success. Low-level sand attribute supernatural powers can control sand. Higher levels should allow sand to be used for attack and defense. 3 days later, the power went out. While solar panels could still be used during sandstorms, they were inefficient and could be damaged by the sand, making them uneconomical. Thankfully, the Tang family had a battery that they always kept fully charged, and it was still fully charged, allowing them to be used for electrical appliances. At home, they first used an air purifier, then electric cookware for cooking. For convenience, Wei Mingxiao and Tang Yi prepared a batch of smoked and fermented food in advance, ready to eat. However, if the sandstorm persisted and they stayed indoors, the batteries would eventually run out. Although they still had a generator and fuel, Tang Tian always felt that her fuel supply was limited, and she didn't want to use it until a critical moment. So, every time, she still needed her superpowers. Electricity-attributed dishes also exist in the yellow cuisine, and Tang Tian had previously unlocked a lemon-shredded chicken dish from the regular menu, which she used to electrocute fish. This time, Tang Tian took a quick look and unlocked a level 2 pineapple bun. The fist-sized golden pineapple bun had a bumpy, pineapple-like crust that felt still warm from the oven. A square of butter was thoughtfully placed in the center. Take a big bite, and the half-melted butter soaks into the soft, sweet pineapple bun, creating a perfect fusion. After gaining electrical powers, Tang Tian placed her finger on the battery charging port and released her powers. Sure enough, the charging icon appeared. Great! Now their family's electricity problem is finally solved. Tang Tian pulled out the perpetual calendar and recorded the dates of the sandstorm. As the days passed, the wind grew stronger, occasionally hitting the metal barriers, causing a loud noise. The last day Tang Tian recorded was half a month after the sandstorm began. The wind outside turned to the whimpering of hounds, until the official radio station announced the temporary end of the sandstorm. The Tang family, along with everyone else, breathed a sigh of relief. But they still had no idea, was the sandstorm completely over, or just a lull? According to the radio, the dust outside had accumulated to the height of a building. Thankfully, they had people out clearing the sand every few days, and they had been doing so until now, so the problem wasn't too serious. Tang Tian could imagine how much dust and sand there must be in her yard. Whether to prevent the next sandstorm, to prevent the villa from being buried, or just for convenience, the Tang family had to temporarily clear the dust. Tang Tian and Tang Yi put on their protective suits and goggles, checked their abilities on the ability list, and then gently opened the door. A mere crack allowed the quicksand to slide in. Tang Tian immediately raised her hand, releasing her supernatural power, and the quicksand began to slowly float. With another change of gesture, the quicksand flew back outside. Tang Yi helped to fully open the door. Controlled by her sand attribute supernatural power, the dust stopped flowing into the room. Tang Tian could continue to control the dust, sending it all out of the courtyard. But clearing away the nearly 1 meter high dust was still time-consuming and laborious. However, Tang Tian had already unlocked more advanced sand attribute recipes. The higher her supernatural power level, the stronger the sand she could control. While clearing the dust, she gradually made her way outside. The view was blurry, shrouded in floating dust. It no longer had the dazzling golden glow of before, but was now covered in a layer of earthy gray. Even through her masks, she could still smell the rich earthy odor. With the sisters' perseverance, the dust gradually descended until the small courtyard beside it was completely cleared, revealing the cracked earth. Tang Tian and Tang Yi breathed a sigh of relief, dusted themselves off, and headed back home. After repeatedly boosting their mental strength, they no longer felt as drained after using their supernatural powers for so long. But Tang Tian still took a few bottles of soda from the soda machine to replenish her depleted mental energy. The dust gradually dissipated, revealing a gloomy sky. Clumps of slate blue clouds gathered, forming a dark mass. Past experience told Tang Tian that the sandstorm might not be over yet. The radio resumed its transmission, an official announcement, and report on the aftermath of the disaster. Clearing the dust, dealing with casualties, assessing the damage, and continuing exploration. If sandstorms resurface in the future, strengthening defenses and addressing subsequent resource shortages will also be crucial. It's fair to say there's still much to do. Tang Tian listened as a key word appeared on the radio: intermission. Perhaps this was the sandstorm's final warning. A bigger one might be brewing later, Tang Tian thought. Perhaps she could use this intermission to go out and explore. It had been a while since she spent any money. While the system still gave her daily rewards and she earned coins at the food store, she still had things to buy and hadn't leveled up enough. Tang Tian felt like something was missing. After discussing with Tang Yi and Wei Mingxia, she decided to set out on her own. She pulled out the map again. She had already scouted out almost all the gold, jade, and jewelry shops nearby. If she wanted to go again, she'd probably have to go further afield, even out of Zone S. Marking a few places to explore with a red pen, Tang Tian packed her clothes and backpack, whistled to Tan Tan, and they, her dog, and she left home. Although the small courtyard had been cleaned, the dust outside was still thick as usual. Jiang and Liyuan was deserted, and no one had cleaned it up. Tang Tian stared at the thick dust and suddenly raised her hand, unleashing her sand-attributed supernatural power. Until something like a skateboard slowly formed in the dust, she stepped onto it. This way, she was essentially standing on the sand. Using her supernatural power again, the sandboard began to move forward. With more practice, she could navigate the sand without any obstacles, but without the shelter of the sandstorm, and with the possibility of more people outside, this would be too conspicuous. So Tang Tian finally retrieved a vehicle from the warehouse. It was a four-wheeled motorcycle, originally purchased for its all-terrain capabilities, including sand and desert. Tang Tian adjusted her goggles and mask and climbed in. Tan Tan followed suit. The engine rumbled, and the wide tires kicked up waves of dust before suddenly speeding forward. Soon, they were out of Jiang and Liyuan, and she saw what the world looked like today. The mountains and plains seemed filled with endless dust, lingering in the air like a lingering mist. A sandstorm this severe was enough to bury farmland, railways, roads, and the few remaining water sources. If there were even larger storms, it would only be a matter of time before electrical equipment and buildings were destroyed. Not to mention the sand and dust, which made the air incredibly turbid and posed a serious threat to people. Tang Tian paused, then silently headed further away. Chapter 72. Outdoor visibility was still less than a few meters, so Tang Tian didn't put the accelerator on full throttle, instead driving steadily. The temperature outside was now stable at around 35 degrees Celsius, and the sandstorm had blocked out most of the sunlight. Occasionally, she would see groups of people heading out. The better-equipped ones wore goggles and medical masks, some even wearing what looked like filters. Those with lesser means could only use ordinary masks or towels to cover their mouths and noses. The resource shortage problem remained unresolved. Perhaps the reluctance to go to the shelters was due to their saturation. Or perhaps these people were dispatched from other shelters. Of course, She also passed by a few off-road vehicles, but those people probably wouldn't even glance at her. About half an hour later, Tang Tian arrived at the area she had marked on the map. After a short walk, she found a commercial plaza. It was obvious that most of the items inside had already been bought for free, so Tang Tian specifically searched the boutiques, finding some goods in corners and taking them all. Driving further, Tang Tian came across a large factory. Judging from the name on the factory gate, it looked like a meat processing plant. But the supplies there had probably been cleared out long ago, and such a large factory could have been converted into a shelter. Thinking of less trouble, Tang Tian turned the handle, and was about to leave when a shout suddenly came from the distance. Help! Help! Help me! Tang Tian glanced sideways and saw a man running towards her, but he didn't look aggressive, just running for his life. And there were indeed several armed men chasing them from behind, truly fleeing for their lives. The man, seeing Tang Tian driving as if she were about to leave, quickly added, "Don't go. I'm from Area A. Help me." Tang Tian paused. From Area A? Why would he be in Area S? Could he have been sent from Area A? Seeing that the man wasn't a decoy like the mother and child she met the last time, Tang Tian started the motorcycle and drove off. The man's face lit up at the sight, and he even leaped forward onto the motorcycle. His panicked expression finally faded with a hint of relief. Tang Tian made a small turn, sending a cloud of dust flying from the parking space, leaving the group of pursuers behind. Reaching a safe distance in one breath, Tang Tian stopped the motorcycle in a corner and asked, "All right, explain it to me." The man fell off the motorcycle with a thud, but the dust beneath his butt wasn't too hard. Tan Tan glanced at him disdainfully and shuffled aside. The man looked utterly miserable. His body, head, and even face were covered in dust. His eyes were red from the sand, and his lips were chapped, with faint scratches visible at the corners. He instinctively tried to adjust his glasses, but they were empty. He withdrew his hand awkwardly. After regaining his composure, he spoke in a dry, hoarse voice. The authorities recently wanted to develop indoor hydroponics and underground farming. Area S reported this to the higher-ups, and I was sent from Area A to assist in the research. As soon as we arrived in Area S, we were ambushed. They originally intended to rob us, but we didn't have much money. Then, after learning our identities, they changed their minds and kidnapped us there, planning to wait until the sandstorm subsided before sending someone to contact the official shelter for a ransom. I also had to wait for the sandstorm to end, barely escaping while they were busy. But we're a team, and I'm the only one who escaped first. The others are still in that factory. Can you help rescue them too? Tang Tian folded her arms and asked, "How do I know if what you said is true? And what good will I get from saving you?" The man, assuming Tang Tian was unwilling, panicked again and said eagerly, "My ID and assignment notice are still there. I can prove what I said if I go back. As for the benefits, send us to the shelter, and they definitely give you something." That's true. Although Tang Tian didn't lack food, she could find various excuses to trade with the authorities for her own smaller supplies. If what the man said was true, she would definitely be able to get more out of it. Thinking of this, she pulled a bottle of water from her backpack and handed it to him. The man was stunned for a moment, then immediately took it, opened the lid, and drank it in big gulps. In that factory, they could only get enough food to sustain themselves, and water was even less, practically hanging on to their lives. He wasn't afraid that Tang Tian would harm him, otherwise she would have turned around and driven away, never taking him with her. Seeing the water almost finished, Tang Tian urged, "All right, save some water to wash your eyes and nose, and then tell me everything you saw in the factory." The man was stunned, but knowing his identity, the pollution it brought, and the subsequent illnesses, he obeyed. After exchanging names, Lin Jiqiu told Tang Tian everything he had seen at the factory. Large factories have dormitories, so there must be at least hundreds of survivors. The dormitories were full, and their team was towed away. The car was seized, and the useless driver was killed. It was also unclear whether the seeds, fungi, and plants they had brought with them, preserved, were discarded. To be honest, the conditions in Area S weren't great, and certainly not comparable to those in Central Area A, otherwise, they wouldn't have requested support. Tang Tian stroked her chin. In the apocalypse, researchers like these were truly precious resources, so she selfishly wanted to rescue the remaining team members. They must still be alive. But facing a shelter filled with hundreds of people, wiping them all out would be exhausting and cumbersome. His supernatural powers didn't guarantee he have the mental strength to sustain it. If Tang Yi and Wei Mingxiu were there, perhaps he could give it a try. Lin Jiqiu observed Tang Tian's expressions, feeling incredibly nervous. He was terrified that Tang Tian would disagree, or perhaps simply abandon him if she got upset. Someone these days could do that. At the same time, he felt sorry for his colleagues and those precious seeds. If he was the only one left, progress would be significantly slowed. When would he finally succeed in his research and get food to the victims? Finally, he waited for Tang Tian to speak, and received a compromise. How about this? I escort you to the S-area shelter first, where there are more people available to help. Lin Jiqiu felt like he was going crazy with anxiety. How could a young woman like Tang Tian go to the factory to rescue people? The best solution was to call for help. He felt relieved and thanked her profusely. Tang Tian then gave him a pair of goggles and a medical mask, and after barely squeezing onto the motorcycle, they drove towards the shelter. Deputy Captain, the researchers from Area A are already well overdue for their scheduled arrival. Could something have happened along the way? Yang Gon, Deputy Captain of the Area S shelter, felt a puff of dust gather around his brow. Just as he was about to speak, another soldier, having made a report outside, came in with a report. Deputy Captain Yang, the report from the east checkpoint of the shelter says that survivors are bringing researchers from Area A, and they were indeed attacked in Area S. Yang Gon was startled, and without caring if it was true, he followed the others to the east checkpoint. After all, this was already the shelter's territory, so there was no need to worry about a scam. If it was fake, they could just arrest them. The researchers from Area A were the most important. When they arrived, they found a four-wheeled motorcycle parked not far from the sentry post. Getting closer, they could see two people and a large, quiet dog. On a normal day, more than half of the military and police dogs had died, let alone ordinary people keeping large dogs. Lin Jiqiu's eyes welled up when he saw the people from the shelter. He hurried forward and reported everything to Yang Gon. If it weren't for Miss Tang, I wouldn't have been able to get any information, and I might even have died there. The more Lin Jiqiu spoke, the more dread he felt. When the kidnappers began demanding a ransom, they would undoubtedly demand a large amount of supplies, but he doubted the shelter would agree to it outright. What if, during negotiations, the kidnappers grew impatient and turned murderous? Although he had no proof of identity yet, Area A had sent information and photos of researchers in advance, and Yang Gon recognized the person before him. But, Miss Tang? Yang Gon's eyes flickered, and he turned to Tang Tian and asked, Miss Tang, is that you? Deputy Captain Yang, it's me. I was out searching for supplies when I ran into Mr. Lin. It was quite a coincidence. Tang Tian answered preemptively. Yang Gon's expression relaxed considerably, and he quickly invited someone inside the shelter to speak. After all, the dust was still flying outside. Through her goggles, Tang Tian could see what the shelter looked like at that moment. A simple wall had been built outside, and the dust beneath her feet had been cleared, leaving only a thin layer. There were not many people walking around outside, and those who did were fully equipped, with the sentries wearing breathing filters. The dominant color was the yellow earth. Yang Gon personally met Tang Tian and Lin Jiqiu and brought them to his office. Only then did Lin Jiqiu tell Tang Tian the rest of the story. Yang Gon's brows tightened, his expression stern. After a long pause, he spoke sharply, I understand. Mr. Lin, don't worry. You're here to help us in Area S. We can't just stand by and watch. I dispatch a team immediately to rescue the remaining researchers. Lin Jiqiu nodded vigorously, but he didn't forget what he said to Tang Tian. He added, Deputy Commander Yang, Miss Tang saved me, the messenger, and that's a credit. She deserves a reward, right? Tang Tian raised an eyebrow at this. It seems this Lin Jiqiu is someone you can approach. Yang Gon smiled faintly, of course. Mr. Lin might not realize this, but Miss Tang has helped us so much before. Let alone a reward. Even an award would be fine. No need, Deputy Commander Yang. I really just did it for fun this time. Tang Tian modestly suggested, why don't I join this battle too? That way I feel more at ease receiving the reward. What do you think? Yang Gon hesitated to speak, but because of the strangers present, he ultimately didn't ask, simply agreeing to the plan. After all, there aren't many truly capable individuals in District S, especially elites. And someone like Tang Tian, who appears energetic, confident, possesses some skill, and has survived and possesses extensive experience, is even rarer. It would be a waste not to use her. But in reality, he still wanted to ask Tang Tian why she hadn't chosen to join the shelter. Someone like her would surely be promoted. But considering that there are always some people in District S who are reluctant to join the shelter, some of whom have committed numerous crimes, this doesn't seem surprising. He just hoped that Tang Tian wouldn't stand against the authorities. In the shelter, Obedience to orders is essential. Military vehicles soon carried the combat team, ready to head to the factory to rescue the researchers. Tang Tian also boarded a military vehicle, and unexpectedly saw someone she knew there. Tang Tian, you're here too? Are you joining? Cheng Jing asked with surprise. Tang Tian casually explained a few things and then asked, I didn't think you'd be in this team. After all, the last time I saw you outside, I thought you'd be a member of the resource team. Cheng Jing's face faltered at the mention of that time, but he quickly recovered and explained the current organization within the shelter. The previous assignments were only a trial phase. After the sandstorm, the formal assignments within the shelter began. People like Cheng Jing, who had specialized professions before the apocalypse, were naturally assigned to the armed forces. As for Qiao Xiu and the others who had been mentored by the veterans, they were assigned to the resource team, and more would soon follow, giving them little time to adjust. Of course, those who joined these teams also received compensation. The armed team's compensation was particularly high, arguably among the highest, given that they performed potentially life-threatening work. So, while people were hesitant to complain, they would grit their teeth and work tirelessly for the pay. As for Tang Tian, she was probably considered a temporary member. As they drove toward the factory, the other team members in the military vehicle were extremely curious about her. Tang Tian wasn't known for being aloof, and bored by the rush, she quickly opened up and became friendly. Except for the man sitting in the corner, wearing a helmet that half covered his face, he remained silent. He was Yan Shuo, who had gone out with Cheng Jing the previous time. In fact, just hearing the name and knowing Cheng Jing well enough, one could tell that he was a relative of Yan Chunhua and a brother of Yan Huai. Yan Huai followed his aunt into the logistics department, while Yan Shuo joined the armed forces because of someone else's kindness. And one thing no one else knew, even when he was a rookie being taken out by team leader Cheng Jing, he already taken a liking to Qiao Xiu, a member of the same team. Although Qiao Xiu didn't seem to pay much attention to him, she'd been saying a lot of bad things about Tang Tian since their last visit. What's outrageous is that Yan Shuo blindly believed Qiao Xiu's words, and so he wasn't treating her well now. Tang Tian didn't notice, but even if she had, she wouldn't have cared less. The military vehicle quickly arrived at its destination. The combat team members, one by one, grabbed their weapons and disembarked in order, with Tang Tian naturally being the last. The captain quietly made a few gestures, and several teams broke through the factory gates again and entered in an orderly manner. Since they were acquaintances, Tang Tian drew her weapon and decided to follow Cheng Jing. As for Tan Tan, she let him stay in Yang Gan's office for now. Yang Gan seemed quite fond of him. Boss, do you think that person, if they've been rescued, will they tip off the others? The factory had indeed been converted into a shelter, and the people inside were mostly robbing passers-by. Today, they finally saw a convoy that looked like it might be carrying some money, but they were unexpectedly official researchers. Aside from a few days' worth of drinking water, everything else they brought was useless. But they quickly came up with a plan. Since they were important figures to the authorities, they could easily be used as leverage to demand supplies. Unexpectedly, one of them managed to escape and was rescued by an outsider. The so-called boss snorted. That person may have rescued him, but who knows if he actually sent him to a shelter. These days, there aren't that many kind-hearted people out there. Even if they do, it's fine. We still have a few of us here. If all else fails, we can just force them to surrender. Just as he was saying this, someone suddenly rushed in, shouting, "Oh no! There's a car outside. It must be the authorities." This was Tang Tian's first full look at how the official combat team operated. Furthermore, for a team like this, hurling a few riot control rounds in, then moving in directly to eliminate the enemy and rescue the hostages would be enough. Even the actual ammunition could be saved. The entire operation was well organized, and Tang Tian followed Cheng Jing to rescue the hostages. Fortunately, the hostages were placed in a corner of the car, their ties cut, and breathing filters fitted. However, a researcher, with a bitter face, kept saying, "Hurry! Find the seeds we brought. They're more important than our lives." "Don't worry, we find out where they kept them." Cheng Jing consoled them, escorting them to safety. Tang Tian stepped out of the car and looked around. Rows of defeated enemies were already squatting on the ground, their heads in their hands. These were the ones who had surrendered voluntarily. The stubborn ones, or those who had been at the forefront at the time, either had red faces and burst into tears or had fainted before being dragged out. Tang Tian volunteered to go to the factory to search for seeds, and also to see if there was anything she could loot. She quickly searched the dormitory building and actually found several packages of valuables. They must have been those who had brought their belongings with them to the factory shelter. After collecting them, Tang Tian went to the office in the next building. During this period, the combat team had already dealt with all the enemies in the factory, only the leader was still arguing with the team members. The leader didn't seem so foolish as to abandon the seeds carelessly, but he actually wanted to trade his position for his life. This attitude was too abhorrent, and the authorities naturally wouldn't agree. Thankfully, Tang Tian simply went to a room that looked like an office and found a package containing various paper bags with names written on them. These must be the seeds the researchers had brought. He showed the package to the researchers, who were all excited as if they had saved a family member. The ending was a happy one. The team leader sent a message to the shelter, asking them to send more vehicles to transport the enemies. These people will be thoroughly investigated unless there are any accidents. If the offense is serious, they be sent to labor camps. Cheng Jing, receiving orders from the captain, was to send the researchers and Tang Tian back first. Yang Gan was naturally delighted to hear the good news. After seeing Tang Tian, Tan Tan also rushed over and twirled around her feet. Yang Gan first had the trapped researchers taken to the shelter's newly established medical station. Although it wasn't yet complete, it could treat minor injuries. Seeing that his own people were the only ones left in the room, he pondered for a moment before asking, "Miss Tang, I really like to ask you why you didn't join the others and enter the shelter. Now that men and women have equal roles, both can contribute to the shelter's construction and its future survival. And if you were to become my subordinate, with time, you would surely achieve amazing results and have a brighter future." Tang Tian then repeated what she had told Gu Bin. She had actually considered the shelter, but it was still under construction, and would become a base in the future. She decided to wait until conditions improved before considering moving in. Yang Gan's eyes flickered upon hearing this. He wasn't a young man like Gu Bin, and he sensed a hidden meaning in Tang Tian's words. But since Tang Tian didn't want to talk, he wouldn't force her. He simply felt sorry for her, and brought the conversation back to her favorite reward. Tang Tian wanted a lot of rewards. She was particularly interested in the seeds. She wondered what would happen if Wei Mingxiao used her wood attribute skills, but Lin Jiqiu and the others probably wouldn't agree. She also wanted the combat team's riot control grenade, but Yang Gan probably wouldn't agree either. She could only go back and see if there were any abilities that could produce the same effect. So, in the end, Tang Tian chose the most cost-effective supply. Fuel? She would pass by several gas stations during her outings, but when she went in to try to collect the fuel using her gold element, she found it was almost completely drained. If it wasn't another team doing this, then it must have been collected by the official shelters. If the surrounding shelters were collecting fuel, then gas stations in other areas might also be collecting it. Even further out, there wouldn't be much left. Yang Gan agreed immediately, but the amount he gave her was smaller than during the extreme heat, only a few hundred liters. But this time, Tang Tian only had to spend more time. It was essentially free. Yang Gan contacted the logistics department to load the fuel, and then sent a car back with Tang Tian and Tan Tan. During this time, he also asked Cheng Jing to take Tang Tian on a tour of the deep part of the shelter. Tang Tian had only seen the outer perimeter of the Redemption Center during her initial visit, and then the deputy chief's office. After Cheng Jing changed her gear, he simply led her around the interior. The former then discovered that passages had been installed between the buildings, allowing them to reach other areas without having to go outside and deal with the dust. Next, Cheng Jing took her to see the basically setup of the indoor growing area. They used hydroponics and soilless cultivation techniques, and had even hastily built a constant temperature chamber similar to Tang Tian's original one, though many times larger. They then visited the unfinished medical station within the shelter. It resembled a pre-apocalyptic hospital, but it was still quite empty. The medical staff were few, and some were not professionals, but the department was stocked with various salvaged and intact medical equipment. Tang Tian even ran into Lin Jiqiu and the others there. As hostages, they hadn't suffered any serious injuries, at most suffering from common malnutrition and dehydration. Only Lin Jiqiu stumbled a few times during his frantic run. Lin Jiqiu and the others thanked Tang Tian profusely, and she followed Cheng Jing out of the medical station. There were also water plants, factories, warehouses, energy facilities, and various other construction projects still under preparation. There were also large residential areas, relatively intact enough for survivors to thrive. After touring through the glass, Tang Tian wanted to return. For some reason, she felt like Yang Gan had deliberately invited her here. Cheng Jing suddenly said, "Tang Tian, I actually like your family to come in too. We know each other, so we can look out for each other. Besides, Deputy Commander Yang really admires you." Tang Tian was about to respond when a voice suddenly called out from afar, calling Cheng Jing's name. Chapter 73. Tang Tian and Cheng Jing looked over and saw a small group approaching, seemingly having just returned from outside. And the first person to quickly approach was Xiao Xiu. Because of her headband and mask, only her face bore traces of dirt, making her look less grimy. But when she approached and spotted Tang Tian next to her, her expression changed slightly. After a large number of survivors entered the shelter, she had deliberately looked for Tang Tian, but she hadn't come in. Otherwise, with her connections, she might have already joined a group. What was going on now? And she was so close to Cheng Jing. Cheng Jing still didn't want to see Xiao Xiu, and for some reason, he seemed to be running into her everywhere lately. Although she was still a newcomer back then, the thought of how close she almost died, and how pathetically she died, filled him with fear and a disinclination. Tang Tian, observing Xiao Xiu's slightly downcast eyes, knew that Sister Ci Jing was probably at it again. Cheng Jing made a few perfunctory remarks, briefly introduced Tang Tian to the group, and quickly led her away. He sighed as they walked. Tang Tian pursed her lips and smiled. I do know her. We used to be classmates. From the way she looks, I think she's attracted to you. Tang Tian, don't talk so terribly. Besides, Cheng Jing paused at this point, abruptly changing the subject. He whispered, anyway, you should reconsider what I said. Besides, Brother Yun really wants you to come over. Tang Tian paused, then fell silent. Having said that, it had indeed been quite a while since she'd seen Shen Boyun. The reward fuel had been loaded. Tang Tian said goodbye to Cheng Jing, and she and Tan Tan boarded their four-wheeled motorcycles, following the truck back to Jiangnan Liyuan. It felt so good to be the only one in the community. You could come and go as you pleased, and even with a truck following you, no one would come to interfere. Tang Yi and Wei Mingxiao went out to help carry the fuel home. After seeing off the truck, Tang Tian returned and stored all the fuel back into the system. She had been busy all day. At dinner, Wei Mingxiao brought out the previously prepared fragrant fermented rice wine drunken food, which included clams, chicken wings, shrimp, duck tongues, and edamame. It was perfect with beer. Also, there was a plate of hairy crabs on the table, harvested from the source area and then made into drunken crabs. As Tang Tian ate the crabs, she told Tang Yi and Wei Mingxia about the day's events, including Lin Jiqiu and the others, and the shelter's current progress. Wei Mingxiao listened with a sense of longing. Perhaps she still longed to be around living people. It would make her feel the presence of life. After they were almost done, they were served a plate of mung bean ice cream Tang Yi had made. It was icy, refreshing, and smooth. The night temperature was already around 25 degrees Celsius, and the extreme heat had officially ended. Tang Tian felt that the temperature was already similar to the period before the apocalypse, but whether it would get colder or hotter again in the future was unknown. Outdoors, the familiar chirping of insects was gone. The silence was eerie. After showering, Tang Tian continued to sleep on the living room floor with Tang Yi and Wei Mingxia, and they all fell asleep dreamlessly. But just a few days later, a second sandstorm arrived, even more intense than the previous one. The only good news was that the remaining fires from the extreme heat should be extinguished by this intense sandstorm, eliminating the need for a grueling rescue operation. But the worst news was that everyone would have to face the raging sandstorm once again. Before that, Tang Tian had rechecked the metal barriers and reinforced them, promising no major problems. For the next few days, the family stayed indoors, hoping to see if they could wait out the sandstorm. Today, Wei Mingxia steamed several trays of sponge cakes for breakfast. Tang Tian ate one, and then checked the perpetual calendar, her brow furrowing. Returning to the table, she said, Mom, sister, I'm going out again. Now? But the sandstorm hasn't stopped yet, and it sounds even worse this time. Wei Mingxia knew her daughter was planning another adventure. Mom, the last sandstorm ended in 2 weeks, but this one's already been going on for almost a month and a half, and there's still no sign of it ending. I think this one's going to be just like that snowstorm. I'm afraid it won't stop until the end. But no one knows when the sandstorm will end. If it lasts for half a year or a year, Tang Tian will probably be covered in mushrooms. However, let's hear if the authorities have any new information. Tang Yi tried to smooth things over, turning on the radio again. Every few mornings, they would tune in to the official radio station, which was always fully charged. After listening for a while, they realized that the authorities did indeed consider the sandstorm unusual. But the survivors in the shelter couldn't stay there forever. Construction was ongoing, and it was just a matter of progress. This depended on the collective strength of the people. They were experimenting with growing newly developed seeds that accelerated growth, various fungi, and even some foods humans wouldn't normally eat. This included food, crops, and mushrooms, and they were still growing. Some hoped the authorities would announce this news soon. At the same time, the shelter training camp was specifically designed for ordinary survivors. Officials stipulated that all young to middle-aged personnel must undergo training to strengthen their physique and master basic self-defense techniques. This was also to ensure a steady supply of personnel within the shelter. Of course, if you truly didn't want to go, the authorities wouldn't force you. But if anything happened later, you would bear the consequences, and your living conditions would be even worse than those of the previous personnel. The teams that those who graduated from the training camp would most likely fill were gathering teams, those searching for useful supplies. The authorities proceeded with this plan in an orderly manner, but after only a month, they realized something was amiss. Due to frequent exposure to sandstorms and the use of makeshift filters, many people suffer from irritation and inflammation of their respiratory tracts, skin, and eyes. In severe cases, they even develop the early symptoms of pneumoconiosis. Furthermore, some people who already have conditions like rhinitis and asthma are more susceptible to allergic reactions when exposed to sandstorms, which can be fatal if not treated promptly. Most seriously, sandstorms contain various bacteria and viruses, leading to widespread gastrointestinal infections, which are difficult to effectively control. The increasing number of people visiting medical centers has nearly overwhelmed the already overstaffed ones, forcing them to deploy numerous non-professionals to provide assistance, which is better than nothing. Because of illness, most of the survivors, who had just had hope and were willing to contribute to the shelter, have become passive again, rivaling the panic and complaints of the early days of the apocalypse. For the authorities, this was an unwelcome change. The Tang family fell silent upon hearing this mixed news. Finally, Tang Tian took the initiative. "Mom, in the apocalypse, taking risks is commonplace. And if you give up simply because of the danger, you might miss out on something you never get again." Wei Mingxiao sighed. "You have your reasons anyway, and I can't argue with you. But this time is different from last time. You must be fully prepared before you go out." Tang Tian chuckled. "Of course. Besides eating, drinking, and sleeping, I've been working out and studying. I also been practicing several new superpowers, which also boost my mental strength." The yellow dishes contain a wide variety of superpowers. Besides the sand and electricity attributes that have already been unlocked, there are also earth, space, light, energy, and even magical powers like clairvoyance. Tang Tian naturally tried to unlock and create each dish one by one. She had already upgraded her ability bar to 10. Last time, after finding some valuables outside, she immediately spent real money to buy 2 more, bringing her to 12. But the food system contained so many abilities that even these 12 might not be enough. Practicing her new abilities also improved her mental strength. All in all, Tang Tian was brimming with confidence about this outing. However, with such a severe sandstorm, she didn't plan to bring Tan Tan with her. As usual, she prepared herself completely, and then boarded her 4-wheeled off-road motorcycle. Sand and dust of varying thicknesses accumulated on the ground again. Even with her head and face covered, Tang Tian could still feel the gusts of wind and sand hitting her body with force, like waves crashing against rocks. The fine sand and gravel made a crackling sound against her protective suit, as if threatening to tear it apart. If visibility during the lull had been less than a few meters, now it was less than a meter. This wasn't a solution. Tang Tian used her sand attribute ability to control the flying dust, clearing a clearer path through it, allowing her to continue as before. The surrounding area had been explored, and this time Tang Tian was heading further afield. At this distance, she couldn't use a walkie-talkie to contact her family, though other communication methods might be possible. However, the backpack Tang Tian carried behind her was usually just for decoration. Just in case, she had stored all her equipment and props in the system warehouse. Occasionally, she could find a few shops selling valuables, their windows and doors shattered, their interiors blanketed in dust. Braving the wind and sand, she found some valuables, and along the way, Tang Tian kept her eye out for buildings like hardware stores and gas stations. Even though many were empty, any she could find was a good find. She stopped in a nearby building to rest, pulled out a map, determined her next direction, and continued on her way. With her mental energy fully restored, Tang Tian channeled her sand-attributed power, reshaping the rapidly approaching dust and sand, transforming it into a protective shield. Afterward, however, she regretted it. Snap. Bang. In those 2 seconds, Tang Tian fell off the 4-wheeled motorcycle. The car flipped over, and as she fell onto the dust, she felt a sharp, stinging pain beneath her. Bang! Tang Tian looked in the direction of the sound and saw several large billboards falling from above, hurtling towards her head. She quickly rolled to the side, finally dodging them, but the stinging only intensified. Tang Tian frowned, reaching out to brush away the dust beneath her, only to discover a series of sharp barbs. She instantly understood. This must have been a trap set by someone nearby. Trip wires are used to stop vehicles, while homemade, sharper wire mesh can injure anyone who falls to the ground. Because the weather was still scorching, Tang Tian didn't wear much underneath her protective suit. Even with the protective armor, she was like rolling on the edge of a knife, and red marks still appeared on the back of her arm. She had intended to use her healing powers to heal her, but suddenly, amidst the blur of yellow sand, a crowd of people swarmed from all directions, either handcuffing her hands or grabbing her neck from behind. Thankfully, Tang Tian had learned self-defense techniques for such situations. She struggled with both hands and feet, even landing a kick on someone's crotch. Still a tough nut. We can't let her get away. Catch her. As soon as she finished her words, Tang Tian's vision went dark. A massive sack seemed to descend from the sky, enveloping her completely and swiftly binding her. But at this moment, she stopped resisting and fell silent. Thinking she had finally given up, the group laughed arrogantly and took away the four-wheeled motorcycle and backpack. Through the sack, Tang Tian could feel herself being loaded onto the vehicle and placed in a corner. During the bumpy ride, she used her healing powers to heal her wounds until the pain had mostly subsided, then secretly stuffed 2 candies into her mouth to regain her strength. Hurry back. This must be a big fish. We need to report to the boss as soon as possible. It's been a while since we caught anyone, and it seems she's a young woman. The car stopped again shortly after, apparently not far from the trap. Tang Tian felt someone carrying her on their backs. After about 10 minutes of walking, the person threw her to the ground without mercy. After a moment of silence, Tang Tian felt her handcuffs. She didn't know where they came from, but she guessed they were police issue. Whatever they were made of metal. She closed her eyes, and, using her metal attribute powers, slowly removed the handcuffs. She then rubbed her wrists, took out her dagger, and slashed the sack open. It was a one-story building resembling a warehouse. A single, small window high up in the room was dark due to the sandstorm, leaving the interior gloomy. Tang Tian clutched her dagger tightly, but when she looked around, she noticed someone else was in the room. A row of women sat from one corner to the edge. Some were dressed in rags, others looked newly captured, their expressions numb, or their eyes reddened with tears. To them, Tang Tian was just another person caught in a similar situation. Tang Tian ignored them, and went to the door. She found a metal lock. That was easy. It's no use. It's locked all the way there. No matter what I do, I can't open it. One of the girls sitting at the edge spoke, a look of resignation on her face. Tang Tian remained silent, reaching out to touch the metal. Feeling the metal, she used her supernatural powers to gradually transform it. It was, after all, just a lock that opened with a key. After a while, a slight click rang out. She pulled the doorknob again, and the door swung open a crack. The women sitting in the corner widened their eyes in disbelief. Tang Tian had clearly seen the woman being captured with their own eyes, and they couldn't understand how this had been done. But the women, who had only recently been captured, excitedly rose and rushed forward upon seeing the open door. Some, however, still had some sense and grabbed Tang Tian, urgently saying, "We're from a nearby shelter. We've fallen into this trap and can't get in touch. Please, take us with you." Naturally, Tang Tian wouldn't agree. Taking anyone with her at this point could be a burden, even if there was a greater benefit. "Let go," she spoke coldly, shoving him away. Her enhanced strength was enough to fling the woman to the ground. Then, she dodged through the crack in the door. Outside, the wind continued to lash with swirling yellow sand. Tang Tian narrowed her eyes. Having stripped everything from her face, she quickly pulled out her goggles and put them back on, temporarily ignoring the breathing filter and using the sand element instead. She looks like a big fish, but why is there no supplies in her backpack? There's not even much gas in her car. Then why are we going through all the trouble to capture her? No, brother. She's a girl. How could she have such good supplies? She must have someone behind her. If we capture her, we have a hostage. Maybe we can. Tang Tian immediately unleashed another supernatural power, and her entire body instantly vanished from sight. A moment later, several large men arrived at the door in a menacing manner. Judging by the sounds, they were the same men who had captured them. This area must also be a shelter, though compared to official shelters, This type of shelter tends to be more prone to plunder. Free food and drink? That's impossible. You must be strong to have more space to survive. And it seemed they had already trapped many people out foraging for supplies. The men, unaware of them, simply passed by. However, when they found the door open, they were startled and immediately kicked it open, shouting, "Who? Who opened the door? You're so brave." The room erupted in chaos, the women's shrill cries clearly emanating, blending with the sound of the wind and sand. Threatened by the vicious men, the woman, who had previously held a grudge against Tang Tian for having been shoved away, immediately pleaded for mercy, saying, "No, don't kill me. It's the woman you just captured. She somehow managed to tear through the sack and open the door. Go and catch her. We don't know anything." The man snorted coldly, threw her to the ground, and hurried out with the others, leaving the women sighing with relief. "Hurry and search everywhere. We can't let that woman get away." Seeing this, Tang Tian turned in the opposite direction, searching for the exit. Luckily, she never carried any supplies in her backpack, always filled up with fuel as needed, and had more than one quad bike in her inventory, so it wasn't a huge loss. And the power she was currently using was actually invisibility. This was a delicacy she found in an SSR-level cookbook. Moss tea. Don't underestimate such a simple dish. Just the moss alone took her countless hours of scavenging in the forest, finally gathering a good supply. The rest of the recipe was simpler to prepare, and while it didn't taste particularly good, the invisibility she possessed was a truly effective ability. However, it only lasted 15 minutes at a time and required a significant mental effort, so she had to find an exit quickly. A quick scan revealed that this place was already remote in Spring City. A few thousand meters further, and they were probably in the neighboring city, so there weren't many high-rise buildings. In the sandstorm, it was even harder to see, and it was difficult to tell the direction. Thankfully, it was mostly low-rise buildings, suggesting a village. Because of the sandstorm, they hadn't considered building a high wall, and Tang Tian quickly found the exit. Just get out and find a place to retrieve transportation. Hurry to the exit and see if she's there yet. A distant voice rose and fell amidst the drifting dust. Perhaps for her own sake, the entire village had mobilized, launching a blanket search. Tang Tian's brows furrowed, a complex feeling welling up within her, a sense of disobeying the advice of an elder only to suffer the consequences. She should have listened more to Wei Mingxiao. She raised her hand again as she ran. A honey-colored glint flashed across her palm, yet it also had an amber-like sheen. She aimed at the man who had run first and was looking around, aimed at his chest, and began to thrust. After a dozen seconds, the man's face suddenly paled, his hands clutching his left chest tightly, and he let out a near-animal-like roar of pain, until more and more blood began to flow from his hands. He let out a loud, strange cry and fell to the ground with a thud, soon dead. The others quickly noticed this and rushed over, questioning the situation. Upon seeing the man's body, everyone was horrified. A hole had been gouged out in the man's left chest, reaching all the way to his heart. Could this have been done by that woman? How could a woman be so bold? You're foolish. Without a weapon, how could she have cut through the sack and broken the lock? And how could we possibly have killed each other? Everyone was covered in dust and dirt, and they stared at each other, unsure whether to continue hunting the newly captured woman. And with this man dead, they were of no use to them? They could only wait to be buried beneath the yellow sand. Tang Tian, who had been invisible, even went forward to take a look. Seeing the man's death, she nodded with satisfaction and left, staying until she was outside the village. There might be traps set for miles around, so Tang Tian temporarily avoided using transportation and used her sand-attributed abilities to explore her feet before continuing. Looking up, she saw an abandoned, unoccupied 4- or 5-story building ahead. After exploring the outside, Tang Tian went inside to rest. Although the windows were broken, the building at least provided some protection from the wind and sand. The dust still accumulated beneath her feet, but it was much lighter than outside. Tang Tian sat down in a corner, took a bottle of soda from the soda machine, and made a milky corn pancake using her system. This dish possessed the energy recharging ability, replenishing a significant amount of stamina in a short period of time, perfect for Tang Tian's current needs. Taking a bite of the golden corn pancake, the plump kernels were incredibly crispy, and the chewiness was even more delicious. This flavor was definitely a treat for all ages. Tang Tian also noticed that, after gaining her superpowers from eating, a faint golden light pattern appeared on her skin. After a fleeting moment, she felt refreshed and energized. After eating and drinking, Tang Tian prepared to return home. Although this time had been an unexpected setback, She was thankful to still have her golden finger. Next time she went out, she would not only be more prepared, but also not set out so confidently alone. Thinking of this, she stood up, dusted herself off, and headed outside. But just then, she keenly heard a subtle, unusual sound. Squeak, squeak. Chapter 74. Tang Tian's brows flickered with suspicion, but the next moment, the entire building suddenly began to tremble slightly. Could it be an earthquake? Tang Tian, startled, hurried out. After only a few hundred meters, she heard a sudden rumbling noise behind her. She didn't stop, but continued running at full speed. Amidst a cloud of dust, she finally collapsed to the ground and rolled several times before slowly coming to a stop. It was a close call. Putting her filters back on, Tang Tian waved away the dust and took out her binoculars to peer in that direction. But what she saw was a shock. The collapsed building lay in ruins, but amidst the rubble, a group of animals appeared. Tang Tian suddenly felt uneasy. Since the apocalypse, she had rarely seen the kind of wild animals that existed before the apocalypse, unless the mutants she'd seen before. She pondered for a moment, then used her invisibility ability again, cautiously approaching and observing through the telescope. Each of the creatures was the size of a medium-sized dog or piglet, and each one looked not fat but rather sturdy. But Tang Tian shifted her perspective, and was startled again. The creatures' mouths were filled with a pair of huge, sharp incisors, a clear sign of rodents, and now, they were gnawing at the ruins of the building with those incisors, but the grinding sound was drowned out by the roaring wind. Squeak! Squeak! One of the larger creatures suddenly turned its head, its whiskers trembling, causing Tang Tian's heart to sink. But fortunately, it didn't make another move, probably unaware of her, and returned to gnawing at the ruins. Tang Tian felt goosebumps all over her body as she looked at the group of creatures. She was 80% certain this was another mutant. She just didn't know if these dog-like, rat-like creatures were consuming the debris or just grinding their teeth. Whatever it was, it would be a disaster for humanity. The shelter in Area S was already pretty much complete, even forming the rudiments of a base. If these gnawing creatures attacked, it would definitely be paralyzed or even collapsed. Furthermore, if they were truly rodents, their reproductive capacity would be astonishing, and they might even have a network of nests underground, making their numbers even more unimaginable. Tang Tian was already sweating profusely from her own frequent thoughts. This was more formidable than piranhas and mutant vultures. Tang Tian packed up her things and quickly got her transportation home. Tian, you're back? What's wrong with your clothes? Tang Tian used her healing powers to heal the wound, but the blood stains on her clothes wouldn't go away. There was no dust in the house, so they were obvious. Tan Tan's keen sense of smell also picked up the faint trace of Tang Tian's blood, and he whimpered anxiously at his feet. Mom, I explain it to you later. I have something more important to tell the shelter right now. Tang Tian stroked the dog's head to comfort him, then turned on the radio. With such a severe sandstorm, even though Jiangnan Liyuan wasn't particularly far from the shelter, using the intercom was impossible. But fortunately, Tang Tian knew the shelter's leadership well, and most importantly, they valued her, so they had left their contact information. A leader like Yang Gan, after all, mostly gave orders, so they only called twice before the message was connected. Tang Tian spoke succinctly, quickly recounting the mutant creatures she'd seen along the way. Tang Yi and Wei Mingxia, standing nearby, also grimaced upon hearing this. They had seen the piranhas and mutated vultures with their own eyes. If it weren't for their special abilities, their plight would likely be no different from that of other civilians. After listening to Tang Tian's report, Yang Gan paused for a moment before asking sternly, Miss Tang, are you sure you saw this with your own eyes? I am certain, Deputy Commander Yang, and I stand behind my words. Tang Tian's expression also grew solemn. I just went out and saw them on the road, but there's no telling how many there are underground, and I don't know when they reached the shelter. We've seen mutants appear before, and the ones that appeared this time in the sandstorm seem to have a particular fondness for things like metal and stone. The shelter is like a huge granary for them. Deputy Captain Yang, you may not believe me, but at least you can be on the alert and take precautions. Although Yang Gan valued her, the Tang family was still civilians, and they couldn't believe everything they said. And Tang Tian, having said this, had done everything she could. Whether they could ultimately prevent the shelter from collapse depended on them. Yang Gan answered and quickly hung up, and Tang Tian followed suit, finally breathing a sigh of relief. But turning back, she was met with Tang Yi and Wei Mingxia's interrogative gazes. Perhaps it wasn't time to relax just yet. Helplessly, she could only leave. She was the first to give in, clasping her hands together and saying, Mom, sister, please stop criticizing me. I was wrong, and I won't do it again. You let your confidence turn into complacency this time. Go and stay home. Wei Mingxia rolled her eyes, her tone even more helpless. That being said, if Tang Tian really wanted to go out, no one could stop her. Even if you do, next time we have to go together, so we can keep an eye on each other. Jiangnan Courtyard is completely deserted anyway, and this sandstorm is still going on. Even if someone comes in, they probably won't immediately notice anyone in Building 30, Tang Yi warned. It might seem like a short time, but Tang Tian actually returned around dusk, and her family had been thinking of contacting her. To their surprise, she returned seemingly covered in injuries. How could they not be worried? Tang Tian immediately nodded in agreement, her face adorable. Wei Mingxia softened. All right, you're all dusty now. Go take a shower and eat. For several days afterward, Tang Tian stayed home, which reassured Wei Mingxia. But even at home, Tang Tian had her free time, continuing her usual exercise and learning about her special abilities. She had already mastered her sand-attributed abilities, and remembering the space-attributed abilities she used in a moment of desperation after being captured by external forces, she decided to practice them further. When it came to space, her first thought was about space storage and the like. But when dealing with that man, she also had a sudden inspiration, wondering if she could also use space slicing to attack the enemy. To her surprise, she actually managed to use it. It was obvious, however, that this space-attributed ability consumed far more mental energy than other abilities. Furthermore, space slicing was like forming an invisible blade in the air, truly achieving a formless, invisible, and odorless killing. If she hadn't used so much mental energy, she would have wanted to keep using it. While practicing space slicing daily, Tang Tian also didn't forget to expand the space storage function. Although she already had a system warehouse, the extra-large upgrade was too large, and some supplies were tucked away in corners, requiring her to occasionally use her mind to retrieve them completely. But the space storage ability was different. It wasn't just a portable space, but its size was determined by the psychic's level and abilities, making it more suitable for storing and retrieving personal items. The space storage ability was largely due to a cup of honey grapefruit tea she drank before setting off. Tang Tian waved her hand forward, and after a flash of honey-colored light, a translucent window of the same color appeared. It opened automatically, revealing a small space similar to a suitcase. Since it was a power derived from honey cuisine, it truly resembled a honeycomb. But before Tang Tian could admire her honeycomb backpack any longer, the mental exhaustion she hadn't felt in a while reappeared. She quickly closed the backpack and pulled a cup of homemade lychee and jasmine ice wine from the refrigerator. The fermented rice wine is brewed in the system's brewing vats. Lychee, jasmine tea, and milk are all sourced from various ingredients, ensuring complete recovery of both mind and spirit. The chilled iced rice wine is icy and sweet, filling the mouth with the refreshing sweetness of the fruit pulp. The subtle sweetness of the wine blends with the lingering fragrance of jasmine, refreshing the soul. And Tang Tian didn't just make this version, she also made bayberry, red bean, osmanthus, and iced rice wine lattes. She only regretted having a mouth. After recovering her spirit, Tang Tian decided that her spatial ability was only useful in emergencies, so she put it aside and continued practicing other abilities. The sandstorm raged relentlessly, and 3 months had passed in the blink of an eye, from the first day until now. 3 months had passed, and the year had advanced significantly, almost reaching its halfway point. The Tang family's Jiangnan courtyard remained, slowly becoming a small, isolated island, devoid of strangers and even less of speech. But it was likely that the same was true for all the shelters outside, large and small. The sandstorm already reduced visibility, and it also blocked out much of the sunlight. Because the villa was still protected by metal barriers, there was virtually no natural light, and most of the lighting in the house came from batteries. However, Tang Tian had also experimented with another superpower found in the yellow dish. The light attribute. As the name suggests, it definitely emits light. Tang Tian started with a level 1 delicacy, a sunny-side-up egg. After gaining the superpower, she simply released it, and a palm-sized ball of light would appear in her palm, illuminating half the room. But she couldn't always be a human desk lamp. After constant experimentation, Tang Tian finally found the light attribute that best suited her current situation. Another delicious treat, ginger candy slices, also possessed a level 1 light attribute ability. Not only could they create balls of light, they could also be rubbed into balls, similar to fuel and insect-repellent balls, losing their effectiveness after a few days. This way, by rubbing more balls of light energy, they could maintain their brightness for several days. The light emitted by the ginger candy slices felt surprisingly warm upon contact, like the morning sun, and could dispel the cold and dampness. Sunlight would also have a significant effect on people. Especially now, with the constant friction of dust and sand in the wind, the constant low-frequency noise heard day and night was depressing, causing slight headaches, nausea, and irritability. So the Tang family simply started using light balls, which not only replaced electric lights, but also provided some relief. Fearing the heavy dust might even bury the villa, Tang Tian and Tang Yi took time off to take precautions. Every once in a while, they would go out to clean up the yard and clear the dust, a practice that served as a kind of spiritual training. The next day, Tang Tian's radio received a message, and she immediately picked it up. The voice on the other end was Gu Bin's. "Hello, Miss Tang." Gu Bin's voice sounded hurried, perhaps due to his actions. He cut to the chase. "What you said is true. Those mutant creatures have indeed appeared. The relentless sandstorms constantly ravaged everything on the ground, their minute collisions leaving scars, both deep and shallow, even on buildings. For humans, the torment was even more severe, with many suffering from the torment. Symptoms like nasal congestion, coughing, and sore throats were common, with some developing bronchitis, pneumonia, emphysema, and even pneumoconiosis. But ever since Tang Tian's warning, Yonggan had been living in constant fear, still ignoring everyone's confusion and objections and intensifying patrols at the shelter. There had indeed been many complaints during that period, but last night, nearly everyone had heard the squeaking sound, which truly resembled the sounds of mice scurrying before the apocalypse. When the patrol arrived, they discovered that the shelter's walls, factories, warehouses, and other buildings had been attacked by the creatures. They swarmed underground, crawled into the buildings, and began gnawing at the various equipment inside. Their sharp incisors gleamed like metal. As the patrol reported the situation, they launched their attack. Fortunately, these creatures weren't as small as real rats, making them easy to target. However, they were incredibly tough. Some, not only failing to kill with a single blow, were enraged and turned to bite their attackers. A single careless bite would, at best, result in a loss of flesh, while some members would even have their bones snapped instantly, rendering them unable to move or attack. But people also noticed that these creatures didn't seem to actively attack humans. Their eyes were narrowed to slits, resembling certain pre-apocalyptic animals with diminished vision but keen perception. But if they were allowed to gnaw away at the structure, the shelter would sooner or later collapse. Without a choice, the shelter had no choice but to continue its attack. Yonggan, upon hearing about the discovery of the creatures, breathed a sigh of relief. This proved his persistence was justified, and Tang Tian's trust in him deepened. But this wasn't the time to relax. Yonggan continued to give instructions. But amidst his busy schedule, he also informed someone Tang Tian knew of the current situation. "How's your progress on the extermination?" Tang Tian asked. Gu Bin sighed. "These creatures resemble rats, but dozens of times larger. They must have previously nested underground, so their numbers are incalculable. We fight with weapons, and every time we kill one, another appears. It seems like we can't kill them all, but we can't keep these creatures that chew on buildings. So, we ordered everyone in the shelter to get involved and get rid of them as soon as possible. Miss Tang, you should be careful too. Since these creatures chew on buildings, those abandoned buildings outside are probably their targets too." Tang Tian pondered for a moment, then suddenly said, "These creatures must have mutated, and they should have the same weaknesses as pre-apocalyptic animals. I've seen these before, and they look a bit like naked mole rats. Those animals are afraid of light and noise. Why don't you give it a try?" Gu Bin thought it made sense, thanked him, and hung up the radio. He had a point. Mutated gerbils love to chew on buildings and metal, and to them, this deserted Jiangnan Liyuan is food. It seems staying home isn't safe either. They must find a way to prevent these intruders. The shelter acted quickly. In the evening, the radio received another message, this time from Yonggan himself. Tang Tian's guess turned out to be correct. The mutant gerbils were indeed afraid of light and noise. There was no need to waste weapons. With these, they could make them scream and burrow underground and disappear. The wounded had been taken to the medical station, and some bodies had been sent for autopsy. The shelter began patching holes and repairing buildings, and patrols continued unabated. Yonggan had come specifically to express his gratitude. But these efforts couldn't completely eliminate the mutant gerbils, as Tang Tian and Yonggan both understood. "By the way, Deputy Yang, I don't think I ever heard of the director." Yonggan was deputy director, so logically there should have been a full director, otherwise he would have been automatically promoted. "It's human nature to have a leader." Yonggan replied, "Director Wu is here, especially during this battle against those mutants. But as director, he sometimes goes to meetings in Area A or to inspect the neighboring area to discuss the construction of the base, so I'm usually stationed at the shelter. In a natural disaster, the director's job was harder than the deputy director's. Hanging up the radio, Tang Tian listened to the howling wind outside. Even though she had a golden finger, the constant suffering still made her sigh. Even with 3 air purifiers running at home, Tang Tian still felt it wasn't enough, so she continued searching for a suitable superpower. To her surprise, she actually found one. After checking the warehouse for ingredients, she immediately made 3 servings. Mom, sister, you all try this. It turned out to be a bowl of light yellow candied pears. The moisturizing superpowers they had acquired must have been able to soothe the skin. After enjoying a bowl of sweet and delicious candied pears every day, Tang Tian touched her face and felt that it had become much younger. Compared to the people she was in now, it seemed like she was in a completely different world. And one night, it was Tan Tan who first reacted, sensing danger and getting up and barking. The mother and daughter were immediately startled awake. After stopping the noise, they listened carefully and indeed heard the squeaking sound. The shelter was now operating daily to expel mutant gerbils. Strong light sources required fuel, but noise didn't require any fuel, so the latter was generally used. From then on, Tang Tian could sense movement within the shelter every day, and the noise would pick up after a while. Naturally, the gerbils had temporarily abandoned the shelter and turned their attention to the abandoned buildings in the deserted area. Tang Tian headed straight for the 2nd floor, a building she rarely visited, but it was also protected by metal barriers. Otherwise, the balcony windows would have been broken, and dust would have poured in. She used her supernatural powers to create a gap, then controlled the incoming wind and sand. She looked down through the telescope, but her eyes suddenly went dark. It turned out the Jiangnan courtyard was teeming with mutant gerbils. As their numbers grew, the swarm surged like waves, even covering an entire villa. Crunch, crunch, crunch. The overlapping grinding sounds grew increasingly high-pitched, piercing, and faint sparks could even be heard. In the blink of an eye, the entire villa collapsed, reduced to rubble. But the gerbils didn't leave the ruins. Instead, they ground away the debris before turning to attack the other villa. If they kept going at this rate, the Tang family would be there sooner or later. Luckily, they didn't seem to be aggressively attacking humans. But there was no way they could get inside. Tang Tian looked displeased. Fortunately, they were the only ones left in Jiangnan courtyard, so using their powers wasn't a problem at this point. Tian, I think those mutant gerbils are about to come in. Tangy shouted from downstairs. Sister, you and Mom should roll some light balls first, then place them outside. Tangy and Wei Mingxia did as instructed. Then Tang Tian opened her ability list, and saw the new delicacy she had just unlocked today, lava chocolate. The new ability granted by this SSR-level dish was also simple to understand. It allowed her to generate and manipulate lava. This thing is even more powerful than fire. Immediately, Tang Tian stretched out her hands and released her ability. Sure enough, a bright orange-red sphere of viscous liquid slowly appeared in the middle, continuously expanding. Tangy and Wei Mingxia also quickly rolled out several light balls and threw them into the courtyard. The higher the level, the brighter the light. Several of them emanated simultaneously, and the area above Building 30 was as bright as day. This created a significant contrast from the rest of the land, like a clear dividing line between light and darkness. The stimulating light for the gerbils did indeed cause them to redirect their attention, heading to other villas to gnaw. But this time, there were simply too many gerbils. Tang Tian noticed that some of the smaller ones were actually swarming in, completely obscuring the light from the ball, dimming it considerably. Who would have thought these mutants had this trick? Tang Tian glanced at the lava ball in her hand, waiting for the gerbils downstairs to gather before she threw it. Sizzle. Outdoors, a teppanyaki-like sound echoed, accompanied by the intense squeaking of the gerbils. Tang Tian withdrew her hand, and the lava returned to her hand. The gerbils, completely scorched, lay dead, their bodies black as charcoal, their limbs pointed upwards. Confirming it was working, she continued to use her lava power to attack the gerbils. Tangy also came to help, trying to keep the gerbils out of the house. Wei Mingxia continued to place light balls around the house, and use her sand-attributed abilities to control the incoming dust. Tan Tan sniffed the ground, hoping for any gerbils burrowing in. Given his size, he could certainly fight them off. The family of 3 and the dog naturally formed a battle plan and executed it methodically. Dawn finally arrived. Although the sun was almost obscured by the dust, many of these mutant gerbils, perhaps truly nocturnal creatures, began digging and burrowing into the ground with their claws, and their numbers quickly dwindled to less than half. Finally, the gerbils gradually vanished, leaving only the scorching sand. Many more holes appeared on the bare ground. It was unknown how many villas in Jiang and Liyuan had been gnawed away by them, but at least they had protected their home at night. After Tang Tian finished rearranging the metal barriers, she went downstairs and collapsed exhausted on the living room sofa with Tang Yi and Wei Mingxia. Now they urgently needed not only to recover their mental strength, but also to fill their stomachs. At this point, the food system's power was once again highlighted. Tang Tian waved her hand, and a variety of dishes and drinks appeared on the coffee table, more than enough for them to eat and drink. However, it was unclear whether the gerbils would attack again, or how many were buried underground, so they could only take it one step at a time. Chapter 75. After this lava attack, I wonder if these gerbils have any sense, but they stopped attacking the 30 buildings. Or perhaps after most of the villas in Jiang and Liyuan were eaten away, the gerbils became increasingly rare, likely seeking out other buildings. So, while Tang Tian was at home, she could occasionally hear distant rumblings. It sounded a bit like a building collapsing, but it was quickly drowned out by the sound of a sandstorm. Without the gerbils' invasion, the Tang family's main task now remained to clear the sand and prevent the villas from being buried. There were so many places where sand attributes could be used during a sandstorm, so Tang Tian went straight for a top-tier dish with a sand attribute of level 10. Thankfully, this dish looked easy to make. Catch crabs from the fish cages in the water, extract the crab roe and crab butter. Combined with tofu from the tofu cooking pot and other seasonings, it became delicious crab roe tofu. However, most crab roe tofu is made with salted egg yolk, so Tang Tian's dish lives up to its name. Speaking of salted egg yolk, pickled eggs are also a delicacy. Wei Mingxia pickled several jars of salted and preserved eggs. However, compared to pickled meat, pickled eggs are less suitable for public viewing. With the level 10 sand attribute ability, Tang Tian and Tang Yi successfully cleared the large amount of dust and sand that had accumulated outside the house, and even redirected oncoming dust storms. Since being captured last time, Tang Tian has also come to a deeper understanding of the importance of mental strength. It's unclear how high mental strength can reach, but they have been cultivating it for a long time, and have never reached its limit. Moreover, any use of high-level abilities quickly depletes it. So Tang Tian once again searched through various recipes. The last time she found a food that could increase her mental power, it was honey soy milk from the SR level recipes. It was obvious that there would be related dishes in the beverage recipes. Later, Tang Tian not only found a few items in the beverages, but also found food that could increase her mental power to varying degrees in the recipes of milk tea, bread, cakes, and other things she had bought before. But this ability has a time limit and requires many ingredients, so she would have to study it in detail later. Beep beep. The shortwave radio picked up another message. Most of the people who could reach the Tang family at this time were from the shelter. Gu Bin sounded much more relaxed than last time. The shelter had specially organized several teams to drive away the gerbils, allowing production research to continue. This time, Gu Bin contacted her because the official research on a new plant had made progress and asked her to visit the shelter. Tang Tian, feeling bored, readily agreed, preparing to go with Tang Yitansen. Possessing top-tier sand attribute abilities, they could traverse the sand like flat ground, avoiding the dust and requiring no transportation. They quickly reached the shelter. After registering, the two of them and their dog followed the address Gu Bin provided and arrived at the base of a tall building. This was likely an area specifically designated for indoor farming, with each room maintained at constant temperature. The largest area in the center, a lobby-like space, was covered in a vast expanse of sand. Nearby, several researchers in white coats were carrying documents, some occasionally recording, while others hurried back and forth. Tang Tian immediately noticed rows of neatly planted green plants on the sandy soil, topped with fruits of varying sizes and colors. This is cactus? Miss Tang, you're here? A familiar voice sounded nearby. Tang Tian tilted her head. It was Lin Jiqiu. To him, she was like a lifesaver, so naturally, he treated her with more respect. After the two sides exchanged greetings, Lin Jiqiu, the leader of the research group, appeared to have fully recovered, his expression even more palpable. He adjusted his glasses and looked down at Tan Tan, his expression unconcealed. He asked, Miss Tang, I didn't expect you to have such a large dog? Domesticated animals like these are rare these days. Actually, our institute specializes in breeding, fruit trees, and edible fungi, as well as animal husbandry. Lin Jiqiu stared at Tan Tan as he spoke. His gaze didn't resemble that of a disaster victim looking at braised pork, but rather, he seemed intent on capturing it for research. Tang Tian quickly made a few perfunctory remarks, changing the subject. Mr. Lin, have you started growing cacti? At the mention of research results, Lin Jiqiu suddenly realized what was happening and became eloquent. In fact, these cacti were researched during extremely hot weather. This plant naturally prefers dry, warm weather, and its fruits can be eaten and juiced, perhaps even better than other crops. This makes it even more suitable for planting at this time. When I arrived in Area S, the seeds I brought with me also included newly developed cactus seeds. Cacti grow very quickly, and the new seeds developed by the Research Institute have accelerated their maturity by half, allowing for a harvest every 10 days or so. If the planting area were larger, the harvest would be greater. This should be a good thing, but Lin Jiqiu's brow furrowed as he spoke. He added, "We're all very happy about this. If the cacti can continue to grow normally, harvesting them is a piece of cake. But in the last few harvests, we discovered unusual fish, strange birds, and now gerbils. Researchers. Now even the cacti are changing. We suspect that not only animals, but also plants are beginning to mutate. If the plant mutations don't affect us, that's fine. The biggest worry is that the food we painstakingly cultivated mutates and becomes inedible. All our efforts would be wasted." Tang Tian stepped forward to observe. Some of the cacti in the sand were as tall as half a building. The thick, dark green leaves were covered in numerous spikes, and the fruit on top was a slightly dangerous purple-red. Tang Tian remained silent, but mentally questioned the system. Perhaps this was a question about food, and the system unexpectedly provided an answer. After mentally agreeing, Tang Tian suddenly asked Lin Jiqiu, "Mr. Lin, do you have any prepared cactus?" Lin Jiqiu didn't understand what Tang Tian was up to, assuming she was truly hungry after traveling so far. This new type of cactus could be eaten cold, so Tang Tian quickly had several slices cleaned and formed, and even brought a glass of cactus juice. However, upon receiving the food, Tang Tian didn't eat it. Instead, she squatted down and let Tan Tan smell it. Lin Jiqiu and the others suddenly realized that they needed to test for poison. After all, the entire shelter was filled with people, but no animals, not even a single white mouse, not counting those gerbils. Tan Tan sniffed, then opened his mouth wide and took a bite of the cactus. The crunching sound was exceptionally crisp and juicy. After finishing, he didn't forget to drink the cactus juice. It was so sweet that he even licked the water cup with relish. Tang Tian then replied, "It seems these cacti's mutations are a good thing. That half-story high cactus alone is enough for several people." The system had initially told her that they were edible, but she couldn't tell her directly, so she had to have an intermediary. "That's fantastic. Let's hurry up and continue planting. At least we need to fill the stomachs of the survivors." The planting area was dancing with joy at this news, clapping uncontrollably. Tan Tan didn't know why they were so moved, but sensing the atmosphere, he wagged his tail excitedly as well. Just then, a researcher stepped forward and whispered, "Teacher Lin, Director Wu is here." This was Tang Tian's first time meeting the top leader of the S-area shelter. She stood in the back with Tang Yi, and told Tan Tan to lie down. Wu Yongning was even older than Yang Gan, appearing to be in his late 50s. Of course, due to the natural disaster, almost everyone looked several years older than their actual age. He also looked more serious than Yang Gan, his expression expressionless. The atmosphere around him seemed to have automatically frozen. Lin Jiqiu took the initiative to step forward to report the latest news. He was also serious, offering a few more instructions before asking, "I heard there's a Miss Tang who has made great contributions to the shelter. Is she here now?" Tang Tian, hearing that she was concerned, stepped forward to greet him. Wu Yongning studied them calmly, his gaze lingering on Tan Tan. At this time, a family that could afford a large dog wasn't simply defined by wealth or status. A smile finally broke out on his face, and he praised, "Women are truly as capable as men. I still remember the supplies you contributed last time. If you need anything in the future, just let the shelter know. We help you wherever we can." The first time Tang Tian donated supplies, the amount wasn't large, probably barely enough to feed the shelter's armed forces. Later, under the guise of 0 yuan purchases, she donated several batches of food, which didn't arouse suspicion, but still amounted to several hundred kilograms. While it wasn't a lot, it wasn't a small amount either. However, everyone from ordinary disaster victims to management had likely tasted the food Tang Tian sent. Of course, she also exchanged it for supplies she needed, so it was fair to say they owed each other nothing. But since they all knew Wu Yongming, It's likely that the prominent figures in the shelter have heard of the mysterious Miss Tang. Since it sounded like just polite talk, Tang Tian agreed without further ado. Wu Yongming paused, seemingly wanting to say more, but ultimately chose to remain silent. Instead, he broached other topics. I heard from Xiao Yang that you don't want to enter the shelter for the time being. I respect that. However, the shelter is still organizing search teams, but we're still short on manpower. If you're interested, consider joining. The rewards are substantial. Although the radio wouldn't explicitly state this, it was clear that people were dying in the shelter every day. The situation was far from easy, and the demand for supplies remained high. Tang Tian nodded. Okay, Director Wu. I'd definitely come if I have time. Wu Yongming then inspected the sandy soil and the mutated cacti once more, gave some more instructions, and then hurriedly left with his companions. It seemed there was still much work to do. Before leaving, Lin Jiqiu gave her a few cactus shards. If she had the resources, she could grow her own. Tang Tian didn't look like someone who was short of supplies. She must have been growing her own crops, but she just needed the necessary supplies. After thanking her, Tang Tian and Tang Yitantan concluded their journey and headed home. After receiving the cactus shards, Wei Mingxiao immediately wanted to try growing the new plants the authorities had researched. However, since the system began producing more and more food, she hadn't been growing vegetables much. Also, obtaining suitable soil for planting had become increasingly difficult. Luckily, they still had superpowers. Aside from the sand attribute superpower in the yellow recipe, the one relevant to the current environment was probably the earth attribute superpower. Tang Tian opened the system and headed straight to the countertop, where she made a family feast of French fries, hash browns, and potato wedges. This was a level 2 earth attribute delicacy. A potato platter. The golden, crispy skin enveloped the soft, glutinous core, and a light sprinkle of salt brought out the savory flavor. Tang Tian couldn't stop chewing on each French fry. After gaining the earth attribute power, Wei Mingxiao turned her palm over and released it. A fistful of mud gradually formed above it, looking much like the earth found everywhere before the apocalypse. Wei Mingxiao smiled and said, "Great. I get out those planter boxes and plant this cactus." The cactus pieces Lin Jiqiu had gifted were plump and thick, perfect for seedlings. Wei Mingxiao prepared the cacti, then filled the planting boxes with soil and buried them. Then, she immediately unleashed her wood-attributed supernatural power, and a fluorescent green halo immediately appeared over the planting boxes. This was a variety that matured quickly, and with the wood-attributed supernatural power, within minutes, the cactus pieces began to take root and sprout, eventually breaking through the soil and revealing new green shoots. Seeing this, Tang Tian quickly remarked that she had seen mutant cacti as tall as half a story, and wondered how much taller this cactus could grow with the power's blessing. Wei Mingxiao was delighted and rearranged several more planting boxes, filling them with soil and planting leaves. Each one was imbued with wood-attributed supernatural power, and she quietly waited for them to grow. 3 days later, all the cacti in the planting boxes had sprouted, some large and some small. The cactus fruit that appeared at the top indicated that they were nearly ripe. The largest one had even grown to half the height of a person. Wei Mingxiao picked out the smallest of the grown cacti, leaving the plumpest. She peeled the other leaves, removed the thorns, and cut them into strips. After soaking them in salt water, she mixed them with various seasonings to create a salad. Tang Tian and Tang Yi each took a piece and ate it. They found it to be like most vegetables, taking on whatever flavors were added, but the aftertaste still had that crisp, sweet, and refreshing vegetable flavor. It seemed that as long as the planting area wasn't destroyed, the shelter could temporarily grow cacti to alleviate the famine. The taste of salt, sugar, garlic chili sauce, vinegar, and sesame oil filled her mouth, but as Tang Tian chewed, she noticed something was amiss. She sensed it for a moment, then suddenly her eyes lit up. She asked, "Mom, sister, do you feel your mental strength returning?" Tang Yi and Wei Mingxiao were both startled. It just so happened that they had both used their powers before, depleting their mental strength, but they were so intrigued by the cold cactus salad that they hadn't paid attention to it. They quickly sensed it, and immediately beamed. "It really is. Isn't it true that only the delicacies in the system can restore mental strength? And this cactus works too?" Tang Tian speculated that perhaps it was because these were mutants that had this effect. Even the piranhas and strange birds were clearly forbidden to eat, so they had never realized that mutant creatures could actually help boost mental strength. But ultimately, how did these creatures mutate? And how was it connected to the natural conditions that completely defied the rules of the past? Tang Tian suddenly felt that the uncertainty of this apocalypse had increased significantly. But they could only continue to take things one step at a time. A few days later, the box of cacti that had grown to their largest size had grown to a height that almost reached the ceiling. This was even larger than the tallest cacti in the planting area. Could it be due to the wood-attributed ability? Ever since Wei Mingxiao began using her ability to cultivate them, these cacti have continued to grow. Since they couldn't finish them all, they simply stored them in the warehouse with the other ingredients in the system. Cactus leaves can be used in cooking, and cactus fruit can be juiced and stored, or even made into jam, candy, and other processed products like other fruits. After all, they weren't relying solely on this unexpected cactus discovery to restore their mental strength. Not long after, the shelter contacted the Tang family again via radio, bringing them more good news. After studying gerbils, they discovered that, unlike the piranha-like bird, they contain no toxins and, after testing, were edible. This was fantastic news for the shelter. There had been progress in agriculture, but life couldn't be without protein. Until now, while some people could barely fill their stomachs, they still looked emaciated, and in severe cases, even unable to work. While plant protein could be obtained from crops, meat was still preferable. However, after repeated natural disasters, the livestock industry suffered severe damage. The few that had been successfully preserved were concentrated in other areas, unfortunately, without one in Area S. So, Wu Yongming had been either setting up a livestock area in the shelter in advance or applying to adopt an animal in Area A. If his application was rejected, he would have to go to the neighboring area where the animals were, so he was rarely seen. However, the recent development is that the Area S shelter has merged with the shelter also located to the north, forming a northern base, which will ultimately allow for the development of the livestock industry. Wu Yongming had no choice but to return and strengthen his management of the agricultural sector. Now it's been discovered that gerbils are edible. Gerbils usually appear in large groups, so their numbers are plentiful. How can this not be good news? Tang Tian asked how he discovered this, and Gu Bin chuckled, adopting a tone befitting his age, as he explained. She then realized that her experience feeding Tan Tang cactus had inspired the researchers to conduct experiments on several mice from the shelter. Those mice were serious criminals who had been apprehended and brought to justice in the shelter. Strictly speaking, those serious criminals should have been executed, but due to the shortage of manpower, they were sent to labor camps. However, they could forget about positions in the armed forces, medical stations, or logistics. Instead, they were assigned to menial labor and dangerous outings. This couldn't be considered punitive labor reform, so their daily rations were severely compressed, perhaps barely enough to sustain life. It was truly miserable. Now, they had the added responsibility of being guinea pigs for poison testing. After all, they were already death row prisoners. After simply preparing and roasting the gerbil meat and letting them eat it for research, the authorities finally confirmed that it was harmless to humans and could be used as food. As soon as this news spread throughout the shelter, all the survivors were in an uproar. The Yin people were like that. As long as something could be proven edible, they would absolutely consume it to extinction, especially in the apocalypse of food scarcity. So, the shelter lowered some of its defenses against the gerbils, deliberately luring them into a trap and capturing them. They even quickly organized a hunting team specifically for gerbil hunting. This team not only includes ordinary people, but also welcomes outsiders to join. The initial reward, naturally, is more gerbils, which effectively serves as food. Furthermore, officials have explicitly stated that if outsiders capture excess gerbils, they can also send them over, and the shelter will exchange them based on the value of the quantity. This is similar to the previous hunt for the mutant bird, but gerbils can be used as food, making them significantly more cost-effective. I imagine the quality of the goods they can exchange for will also improve. Furthermore, this news has already been spread everywhere via radio. External forces and unofficial shelters will undoubtedly follow suit in capturing gerbils for food, potentially alleviating the famine. Tang Tian's eyes darted around, an idea already forming in her mind. Since consuming mutated cactus can boost mental strength, then perhaps this mutated gerbil would also work, and every night, there were still gerbils in Jiang and Liyuan. Just not as many as last time. The Tang family just needed to create a few more light balls to emit a large amount of light, and they'd be able to mostly keep the enemy at bay. If she could capture another batch of gerbils, wouldn't she be able to take them to the shelter to trade for more supplies? As soon as she said it, Tang Tian headed out immediately at night. About 10 meters away, she encountered 5 or 6 gerbils gathered together, gnawing on the ruins of a villa. She fired air bullets, and the noise sent 2 or 3 gerbils scurrying off. In the end, only 3 gerbil carcasses lay on the ground. Although they were gerbils, each one was the size of a dog. One was enough for an average person to eat for 2 days, which was why she said this was good news. Tang Tian returned with the gerbil carcasses. Seeing her master return from hunting, Tan Tan excitedly whipped his tail like a propeller. Even though it was clear it was edible, she still planned to cook it briefly, roasting it over a fire, and tossing it with various barbecue ingredients. The aroma of barbecue slowly filled the room. After it cooled, Tang Tian tore off a rat leg and threw it directly to Tan Tan. Tan Tan, looking up, caught it accurately, and then returned to his den to devour it, looking quite relaxed and at ease. Tang Tian took out a dagger and cut the roasted gerbil into strips. Tang Yi and Wei Mingxia each ate a piece. Because gerbils are naturally sturdy, their bodies are mostly lean, devoid of fat, and the meat tastes dry. However, this is also the Tang family's normal diet. If any of the other survivors had eaten this, they would probably burst into tears. Tang Tian could clearly feel the mental energy she had used up in firing the air bullets slowly recovering. Her idea had indeed been correct. She quickly shared her plan with Tang Yi and Wei Mingxia, and they both confirmed it. Then the whole family will be busy again. Chapter 76. After a while, with official radio stations constantly reporting on gerbil hunting, the Tang family also caught hundreds of gerbils. These gerbils were bled and then dried in a dryer, allowing them to be stored in batches and compressed, saving space. However, it seemed likely that the gerbils would eventually be killed, so Tang Tian decided it was time to go out and have a look. This time, Tang Yi would accompany Tang Tian, so Wei Mingxia and Tan Tan would take the already processed gerbils to the shelter in exchange for supplies. After making their plans, the three of them prepared and set out during the day when the wind and sand were relatively calm. Tang Tian and Tang Yi first saw Wei Mingxia and Tan Tan off, then thought about cleaning up the yard again. This time, while using her sand attribute ability, she unexpectedly discovered some grayish-white crystals in the dust. This unprecedented situation intrigued Tang Tian. She used her supernatural powers to extract the dust and separate the crystals. System, can you tell me what this is? Host, after scanning and testing, these are salt crystals. The system quickly replied. Salt? How could there be salt in the dust? Tang Yi pondered for a moment, then suddenly said, Tian, I read about a type of dust storm called a salt storm. It forms when strong winds blow salt-laden dust. But these usually only occur in remote areas. I didn't expect it to reach Spring City. This type of salt storm will cause soil salinization and corrode metal. The damage is just as severe as a sandstorm. Tang Yi's brow furrowed with worry as she spoke. Perhaps the previous extreme heat had caused large swaths of the lake to dry up and expose the lake. The bottom had always been severely salinized, and the strong winds, in turn, had naturally blown it everywhere. Tang Tian sighed. The previously cultivated land within the shelter had undoubtedly suffered, but thankfully, the shelter was now mostly used for indoor farming, so as long as the buildings were well protected, they could continue. But who knew what would become of the exposed land outside? Fortunately, she also had earth-attributed abilities. Recognizing this more severe natural disaster, Tang Tian and Tang Yi boarded their four-wheeled motorcycles and headed in the other direction. This time, Tang Tian was even more cautious. Not only did she drive extremely slowly, she also paid extra attention to her steps, to avoid encountering any traps set by outside forces. Glancing ahead, the sight startled the two of them. Beyond the hazy dust, they could vaguely discern a dark object about 10 meters tall. But that wasn't a skyscraper in the distance, it was a towering sand dune. They had seen sand dunes of varying sizes along the way, but with a sandstorm lasting for months, they hadn't expected a dune this massive. And then, they saw with their own eyes the dune slowly moving until it reached a residential complex. It was probably an old neighborhood, with quiet, dilapidated public housing only 5 or 6 stories high. And as the dune passed, it completely swallowed up the buildings. The sand was practically alive. Tang Tian and Tang Yi watched, for some reason reminded of the snowstorm during the blizzard. If they hadn't had their supernatural powers, they would have been buried alive long ago, and even their bodies would probably have vanished completely by now. The two of them couldn't help but feel a thin layer of cold sweat on their backs. Although they also possessed top-tier sand attribute abilities, it was still best to avoid this eerie, giant sand dune. After driving for about 10 minutes, Tang Yi pointed ahead, and the two discovered an extended tunnel. In extremely hot weather, this tunnel served as a sort of air raid shelter, a place to escape the heat. And after the heat subsided, those who had taken refuge there might still stay. Tang Tian, not wanting to see strangers, drove away from the tunnel entrance and in another direction. Unexpectedly, she immediately spotted a group of people walking ahead. They were all wearing protective suits and filters, leaning slightly forward to protect themselves from the wind and sand. Anyone wearing such equipment at this time was likely an official. But directly in front of them was a sand dune about 2 people tall. Far from being blown away by the strong wind, it was actually moving forward as a whole, threatening to engulf the group. Even if they turned back and ran now, it would probably be too late. Tang Tian's brows furrowed slightly. If they were officials, she could intervene and gain some favor. Thinking this, she clenched her hand and rushed forward, then raised her hand to unleash her supernatural power. Tang Yi followed suit. The strength of 2 people was greater than that of one. The sand dune seemed to be pushed by 2 invisible hands, tilting several degrees and passing by the group. But the strong wind from outside still caused the group to fall to the sand. Tang Tian drove forward, glanced at them from a distance, and shouted, "Are you all okay?" The staggering group slowly stood up, but Tang Tian suddenly sensed something was amiss. For example, even ordinary people in the past would have to go to training camp for a while, and get approval before going out. It was impossible for them to do this. Tang Tian quickly started the motorcycle, and was about to leave, but the person who stood up first seemed to notice and hurriedly stopped him. "Wait! Wait! The open market over there on the other side of the tunnel, you?" Tang Tian and Tang Yi? Several people stood up again, dust-covered, and nodded vigorously. They pointed in the direction of the tunnel entrance, and handed them another crumpled piece of paper. Without saying much, they continued to walk away. Tang Tian felt strange. These people looked like zombies, as if they were born to advertise for that so-called market, without any purpose of their own. Looking down again, she saw that the crumpled paper was indeed something like a flyer, something she hadn't seen in ages. But now, as long as she didn't get entangled, she could be considered a good person. Besides, Tang Tian hadn't seen many open markets since the dust storm hit. She couldn't help but be intrigued, but she was also a little worried it was a trap. After Tang Yi noticed it, she said, "Let's go and take a look. If worst comes to worst, we can just fight our way out." This sentence was like a reassurance. Tang Tian nodded and drove towards the tunnel entrance with Tang Yi. The tunnel was already a barrier, and the entrance had been expanded to create a barrier, enclosing the original opening and providing some protection from the wind and sand. Bang, bang, bang. Tang Tian got out of the car and had to bang on the door to let the sound in. Thankfully, someone quickly opened the door, and the protective gear for those going outside was well equipped, as if an organization with no shortage of supplies was in place. The person didn't say anything, but simply extended their hand, as if asking for something. Tang Tian thought for a moment, and handed over the flyer. It was exactly what she wanted. It was probably her ticket to the entrance. As Tang Tian and Tang Yi entered this entrance, the ceiling above them was also sealed, isolating them from the howling wind and sand outside. The tunnel entrance was open, and a few shops could be vaguely seen on either side. But with the dust storm raging outside, would anyone really come here specifically to buy or sell? These are the shops on the periphery. There are also shops in the center. You can ask, but please don't touch anything. The person who greeted them warned them, then remained silent. This made Tang Tian feel that this place didn't seem like the trading market where Zhang Huiping and Liang Xiaoyang were. Tang Yi tugged at her sleeve, and the 2 sisters walked silently deeper into the tunnel entrance. The shops on either side weren't particularly attentive to customers, as if they assumed they would approach them. After browsing, Tang Tian was indeed shocked. Fuel, equipment parts, blueprints, rare materials, precision instruments, everything was currently available, and of a much higher quality. This is just the stuff sold in the peripheral shops. Could the stuff sold in the central stores be even better? This inventory is probably even better than the shelter. Where did you get this? How much fuel do you have? What can I buy it with? Tang Tian quickly dismissed the 2 questions, and the other party answered directly. We collected this from other places, not just as district. And we're only staying here for a while, so we go somewhere else. We got quite a bit of fuel. If you want to buy it, we can trade it for anything. Food, water, or medicine are all fine. From the tone of their voices, it seemed as if they had not only a lot of stuff, but also an unimaginable amount. Tang Tian and Tang Yi exchanged a glance, excited, but suddenly reminded of a term that disappeared decades ago. Dumper. These middlemen traveled around the area, buying and selling, buying and selling, buying and selling again, buying and selling again, profiting by buying low and selling high. However, since it's still a bartering phase, the price-performance ratio isn't as high as one might imagine. But looking at the precious supplies they have, there are probably plenty of people willing to buy them. Tang Tian didn't ask why they weren't trading with the shelter, but feigned hesitation. I have plenty of food and water here, but I don't know what good stuff you have. How do I get to the central shop? The other party looked them over, but without much disdain. He simply raised his hand and pointed deeper. Go inside. The central shops are all set up, unlike ours, so they're easy to spot. Tang Tian agreed and continued walking with Tang Yi. After walking a few dozen meters, past a few stalls, they came upon a shop that was immediately different. Tang Tian's heart leaped with joy as she approached. The goods in the central shops were indeed better. There were firearms, armor, specialized equipment, antibiotics, medications for chronic diseases, surgical instruments, anesthetics, and even native crop seeds. These items were additionally covered with glass, and the vendors were also well dressed, presumably possessing good weapons, so they weren't afraid of being robbed. But these goods were also extremely expensive, ranging from several dozen to several hundred kilograms of food and water. With some thriftiness, these supplies could sustain a shelter. Ordinary people simply couldn't possibly have such a quantity. But Tang Tian had already taken a fancy to many of the items and quickly asked, I want to buy a lot of things. Who should I talk to? It seemed she wasn't the first to ask this question, as someone soon led them deeper into the tunnel. Somehow, electricity had been connected to the tunnel, and light bulbs were on, but the light wasn't bright enough, barely enough to make out each other's faces. This is our second-in-command, Miss Tang. If you have any questions, just talk to her. Tang Tian and Tang Yi were stunned. Following their gaze, they saw a familiar yet unfamiliar face in the dim light. Is it you? After seeing clearly, the so-called Miss Tang remained silent for a moment before letting the outsiders leave and taking charge of the meeting. A complex stream of emotions passed through her, and she slowly said, Tang Tian, Tang Yi, I didn't expect it was you, that you're still alive. It turned out that this person was none other than their half-sister, Tang Nan. That snowstorm seemed like a long time ago. Perhaps, after receiving her rewards, Tang Nan had left Hexinyuan and was living a life of seclusion. And she seemed to be doing quite well, even becoming the so-called second-in-command. Tang Tian simply responded and got straight to the point. They were two separate families, and had only met a few times before the apocalypse. They were like complete strangers, with no need for pleasantries. Over all this time, I gotten a few shipments of supplies, but nothing as good as yours. How should we exchange them? Tang Nan wasn't surprised. When she was with Xin Yuan, she had always acted like she had no shortage of supplies. But when Tang Tian listed the supplies she wanted, she hesitated for a moment before saying, These are the most expensive items here. How about this? I take you to meet our leader. Tang Tian knew this place wasn't on the same level as those trading markets, so she naturally wanted to get to know the leader, so she continued her journey with Tang Nan. Throughout the journey, Tang Nan didn't mention her previous experiences, instead focusing on explaining the black market. It seemed she was doing quite well there. It turns out this organization had been formed during the extreme cold. At first, they had no intention of starting a business, they simply existed as a shelter. Later, it gradually expanded, and during the flood, Tang Nan lived in a high-rise building, which happened to be the organization's base, so he decided to join. Originally, they simply sought shelter, but after figuring out how to survive, the organization began engaging in illicit trade. After the plague, they even moved around. When the extreme heat ended and a sandstorm arrived, the organization found this long tunnel and set up camp, preparing to leave when the storm passed. However, this organization wasn't just about stalls, they also had patrols and armed forces, just like the shelters. Ever since officials confirmed that gerbils were edible, the organization quickly assembled hunting teams to capture them for food. From Tang Nan, Tang Tian and Tang Yi also learned that, in addition to material supplies, there were also intelligence dealers selling first-hand information. Currently, the most valuable information was in Area A. There were even people selling slaves. They passed several large iron cages filled with adult men and women. Even though they had seen women imprisoned in the basement of Wu Yi's central villa, the sight of them being caged like animals was still a shock to them. Tang Tian thought of those flyers she had distributed earlier. Could they also be slaves? Brother Long, big business is coming. Tang Nan called out into the distance. A figure slowly emerged from the shadows. He was a man in his 20s, and for the leader of such an organization, he looked healthy. His body hadn't shrunk, and his tattooed left arm hadn't deformed. He looked mature and steady, yet unsmiling. Upon seeing Tang Nan, he let out a faint smile and asked, What big deal? Tang Yi narrowed her eyes slightly at this. They want to buy it. There. Tang Nan was speechless for a moment. She suddenly didn't know how to introduce Tang Tian and Tang Yi. After all, she hadn't told the organization anything about her life story. And with so many separated and homeless people in the apocalypse, It was even more unlikely she asked any more questions. And it was obvious that if Tang Haifeng, Lai Meiyan, and Tang Zhiwei hadn't died, her life would definitely not be as good as it is now. We used to live in the same neighborhood, Tang Tian interrupted. That was true. Tang Nan breathed a sigh of relief. She hadn't expected to run into Tang Tian and the others again. Now it seemed they didn't want to get involved anymore. They just wanted to be business people. When Long Qing heard the supplies Tang Tian wanted to buy, he fell silent for a moment, then said something similar to Tang Nan. We're short on food, water, and medicine right now. As long as the quantity is sufficient, you can take whatever you want. While gerbils are edible, they're mostly lean meat. While fine for a while, they can't sustain life forever. Long Qing still hoped to exchange them for food and perhaps a sufficient supply of water. After all, managing an organization well is no easy task, especially when it comes to food and drink. I have food, but it's mostly preserved and dried goods. As for medicine, would Chinese medicine be okay? As for water, I found a batch of this stuff while scavenging. I wonder if it could be used as a substitute. Tang Tian calculated quickly, finally pulling a bottle from her backpack. Long Qing and Tang Nan looked and saw it was a bottle similar to a glass wine bottle, filled with a light-colored, unknown liquid. What is this? It's birch sap. It can be drunk, used for sterilization, brewed into wine, and used as medicine. In a sandstorm, isn't it better than the purified water from the water plant? Long Qing took it and tasted the bottle cap. After a pause, he asked, how many are there in total? After hearing this, Tang Tian knew this deal was a sure thing. She obtained this birch sap from the sap extractor in the system. As soon as she obtained the sap, Tang Tian immediately packaged it with a packaging machine and put it into storage. After all, there was no shortage of water at home, and there were no recipes for birch sap recipes at the moment, so she kept accumulating more and more, enough for this business and to clear out her inventory. Tang Tian also had no shortage of preserved and dried goods. Most Chinese medicinal herbs were obtained from the medicinal fields, and batches of them were piled up in the warehouse. They didn't make medicinal dishes often. While it couldn't directly alleviate the pain like Western medicine, it could alleviate symptoms like skin allergies, dryness and peeling, and bronchial and lung problems brought on by the sandstorm. It was better than nothing. So the two parties finally agreed to wait 2 days, each preparing their own goods, before returning to the tunnel to trade. Everyone present agreed. Tang Tian returned home in a happy mood, while Wei Mingxia and Tan Tan had already returned. Although it was Wei Mingxia's first time at the shelter, she drove there specifically. The guard remembered her license plate number and, as usual, simply registered it and let her pass. The exchange center had reopened, but it was even more deserted than during the last encounter with the strange bird. After all, ordinary people might not be able to catch many gerbils, and even if they did, they would keep them for themselves and rarely exchange them. Besides, there are now numerous unofficial shelters, large and small, everywhere. If they catch gerbils, they usually eat them themselves, rather than going to the official ones. All the original official shelters have long since been consolidated into one, the current one. So, despite the official offer, only a few people actually came to the exchange center to exchange supplies. Wei Mingxia arrived with hundreds of processed gerbils, and as if they had anticipated this, they successfully exchanged them for fuel, medicine, and daily necessities. After exchanging supplies, Wei Mingxia didn't stay any longer and drove directly back to Jiangnan Liyuan, where she collected the car and supplies, and waited for the sisters to return. Hearing they had secured another big deal, she helped with various processed products. After 2 days of work, she finally met the required quantity. Tang Tian opened the warehouse again, revealing 2 vans. These were the items she had snagged from the rental car agency before the apocalypse. The 2 members of her family each rented one, in 2 sizes, large, medium, and small. The volume of this shipment could be loaded in a medium-sized van. However, given the possibility of tripwires installed by outside forces along the way, they could only keep their windows open and watchful as they made their way to the tunnel's black market. Finally arriving at the tunnel, someone was already outside to greet the 2 VIPs, and the van drove in smoothly. Tang Tian didn't need equipment, blueprints, or even weapons. But she wanted fuel, antibiotics, anesthetics, protective clothing, gas masks, materials unavailable before the apocalypse, as well as drones. She also brought various pickles, dried meat, dried fruit, dried goods, traditional Chinese medicine, and boxes of packaged birch sap. After confirming each item, Long Qing looked Tang Tian and Tang Yi in the eye, a touch of respect welling up in his heart. With all the supplies, The two of them are like a safe haven. Will you still be here? Tang Tian suddenly asked. Tang Nan, who was helping carry the supplies, replied, Actually, we were in another area before, and we only came here to camp after the last sandstorm subsided. We thought there would be a break soon, so we could go somewhere more crowded, but we didn't expect the sandstorm to continue. With so many people and supplies, we can't take any risks. We decided to stay here for now, and see if there's an opportunity to go somewhere else later. Tang Tian remained silent. If Tang Nan and the others left, who knows when they'd be able to find a place like this where they could buy and sell high-end goods. By the way, do you have valuables like that here? Like gold, jade, emerald jewelry, or something like that? Tang Nan asked, confused. Why would you want those? They can't be eaten or drunk, and they're completely worthless. If it were rare metals or chemical raw materials, they might have some value. Aren't we already building the base? One day, order will be restored inside the base before the outside world, and so will the monetary system. Gold is a stable currency, both before and after the apocalypse. I thought I'd stockpile some for now. Tang Tian found an excuse, but before Tang Nan could answer, he spoke first. How about this? Could you help me collect some when you have time? I trade these supplies with you. Tang Nan rolled his eyes. With their organizational capabilities, it wouldn't be difficult to plunder some. And exchanging them for actual food and water would be a win-win situation. Besides, Tang Tian had no shortage of supplies. Before the apocalypse, she would have been a wealthy individual beyond common sense, so they agreed to her request. After the agreement was reached, Tang Tian and Tang Yi returned with a truck full of goods. But they hadn't driven very far before turning around and storing all the supplies in the truck into the system warehouse before leisurely returning home. Chapter 77. After acquiring a large amount of supplies from the black market, Tang Tian stayed home for a while. Every day, as usual, she exercised, trained her mental strength, studied, and pored over the system. And Wei Mingxia, relying on her wood-attributed abilities, was almost ready to harvest 100 kilograms of cactus. Unfortunately, the shelter wouldn't accept cactus. After exploiting the gerbils, the authorities raised the requirements even further, clearly wanting to stop exploiting them. The Tang family had no choice but to give up. The official radio station also frequently broadcast new news. First, thanks to cactus and gerbils, everyone in the shelter finally stopped going hungry and had 2 meals a day. Of course, those who received them for free were still of the lowest quality. Only through hard work could they eat better. The water purification plant was also operating smoothly, and the same rules applied. Humans are highly adaptable, and have gradually adapted to the wind and sand. A factory has also been established within the shelter. Once materials arrive, they will be used to manufacture masks, goggles, towels, filters, and other items, and many new jobs have been created. The medical station has finally recovered from its collapse. While manpower and supplies are still scarce, it is much better than at the beginning. Additionally, District S has officially negotiated with neighboring districts to build a northern base, and construction is currently accelerating. The areas north of Spring City lack air raid shelters, but there are many subway stations that could serve as underground areas. However, with construction underway in multiple areas, manpower is becoming increasingly scarce. So, the authorities began looking for ways to get those in unofficial shelters to join in the construction of the shelter, promising to provide everyone with supplies and compensation. Of course, this also included the Tang family, who were always away. However, Tang Tian still wanted to wait until the base was almost completed before moving there. It was unclear when the sandstorm would stop, but as long as it didn't, there wouldn't be another natural disaster for the time being. She also had faith in Yen Nation's speed. It was almost time for dinner, and Tang Tian had prepared some extra system-powered delicacies this time. A flat wooden basin was placed on the dining table. When the lid was opened, steam rose, bringing with it the rich aroma of rice, mingled with a hint of fragrance. Mixed among the crystal-clear rice grains were golden yellow petals that resembled flower petals, which looked like chrysanthemum petals. This dish was called golden rice. Tang Yi had filmed videos recreating ancient delicacies, and knew it was from an ancient cookbook. But they weren't here to try it, but for the supernatural power it offered. Clairvoyance. This power sounded incredibly powerful, and Tang Tian was eager to see what it would feel like to use it. There was also magnetic garlic butter chicken, which allowed one to manipulate magnetic fields, and curry pork chopped rice, which could sense the Earth's distribution. Even for dessert, there were throwable lemon babaruya. Despite learning so many new abilities in one go, the food was delicious. After finishing her meal, Tang Tian leaned back in her chair, rubbing her belly, not wanting to move at all. Checking her ability list, she first activated her clairvoyance. In the blink of an eye, her pupils instantly turned golden, giving her a slightly eerie look. But the scene before her wasn't just the scene before her. She had arrived outside. Outside, the sky was still filled with yellow sand, and the roads and buildings she could see were also covered in dust. Occasionally, she could see teams, vehicles, and so on. Tang Tian deepened the gulp again, and could still make out the shelter's gate in the distance, also covered in dust. Occasionally, she could see people passing by. But any deeper, and a slight headache gripped her. She quickly retracted her ability, her vision returning to normal, and she ate a few more pieces of the cold cactus salad from the bowl. This clairvoyance ability, similar to her earth perception ability, could be used for advanced detection. Just like spatial abilities, it required a lot of mental energy. After enjoying a good meal, Tang Tian opened the system again. This time, however, she opened the system's built-in food store. Every time she went up to collect ingredients, Tang Tian would also prepare a batch of dishes to sell. By the time she returned online, the dishes would usually be sold out. It had been a long time since she'd gone out to look for valuables. Before leaving, she asked Tang Nan to go to the black market, but there was still no news. She could only earn gold by making and selling food. Fortunately, among the SR-level dishes, she could also make SSR-level ingredients if she had the ingredients, which fetched a higher price. Earning gold coins at a gourmet shop is a steady stream. As long as you save them without spending them, you can eventually accumulate a certain amount. It seems like it's time to go out and find valuable items on your own. After all, it's still quick and easy to earn money through Krypton Gold. After sharing her thoughts, Tangy immediately decided to go along, while Wei Mingxia and Tan Tan stayed home. After so many outings, the two of them had become quite adept. In fact, apart from what she was wearing, almost everything else could be straightened, which was very convenient. The dust is thicker today, isn't it? It can also help to train your mental strength, Tangy suggested. Actually, it was her own mental strength that was always a bit low, and she needed to catch up. Tang Tian nodded, and went out to clean the yard again. After the two of them stepped onto the platform, they could use their supernatural powers to begin moving. They were still a level above the ground, practically suspended in midair. Visibility today seemed to be less than a meter. Just looking at it made it feel like their mouths and noses were completely buried, making breathing difficult. Luckily, when stockpiling supplies, Tang Tian had spotted the breathing filters and arranged a batch, which they still hadn't used up. The two quickly left Jiangnan Liyuan and explored endlessly in the distance. Quick, get the outdoor first aid kit. Is everyone okay? Captain, 10 of the 15 are injured. We must rest. Cover all the windows to prevent the wind and sand from blowing in. Block the cars. Everyone rest. In a spacious, abandoned building, the ground was already covered in a thick layer of dust. Upon hearing the command, the uniformed team members immediately began to move in unison. Someone drove a van in, blocking most of the windows. Others tried to block the remaining windows, while others carried the wounded and retrieved first aid kits from their backpacks for simple treatment. Shen Boyun surveyed the situation, his heart growing heavier. He hunched slightly like a shrimp, appearing slightly lethargic. This was a makeshift escort team, ordered to go to the shelter in the next district and escort a load of precious supplies back. This was an exchange of other supplies from District S, and after lengthy negotiations, the other party finally agreed. Shen Boyun's performance in the armed team had always been excellent, and his superiors had noticed. So, the responsibility of leading the escort team fell to him this time. Cheng Jing had originally wanted to volunteer, but ultimately gave up due to his own mission. On the appointed day, although the wind was light, visibility was likely even lower, and the dust was thicker. They had no choice but to go. On their return, they were attacked by an outside force. After finally resolving the situation, they were once again exploited by a swarm of gerbils. Even though these mutant creatures were already considered food by humans, if they united and attacked, they would be difficult to resist. Thankfully, these creatures still retained some of the weaknesses of pre-apocalyptic animals, such as a fear of fire. Finally, Shen Boyun and his team managed to subdue the gerbils, but most of the team members were injured, forcing them to halt their journey. Captain Shen, come and take a look. A member holding a thermal imaging camera shouted. Shen Boyun's expression was solemn. He asked, why? Have we spotted another swarm of gerbils? Gerbils have become clever over the past few days of fighting humans. They burrow underground when they sense danger, then emerge to attack when humans are off guard. There had never been a large-scale attack by gerbils before. Now, whether it's because humans are catching too many or because gerbils are finding it harder to find food, they set their sights on humans. Plus, the mountains and plains are covered in dust, so they had to use their other instruments. It's better than nothing. It's not a swarm of gerbils, but... The member hesitated, handing him the instrument. Surprised, Shin Boyun took it and examined it, only to discover that the image showed 2 human figures. And yet, those 2 figures were moving across the ground without moving their legs, and at great speed. Even the usually calm Shin Boyun couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat upon seeing this scene. Could it be that another mutant creature besides the gerbils has appeared? And in human form? Captain, gerbils are afraid of noise. Although we don't know what these are, should we try to scare them off? The team member asked. Shin Boyun nodded, agreeing with the suggestion. And if they were real people, how could a team with only 2 people dare to go out now? The team member immediately pulled out several loudspeakers and turned them on in that direction, blasting out various monotonous noises. Just a few minutes later, the 2 figures in the thermal imagery actually moved closer and, through the loudspeakers, asked, "Anyone there?" It sounded like a normal human voice, and a little familiar. Shin Boyun gestured for someone to turn off the loudspeakers, which made the voice clearer and startled him. He hurried to the gate. 2 figures could be vaguely seen lingering in the dust. Both had their faces completely covered, but Shin Boyun, at a glance, seemed to know who they were. "Tang Tian, is that you?" he asked loudly, a faint tremor of his tail muffled by the wind. The person didn't reply, but silently stepped forward. Shin Boyun instinctively reached for his sidearm. When they were quite close, the other person asked, "Shin Boyun?" "It's me." Shin Boyun didn't notice, but he unconsciously stepped closer. For some reason, his face beneath his helmet felt warm, as if his blood was boiling. Perhaps it was from a little excitement. Perhaps it was because he hadn't seen Tang Tian since leaving Hexinuen. Yet, everyone around him had actually met the latter. He could even hear all sorts of anecdotes about her from them, which he then connected into his own stories. He didn't know why he was so excited, but seeing Tang Tian now, he felt a surge of joy for no apparent reason. This kind of joy was rare in the apocalypse. Tang Yi's eyes squinted beneath her goggles. This was a bit obvious. She could see the difference, but unfortunately, she couldn't assert that Tang Tian could sense it herself. Her silly sister had always loved food, her angle coefficient always reaching the maximum. She had had suitors in college, but in her eyes, lychee ice milk, sour cream mousse, braised pork ribs, and braised pig's trotters were more alluring. Now it was the apocalypse again, and she probably had no thoughts of anything else besides eating, drinking, and having fun. Tang Yi still chose to remain silent. Tang Tian, however, hadn't noticed anything and simply asked, "My sister and I just passed by here. What's going on?" As they passed by, they heard a lot of noise coming from that direction, and they knew it wasn't some outside force looting. Otherwise, seeing only 2 people, they would have already set up an ambush and charged in. Why would they do that? So, the 2 sisters concluded that this was most likely an official group. As they approached, they discovered it was still an abandoned building, with a van parked at the entrance. It certainly didn't look like the kind of group those outsiders were, so they dared to approach. After all, Tang Tian wouldn't miss any opportunity to interact with the authorities and improve their favor. Unexpectedly, she saw Shin Boyun here, and she felt a slight sense of being in another world. Since he was a member of the Tang family, Shin Boyun wasn't surprised by what he had just seen on the thermal imaging camera. Perhaps because they frequently ventured out and had discovered some novel equipment to aid their progress, they were always well prepared. So he hurriedly explained the situation and led the 2 into the abandoned building. The team members, seeing that it seemed to be someone Shin Boyun knew, naturally didn't hesitate and continued with their tasks. One of them stepped forward and spoke urgently, "Captain Shin, one of our team members' wounds won't stop bleeding." Tang Tian and Tang Yi followed Shin Boyun to investigate. There was a tarpaulin tent there, simply set up for the wounded, to minimize dust and sand. The helmet and goggles had been removed, making it easy to see their faces. When Tang Tian got a clearer look, her face changed. That member was actually Gu Bin. Gu Bin had been accompanying them when they had previously distributed supplies to the outsiders, originally acting as an escort, and this mission just happened to fall to him. Who could have imagined they would be attacked by a pack of gerbils along the way? The largest of the rats, the king, was the size of a large dog, with teeth so strong it could easily rip through human bones and strip away large chunks of flesh. The Tang family had captured and studied gerbils before, and found that those of similar size had teeth as strong as steel, hence the need for building metal to sharpen them. They could attack humans without making a sound. Gu Bin closed his eyes tightly, looking pale, likely due to excessive blood loss. Tang Tian pulled gauze from her backpack, seemingly bandaging it, but in fact, she was secretly using her healing powers. And if one didn't want others to see her powers, they could be invisible and colorless, making them very convenient. Of course, she couldn't overdo it. Tang Tian didn't heal the entire thing, but after bandaging it, she said, "It looks like the bone is broken. I need to go back to the medical station to have it set." The team member who had been helping with the outdoor first aid kit was surprised to see the wound miraculously stop bleeding. But then, seeing the thick gauze wrapped around the leg, he didn't think much of it and simply expressed gratitude. Tang Yi also went to help treat the other injured team members, using some of her supernatural powers, which didn't require much mental energy. Qin Boyun nodded. We were already on our way back. We were in a really bad situation, so we were planning to rest. Meeting you was a real help. In the apocalypse, every trip out is full of uncertainty, especially in a sandstorm that can be disorienting, making failure and even death more likely. But if they didn't go out, their chances of survival would be even worse. Not to mention that this was an official order, it would also benefit the future of the shelter. Tang Tian shook her head. It's okay, no need to thank me. My sister and I just wanted to rest. This was true. They had already passed several large commercial plazas. However, they found almost nothing after entering, only occasionally finding some jewelry hidden in a corner. These days, valuable items like these are becoming increasingly rare to find outside unless someone deliberately preserves them. But it was still early, so they didn't rush back. That's when they ran into Shin Boyun and his group. Tang Yi checked the time and asked, "We need to replenish our energy during our rest period, and it's also mealtime. Why don't we fill our bellies first?" Shin Boyun immediately agreed, "Sure. We all brought some rations. Do you have any? If not, we have some here." Even the team members sitting nearby looked at him with a strange look. The captain's behavior seems a bit overbearing, doesn't it? Even if they're acquaintances, how can I just give away my own food? Tang Tian cleared her throat and declined. "No, we got food." Qin Boyun realized he was indeed being rather embarrassing. The Tang family was well stocked, and they definitely brought plenty for their outing. He felt a slight burning sensation in his cheeks, and his earlobes turned red like small tomatoes. The escort team's rations consisted of compressed biscuits as usual, with meat consisting of dried gerbils, vegetables consisting of cactus, and purified water mixed with cactus juice for a sugar boost. For the apocalypse, this was a truly excellent meal, both meat and vegetables. Tang Tian and Tang Yi, wanting something convenient, took out their homemade multigrain pancakes, smeared them with homemade chili sauce, and stuffed them with various pickled vegetables and dried meat. They wrapped them tightly and took a big bite, their mouths filled to the brim, feeling both full and comfortable, and the flavors rich. This was made during free time at home, specifically for dining out. After all, you can't eat anything too ordinary out there. They mainly consist of simple foods, such as steamed buns, dumplings, sesame cakes, and flour rolls. Of course, there are also stuffed rice balls, steamed dumplings, pot cakes, and rijiamo, Chinese meat buns, for when no one is around. But if you want something better, you need to build a fire, and you can make a wider range of food. In short, even when Tang Tian is out, she won't let her mouth and stomach suffer, she satisfies them. When others see the sisters eating, their food immediately loses its flavor. While the shelter isn't currently short of food, eating the same thing every day is unbearable. Even the reward for this escort mission is still mostly the same food, with only occasional other options. Moreover, with the opening of the shelter's factories, a plant has been built specifically to make compressed biscuits using grain. They're filling and have a long shelf life. It's fair to say that the most common type of biscuit people eat these days is the bland compressed biscuit. Chen Boyun didn't care. He simply ate while looking at Tang Tian, as if it was a good companion to his meal. Gu Bin slowly regained consciousness, and was naturally surprised to see Tang Tian and Tang Yi. He was even more grateful after hearing that they had saved him. Tang Tian pushed him a little, urging him to eat quickly to regain his strength. They still had a long way to go before returning to the S-area shelter. Chen Boyun bit down hard on a piece of gerbil meat, but it felt tough, and the taste was a dull, salty one. Seeing Tang Tian's cheeks puffing up like a hamster, her large sandwich almost finished, he cautiously asked in a deep voice, "Tang Tian, why? Don't you want to come to the shelter? It's not that you have to come, but..." Shin Boyun felt he couldn't quite put his finger on it, and scratched the back of his head sheepishly. His hair, once a buzz cut, had grown longer, but it was still barely above his ears. Perhaps deep down, he still wished Tang Tian had come to the shelter too, and it would have been even better if they could work together. Tang Tian wiped her mouth, and simply repeated what she had told Yang Gon and the others. No one could really force her to go now, and Shin Boyun wasn't that kind of person. Even if they did, she had the strength to resist. Shin Boyun remained silent after hearing this, but his expression seemed a little disapproving, but more of a sense of disappointment, even his thick eyebrows drooping slightly. In Tang Yi's eyes, he looked like a large dog that had suffered a little injustice. Looking at Tang Tian again, she was finishing the last sandwich, still enjoying it with relish. Resignedly shaking her head, she also lowered her head to eat the last few bites. "So you're Tang Tian?" The team member sitting closest, who seemed to be a vice captain, and probably one of the shelter's most prominent figures, smiled faintly and said, "We heard of you for a long time, but we never seen you in person. I heard you donated a lot of food, like pickled vegetables and dried meat. Many of us have tried it, and it's delicious. We relied on it to survive back then. Back then, food was scarce, and having a bite of pickled vegetables and dried meat was a heavenly treat. Even though they weren't short of food now, they still yearned for the taste back then." Speaking of dried meat, Shin Boyun also remembered it. He had tasted the dried meat Tang Tian had given him long ago, and he remembered it very clearly. It always felt unique. So when the official reward was distributed, it tasted familiar to him. Later, he heard that the dried meat was volunteered by a citizen to exchange for supplies. At the time, he wondered if it was Tang Tian, but he never confirmed it. Tang Tian smiled and responded briefly, but didn't say much. The authorities aren't short of supplies lately, and he hadn't offered to exchange for supplies in a while. He feared this opportunity would come later, or perhaps never. But judging by the current situation, this is actually a good sign. It proves that the shelter is self-sufficient and provides everyone with food. After lunch and a rest, the rest was complete. Those with leg injuries couldn't walk and had to get on the bus. Those with upper body injuries still chose to get down and walk with the bus. Even during the rest period, team members took turns guarding the bus to prevent any mishaps. After confirming their departure, the driver boarded first, while the others packed their belongings. Tang Tian and Tang Yi also began packing their belongings in a formal manner. Just then, however, Tang Tian noticed a slight tremor in the stairwell. This was the exact same situation he encountered in the abandoned building. Tang Tian's face darkened instantly, and she shouted, "Oh no! Run! There's a swarm of gerbils!" Chapter 78. For some reason, the team members believed Tang Tian's words and hurriedly dragged and supported the wounded out of the abandoned building. Even though she was familiar with Shin Boyun, the supplies she had brought out alone made it clear that this young woman was not to be underestimated. Those who reached this position were more or less intelligent. The swaying between the buildings intensified. The van stepped on the accelerator and drove out of the danger zone, including all the team members. Shin Boyun, Tang Tian, and Tang Yi brought up the rear. The former took a look with a thermal imager, revealing a dense mass of orange-red dots. It was like seeing through a microscope, a variety of tiny organisms floating in the air. One could imagine how many there were behind the dust. With such a large number, the authorities always choose to retreat. Shin Boyun pulled Tang Tian and Tang Yi into the van and quickly drove away. The van's rapid progress left a trail of dust and sand in its wake. But behind the drifting dust, a faint black hue could still be seen. That was probably the vast swarms of gerbils chasing after them. I had no idea gerbils were so aggressive towards humans these days. "Hurry! Faster!" Someone in the car shouted anxiously. Even the wounded, half sitting, half lying, looked as pale as paper, their faces visibly tense. Hearing the clatter of footsteps and the clanking of steel teeth outside the car, they simultaneously recalled their injuries, some even trembling. Humans have always considered themselves at the top of the food chain, yet in the face of mutants, they are always the weaker party. "Captain, we're running out of gas." The driver kept pressing the accelerator, but glancing at the fuel gauge, he screamed. Whenever there was a mission requiring fuel, the authorities would fill up the vehicle and, at most, give it 10% of reserve fuel. But this time, the journey was full of twists and turns, and even that reserve fuel was added. To say there was no fuel was truly to be had. And even if there was, they had no chance to refuel right now. The gerbils behind them were still chasing, and if they touched the vehicle, they would follow its shape and begin to gnaw at it. I'm afraid, not only will they not be able to deliver any seeds, but they themselves will probably be wiped out. Shin Boyun's brows knitted together, and just as he was about to find a suitable weapon to fight, Tang Tian suddenly opened the back door. "Tang Tian, you!" Before Shin Boyun could finish his words, Tang Tian threw something, exploding like a bomb among the gerbils. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The gerbils cried out in pain, and a puff of green smoke rose. At least half of the gerbils stopped chasing. What was that? Shin Boyun asked in surprise. Oh, nothing, just a homemade grenade. These gerbils will give up the chase after suffering heavy casualties. Tang Tian replied casually, continuing to throw. Because of her rapid movements, as if she were holding the weapon in her hand, Shin Boyun couldn't see exactly what weapon she threw, but the effect was undeniable. There were thumping noises behind the car, smoke rising, and a faint, pungent smell, like rotting raw meat. Just then, Tangy also threw something. A loud roar followed, and another burst of sky-high flames erupted. This time, Shin Boyun understood. Some of the gerbils, struck by the flames, were transformed into fireballs, and the flames immediately spread to the others, creating a vast sea of inferno. After a few attacks, the car was clear of any more gerbils chasing after it, and the sound of teeth clashing inside the car ceased, leading everyone to breathe a sigh of relief. Of course, Shin Boyun couldn't see what Tang Tian had thrown, and she had deliberately concealed it. It was a new ability she had unlocked, a citric acid bomb generated from her palm. This was all thanks to the lemon barbara she had eaten before setting off. As the name suggests, upon contact with the enemy, the acid bomb unleashes a powerful acid attack. Tangy would just need to add a few more, and the job would be complete. After relaxing, Shin Boyun smiled and sighed. I was just thinking about throwing a grenade, but I didn't expect you to take care of it. While grenades could be effective, they were few in number, and they had been used before in previous battles with external forces. The gerbils were simply too numerous. Even if he threw them all, he probably wouldn't be able to kill them all at once, which was why he hesitated for a few seconds. Unexpectedly, the Tang family's supplies were still top-notch, and they quickly dispatched the gerbils. With the gerbils gone, everything inside and outside the car was silent, and a faint scent of blood could still be detected. The car's speed gradually decreased, and the interior stopped shaking. Tang Tian frowned slightly. The wounded on the team had all been treated by the sisters using their healing powers. They couldn't bleed anymore, and the blood on the bandages shouldn't have drifted near her nose. Aside from Tangy, that was Shin Boyun. Tang Tian tilted her head and suddenly asked, "Are you injured too?" Shin Boyun had been on edge the whole time. Now that there was no danger around, he relaxed a little, feeling a little weak. After several setbacks, perhaps he too had been injured, but hadn't noticed. Before Shin Boyun could finish his words, Tang Tian suddenly grabbed his arm. Sure enough, there was a scratch. It's just that official uniforms are usually dark, and the situation was urgent, so he hadn't noticed it at first. Tangy immediately handed over a bandage, and Tang Tian took it and bandaged it, secretly using her healing ability. At least the bleeding had stopped partially. Shin Boyun pursed his lips, but he didn't resist. He simply watched the bandage wrap around his arm, and for a moment, he didn't feel the unusual coolness of the wound. His heart was pounding, and as he looked at Tang Tian's tense face, he suddenly whispered, "Why does my heart feel so fast?" By the time she finished, Tang Tian had already started bandaging the wound. When she had free time at home, she and Tangy would read professional materials on outdoor first aid, so even with her healing ability, bandaging was a breeze. But when she heard him say this, she squinted her eyes and replied in confusion, "You lost blood, so of course you have a rapid heartbeat. Remember not to hide it next time." Shin Boyun, He was speechless. Just then, the car gradually stopped, completely out of gas after the chase. Thankfully, they were getting closer to the shelter, and the driver had contacted them to send someone to pick them up. Because the authorities took this mission very seriously, only about a quarter of an hour later, a new car arrived in the distance, and the two parties finally completed the handover. The car door opened, and it was time for Tang Tian and Tangy to return. After all, they were still outsiders. While reporting, Shin Boyun looked away and saw the deputy captain talking to the two sisters. Then, in an instant, their figures merged into the thick dust and disappeared. For some reason, he still felt the distance between them grow wider. Back in the car, Shin Boyun asked the deputy captain what he had said. The deputy captain replied, "They clearly look like capable underlings the authorities are short of. I told them they could come to the shelter to take on missions and earn money when they have time, and they agreed." Shin Boyun's eyes suddenly lit up like light bulbs. He felt the bandage on his arm again, cool, numb, and inexplicably tight. I don't know if it was an illusion, but the sandstorm seemed to have abated a bit, and visibility was down to 2 or 3 meters. But Tang Tian had been practicing her clairvoyance at home and could now see inside the shelter, albeit briefly. And Tang Nan had also gotten news from the black market. After Tang Tian rushed over, she, already familiar with the area, easily entered the tunnel. She looked at the gold, jade, and other valuables with delight and asked, "Where did you find them?" Accumulating such a large quantity in such a short period of time wouldn't be easy, and finding them is even more of a challenge now. Could it be that the slaves aren't just advertising, but also finding new business? Tang Nan, though young, showed a hint of pride on his face. "Of course, I didn't find these outside, but some people in the shelter don't need them, and the shelter doesn't restrict outsiders from entering." This echoed Tang Tian's thinking. If they wanted to fleece someone, they could easily target the wealthy. After all, most of them haven't yet abandoned sensual pleasures and materialism. So they agreed to trade goods. The next day, Tang Tian drove to the tunnel again, exchanged a few hundred grams of valuables, and asked Tang Nan to continue his search. As soon as she got home, she spent all of these valuables on real money. Looking at the surplus in her gold column, Tang Tian hadn't felt this satisfied in a long time. However, with her diligent efforts, she had almost completed her recipes and even found higher-end ingredients. There was still a lot of equipment she hadn't purchased, and that would be quite a bit of money, so Tang Tian planned to save up some more gold. She had remembered what the vice-captain had said last time. "I heard that Chun was shipping in large quantities of various products from other cities. After passing through Area A, they were then distributed through other areas through application. After arriving in Area S, they naturally entered the inventory." Next to the exchange center, a building called the Mission Center had opened, specifically for the civilians in the shelter. Some wealthy families still didn't want to go in person, and would even hire ordinary people instead. Those were mostly older people, while the younger ones were all semi-forced into training, and the authorities didn't really care about how they survived. Tang Tian made this suggestion at the dinner table. On the table was a spicy dry pot, a tomato braised beef brisket dish, and a bowl of winter melon, salted pork, and flatbread soup. Tan Tan had his own special doggy version, which he was currently devouring beneath the table. Wei Mingxia agreed to the suggestion, but as usual, the two sisters would go together. So, after a satisfying meal and a good night's sleep, Tang Tian and Tang Yi took Tan Tan to the shelter. Before leaving, they made a point of sweeping the yard again, but the dust was clearly accumulating at a slower rate than before. Tang Tian scooped up another handful of dust. It seemed to contain fewer salt crystals than before. Perhaps the salt storm that had been entangled with it had quietly ended. However, the sky and the sun were still obscured by dust, the lack of light making the world seem gloomy. Tang Tian and Tang Yi still put on protective clothing, goggles, filters, and other props before using their sand-attributed abilities to move. After registering and entering the shelter, the occasional sounds of construction work made her feel that the base was progressing smoothly. Passing by the open exchange center, it looked rather deserted inside, so Tang Tian, Tang Yi, and Tan Tan headed straight for the mission center. Perhaps because they were accompanied by a large dog, many people couldn't help but glance at Tan Tan. The mission center was especially crowded. This building was twice as large as the exchange area. Without lights on, the interior was dim. But one could still see two long blackboards on either side, either written on or hung with papers, apparently used for accepting missions. The center, a sort of reception desk, was used for handovers. "Hey, Miss Tang, is that you?" A young man approached and asked. Tang Tian had been studying the blackboard when, interrupted, she instinctively turned. The man before her looked familiar. "Who are you?" Yin Huai helplessly replied, "I'm Yin Huai, Miss Tang. We met last time at the exchange center." "Oh!" Tang Tian nodded. "I remember. I'm here to deliver fuel." Yin Huai was speechless for a moment, then quickly changed the subject. He was originally in the logistics department, and both the mission center and the exchange center fell under the logistics department. Tang Tian also wanted to understand the rules, so she inquired carefully. It turned out that the tasks in the mission center were not much different from those in the past: resource collection, construction and maintenance, area reconnaissance, and so on. However, the first category is divided into basic resources and special resources, while the second is divided into brick movers and skilled operators. The second category also mostly involves resisting mutant gerbils or external invasions. These differences also affect the final amount of reward. Tang Tian focused on the reward, but unfortunately, she felt it was a bit low. Even a small mosquito is still meat, but she didn't need to go to such lengths for such a small amount of meat. Are there any more dangerous missions with higher rewards? Ideally, you can choose your own rewards. Well, Yin Huai paused, thinking that Tang Tian was a bit complacent. Most of the people who came to the mission center were civilians, and they were more likely to try their luck and see if there were any simple missions. The missions were simple, But the rewards were better than the daily free supplies, so they focused their attention on this. As a result, he rarely saw anyone proactively increase the difficulty of a mission, as if success was a guarantee. There is one, but it took a long time to issue. We're considering retracting it, and having the official armed forces handle it. Miss Tang Yu. Tang Tian agreed immediately, asking to see it. It was actually a good thing that someone was willing to take on the mission. Yin Huai, who was busy at work, naturally couldn't refuse, so he went to get the mission. Tang Tian opened the folder and glanced at it. The mission was to organize a team to explore a certain research institute, but the distance was quite far, one in the south and one in the north. Although the reward was high, civilians found it too risky, and the wealthy didn't want to go. This was why the mission had been posted for so long without anyone willing to take it. However, similar positions were now being established within the shelter. Those armed forces were almost like that. Even if no one went, the official authorities would cover the consequences. And the initiator of this mission was Lin Jiqiu? Lin Jiqiu was the head researcher assigned to help by Area A central area, at Area S's request. But before the apocalypse, he might have worked at an agricultural research center. The fact that he was able to initiate this mission meant that the destination was likely where he had worked before, and there might be new gadgets there. Hey cousin, you're here too? Yin Huai asked, heading towards the door. Tang Tian came to her senses and looked over. The door opened, and two people entered amidst a cloud of dust. They removed the filters from their goggles and dusted themselves off. It turned out to be Shen Boyun and Cheng Jing, along with a young man who looked vaguely familiar to Tang Tian, but she couldn't place him. Teacher Lin's mission has officially been handed over to the armed forces. Yin Huai, go get it. The unfinished word stopped abruptly when she saw someone. Cheng Jing exclaimed in surprise, Tang Tian, when did you get here? Tang Tian smiled and replied, I heard you could take on missions here and earn money, so I thought I'd give it a try. That's great, Brother Yun. How about taking Tang Tian with you this time and earning supplies on our own? Cheng Jing said, considering. After all, forming your own team is different from following official orders. Going on your own might even yield more supplies. The most important thing is that Tang Tian and Tang Yi are on the team. No one knows how powerful these sisters are better than 1702. Shen Boyun remained silent, so Cheng Jing nudged him again. The former finally cleared his throat and said, this needs to be discussed first. Yin Shu glanced suspiciously at both sides. However, he understood that Shen Boyun had always been close to Cheng Jing. Although he and his younger brother Yin Huai were cousins of Shen Boyun, people's hearts seemed to have changed after the apocalypse, and there seemed to be a thin barrier between them. Even the fact that Yin Huai and Yin Shu were able to join the logistics department and the armed forces, respectively, was probably due to Shen Boyun's favor. At this thought, a gloomy look flashed in Yin Shu's eyes, contradicting his name. Looking at Tang Tian, who was in excellent spirits, it was even more like a dust storm. Since you want to go, then I won't go. It's not an official order anyway. Yin Shu said this in a deep voice, put on his goggles again, and left the mission center. Yin Huai looked at his stern face with a hint of embarrassment. In fact, he also noticed that since the family found Yin Chunhua and reunited, they had become even more distant than before the apocalypse. Tang Tian was unaware of the turbulent situation, and simply agreed with Cheng Jing's plan. Shen Boyun and Cheng Jing were to negotiate with the authorities first, but it wouldn't take long. Since they heard some people were willing to take on the task, they were likely to agree. While waiting, Tang Tian and Tang Yi took Tan Tan for a stroll. Tang Yi, unlike the others, didn't come often. After Tang Tian discovered that there was a trading market inside the shelter, moved indoors, she dragged Tang Yi along to try their luck. Since everyone in the shelter had started to have access to food, even the supply exchange stalls had become fewer. And many people didn't have extra supplies to offer. But eventually, they did come across a few stalls where people were offering luxury goods in exchange for supplies. However, jade, jadeite, and jewelry were much less common. Most of the items were gold-related. After all, the former wasn't worth much. In troubled times, people still considered gold the most valuable asset. Tang Tian absolutely couldn't give up, and immediately began negotiating for a trade. However, even after these wealthy individuals had more supplies in their shelter, they weren't satisfied with the basics. They either wanted a more refined diet or more precious goods, otherwise, no deal. Tang Tian had to resort to one of her special tactics. Tobacco, alcohol, and tea, these two were spiritual nourishments. Alcohol and tea were readily available, and as for tobacco, there were tobacco plantations that could produce it, and even seasoned smokers could roll their own cigarettes. It wasn't a problem for them. Thus, Tang Tian successfully secured the gold. During this time, she also met Xiao Shiyu's mother, who had traded the gold for honey. Back then, she had traded the honey for an elderly relative who was in poor health. Unfortunately, the elder didn't survive, so she decided to trade for other valuables. But besides Tang Tian, the sucker, no one else would likely be interested in those valuables. The former had never been able to exchange anything, and had come less often since then, but today, she happened to run into him. Tang Tian selected items worth gold, and then traded them for dried fruit. Unexpectedly, she ran into the old man with the jade guanine again. However, the old man seemed to no longer have the jade guanine, only some ornaments. But he himself looked quite relaxed, even dangling an old-fashioned, slender pipe. Seeing him in person this time, Tang Tian became even more convinced that this old man must have some connections. And upon meeting Tang Tian, the old man's smile widened. It had been quite a while since their last tea exchange, so this time, the former traded a different variety of tea for the jade pieces. After the joyful transaction, Tang Tian felt even happier, clutching the gold and jade. While putting them in her backpack, she spent all her money on the system. Qin Buiyun, fearing they would wait impatiently, after getting approval, he and Cheng Jing hurriedly found Tang Tian and the others, and then went to the planting area together. The researchers remained hunkered down in the planting area, rarely leaving, and the room was quiet. But upon seeing Tan Tan, they couldn't hold back and rushed over. Only after Tang Tian agreed could they go and get some, as if it were a rare comfort to them. Lin Jiqiu was also pleasantly surprised to see them, especially Tang Tian. For some reason, he felt that with her, this mission would be a success. The Tang family had stopped growing cacti, all the cuttings and seeds were stored in the warehouse. But the expanding planting area remained lush and green, and they were also busy researching and planting the seeds that Qin Buiyun and the others had brought over last time. Perhaps in the near future, the shelter will be able to eat other fruits and vegetables. After Lin Jiqiu led them to his office, he explained the whole story. The Agricultural Research Center was his old employer, where he had researched cold-resistant crops during the extreme cold. Later, as natural disasters became increasingly severe, the researchers were forced to relocate. In the end, the conditions in Area A of the center were better, and they were temporarily gathered there. It was just a rush, and after arriving in Area A, they were busy working on other projects. Now that they felt a little more relaxed, they remembered that there were some items in the Institute that they hadn't had time to take with them, which would be more suitable for the current process. Those items were all stored in a safe place with comprehensive protection, and all they needed was someone to retrieve them. Because this mission wasn't urgent, it was posted to the mission center, but surprisingly, no one took it. Until today, the armed team was originally planning to go, but Tang Tian discovered it. It didn't sound difficult, but Lin Jiqiu slowly frowned. "Teacher Lin, is there anything else?" Tang Tian asked. The rewards for this mission were varied, interchangeable, and substantial, so Tang Tian had already decided to take it. Lin Jiqiu paused before answering. "Actually, I wasn't too worried originally, but with each successive natural disaster, mutants have appeared at every stage. The Research Institute is full of breeding materials awaiting research, and I'm worried about any danger along the way." Even though they still didn't understand the reason for the mutants, the fact was clear, forcing them to be on guard. But having accepted the mission, Lin Jiqiu prepared a map of the research center, along with a password and other information, and gave them a reminder. "I'm a little worried. If your team only has 4 people, it feels a little insufficient. Why don't you find a few more people?" After leaving the planting area, Tang Tian and Tang Yi rearranged a departure time with Qin Buiyun and Cheng Jing. Teacher Lin is already a member of the research center, so it's right to listen to him. Qin Buiyun pondered. Typically, a team in the shelter requires at least 5 people. Should we look for more? Tang Tian pondered for a moment, and then something struck him. I got someone in mind. Chapter 79. Qin Buiyun and Cheng Jing hurriedly asked, "Who is it?" Tang Tian smiled and asked, "You've been in the shelter for a long time. Have you seen Li Feiyang?" The two looked at each other, and Cheng Jing pondered for a moment before answering. "I remember he came in when the shelter opened last time. I saw him at the training camp, and he should be in one of the teams now." Tang Tian, "Do you want him to join?" Tang Tian nodded. "He used to be our neighbor, so we're kind of acquaintances. He went out with us to forage for supplies from the beginning. I think he could join this time." Cheng Jing agreed. Organizing a team like this usually depends entirely on the team's opinions, and as long as the people are still in the shelter, finding them will be easy. That's 5 people, almost enough to form a team. We already registered at the mission center. So let's agree on a time to leave. After discussing it, they agreed to meet at the shelter entrance 2 mornings later. These 2 days were for advanced preparation, and since the journey was long, they had to explain it to those around them. Tang Tian and Tang Yi returned home and told Wei Mingxia about it. Since the former also wanted to take Tan Tan with her, the latter would be the only one home. Wei Mingxia smiled and instructed, "I'm fine for now. Just go and come back quickly, and take everything you need. I make you some food." Knowing she was still worried, Tang Tian didn't refuse, and she and Tang Yi hurriedly prepared. In addition to food and water, protective medical supplies and weapons were essential. Tang Tian used her furnace's supernatural powers to forge melee knives, reload gun bullets, and other items. She also made a batch of Molotov cocktails and acid bombs. The Molotov cocktail still contained the fire element, while the acid blast bottle naturally contained her newly learned lemon acid bomb. Not only could she shape the acid bomb into a lemon shape, but with a few adjustments, she could easily transfer it into the bottle. The ability column also contained half attack and half support abilities. And until that morning, she planned to eat some more nourishing foods. Defense, speed, endurance, stamina, and so on all needed to be improved. The night before, Tang Tian and Tang Yi each took a comfortable bath, and together they washed Tan Tan before retiring to bed. The next morning, they woke refreshed, and Wei Mingxia also got up early to prepare breakfast. After eating and drinking their fill, the two of them and their dog left home, following Wei Mingxia's instructions. This time, they didn't use transportation, but fortunately, the shelter wasn't far away. And in the distance, through the hazy dust, they could see a van parked outside the shelter's gate. As they got closer, the people there seemed to notice them, and waved at them. Tang Tian and Tang Yi stepped forward, and saw it was indeed Cheng Jing. "Tang Tian and Tang Yi, you're really early. Luckily we were here earlier." Cheng Jing, still with his usual familiarity, exchanged a few pleasantries. "This trip is long, and leaving so early, we might even have to spend the night on the way. Without further delay, get in the car." Shen Boyun poked his head out of the driver's seat. Before Tang Tian could reply, someone else popped their head out, also waving excitedly. "Sister Tian, long time no see." With the familiar voice and the address, Tang Tian and Tang Yi put their backpacks in the trunk, then carried Tan Tan into the back seat. And who else was already in the back seat if not Li Feiyong? Li Feiyong looked darker and thinner, but he was still in good spirits, his face barely concealing his excitement. After all, since following the main force to the shelter, he'd been drifting downstream with the authorities, barely getting by on a daily basis. Later, he'd been transferred from training camp to various teams, all for survival. Afterwards, he'd been planting cacti and catching gerbils, and his living conditions had improved somewhat. Then, the mission center opened. Unexpectedly, before he even completed a few missions, he'd be approached and asked to join a team full of familiar faces. Seeing his former spiritual pillar, Li Feiyong's recent depression instantly vanished. In the shelter, he'd previously been completely silent, focused on his work, but now, he regained his usual chatter. Tang Tian didn't object to Li Feiyong talking. Since most people were too tired to talk, or simply kept silent, she found his chatter quite lively. In the apocalypse, food was sometimes plentiful, but this was lacking. Accompanied by the sound of conversation in the back seat, the car slowly began to move away from the shelter's gate. Chen Boyun saw a cheerful scene in the rearview mirror, his hands on the steering wheel, yet he felt strangely uneasy. It was like swallowing a whole lemon, sour at first, then bitter. He wasn't exactly cold when talking to someone, it was essentially the same, but he just felt something was off. As his thoughts wandered, he suddenly, "Let's take turns driving, so we don't get tired. Road traps, I experienced this before." Chen Boyun's eyebrows rose at this, but he had always understood that Tang Tian traveled frequently, and even the official team had fallen for these so-called traps before, so they must have encountered them before. The temperature was low, and the air conditioning was running moderately, so it wasn't too hot. A slight whiff of heat escaped him. Glancing out of the corner of his eye, he saw that Tang Tian had deliberately leaned in closer, practically peeking her head out from the front seat. She was practically right in front of his face. Shen Boyun's heart trembled, and he couldn't help but floor the accelerator, then slowly released it after regaining his composure. Cheng Jing smiled and replied, "Okay, but don't drive too fast this time, or we probably get to the institute even earlier." Normally, driving from the shelter to the institute wouldn't take long. But with the sandstorm, the time would increase dramatically. Be wary of traps and enemy attacks along the way. So, after a brief chat, whoever wasn't driving closed their eyes to rest. Until they woke up again, looked at Sherwan, and Cheng Jing took over the driving. Because of the apocalypse, almost everyone had learned to avoid eating unless necessary, and when they did, they didn't have 3 meals a day, completely disrupting their schedules. It was already noon, but the vehicle continued to move steadily through the sandstorm, and no one suggested a break. Tan Tan's ears twitched, his bright black eyes fixed on Tang Tian, his chin resting on her forearm. The dog didn't understand all that, it only knew it was hungry. Tang Tian pulled a few freeze-dried cookies from her pocket, and fed them to it. Shen Boyun looked back and said, "Why don't we just get some food first? We'd probably be staying overnight tonight, and then we can have a good meal later." These days, people generally enjoy their best meals after dark, just before retiring. Sister Tian, the free food we can get now isn't just the porridge and paste we used to have. The compressed biscuits produced by the biscuit factory at the shelter come in a variety of flavors. As Li Feiyong spoke, he pulled out a few packaged biscuits. Tearing one open, a strong, unnatural, oily aroma wafted through. The aroma even had a hint of onion in it. This must be a scallion-flavored compressed biscuit. Compressed biscuits are already depressing to eat after a while, and with Yin country's unique food culture, it would be a disservice to the people if they didn't develop a few more flavors. Tang Tian nodded. Since they were eating in the car, she pulled out a few chocolate wafers and a protein bar to make do. Besides food, water is essential. Tang Tian and Tang Yi brought their own water bottles, but they were opaque, so they were actually filled with iced drinks and juice. After finishing a large bowl of dog food, Tan Tan lay quietly motionless. For him, just being able to go out and stay with Tang Tian and Tang Yi was all that mattered. It was soon after noon, and Tang Yi was driving again, as the light gradually dimmed. Thankfully, they encountered no active predators or swarms of gerbils along the way. I wonder if it's because there's been no famine lately, or if the gerbils are just more eager to find other buildings to grind their teeth in. Speaking of grinding their teeth, Tang Tian suddenly felt a little uneasy. Every time a mutant appears, it's announced jointly by the National Radio and Spring City Radio, indicating a nationwide outbreak. Furthermore, this time the mutant gerbils favor metal, and the Research Institute is a large building. Could they have already met with disaster? Feeling the silence of the car, reduced to only the roar of the engine and the rustling of the wind, Tang Tian chose not to ask any more questions for the time being. For the last leg of the journey, Tang Tian took the initiative to change seats and took the driver's seat. Shen Boyun, however, remained in the passenger seat without fail. Even Cheng Jing found this a bit strange. He glanced at him and squeezed in to sit in the back seat. Because it was nightfall, they had to turn on their headlights, but visibility was worse than in daylight, and speed was slower. Shen Boyun pulled out the map and examined it carefully, then tilted his head and said, "The Research Institute is only about 7 or 8 kilometers away. Let's find a shelter. After tonight, we reach our destination tomorrow morning." It wasn't impossible to rush through in one go, but the danger during a sandstorm was 10 times greater than during the day. There was no need to risk it for the sake of a quick win. Tang Tian agreed and searched for shelter. Finally, the people in the car settled on a large, abandoned hotel building. Even the sign on the door remained, showing signs of decay. The door was broken open, and Tang Tian drove straight in. The 5 people and the dog got out. After checking the surroundings, they found no hidden strangers or gerbils, and finally felt relieved. The floor was still covered in a thin layer of dust, but at least it was dry and odorless. The spacious hall wasn't littered with trash, so it looked quite clean. Chen Boyun, Cheng Jing, and Li Feiyang went to find any tall furniture that had escaped destruction, hoping to block the main door and prevent a larger dust storm from rising later. Tang Tian and Tang Yi pulled a few tents from the trunk and set them up, each man and woman taking up residence. Once they were set up, it was time to start a fire. But they didn't need to resort to primitive methods like drilling wood together. They had fire sticks, tinder, and flint. Even the wood for the bonfire was their own, as the wild plants had been largely destroyed. But the bonfire was secondary. The much-anticipated dinner required better tools: the gas stove, gas canister, pots, and utensils they had brought with them. Of course, even the best cook can't cook without rice, so the most important thing is the ingredients. A few men managed to block the door, blocking out most of the outside wind. Chen Boyun opened his backpack and pulled out noodles, potatoes, pickled mustard greens, canned meat, and other ingredients. It goes without saying that if he ate all of it in one sitting, it would definitely be a very rich meal in the apocalypse. Besides, there were still a few bottles of water, which he could use to cook the noodles. Li Feiyong's mouth began to salivate as he looked at the ingredients. After eating too much cactus and gerbil meat, these were simply delicacies, But when he saw what Tang Tian and Tangy took out, he was so surprised that he swallowed his saliva. They were jars of processed goods, and you could vaguely see their original forms. Radishes, cucumbers, kohlrabi, eggplant, honey garlic, and a jar filled with a sticky, dark food whose content was hard to tell. These are what I found earlier, and saved for later. I still have some left, Tang Tian explained, picking up another can. This contains my homemade meat sauce. No one asked where the meat sauce came from. In the apocalypse, animal byproducts should be processed early, and the best way to store them is by making them into jerky or meat sauce. The gerbils are still being eaten in the shelter, and any leftovers will be cooked. Tangy also smiled and said, "We have the ingredients and the tools now, so why not make a dish? I can help." Chen Buiyun and the others were stunned by this, neither agreeing nor refusing. They were simply stunned, as if even the word cooking was something they had only heard a long time ago. Tang Tian also provided the seasoning. With deft hands, she peeled and sliced the potatoes, then deep-fried them in hot oil. Then, she sautéed the meat sauce, pouring almost the entire bottle into the mix. It's called a meat sauce, but it actually still contains small chunks of meat. Chop a few dried radish and add them, then stir-fry with the potatoes. Add some seasoning and you're done. Dice the remaining potatoes, and dice Shen Buiyun's canned meat, which is luncheon meat too. Stir-fry the two together, sprinkle with plenty of light soy sauce, 5 spice powder, pepper, salt, and cumin powder, and you got another dish. A rich aroma filled the hall, making everyone's stomachs ache. The 3 people watched in amazement, then recovered and hurried to clean the pot and cook noodles. 2 full packs of noodles were cooked, ensuring everyone was full, including Char. Even weak noodles are rare these days. This is just some old stock. Tang Tian immediately poured a few spoonfuls of the potato and meat sauce onto the steaming white noodles in her bowl, stirring with chopsticks until every noodle was coated in the meat sauce and mashed potatoes. After patiently waiting for it to cool, he slurped down a mouthful of noodles, stuffing his mouth full. This bowl of noodles alone was enough to satisfy him, completely satisfying. Not to mention the plate of salt and pepper luncheon meat with diced potatoes, and a variety of pickled vegetables to cleanse his palate. For a moment, everyone buried their heads in their food, fearing the food in their hands would suddenly disappear, or perhaps it was just a dream. Tan Tan still had her own special dog bowl, and Tangy had prepared a bowl of food for her, again mainly noodles. Oh my god, I don't know how long it's been since I had something this delicious, and I'm so stuffed. Chung Jing rubbed his swollen belly with a lingering feeling, and burped unconsciously. Even in the official armed forces, he had never had such a delicious meal. Li Feiyang was still savoring the delicious taste. After realizing what he had just tasted, he quickly gave a thumbs up. You're truly worthy of being a major streamer in the food section. You're truly amazing at cooking. To be honest, I watched your live streams before. Tang Tian wiped her lips, smiled, and agreed, fetching water to wash the dishes. Chen Buiyun watched them chat again, remaining silent. In the apocalypse, many people have developed bland tastes due to a lack of seasoning, and he was no exception. Suddenly, having eaten a meal similar to what he experienced before the apocalypse, he found it surprisingly salty. He took a sip of the water he brought with him. With fresh water now a scarce commodity, and authorities focusing their attention on the ocean, all the water was processed by water plants. A close sip revealed a distinct odor. And that strange feeling didn't seem to be confined to his mouth. He felt strangely irritated, unsure why. Chung Jing tilted his head to watch Shen Buiyun's face flicker in the firelight, then joined in the conversation. If you come to the shelter, and then go on missions together, wouldn't we all have a treat every time? After all, being hungry is really unpleasant. Look at Brother Yun. Even his abs are gone. After these earth-shattering words, the surroundings suddenly fell silent, and everyone looked over. Shen Buiyun, irritated, slapped Chung Jing and said unhappily, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Puff. Tang Tian couldn't help but chuckle, and when she looked up again, she met Shen Buiyun's eyes. The latter's face flushed red, like a fresh, juicy strawberry, and he stammered, unable to speak. "Well, it's getting late, let's get some rest." Tangy, suppressing a laugh, tried to smooth things over. The tents were already set up with sleeping bags, so all they had to do was crawl in. The dusty night wasn't too hot or too cold, so there was no need for anything extra. "Here, you guys." Tang Tian came over to the boys' tent and placed a small round tablet in each of their hands. Shen Buiyun knew immediately that it was an effervescent multivitamin tablet. This thing was precious. He only seen it a few times in the shelter for so long, and yet the Tang family was willing to give it away. And looking at that light pink color, It looked like it was strawberry flavored. After all the fuss, his heartbeat returned. He clutched the tablet tightly in his palm, feeling as if that small area had replaced his mouth, allowing him to taste the sweetness. The rest of the night was silent. After all, they weren't out for an outing, so they only slept for a few hours before waking up one after another. Quickly packing their belongings and making a simple tidy, the 5 of them and their dog got back into the car and left this temporary shelter, continuing their journey towards the research institute. Fortunately, the distance wasn't far. Chung Jing was behind the wheel. Chen Boyun took out the map Lin Jiqiu had given them, unfolded it, and pointed. There are 8 or 9 different research institutes in the research center. Teacher Lin said, we only need to go to the breeding and cultivation, forestry and fruit tree, edible fungi, and animal husbandry and veterinary research institutes. The password and other information have been shared. If there's nothing useful there, Teacher Lin won't force us. We can just return. So there are 4 research institutes in total. Should we go to each one individually? Let's go together. We're a team. We shouldn't split up for official missions. After quickly deciding on a general plan, the car fell silent again. They all recalled the avalanche trip. Accelerating for the final stretch, they finally saw a large building complex shrouded in dust. It must have been the research center. The main entrance had been destroyed, allowing vehicles to drive right through. Such a complex would logically be a perfect shelter, not to mention the many valuable supplies it might hold. If there were survivors, the gate would surely have been repaired, but they saw none. Chung Jing parked the car steadily in front of a research institute. From the outside, the interior was dimly lit. They secured their head and body protection and donned their backpacks from the trunk. Each of them, still clutching their weapons and flashlights, finally began their exploration. A sign at the entrance clearly stated that this was the Forestry and Fruit Research Institute, with 3 floors. Entering and illuminating the area with their flashlights, they saw some areas damaged, such as shattered greenhouse glass, and other areas showed signs of looting. The massive research institute was completely without power. Even if there was an independent backup power source, it would likely be depleted after such a long time. Look, these should be the precision instruments and equipment that Teacher Lin mentioned. If you can take them, bring them back to the shelter. Chen Boyun shone the light on the items. Tang Tian took a closer look. The equipment in this research institute was truly high-end, high-efficiency filters, small water purification devices, hydroponic farming equipment, low-power emergency lights, and more. And that was just for this institute. Chung Jing and Li Feiyong began unannounced, and they had specially driven a large van this time. Shen Boyun, on the other hand, made a detour to a corner. Tang Tian followed him, knowing that the institute must have a core laboratory and a safe. Perhaps what Lin Jiqiu wanted was in there. With 2 beeps, the door opened automatically, bringing a cool breeze mixed with the faint smell of dust. Look! Shen Boyun's eyes lit up with joy, as if he had spotted something. Tang Tian followed the light, and saw that the rows of shelves and cabinets were indeed filled with various items. On the floor lay broken glass bottles, which should have contained some chemicals, but which had now evaporated. She picked up a glass jar at random. It was labeled with a name and date. They were all tree species and seedlings, some fast-growing varieties, others for medicinal purposes, and other types of production materials. There were also pesticides, fertilizers, and several hard drives, which must have contained all sorts of historical data, scientific research materials, and technical information. Tang Tian and the others immediately split up and carefully unloaded these precious items, some placing them in backpacks, others safely stowing them in the van. With experience, their speed increased. At the Animal Husbandry and Veterinary Research Institute, they found well-preserved frozen embryos, feed additive formulas, veterinary vaccines, and more. At the Edible Fungi Research Institute, they also found a strain library and retrieved as many strains as possible. Of course, there were also hard drives of data, large and small, damaged or not, all taken away. There were also other supplies, such as farm tools, protective clothing, and spare parts, which filled the van to the brim. This kept them busy for nearly several hours, and before they knew it, it was already afternoon. After a quick lunch in the first-floor lobby, the group rushed to the final Breeding and Cultivation Research Institute. Area S is currently requesting surplus native species from Area A. If they can find the seed bank here and obtain the seeds within, Area S will likely be able to conduct independent research and achieve self-sufficiency. As soon as she entered the building, Tang Tian suddenly sensed something was amiss. Chapter 80. She shone her flashlight upwards, and was surprised to discover large holes, in the ceilings of the second and third floors. This had never been seen in other research institutes. Cheng Jing frowned. Could it have been gnawed by gerbils? When they saw the damaged buildings and facilities, their first thought was the gerbils. If it were indeed the gerbils who did it, the entire institute might have been gnawed, leaving its foundation unstable. Besides, gerbils are now aggressive towards humans, so whether to take the risk was a question. Chen Buiyun was silent for a moment before replying. If there were a large number of gerbils here, we wouldn't be able to hear anything, and it wouldn't be so quiet here. How about this? Forget about everything else. Let's go straight to the seed vault, take the most valuable items, and leave. Tang Tian made the final decision, and the others agreed. This type of vault is usually located on the upper floors, and the team immediately rushed up the stairs. Tick, tick. Unexpectedly, they could hear the sound of falling water droplets here, amplified several times in the deathly silence, making them uneasy. They couldn't find the second or third floor, but the large hole was at the ground level. Tang Tian used her flashlight to peer at the edge of the hole, her brow furrowing slightly. She rubbed her foot against it again, and found that the edge was surprisingly sticky, like a smear of transparent mucus. How could such fresh, undried mucus be found in a research institute that had been abandoned for nearly a year? Unless it was just left there. Could there actually be someone else in the shelter? Or perhaps someone other than human? Tang Tian shuddered at her own thought. Tan Tan lowered his head and sniffed, not knowing what he smelled, but then he bared his teeth and growled, as if sensing some danger. Tian, we found it. Come on! Tangy called from a distance, her voice echoing across the empty space. Tang Tian agreed and went over first. The seed vault at the Institute of Breeding and Cultivation was located on the 4th floor of the building, but there was still a hole in the ceiling, which filled the room with dust. The vault was still a separate, room-like space, and they had indeed found a collection of preserved seeds resistant to extreme conditions, including staple foods, vegetables, and oilseed crops. In addition to these, they also found newly developed special fertilizers, hormones, and a large amount of nutrient soil, which they each planned to take home. Cheng Jing, Li Feiyang, and Tang Yi resumed their work. Going up and down the stairs was no easy task at the moment. Tang Tian then told Shen Buiyun about her discovery. You mean there might be mutants nearby? Shen Buiyun, naturally unsure of what those were, joined the researchers in shouting. I'm just guessing, but it's so strange I can't help but be suspicious. Never mind, let's get it and leave. Don't stay here any longer. But before he could finish his words, Tan Tan suddenly barked loudly at the ceiling, his intensity tinged with even a hint of fear. Tang Tian and Shen Buiyun looked up, their pupils constricted. At the cave entrance, amidst the dust and wind, several dark green, vine-like things stretched out, their cricket-like pupae snaking and disgusting. It clearly had no eyes, yet its soft, moving tips somehow managed to detect the presence of a living being and immediately pointed in Tang Tian's direction. The body shimmered in the light. The slime at the edge of the cave entrance might have come from that source. It was dripping down, like a few drizzles of rain falling as the weather turned from sunny to overcast, some even landing right on her head. Tang Tian felt a chill on her back, goosebumps covering her skin. Even if she had supernatural powers, she didn't want to confront this creature, which looked like the opposite sex. Run! But she didn't expect her shouting to draw the vine's attention. With a whoosh, it rushed towards her at breakneck speed. In panic, Tang Tian felt a silent shove, causing her to fall and tumble several times. She stood up again, her eyes widening as Tan Tan continued to bark. Perhaps the vine didn't care who it caught, it simply wanted to capture someone. At that moment, the vines, upon contacting Shen Buiyun's body, instantly tightened around him like a python, slowly pulling him upward. Shen Buiyun was strangled by the powerful force, his hands and feet bound. His face flushed, unable to utter a sound, nearly suffocating. But he could also feel his feet lifting off the ground. He wondered where they would be taken. In any case, these vines possessed an aggressive nature, and Lin Jiqiu's fears were justified. Tang Tian cursed inwardly, drawing his knife, and leaping, slashing down directly. Tan Tan also leaped up, leaping higher than the former, and biting down on the strange vine. This vine was a plant after all. After being cut or bitten, it would leave a wound. The tip of the vine also loosened, and Tang Tian quickly pulled Shen Buiyun free, and the two fell. Tan Tan spat out a soft, sticky piece of an unknown creature, a look of obvious disgust on his dog-like face. Ugh, that's disgusting. Cough, cough, cough. Shen Buiyun coughed violently. Under his long shirt and trousers, he must have been choked. Brother, Tang Tian, are you all right? Cheng Jing, Li Feiyong, and Tang Yi were just moving things by the cart downstairs when they heard the loud commotion upstairs and rushed up. "Oh my god, what the hell is that?" Li Feiyong looked up at the still squirming vines, his face filled with disbelief. Tang Tian shouted, "There are too many people. You take Shen Boyun away first." "Sister, we stay and deal with it." Cheng Jing initially disagreed with this plan, but thinking that Tang Tian wasn't acting alone, the situation was urgent, and that they were always resourceful, he and Li Feiyong each carried one side of the vine, while they led Shen Boyun downstairs. But the vine seemed to sense their prey's escape, and several more vines, some thicker and some thinner, reappeared from the hole, the center still the one strong enough to bind and pull a person up. For a moment, the sounds of wind and sand, barking dogs, and twitching vines all blended together. "Sister, I suspect its true form is up there. I have to go check it out," Tang Tian said gravely. "Isn't this too dangerous?" Tang Yi asked with immense concern. "It's okay. You and Tan Tan will support me down below. And I be alone, so I can fully utilize my powers." Tang Tian spoke quickly, stepping forward to act as bait. The vines, as expected, fell for it, rapidly reaching out, wrapping around her body and pulling her straight up. But this time, Tang Tian paid special attention to her hands, so they weren't restrained for a moment. As she saw herself getting closer and closer to the ceiling, once she was out of the cave, she immediately raised her hands and slashed at the vines. The knife split the thick vine, sending a spurt of slime gushing out. Tang Tian landed and tumbled back onto the damaged rooftop, the dust rustling. But when she took in the view, she was startled again. On the opposite edge of the rooftop, something as big as a van, resembling a bush, grew. And from the gaps grew vines of varying sizes, with the main core at the center. Let's not even discuss how this thing had grown. Perhaps it was a seedling in the laboratory, mutated by a natural disaster, and then absorbed the various nutrients from the research institute to reach this size. But Tang Tian finally understood why the buildings hadn't been gnawed by the gerbils. Perhaps the mutated vines had eaten them as a snack. Amid the wind and sand, the vines rose again, like long, murderous whips, sweeping directly towards Tang Tian. The octopus tentacle-like vine in the middle also advanced, as if trying to recapture its prey. Tang Tian sheathed her knife and rolled to the side to avoid the attack. Then, 2 bottles appeared in her hands, and she threw them forward without hesitation. Bang! A flash of fire appeared, and the fire element intensified in the bushes, igniting a huge blaze. The vines seemed to sense pain and began to reduce their attacks, flapping relentlessly on the rooftop. But the flames continued to burn, and surprisingly, they didn't burn the vines to death or ash. No wonder they were mutants. It seemed she would have to find a way to increase her attack. While the vines were burning, Tang Tian opened her palm. A hint of yellow-green appeared in her palm again, gradually forming a thick liquid in midair, and then automatically formed a ball larger than a fist. Holding the balls in her hands, she slammed them down on the bushes again. Sizzle! The bushes, where the yellow-green liquid had touched them, began to smoke and quickly turned into dark brown charcoal, which would turn to ash with a single blow of wind. Great, it worked. Tang Tian was secretly delighted. This was the psychic dish she had unlocked from the SR-level recipes. Pickled fish, and the psychic ability of this pickled fish was corrosion. While citric acid bombs had a similar effect, each one was only the size of a lemon at most, and the acidity wasn't particularly strong. The pickled fish's corrosive ability was different. It was highly acidic, and its size could be controlled at will. Tang Tian immediately generated several more corrosive acid balls, and continued to slam them into the bushes without hesitation. Under the combined effects of fire and corrosion, several vines collapsed to the ground, some even reduced to charcoal. Tang Tian then took out her knife again and stabbed the thickest vine. Amidst the flames and black smoke, the mutant vines finally succumbed to Tang Tian's might, burning to a pitch-black hue. Thick smoke billowed from above. Tian, what's wrong?" Tang Yi shouted from below. Beside him, Tan Tan barked anxiously. Tang Tian poked at it with the tip of her knife, and the charcoal-like substance was immediately blown away and buried by the wind and sand. At least this mutant wasn't very aggressive at the moment. "Almost there," Tang Tian replied, instantly unleashing her wind-attributed power. This enveloped her in a light bluish-gray hue, and she became ethereal. She slowly descended from the cave entrance and returned safely. "I suppressed it for now. It appears to be dead, but I don't know if the mutant will revive. Let's get out of here." With that, Tang Tian, Tang Yi, and Tan Tan ran, reaching the ground floor in one breath. After Cheng Jing and Li Feiyong got into the car with Shen Boyun, They quickly drove to a safe area before stopping and anxiously waiting. Not long after, they saw the thick smoke rising from above the research center, the kind only seen during a fire. They knew the Tang family had it, and they might have brought it this time, too, and currently no creature was immune to flames. The three eagerly awaited sight of the sisters from afar and breathed a sigh of relief. "We've taken everything we need. Let's get out of here." They quickly got into the car. Li Feiyong had never driven before, so he took the driver's seat. Cheng Jing was the passenger seat, and the others sat in the back. Cheng Jing stepped on the accelerator, the engine roared, and amidst a faint smell of burning, the van sped away from the research center. "Are you okay?" Tang Tian and Shen Boyun asked simultaneously, but after asking, they paused. "I'm fine, but I think your injuries might be worse," Tang Tian said, as she pulled out her water bottle and drank the juice it contained to restore her mental strength. SR-level corrosive energy emanated relentlessly, and only after her tense nerves relaxed did she feel the drain on her mental strength. Being entangled in the thick, sturdy vines might not leave her with any external injuries, but the internal injuries would be far more severe. "I'm fine too, and after a mission like this, we can go straight to the medical station for a checkup." Shen Boyun's clothes were still slightly damp with a hint of half-dry, half-wet mucus, and he still felt a slight pain from the intense pressure. But in front of Tang Tian, he pretended to be fine. But how could Tang Tian not see this? She glanced at Shen Boyun's gentle face, and for some reason, a sense of melancholy rose in her. Her tone grew heavier. "Don't be so impulsive next time. You always have to consider me. In a crisis like this, your own survival is the most important thing." Shen Boyun muttered a low response, but then added, "I just saw that thing rushing towards you. I didn't think too much about it." Tang Tian was startled by these gentle words, and then fell silent. After a long pause, she replied, "I don't mean to blame you, but it was truly too dangerous. Don't do it next time." Sand lashed the car windows, and the car's rustling was so loud that the people in the front seat barely dared to breathe, just driving on. Tangy was thinking, "I should be under the car, not inside it." "Hey, what's that?" The windshield wipers barely blocked out the wind and sand. Li Feiyong had been looking through the binoculars, but he had no idea what he saw. His breathing quickened, and he thought he was seeing things. He hurriedly handed the binoculars to Tang Tian. Tang Tian took them, but as she covered her eyes, her pupils instantly transformed into a strange golden color, her clairvoyance opening. A nearly endless dusty field, a few grayish-white pillars swirling among the yellow sand. What was that? A tornado? No, that's much smaller than a typical tornado. That's a dust devil. Turn left. Tang Tian immediately gave the command, and Cheng Jing, who had long trusted her, also cooperated by turning the steering wheel. While a dust devil isn't very powerful, it's still much smaller than a tornado. But sometimes it could also blow down sheds, and even ripple hundreds of pounds of steel. The apocalyptic disaster was bizarre, and with the car still fully loaded with supplies, she didn't dare take the gamble. Turn right. Speed up. How much gas is left in the car? Less than a third, and it's almost nightfall. We have to find another place to rest. The car had spare fuel, but there was no way to stop. Cheng Jing gripped the steering wheel tightly, a thin layer of sweat on his forehead. Tang Tian's lips tightened. She pulled a few candies from her pocket and popped them in her mouth, recovering her mental strength while continuing to use her clairvoyance. Whether forced or otherwise, her clairvoyance suddenly heightened in such a critical situation. She slowly realized that a dust devil had suddenly struck the area. As long as they passed through this area, they would likely be safe for now. Tang Tian continued to give directions, but the swirling dust column stirred up the dust from the ground again, further reducing visibility and shrouding everything in a gray haze. This meant the former had to constantly keep his clairvoyance open to see the optimal route from start to finish. Almost there, only about 200 meters left. Tang Tian finished her sentence, and suddenly her vision blurred. The light suddenly shifted to dusk, and she could only see blurry shadows. Because she had been using her clairvoyance for so long, which was extremely draining on her mental energy, she suddenly sank back into the seat behind her. It was a slump, and to outsiders, she looked like she was about to faint. Tang Tian. What's wrong with you? Shen Boyun grasped her arm, but the person speaking remained stunned and unresponsive. In Tang Tian's mind, the system's urgent warning echoed, "Host, please temporarily cease using your supernatural powers. It's time to replenish your mental energy. Complete depletion of mental energy will cause irreversible damage to the host." Fortunately, Tangy understood the reason. She quickly pulled out the water bottle she had prepared and fed Tang Tian, comforting her, "It's okay, Just tired. Take a break. Shin Boyun hesitated, but ultimately said nothing. Of course, he took Tang Tian's action seriously, so he didn't want to disturb her rest. But seeing Tang Tian's slightly pale face, with sweat still beading her temples, he frowned, his expression unusually worried. Tang Tian numbly drank the juice from the bottle. It felt like hypoglycemia. If it were completely depleted, she couldn't imagine what would happen. And, perhaps from overuse, her eyes hadn't recovered yet. If she went blind because of this, her survival in the apocalypse would be a death sentence, a feeling that filled her with a wave of dread. Fortunately, at this moment, Cheng Jing and Li Feiyang's joyful voices reached the front row. Great, Tang Tian, there's no more wind devils ahead. I never expected a sandstorm to even begin to develop into a dust devil. What if it escalates into a tornado? A tornado is far more powerful than a dust devil, sweeping across with unstoppable force. Even with shelters built for protection, it would be a disaster. Silence fell again in the car, as if the gloom outside had gathered here. Everyone's expression was grim. Qin Boyun looked through the binoculars, confirming that the car had truly left the dust devil area. Then he said, "All right, let's not dwell on it for now. Let's find a place to rest. It's time to refuel." Since the fuel was running low, Cheng Jing drove into a large, abandoned building with a large entrance and stopped. After getting out of the car, he and Li Feiyang immediately filled the car with the reserve fuel. Shin Boyun opened the window to look, and just as he was about to turn back, he suddenly felt a weight on his shoulder. He turned his head, and saw Tang Tian leaning slightly against him, but she was clearly asleep. Instantly, his hands and feet were in a panic, not knowing what to do, and he had to look to Tang Yi for help. But Tang Yi had a half smile on her face. She had just found the excuse of a picnic, and actually got out of the car with the charcoal. Shin Boyun, it's over. I dare not move. After this battle, everyone was exhausted. This mission was indeed difficult, especially for ordinary people. Blocking the wind and sand from the window, Cheng Jing and Li Feiyang took out their outdoor props and started a fire. With the fire ready, they planned to roast the remaining potatoes, while Tang Yi decided to cook porridge in the pot. Fresh meat was hard to come by at this time, but dried meat was filling. Just add it to the porridge, and it made a filling and thirst-quenching meat porridge. However, the porridge wasn't primarily made of white rice. It was filled with crushed compressed biscuits and other grains. After tonight, if nothing unexpected happened, we could return to the shelter by daylight tomorrow. This was just a transition. The slowly escaping heat and fragrance gradually soothed the newly released tension and calmed the heart. At this point, even a bowl of hot soup, or even a cup of hot water, would have had the same effect. Tan Tan lay obediently beside them, only quivering his ears once the pot had boiled. Tang Tian slowly awoke, her vision flickering. She thought her eyes hadn't recovered yet. But the feeling of mental exhaustion had subsided, and the system's alarm had stopped. The mental energy issue was largely resolved. But she suddenly realized that the main issue wasn't this. But why, after her vision cleared, did she actually see Shin Boyun? Tang Tian realized belatedly that she seemed to be lying down. So what was she resting her head on? "Are you awake?" Shin Boyun asked quietly, then hurriedly explained, "It was already night. We found shelter and went to make a fire to cook, but you were asleep, so—" Tang Tian raised an eyebrow and interrupted, "But I don't think I would have slept directly on your lap." Shin Boyun looked particularly embarrassed, and with his hands behind his back, he gave the impression of standing at attention, his body unusually stiff. "I apologize if I'm being rude. I just thought you sleep more comfortably this way." "Thanks," Tang Tian replied, standing up and shaking her regularly trimmed hair. She felt much more refreshed. Her spirits lifted, and she immediately caught the aroma of food through the open car window. Her stomach, desperate for food, rumbled, hungry as if it could devour a cow. Tang Tian turned around and smiled brightly. "Let's go, let's eat first." Shin Boyun was stunned. He had rarely seen Tang Tian smile so brightly. But then, it seemed not to be a smile at all. Perhaps it was fireworks bursting from somewhere. Tian, are you awake? How are you feeling?" The pot was bubbling, and the roasted potatoes were steaming hot. Just a sprinkle of seasoning would make them delicious, now cooling. Tan Tan called out, abandoning the food and trying over, throwing himself into Tang Tian's arms and licking her. "Much better. Let's eat quickly and get some rest tonight." Tang Tian comforted Tan Tan, and the few of them gathered around the campfire for their post-victory dinner. They hadn't eaten much all day, but people in the apocalypse were accustomed to being starved. At this point, they couldn't overeat, so a soft, baked potato, and a bowl of hot meat porridge were perfect for relieving their extreme hunger. After eating and drinking their fill, sleepiness quickly crept over them. After saying good night to each other, they retired to their respective tents to rest. When dawn broke the next morning, they rose promptly, cleaned up the area, and drove as fast as they could to the shelter's destination. The dawn of victory was finally within sight.